I'm planning to make a Meetups management system with Blazor Server and with vertical slice architecture. This is going to be a full-featured system that is a little bit simpler than meetups.com, but still full-featured. And if you want, you can actually deploy it to a server or on cloud, for example, on Azure, and you can actually use it. That's my goal. And hopefully during the process, we're going to learn about Blazor Server, we're going to learn about vertical slice architecture, and I myself is going to learn about vertical slice architecture. It's actually pretty new to me as well. I'm going to try to use it in this project and see how well it works. Let me show you the completed project first before we dive into the development of this entire project. So you can see that this is a Meetup management system, and it has a search functionality and it has browsing functionality. So I can load more. I'm showing 4 events because I only have 17 so that I can show you the load more functionality. Okay, so the last one is, I guess I have 16 because there was one that was in the past. So it's not being displayed here. Okay, so you can browse the event and you can search events. For example, if I say I just search Meetup and then I click on the search button, I can see this one little Meetup thing. The picture are generated randomly. I just don't have the time to match the picture to the actual event title. And maybe I can do something like COD or CO. This would probably get more events for us to look at. Okay, so we can see more events like this. And you can see that when we are loading more, we are still sticking to this search filter here in our browser. So that works pretty well as well. And so once you discover the event that you want to join, for example, if I want to join this meditation event, well, this one is not free. Let's pick a free one. For example, it's this one I want to join. Then I can look at the details of the event, right? The details is like this, but you can actually have pretty detailed information about your event. For example, this one, you can even put like emojis in it, right? And when you are ready to actually join the event, you can click on this attend button at the bottom, right? This bottom footer tells you about the time, the event title, and you can click on this attend button to attend the event. But let's attend a free event first. I want to show you that functionality first. For example, I want to RSVP for the event, then I click on the attend button, and then we use Google Authentication here, so I can click on the login with Auth, and then I can select the user I want to use in order to attend the event. So this takes me back over here, and in order to actually attend it, I have to go in again. But this time you can see we have the functionality of comments. But let's finish our attending first. And it says, are you sure you want to RSVP for this event? And I say yes. Then it takes me to this users manage RSVP events, which shows me upcoming events and past events as well. I don't have a past event in this case. But anyways, I have 2 RSVP events, right? 2 events that I have RSVP'd already. And once I RSVP the event, of course, I can go ahead and browse other events, but I can also click on my name to come to this screen that we saw previously. And then I say, if I decide, I don't have time to go to this event, and then I can click on this cancel button to cancel this RSVP for the event, right? And then your cancellation is successful. Now, if you go back and click on your name, you can see the upcoming events doesn't have that event that you canceled anymore because you have just canceled it. Now, in order to leave a comment for a event, for example, I'm interested in looking at this event and I have a question. I say, where exactly? So the comments can be used for asking questions, but you really have to log in order to leave a comment. Okay, so where exactly is this event hosted? And then I can click on this and can leave more events. Of course, as an organizer, you can come back and answer the question. So that's the leaving comments functionality. Now, I can also leave a review for the organizer. So I logged in as Frank because I have many Frank Liu's account, but let me try to log in with a different person. So I'm going to click on this, and then let's say I'm clicking on this third account, and this time my name is Sophia. This is my wife's account, and I load, let's say I'm gonna go over here, and then if I want to review for Frank's event, I can click on leave a review, and then I can click, the rating. I said this is good, and when I submit it, you can see an error occurred. Why the error occurred? Because I've never actually joined an event for this organizer, or maybe I have RSVP for the event, but I have never attended yet. I have to have at least one event that happened already, attended already, in order to actually review it. So let's say that I click on my name. I don't see past events. In order to actually leave an event, you have to see your events in the past events. So for that reason, I'm going to actually log back in with another user, which is the fourth one. And this time it's also frankly, but it's actually another account. Okay. And in this account, I do have a past event, and I can choose to leave a review here. And I can choose, let's just say this. Let's say I leave a 4-star event and I say this is not bad. Right? And then I click on submit review. Then my review is submitted correctly. Now I can go back and I can see this past events over here. And of course, I can click into it and I can check my review over here. So the reviews for this organizer, and you can see the last one is right here, which is reviewed by myself. It is all reviewed by Frankly, but it's not the organizer, Frankly, because you as an organizer is not allowed to leave a review for yourself. So that functionality is actually covered. You just can't see it. Okay, so leaving review functionality. Now, we can also RSVP event with a payment. Okay, so let's say that I go to an event that has a price here. Right? In this case, then when I click on attend and it still asks me, are you sure you want to RSVP for this event? I say yes, and it takes me to this making payment page. And if I click on this make payment button, it takes me to Stripe, right? And then now I can enter, I can look at this and confirm this is what I want to pay. And then I go over here and I just choose one of them, right? And here I can use either 4242 or 54554. Both are testing credit card. So I'm going to choose testing credit card Visa and fill up all of the information, right? And I click on pay. Now, it goes through the payment process and eventually lead me all the way back to our system where it shows this meditation event. And then, of course, when I cancel RSVP, in this case, it's going to actually cancel the payment if the event is refundable. Remember that our event has a field in it that marks whether this is refundable or not. If it's not refundable, you can cancel the event, but your money is not going to be back. Okay, so now this is all of the functionalities related to a regular user. Now we have another type of user, which is organizer, right? As any person, any regular user, I can become an organizer. I can just click on this become an organizer button after I log in. If I don't log in, for example, if I go out, I log out, and then I still click on this become an organizer, it's going to ask me to log in first, right? So let's say that I'm choosing the last one. And the last one now is an organizer, right? And then I can go to manage events where I don't have any event, but I can go ahead and create an event. For example, I'm saying this is a testing, let's just call it a testing skills. And I'm just going to paste in some random text over here. And let's say this is going to happen a month later. And time is like this. And the starting time, let's say, we're going to do it at 10 a.m. and we're going to finish it at 3 p.m. Okay. And capacity, let's say we have 10 people and this is going to be an in-person event. Venue, I'm going to choose a random address in Toronto because I live in Toronto. And if I click on this, means that this is a event that costs money. And when this happens, you can choose whether this is refundable or not. In this case, let's make it simple. Let's make it a free event. And then I can choose an image. Let's use this one as an image for us. So this is a testing event with this image. It looks appropriate. And then I click on this. Now you can see in my managed event list, I have one event already. Right now, of course, I can go over here and just update it. For example, add some information. We are going to cover and then whatever. And then I click on update. Now, if I go back, you can see that the description is updated. So you can update all of the information. Of course, you can choose to delete the event and then it's going to confirm with you whether you really want to delete it or not. As a organizer, you can check your transactions. which means that if you have events that are costing money, you can check what are the transactions and how much money you have made. For example, if I log out and log back in with the second user, which is a organizer. So if I go to my transactions and then you have this filter going on, you can click on the filter and see all of the transactions. So today we just made a payment and you can see the total amount is because we have a cancellation here previously. So therefore, we have a $280 total amount over here. And when you have this report, you can click on the print report button and then you can print this report as PDF or just to a printer. So let's say I click on save. I just click on save again and it will replace the previous one. But you can click on this, you can see this in a PDF report. So this looks pretty nice, right? Let's close this. Now, these are all of the functionalities that we have covered in this project. And it's a lot to learn, especially we are exploring vertical slice architecture. So let's go back to our development process. Now let's actually talk briefly about what is a Meetups management system. A Meetups management system is basically an event management system, but Meetups is just one of the categories of the events because see, when we talk about event management system, there are so many different kinds of events that you need to manage. Meetups is basically one of the simplest event. It's just going to be one single event that is usually happening within a day and has a specific start date, start time, and an end time. It's not going to happen across several days. You don't have to deal with seats, locations. It's basically just one-off events. But there's still huge websites that deal with this kind of business, for example, meetups.com. So we are essentially recreating meetups.com, but with simplified scenarios. Nevertheless, it's going to be full-featured. And let's take a look at the use cases that we are going to create in this project. So first of all, the use cases are grouped into 3 different goals. We have organizer goals, right? We have attendee goals, and we have system administrator goals. So according to the workflow, we are going to go through these use cases very quickly. So first of all, the organizer will need to be able to create meetups and edit or delete meetups. So once we have meetups in the system, then the attendee or potential attendee will be able to browse and discover those meetups, unless the meetups is invitation only. In that case, it's not going to be discoverable. But public meetups will be discoverable and anyone can browse and discover those meetups. And once an attendee finds a meetup that he or she is interested in, he's going to do a RSVP. Okay, so there's going to be attendance confirmation, potential payment if the meetup is not free. And then we're going to have to generate confirmation emails. We have to allow attendees to cancel RSVPs and potentially request a refund for cancellations. And after that, the organizer will be able to track RSVPs to see a list of potential attendees, send notifications to confirmed attendees. After the event, the attendees will be able to provide feedback, such as rate the event with scores like 1 to 5 stars, leave some comments, and the organizer will be able to view those ratings and comments. Organizers will also be able to track attendees' payments and see their sales. Finally, we come to this system administrator goals, where we just allow organizers to register. And we have authentication and authorization functionalities to allow organizers as well as administrators to log in and allow administrator to handle accounts. And for transactions, because I'm planning to implement through payment gateways, therefore when payment is processed, there's always transaction records that we want to record in the system, right? For different purposes, such as monitor payment logs, for failed and disputed payments, for auditing purpose, so on and so forth. These are the use cases we are going to cover. And in this first video, we are going to cover creating meetups and add and delete meetups. This is a type of CRUD, and in this video we are not going to touch payment, including setting price, whether it's refundable or not, and after that we're gonna work on the attendees, right? Browse and discover meetup. So basically this series of videos will be created in the same sequence that I have talked about these use cases, so that the video series is going to follow the natural workflow. Without further ado, let's jump into Visual Studio and start working on creating meetups. Okay, let's jump into Visual Studio and start creating the Blazor web application. I'm going to use the Blazor web application template. This is the recommended template to create Blazor applications since .NET 8. Now let's click on the next button, and we're going to call our project meetups.webapp. So I want to call this one meetups.webapplication, and this solution I'm going to just call it meetups. And then I can click on the next button, and I'm going to select the latest .NET framework that is already released. For the authentication, I'm going to leave it as none. I'm going to start with very lean configurations, and we are going to use HTTPS. And the interactive render mode, I'm going to select server. And the interactivity location, I'm going to use global. And when I select this combination, basically I'm creating a Blazor server application, which means that we are going to use Signal channel to communicate between the WebAssembly code inside the browser and the server. And I'm going to keep this one as checked. We can modify the sample pages, and everything else we can leave them as default. So we can click on the create button. Okay, we have our solution created. We can close this one. We don't need it anymore. We can go to Solution Explorer, and you can see that the solution now is called Meetups. The only project in it is the meetups.webapp. Now, because we're using vertical slice architecture, the folder structure will have to be modified. Right now, you have this components folder, which includes all its pages, individual pages, as well as shared components like the main layout, the navigation menu, and the root component. So we have to change the folder structure, but before we change it, we're gonna keep this components right here. We don't want to damage it. Right, I'm gonna just go ahead and try to create other folders that is gonna align with vertical slice architecture. So I'm going to go ahead and try to create a shared folder, which will be used to extract those shared components out. So I'm going to say shared, and then under it, I'm going to create, because there are different things can be shared, right? One of them is the Razor components. And I'm going to create a Razor components folder, a components folder right here, and then I'm going to move those shared components from the existing components folder to my new components folder. So I'm going to move this nav menu out. I'm going to basically cut it and paste it over here. So you can see that both the navigation menu.razor and navigation menu.razor.css, which is the CSS isolation file, are moved over to the new components folder. Now I'm going to move this layout folder directly from here all the way to the shared folder over here. And I want to move this imports.razor, basically all of these three different things over from components to the shared folder, just like that. And now we are going to have some issues with the namespace in the imports.razor, because you can see that under here, the only thing exists are those page components. So therefore, we're going to come over here and delete this, because we will have some deeper folder structure here. So I'm going to say components like this. And we're going to also reference the shared.layout. And we are also going to reference just the shared folder. Now I noticed an issue here. So I moved the _ imports from the components folder to the layout to the shared folder here. Well, the problem with this approach is that the page components under this components folder won't be able to use this _ imports.razor file. So in order to solve this problem easily, I'm going to just drag this into the root folder, right? So this way, any Razor components will be able to use this _imports.razor. So I'm going to go into one of them. For example, looking at this, you can see that the built-in component is actually changing color, right? Using color coding. This means that my references here is actually working. Now let's run the application and make sure that everything runs properly. And our application is running, at least homepage is working properly. And let's go to counter, and if I click on it, it's working. Then it's actually working. It means that a signal channel is established because we're using Blazor Server. So our custom folder structure is indeed working properly. Okay, next we're going to continue creating our custom folders. We're going to create a features folder, and under the features folder, we're going to group some of the features or some of the use cases in different folders. Okay, the first one is I'm going to create a full subfolder that's called events, and then under that we have events related use cases or features. I know that we talked about some of the use cases. Let's move this over here. So we have this create meetups and this one. These two are the ones that we're going to work on first. But I think maybe the first one is missing, which is view created meetups. So this one, we are going to briefly create this slice first, but it's going to be only a placeholder. So this is basically the home page. Once an organizer log in, they are going to see the home page where they're going to see the created meetups. So let's, for now, just define this one. And later, if we want to change this use case, we can change it. Okay. So under this events folder, we're going to have a new folder. So this is going to be our first slice, but it's going to be a placeholder. So we're going to call it view created events. And then under that, we're going to have one Blazor component, and we can call it view created events component. This is basically our home page. So I'm going to have a slash as page directive. So it's going to conflict with this one. So we will have to delete, perhaps we're going to delete this whole thing. Okay, we're going to delete this whole thing. All right, so now we have this as a home page. And before we continue, I need to run the application, make sure that I can see this page. I know everything here is wrong, but I just want to run it and make sure I can see this. Okay, as you can see, I'm seeing this home page right now. And of course, these ones don't have anything anymore. So what we can do before we continue is let's go to nav menu. Actually, let's go to layout. Okay. And we can delete the sidebar because we don't need it anymore. And once we do that, if we run it again, we're going to see this plain page. Well, there is top bar, which we can use later, or I mean, we may replace this top bar with something else. But right now we're having a plain page. It's just a page without the sidebar, and that's what we want. Okay. So this is where we see the created events, right? So under here, the reason why I say this is a placeholder is because I want to have a button, right? And when I click on this button, I'm going to navigate away to the create event slice, right? The create event page component. So I can create a button, or I can just use a anchor element. I think I'm going to use the anchor element, which is going to be easier. Here, I'm going to call it /events/create, and then the class is going to be btn primary. So it's going to still look like a button, but it's indeed a anchor element. Okay. So this is all I have in the slides. It doesn't need any service yet, but later when we come back and load the events, load the created events, that's when we need the use case, which is, you can call it service, you can call it use case. I haven't made up my mind yet. Let's just go with the flow. So now I'm going to navigate. So clicking on this is going to take me to the create event slice. So that's why I'm going to go ahead and create another folder. So enter here, I'm going to call it create event. So this is another slice. And this is where we are going to have our page for creating an event. And because of that, I'm going to add a view model here. So I'm creating a class under the create event folder, and I can call it event view model. So here we're going to have a few properties here. We are going to use minimal efforts to make the application going. We are not going to create all of the properties to make it complete in one go. We're going to create little by little. That's my philosophy. So the second one, let's going to call it title, and we're going to add a question mark here. And then we're going to have a begin date and time. Okay, and after that, we're going to have a end date and time. Now we're also going to have location. So it's going to be a string. Let's keep it simple. Just one line of location. You just allow the user to enter the full address in one line. So I'm going to call it location. And then here, I'm going to have category. But this category, this is already a meetup. So for a meetup, a category is usually just whether it's an online meetup or is it in-person meetup. So I'm going to just use a string to indicate that, and then later we can have a let's say a enumeration to display this, and also to convert enumeration value into a string. And for a meetup or any type of event, a very common field or common property is capacity. Okay, so you're gonna meet up with someone, but how many people do you want to meet up? Right? Maximum. So this is the capacity. And then we're going to talk about the organizer ID now. So I'm going to actually create a organizer ID, but know that right now I'm only supporting one organizer, okay? Because I haven't started working on authentication, authorization, user registration. So anyone who uses, which is basically myself, who uses the web application is going to just see one list of events that I created. Right? There's only one user, and I'm having this organizer ID right here, but it's always going to be 0. So I'm going to just leave it like this. The other fields that are related to payment and price, I'm going to work on those later. And perhaps we're going to add a cover image. For each event, we allow the organizer to upload a image so that it can be displayed very nicely. Potential attendees can look at the image and discover your meetup. Okay, so these are the basic view models, but let's define some rules here. So we can use data annotation to define rules and do some validations very easily. For example, this one is required, and a begin date and an end date and time are also required. Location is not necessarily required because it's really based on the category, but I would say category itself is required, right? And capacity, because it is an integer, so let's make it simple. Let's say that it's not required, but if you leave the capacity as default, which is 0, that means it's unlimited. You can have a unlimited space. For example, if you're running a online events with a Zoom account and you have like an enterprise level of Zoom account and you have unlimited user can join, then you don't have to set the capacity. Organizer ID, I'm going to leave it as empty for now. I'm not going to control it because it's going to be controlled automatically eventually when we actually work with organizer. Right? It's going to be linked to the organizer who has logged on to the system. Okay, so these ones are good, and maybe the title we want to limit the string length, and we're going to say maximum length. Let's say we don't want the title to be too long. Let's say there's only 100 characters allowed, and then descriptions. I'm going to add another one, which is this one, descriptions. Let's say we have 500 description, and descriptions is not required. And for the category, as I mentioned, it's going to be an enumeration because we have two. One is we have two possibilities. One is in person, the other one is online. So I'm going to create an enumeration right now inside this create event folder. We want them to be all inside one folder to follow the vertical slice architecture. For some reason, while I'm recording, I'm not able to add the class, so I'm going to pause the recording, and then I'm going to add the class, and then I'm going to resume. I'm resuming recording now, and this one, I'm going to call it Meetup Categories Enum. And this is not a class. This is going to be a enumeration, and we have in person, and for this view model, I'm going to define some validation rules right here inside this view model. Some people don't like doing this, but I think it's okay. So I'm going to go down over here, and Visual Studio is suggesting me to do the initialization like this. I'm going to accept it. I think it's okay. And now I'm going to create a validation method here. I'm going to just say validate, and you can see that Visual Studio is smart enough to generate some of that. So begin date has to be earlier. I would say you can't let them to be the same, otherwise your meetup is lasting for 0 minutes. It doesn't make sense. So I'm going to do this. So as long as this is greater or equal to the end time, I'm going to return false. Otherwise, this is true. So I'm going to add some other rules. So here, I'm going to change this method to say this is validate dates. So I'm going to create some specific validations for specific things. So another validation is that location is required when the category is in person. So I'm going to say bowling, and validate capacity is something that Visual Studio generated, which makes sense, but I'm not going to use it because this actually reminds me that capacity, yeah, I'm going to add a range. I'm going to add a range annotation here, and then minimum is 1, and maximum, I'm going to say integer maximum value. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and try to do another one. Validate capacity is still showing this. I'm going to go ahead and do validate location. And then it's generating some code. I'm going to see whether I can use it. So if category equals in person to string and location is null or empty, and I'm going to change this to null empty or null or white space. So this is null or empty or white space. Then we're going to return false, otherwise we return true. Okay, and this also reminds me that if it's online, then we need a meetup link. So this is only required if the category is online. So same thing, validate meetup link. So Visual Studio is smart enough. All right. So same logic if category is online, and if meetup is null or white space, or meetup link is null or white space, then it's going to return false. Then this is going to return true. Any other things that we need to validate? I think we are good. So we have this event view model, and we are going to go inside this create event slice here and try to use this event view model in actual Razor component. So let's go ahead and try to create the component. Again, I'm not able to. So now I'm resuming recording. Coming back over here, let's call it create event or create meetup. Whether you want to call it event or meetup, it's up to you, because you can expand this project into a full event management system. And then instead of creating a clone of meetups.com, you can probably create a clone of eventbyte or ticketspice. So create event component.razor, and I'm going to just temporarily call it create event, just like this. And here, first of all, we're going to create a private field here, And the type of this is absolutely just the event create model, right? Just like this. It's generated for me. And unfortunately, it doesn't know where it comes from. This is weird. Why it doesn't? No, it's event view model. I don't know why it's saying event create model, but let's change it to event view model. And then change this one. Now we have the event view model. What we can do is to go ahead and create an edit form. Let's go down a little bit. Okay. So I'm gonna say edit form, and then the model is basically underscore event, and not sure why it doesn't show me the completion. Underscore event, yeah, underscore event view model. Let's change this as well. Copy this one over here, and let's close it quickly. Otherwise, there are too many red stuff. Okay, inside the edit form, I want to have data annotation validator, of course, and we're going to have a validation summary component as well. So validation summary component, and then we're going to have our bootstrap classes. So this is going to be, why it doesn't generate for me? Class, it was able to generate, it's showing something, it's just flashing, right? Div, okay, it's generated something for me. Let's see. Form group, yeah, let's try to use this. So we have title, we want the title to be here. That's correct, but we also want to close it, right, to get rid of the red squiggly line, and we also need validation message, and I'm going to say for title. Okay, now let's see whether it can generate the next one. Is it too fast? It doesn't generate. Okay, it doesn't want to generate anything for me anymore, so I'm going to just copy and paste it over here and just try to duplicate stuff. So we have title, we have description, so this one is going to be description, but this is description as well. Let's maybe if I change this one to description, it's going to help me. Is this going to? No, it doesn't. Okay, so this ID, I'm going to change this one to description as well, and this one to description. Okay, the next one is the dates. Is it the dates? Let's oh, now it's generating. Okay, so date. It just doesn't generate the complete thing, which I can't complain because it's already generating a lot of stuff for me. All right, so we don't have a date. We actually have a begin date time, begin date time. So let's go ahead and let's use begin date time, right? And let's copy this one over here. So once I'm here, I'm feeling a little bit difficulty of having just begin date time and end date time, because how am I going to receive the time portion along with date? I'm not able to do that, right? So what I can do is I have to go to event view model and then go up over here. I think if I add so if I have this one as date only and this one also change to date only. Now, if I have required and adding another one, and this one is going to be time only. So I'm going to say begin time. And I'm going to change this one to begin date and this one to end date, and duplicate this one to have end. This would be much better in terms of having a UI and bind to the edit form. But the problem is that the initialization and validation wouldn't work. So let's actually delete them and regenerate them. Let's say public and then event view model. So I'm just waiting for Visual Studio to generate code for me. So I have to take advantage of this AI thing. So begin date is, I'm using date only, right, from date time, and time only. So this is good. And then I'm going to still wait for AI to generate code for me. Okay, so let's take a look. If begin date is greater than end date, that's false. If begin date equals end date, but begin time is greater than end date, that's false. And otherwise, it's true. So this is pretty good logic. So we can work with this, hopefully. So let's go back to the UI. We don't have this property anymore. Let's work with begin date. And then let's just call this begin date. And this one is begin date. And this one is begin date as well. And this one. I'm going to duplicate this and change this one to end date. And I'm going to copy and paste these to these places. Okay, now I'm going to add another one. This is going to be the time only thing. So this is begin time. And then I'm going to go over here and say begin time. And I'm going to just duplicate this everywhere here. Okay. And now I'm going to copy this one and paste this one over here. And I'm going to do a search replace and search begin and change it to end and replace. So this begin doesn't change, but this begin changed to end. So everywhere is changed to end. It's good. All right. So far we have title, we have description, begin date, begin time, end date, end time. And let's check the model over here. What else are required? We have title, description. These are all required. Location is not required unless the category. So let's work with capacity and let's work with location. Okay, let's for now only work with what do you call it? The in-person. Okay, so we can come over, actually, let's come over here. Let's only work with in-person for now. So the category, I don't know why, it probably heard what I said. This immediately generated this line for me. Okay, so let's work with category, and then the location would be required now, right? Because our custom validation over here. So let's go in here and create another one. So here, I'm going to have the location, and this is input text, and change this, all of these to location. Maybe here, I'm gonna call it venue. Is it venue? Like this, venue address. This one to location. So as I mentioned, I want to have minimum code for now, and I think these satisfies all of the validation that we have so far. And capacity, maybe we're gonna deal with this later, but right now we just need to be able to actually save something into database. So we have this form, and then I'm gonna add a button over here. So this type is submit, and we can call it create. Yeah, we can call it create. And then maybe we're gonna add a space here, and then we're gonna have a cancel button. So if for some reason it knows what I'm gonna try to create. So going back to events, what is our URL? I think it's home. Is it homepage? Probably homepage. Well, let's use homepage. Eventually we have to change homepage to something else because we have organizers and we have attendees. Let's use homepage for now, and let's actually run this. I want to see whether the create event page components layout looks correct or not. So we have this created events thing, and we have this add button, but we didn't add the caption. So that's pretty weird. Let's go back over here. We didn't add this caption. So I'm going to say add, or let's call it create new event, or let's say create new meetup. Okay, we can call it event in the code, but in the caption, we want to say create new meetup. Now let's do a hot reload. Did I close it? Okay, probably I closed it. Okay, I didn't close it. Okay, so create new meetup. I'm going to click on this, and it's going to go to /events/create, and it says it's not there. So I'm going to just copy this, and probably I forgot to add the, I forgot to add the page director. This is very important. We add this page director to indicate this is a page component. Basically, it works as a page. Now, if I do a hot reload, changes cannot be applied. Okay, let's just rerun it. And then now let's click on this create new meetup, and we're seeing this form, right? We have a begin day, which is today's date, and then we have a begin time. Is it because I forgot to change the type? Time is, it's input date. This is wrong. So this needs to be changed to input, and then the type needs to be time, right? Because we don't have an input time component. You can see we don't have an input time result components. So I'm going to use just the element, and then we cannot use bind dash capital V. We can use lowercase v, and then we can say begin time. And let's copy this and paste it over, not this one, paste it over here to replace it. So this is not begin time, this is now time, and time, and we're going to copy this and replace this. All right, hopefully this time it works. Okay, it's refreshing, and now it's picking up the current time. You can see it picking up the current time. If I click on this, it has this nice control over here, and end date and end time. All right, that's pretty good. And if I click on the submit button, it should have validations going on here, and click on cancel button, goes back over here, and we can go back and forth. This functionality works pretty well. Now coming back over here, we can work on the submission here. So when I say onValid submit, so this onValid submit just means that it goes through the data annotation, right? Data annotation validation works. Then we're going to do our custom validation. So when I say create event, and then we go down over here, we can say private void, create event. And if we want to have this console write line, we can have, I don't think we need it for now, because especially this is Blazor Server, so we can definitely debug if we need to. Okay, so we have this event handler here to handle that submission. And first thing first, we're going to do a whole bunch of validations. So this event is only triggered when the view model here passes the data annotation. So definitely this is going to be having something. We don't need to validate whether it's null or not. Right? So what we can do is we can take this, and then copy this and do this and paste it over here, and then we can say dot validate. So it has many things. So we can validate dates, and if it falls, right? So if it's not validating, then we need to do something. We need to display the error message. But I'm going to hold on to that. I'm going to continue with my validation code. Okay, and say next validation is validate location. Okay, and then I'm going to paste it again, and then say I validate meetup link. Now we are going to have a error message in each one of those cases, but I don't want the error message to come from outside. So I'm going to modify, I'm going to go inside here. I'm going to change this to string. Okay, so if nothing is wrong, I'm going to return string.empty. Otherwise, I'm going to return the actual error message. So here, for example, I'm going to say begin date should be earlier than end date. And this one, I'm going to say begin time should be earlier than end time. This one also change to return string. And I can say location is required. If I want to be specific, I say location is required for meetup. And here, I'm going to just return string.empty. So same thing here, I'm going to return string.empty, but here I'm going to say the meetup link grammatically correct. So I'm going to say the meetup is required for online in-person meetups, online meetup. And I'm going to change this one too. Okay, now go back to the UI. So here, make sure it returns empty string. And if it's not empty string, I'm not going to go ahead and create an event, but I'm going to create an error message here, and I'm going to initialize it. And then this error message is going to be assigned to validate dates, and then I'm going to test the error message. If it's not empty, that means validation failed. Right? I'm going to return and display that error message. So same thing here. I'm going to do, so actually I'm going to combine this and this together, and then I'm going to duplicate this 2 times, and I'm going to delete these two, and change this one to validate location, and this one validate link. Okay, and then we have different error message returned over here, and the error message needs to be displayed on the top over here. And since we're using Bootstrap, so we can use a Bootstrap alerts. Okay, so if you go to Documents, right, and scroll down and go to Components, you can see we have alerts. And the alerts are basically a ribbon, and you can place it anywhere you want. And in order to create it, for example, if we want to use for validation purposes, we can use this alert -danger, and then we can copy this and come over here. We're going to place it on the very top, right? So this can actually be extracted out, but we're going to work on extracting this out later. So here we can say we're going to have a error message. Actually, this has to be declared on the top, so like this, and then this can be deleted. So the error message is going to be displayed right here. But if it has nothing, then we're not going to display it. So when I say if it's not something, if it's not empty, then I'm going to display it. Remove this. I'm going to use the generated code. All right. So here we're going to perform our saving logic, right? But we're going to keep it empty for now. Let's run the application. Make sure the custom validations also work. Okay. Something wrong is this. Oh, returning equals. That's wrong. We're returning empty. Okay. Run the application again. Okay. So we have this, and then we have this actual parentheses here. I don't know where it comes from. Let's fix this first of all. So on the top, let's go to the top. Okay. So we have this actual parentheses. Let's remove it. Run it again. Now it displays rejoining the server. And so first of all, we need to pass these logic here. So I'm going to say meetup1, and then capacity must be between 1 and, so capacity right now is 0, so that's wrong. So let's fix this. I want it to be from 0. Okay, and rerun it. Okay, now change. Now enter the first meetup, and then click on create. So it says the location is required for in-person meetup because our meetup is currently initialized as a in-person meetup, right? So therefore, location is required. I'm going to enter location. So I'm going to say first Bloor Street, Toronto, Ontario. And then if I click on create button, it's fine. It passes all the validations. So let's trigger some wrong things. I'm going to change this one. To April 2nd, okay, and then click. So begin date should be earlier than end date. This validation works. Let's change it back. And then the time thing. So this time we're going to change it to, maybe change this time. Maybe change this one to 7. Click on create. It validates the begin time, which is correct. If I change the one to 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. But 2 p.m. is already in the past. That's a new validation that we need to work on, right? So let's go to here, validation date. So we need to merge the begin time with the begin date, and also we need to merge the end time with the end date. In order to do that, I can create something like date time, and then I'm gonna say combined begin date time. I'm going to combine them together, and it's actually generating the logic for me, right? Everything is generated properly. Okay, I'm going to use this logic, and I'm going to do the same thing for end time, and it hurt me, so it created this line for me. All right, now I'm going to display the error message. So this is exactly what I want. So if the begin date time is smaller than now or earlier than now, that is wrong, right? And same thing with the end. So here, if I do this, is it going to generate it? So combined end date time should be, if it's smaller, then it's wrong. And also if, so here, and then add equal sign. But then in this case, other logic I need to cover. Yeah, I can have this. Okay, I think all of these validations are good, and we need to make sure we test these validations. Okay, let's come over here and let's call it meetup1 again, and let's make sure the begin time is not in the past. So I'm going to change to 3 p.m. right? right now, did I change it to 3 p.m.? Not yet. Right now it's 6:38 p.m. Right? So this begin time is not valid. So it says the begin date and time should be in the future. This validation is correct. So I'm going to change to 7. Okay, and then click on create. And then it's saying, well, the begin time should be earlier. So then I'm going to change this one to 10 p.m. Okay, and then click on this, and then it's going to complain about location, and I'm going to just say Toronto Street, whatever. Right. And what else do we need to cover? To cover the case that it's more than 2 days, more than 24 hours. So let's change the ones to April 3rd. And then click on this, and it says the event should not last more than 24 hours. All of the custom validation also work. Now we can continue. Now let's continue working on the creating event service, and then we can use the service to actually save the event. Okay, so right now the validation logic is here, and once we create the service, we're going to move the validation logic into the service. So let's go ahead and try to create a service right now. Let's go to create event folder, and then let me pause the video, try to create a class. Now this service, I'm going to just call it create event service, and all of the logic that for creating the event will go over here. So we will have a constructor, but we're not going to use it now. We're probably going to use it later. First of all, we can have a validation method here, and we can have it returning a string, and we can say validate event, and then we can pass in the event. And for that, we can say event view model, and then pass in the event like this. Now we can use the event view model to validate it. But first of all, in this case, we want to cover the case where the event view model is now. So we can say if it's now, then we need to return an error message. I'm going to say the event is now, and that's it. Otherwise, we're going to return empty string at the end. But then once the event view model is not empty, then we can use the other validation logic, which we don't have to write it again. We can go to the component, and then I'm going to take this, cut it, and paste it over here. Now I need to declare this error message variable and assign empty string at the beginning. And then I'm going to change these variables to event view model. So each one of these returns will return the error message. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, this one here as well. So this is our validate logic, and we have these green squiggly lines. It doesn't recognize that I've tested the null value already, so I can use a else statement. And then I'm going to move the logic inside. So now we are facing these green squiggly lines, that because I have a string without question mark, so this would help. So we have error message, and we're validating, and if the error message has a value, we're just returning the error message. And by the end, if there's nothing, if validation passes, we'll just return empty string. So now we can use the create event service inside the component. And before we do that, we can do a dependency injection. In the program.cs, we come to the top where we can use the builder.services collection to add that. So we can say add transient, and now I can add the create event service. Then I can go back to the create event component over here and go to the top, and then I'm going to do a dependency injection into the component. So create event service can be injected like this, and then come down over here and do create event service and validate event. And I'm going to say error message equals this. And we have to pass in the event view model like this, and then we get this. Oh, we'll return an error message. Okay, we're going to work on the save event later, but right now we want to test our create event service for validation purpose. So let's run our application. Let's click on this create new meetup, And then these two we'll have to fill up first because it's data annotation. Now you can see that the dates validation are working, well, at least start working. So I'm going to change this to be in the future. Begin date and time should be in the future. Well, this logic is wrong. Let's go back over here and see. All right, so it wants the begin date and time to be in the future. So I'm going to change this one to April 3rd. And the time, I'm going to change it to 12. But it cannot be 12 a.m. It's to 12 p.m. And then I'm going to click on Create button. Now it's validating location. Right, so I'm just going to enter some address and then click on the Create button. So now it passes all the validation, which means that our Create Event service is working for at least validation purpose. And then we're going to continue with actually saving the event to a database. I'm going to first of all add my code to source control. Click on Create and Push. Now, because we're saving data, we're going to use Entity Framework Core. And for that purpose, we're going to come down over here and click a new, create a new folder, and I'm going to call it data. And inside the data folder, I'm going to create a subfolder, and I'm going to call it entities. And for now, we're going to have one entity, which is the event. And the view model would be almost exactly the same. I think in this case, it will be the same. So let's go ahead and go to the event, the features folder here. And then let's basically just copy this event view model over. So I'm going to copy the whole thing. And then I'm going to go to the entity folder, click create a new class. And this, I'm going to just call it event. So I'm going to replace this with what I copied, and then I'm going to remove this. Okay, we probably don't need a constructor in this case. And definitely we don't need validations. So we can, these validations, because we already have validations in the view model. And then we're going to leave these data annotations on here, especially the string length. So when we use Entity Framework Core, these data annotations can be detected by Entity Framework Core in order to determine some restrictions on each one of these fields in the database table. So I'm going to go ahead and create another class. And I can call this one application DB context. And this class will derive from DB context. So of course it doesn't actually have DB context because we need to add packages, NuGet packages. So let's go ahead and try to add 3 different NuGet packages. Let's go to browse, and then I'm going to search Entity Framework Core. Well, I don't know why it knows exactly what I need. So I do need Entity Framework Core.SQL Server. So I'm going to click on install and I accept. And then for migration purpose, I need Entity Framework Core.design as well as Entity Framework Core.tools. And it's right here. So we have tools and design. So I don't know whether Visual Studio is just listening to me. Hopefully one day I can just say, I want to make this project, and the Visual Studio will generate the project. Okay. So design is installed, or is it tools installed? I forgot which one I clicked on. Okay, tools are installed, and now let's install the design package. Okay, design package is also installed. Now we can go back over here, and then we can do a control dot to import a namespace. Now we have DB context right here. Now we're going to create a constructor in order to configure the application DB context to target specific connection strings. And again, Visual Studio is so smart that it knows exactly what I want to do. So I'm just going to accept everything. So DB context options, I'm passing in the same class as this. So we're saying that we're going to configure for this DB context with the options that later we're going to configure in the program.cs file. And then we don't need to do anything inside the constructor. We just need to pass the options to the base class in order to basically at least to pass the connection strings to DB context. Okay? And then we're going to set up one table. So a DB set is basically a table, and we're going to use the event, and that's it. We're using plural, and I like to use a question mark over here. And for now, we only have one table and we can follow convention. We don't need to override the on model creating and build any relationships or change column constraints or definition. We don't need to do that. We can just follow all of the constraints. So we have this, and then we can go to program.cs to try to configure entity framework core. So let's go to program.cs over here, and now we can configure DB context. And by even just writing this comment, you can see that Visual Studio knows exactly what I want to do. But there is actually a problem. Let's accept this code first, and then we're going to actually import a namespace so it knows where this class comes from. But we cannot use DB context. We have to use DB context factory. Okay, so we have talked about this. I haven't talked about this in this video, but I have talked about this in my Blazor courses. I have 2 Blazor courses where I talk about everything about Blazor. One of them is a deep dive course. The other one is a project based. So the reason why I have to use factory is because we're using Blazor Server. And because we're using Blazor Server, we're using Signal channel, which sustains a WebSocket channel, and it lasts forever. Well, it's not forever, but almost forever, which means that the interactions between the browser and the server can cross many interactions. And this makes it a multi-threading scenario. But Entity Framework Core is not thread safe. Therefore, if we just use regular add DB context, it's going to create an instance of the DB context, and it doesn't know exactly when to dispose it. If we use a DB context factory, it's going to create a short-lived DB context. Is always going to be immediately disposed. So it's much safer. Now, we don't use the in-memory database. We're going to use SQL Server, right? And then we're going to just get a connection string from the configuration, although we haven't configured yet, but we're going to just create it right now. So we can call it default connection, or we can change the name. Let's just go with default connection. Well, later we're going to have identity. So default connection, yeah, let's go ahead with default connection, and later we can have another name for the configuration. So let's go to app settings.development.json, and then here we can have configuration connection strings, and then here I can see the default connection string is blah. So we don't have the database yet, but we can go to Server Explorer, and let's try to add a connection. And I'm going to connect to my local SQL Server. If you don't have SQL Server installed, try to install the SQL Server. I cannot use Windows Authentication. In your case, in most cases, you should use Windows Authentication. In my case, it's just that something wrong with my SQL Server installation. So I'm going to use SQL Authentication and use SA. Password is probably this one. I'm not too sure. And don't forget to check this. You have to check this. Okay, and then I'm going to open it up. If this works, it's going to open up, because I don't remember the password now. So yeah, okay, so my password works. So I'm gonna re-enter the password. Just make sure I do remember the password. Okay, the last. Okay, I'm gonna select master database because I don't have a database yet, and then I'm gonna click on OK. All right, so this connects. It basically revives my previous connection, and then I'm gonna go to properties, and here I have the connection string property here. I'm going to copy this and paste it right here. Now you can see that the password, it doesn't like it. Well, it's try to hide it. I'm gonna just enter my own password right here. Make sure you have this trust server certificate equals to true. And then the initial catalog, I'm going to just change it to Meetups, or you can call it anything. Okay, so we have the connection string right here configured. We're pulling the connection string using the options, and then we configure the add DB context factory. So this option that contains the connection string will be used inside here, right, to configure application DB context. So I think we have everything configured for creating a database with only one table, and later we're going to run migrations to add multiple other tables. So now let's go to Tools and NuGet Packaging Manager right here. So my recording has to be paused, otherwise Visual Studio doesn't work. So I'm going to pause it and continue later. Okay, so I went to Tools and NuGet Packaging Manager, and then this NuGet Packaging Manager console is opened. So I'm going to say Add Migration, and I'm going to call the initial migration just init. And I only have one project, so I don't have to be careful about the default project. But if you have multiple projects, then you need to make sure that you have the correct project selected right here. Okay, so I'm gonna hit enter right here, and then you can see that it starts building already. All right, so the initial migration C# class is created, and where is it? So it should be created. Okay, so it's created right here. That's fine. We can leave the folder right here. We don't have to always customize folders. So you can see that initial migration class is created right here inside the migration folder. And we have a create table. We have a up method and down method. All of the columns are created. So you can see the event ID by convention is treated as a primary key. And with an increment, right? So it's this identity with 1 and 1, a primary key, which corresponds to the event ID. Okay, so now we can run migration. But before we run migration, let's open up SQL Server Management Studio. Let's log in and let's open up databases. And you can see that we don't have Meetups database yet. And let's go over here and let's run the update database command. And we can specify a specific migration, or we can just use the latest. So we don't have to specify the migration name. So I'm going to just say update database using the latest migration. Now it says build succeeded. Now it's running all of the SQL command into create database and create a table. So now if I go to database node and refresh, and where is my meetups? Right here. So open it up. I have table right here. This is my one table. Well, another table. This is the migration history. Okay, so we have this table created with many columns over here, and later we're gonna modify these with migrations. But right now I have this one table created, and I can use the application DB context now. So the way to use it, let's go to create event service right here. I'm going to dependency inject the application DB context factory right here. So I have to, well, I can't just dependency inject the application DB context. I have to inject the factory. Okay, so IDB, and then I say context factory, and then I provide the DB context type. So in my case, it's application DB context, and I can say this is a context factory, and then I can do a control dot to create an assign field like this. Okay, this Visual Studio helps me to do that. I don't have to write all of this code. So I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to go down. So validation is on the top, or you can say it's on the bottom. So I'm going to keep it on the bottom. So inside this create service, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say void, and then you can see it just automatically generate everything for me. I'm going to just accept it. Okay, and then we're going to examine what is actually going on here. So I have this context factory, and then it's creating the context for me by calling the correct method. So factory create DB context. And then we're using a keyword here, right? So this one is going to dispose the created variable once this variable goes out of context, which is this curly brace. Okay, so it's great. It's great. So in order to get rid of the green squiggly line, I'm going to use this, and then entities.event. Well, let's just delete this, and then I'm going to do a control dot, and I'm going to import namespace automatically on the top right here. Okay, So it does all of the mapping for me. I don't even need to use auto mapper. And for demonstration papers, I'm not going to use auto mapper. If you want to use it, you can use it. And here I have a choice to use the async version or just synchronous version. I think I'm going to use asynchronous version. I'm going to change this to async and then task. And then if you want, you can say create event async, or you don't have to. Right, this is just a convention that I decide to follow this time. You don't have to actually have to follow. Okay. So now I'm going to change this one to save changes async. And because I used async, so I need to use await. All right. So what is happening here is that we pass in the event view model, and then we create an actual model, right, actual event model. We add that to the context, right, the DB context. And then we're calling save changes. So when this happens, entity from core is going to go into the DB context and find all of the ones that are marked as changed. In this case, this is a new, right? So basically that's still a change because it wasn't there before. And then it calls the save changes method to save all of the things that have been changed to database. Basically generates corresponding SQL statement and push the changes to the database. Okay, so now I have this and I can use it in the component. So I'm going to do a control comma, and then I'm going to say create event component. As the project becomes bigger, we can use control comma to navigate. We don't have to use the solution explorer all the time. So let's try control comma, and then let's go to the eraser component. Okay, so here I'm going to say if error message, if the error message actually has stuff in it, I'm gonna just return, right, like this. Otherwise, we're gonna go ahead and save it. So for saving it, I think it generated some code for me. Okay, so good. So we have this create event, but it should be create event async, right? And then there's a green squiggy line. So here I can say async and task, and here I can do await. All right. So let's give it a try and see whether we can save the event in the database. Let's run the application again. Let's click on the create new meetup, and then let's say meetup 1. This is the first meetup, and then we're going to change this to be, let's say tomorrow, or next Monday. Okay, next Monday, 10 a.m. to, again, next Monday, let's say 11:30 a.m. So 1.5 hours, and then click on create. Now location is required, and let's enter a proper address. So First Bloor Street, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I don't know what the postal code is. I'm gonna create it without the postal code. So clicking on the create button is supposed to create an event in the database. Let's hope that happens. All right, I think it's created. We probably need to navigate away from the screen, but don't worry about it. Let's go to the database, and let's right click on this and select top 1000. Let's see whether we have a row in the table. Okay, so we do have a row in the table. Let's check the dates. So next Monday from 10 to next Monday 11:30. That is exactly correct. And now I'm going to check in my code over here. I'm going to just use the master branch. So here we're going to say create event in the data. Let's say implemented, saving the created event in the database, in the SQL Server, and push. Now, in order to actually see the events, we're going to actually implement this view created meetups. Okay, we need to do this because I originally planned to do the create meetups and this one in this first video. So maybe we need to change it to create this and view it right here. So this will be in the first video, and the rest I have to rearrange. Okay, so let's go ahead and deal with the other slice. So we completed one slice. Now you have a taste of the vertical slice architecture. Well, I have a taste of that. This is actually indeed the first time I try this architecture. I do still have doubts with this architecture. I would still prefer at this moment, I only tried one slice, I still prefer the clean architecture, like the basic clean architecture without mediator, without CQRS. I think that architecture will be very good for big projects, whereas these vertical slice is probably only good for smaller size project. But I have a bias. I just have a bias at this moment. I do see some benefits of using this. You can see all of the related stuff for this use case is within one folder. So you are able to locate the things that it's very good for maintenance later. And usually what's actually creating problems for a software development project is really this part. Once you finish the project and then just a few months later, a change that needs to be made, and you just very hard to locate the code that is all related to just one use case, right? You take the functional design document like this, and you look at this, oh, create a meetup. So where is it? Because whether it's a clean architecture or not, most of the architecture is horizontal slices, right? Horizontal layers. And those horizontal layers are very often, they're made not based on business logic, but based on technologies. So that makes it very hard to locate the stuff that you want. With the clean architecture that I'm referring to, at least you can locate the use case. But comparing with vertical slice, almost everything is within one folder. From that point of view, it's definitely easier for maintenance. Probably because of this, you have fewer chances to make mistakes. Okay, so let's go ahead with implementation for the next slice, which we have already started at the beginning, right? Which is the view created events. So once we created this, let's go back to the create event component over here. So once this succeeds, we're going to have to navigate away, right? Navigate way to this view created events component, which is another page, right? So over here, I'm going to dependency inject something else, and that is our navigation manager. And let's scroll down over here and let's use our navigation manager to navigate away to the root. And at least for now, the created events component is the root. So we're navigating to here. Now between this line and this line, we need to create a list of components, right? And for that, we're going to go ahead and create a service. So right click. I hope this time, okay, it doesn't work. Let me pause the video. So we need to create the service. And usually we just follow the convention with using the same wording as the folder. So I'm going to call this view created event service. And again, we need to dependency inject the IDB context factory. And with the application DB context in it, I'm going to do a control dot. And now we're going to get the events. You can see that Visual Studio suggests this. Let's try to see whether this is good or not. So control dot to import the namespace. Now we have context. And then now you can see that here, I think it's complaining that this could be empty, right? So what if I just add this one here? Well, it doesn't fix the problem. I don't know why. It doesn't fix the problem. So what we can do is, if this result is null, we know it's not going to be null, but it's just Visual Studio wants to be extra safe. So we can say task.from result, and then we can create a new list of event like this. And if we use another parenthesis around this, yeah, that removes the green screen line. Okay, so we are basically loading all of the events from the events table. Right. Of course, later this has to be changed, probably for multiple reasons. And one of the main reasons is that we're only loading events for a particular organizer, right? And later we might implement filtering because we don't want to load all of the past events because the user may not want to load all of the past events. But for now, let's load all of the events, and then we can go back and see how we can implement this one. So here, of course, first of all, we're going to dependency inject the view created event service. Right? We're going to do it this way. And I forgot to do the dependency injection here. So let's do it here as well. So builder.services, view created event service. I'm going to import namespace. And then let's go back over here. So here we need to initialize some code here. So let's see whether Visual Studio generate codes. Okay, so Visual Studio generates something for me. And now I just realized that we have a view model for the event, and we have an actual event model. So for this particular project, it may not make too much sense to use view model. One thing is because for this project, most of the objects would be exactly the same for the view model and for the actual model. It's not an API, and secondly, it's not an API project where the data is going to be transferred over the internet, and you want to hide some of the sensitive information. So if you want, go ahead and just remove the view model and just directly use the actual model itself, then you can do that. You save yourself some time for converting between view model and the actual model. But for this video, I'm going to just stick with view model and the actual model. And then we're going to use AutoMapper. Yeah, I was saying that we don't need to use AutoMapper, but looking at this, well, as I'm programming, I feel like I need to use AutoMapper because I don't want to convert things all the time. Okay, let's use AutoMapper. Let's go to Solution Explorer and let's go new Git package. Well, you can come over here, go to Browse, and let's search for AutoMapper. So AutoMapper, and it should have this AutoMapper extensions. Microsoft dependency injection. I think this is the one that we want to use for a ASP.NET Core project. Click on install. Okay, so it's installed, and now let's go to the shared folder and let's create a mapping profile. So I'm going to say this is a mapping profile, and this derives from profile, and I'm going to do a control dot to import namespace AutoMapper. And once I have this, I can try to accept you can see that it generated this mapping for me. So this is mapping from view model to the actual model. And I'm going to create another one to match from the actual model to the view model. Okay. And now let's go to the one that we created already, which is the create event service. And over here, I'm going to create a new method. I'm going to say new variable, and this is going to be I'm going to call it event entity equals, and then I can use mapper. So the way to use mapper is, first of all, you need to dependency inject the mapper inside it, and you can use mapper, and using mapper, you do control dot to initialize the field. So we have a mapper right here, and we can use the mapper like this, and it generated the code for me. So we're going to map from the event view model to the actual model here. So this one is the actual model, right? And then instead of doing this, we're going to say event entity, feed the event entity over here. Okay, so now let's go back and see whether we can actually, let's delete this. It's automatically generated for me. So now I'm going to rerun the application. Okay, rerun the application. The purpose of this is to verify that the code that we created previously for creating the event still works. We don't want to write a lot of code and then test. We want to write a little bit and test a little bit. So where this problem comes from. So view created service. I think it's probably we're missing a parenthesis. Okay, let's run it again. I just realized I didn't do a dependency injection. So I need to come to program.cs and do the dependency injection. So this is adding services to container. This is configuring DB context. Let's add automapper. Oh, it's already doing that. Does it generate code for me? Okay, it does. Okay, good. So we have the mapping profile injected, and let's run it again. All right, let's go over here and let's create meetup number 2. And description, this is our second meetup. Okay, and I'm going to change this one to from Thursday to Thursday. And then this is to 12 p.m. And then I'm going to create this. And I'm going to say this is 2nd Bloor Street, Toronto, Ontario. And click on the create button. All right, let's go over here, run the query again. So we do have our second event, which means that our automapper is working properly. So then we can come back to the folder over here. So remember I was saying that we can use control comma to navigate, but because we're not actually using layered data structure, layered architecture. So all of the code we're looking at is actually within one folder. I mean, almost, right? Probably over 90%. So we don't need to worry too much about control comma. We can just use Solution Explorer and then just go to the slice and we have everything there. Okay, so here we need to go to view created events here. So instead of returning event, we're going to return event view model. So like this. And then we need to think about where we place the view model. Right, so replacing within this is probably not a good idea, because we're dealing with events here, and let's actually keep this events view model inside here. So I'm not too sure. We're gonna probably deal with, because the way we structure this is we have events, right, and then we have structured this is that we have organizer goals and then we have attendee goals. So even for the attendee goals, we have RSVP. And yeah, let's just for now, things are not clear. I'm not actually sure where to properly place this event view model, because I was thinking about dragging this inside the event folder. At this moment, I'm thinking about maybe I shouldn't put the events here as the folder name here, right? I should say like user goals, or there might be a better way to structure this. So let me think about that for a little bit. I'm thinking there could be a more reasonable way to structure the folder to have the folder structure. But for now, let's go with the existing one. I just feel like it's a little bit strange when I have to say get events and then I'm returning a event view model, and this event view model comes from a different slice. I feel a little bit strange. So, but let's go with that, and then we're going to fix that later. Because for me, it's actually the first time to use vertical slice as well. So let's try to learn together. So this is returning a list of actual events, right? So we need to convert this into this. So here I can say return. Well, before I do that, I need to, again, dependency inject the mapper stuff, the mapper variable here. And once I do that, I can come over here. I say mapper, and then it generates the stuff for me. Okay, I think I think this is correct. Okay, so now I'm going to copy this. Did I actually do the dependency injection? So program.cs. So I did it already. Okay. So now let's go to Solution Explorer. Let's go to components. And I did this already. So here I want to override. I don't want to override the uninitialize. I want to override the after render async. Yeah, I want to do this. And I do need to check whether it's the first render or not. Well, the reason why I use this instead of the uninitialize is because of the pre-render for a Blazor server, well as for Blazor WebAssembly. Right? For both, you're going to encounter this pre-render issue. And one of the ways to solve this problem is to use after render async. And then you just implement this. If it's the first render, then you do your initialization inside this if statement. So this is where I'm going to load my event. So created events view model, there isn't this class name. It's a event view model, right? And then I'm going to do a control dot to import a namespace. Again, it's pretty weird to import from another slice. I know that. I need to think about that and then come back and solve that problem. Okay, so bear with me. So inside here, we need to do our initialization, and I'm going to use this to load all of the events. Right, so here I'm going to say async, and then I'm going to say event await. So I do have all of the events right here. Well, I shouldn't use events. I'm going to use created events like this because I already created that variable there. Okay, so I have the created events, and then between these two lines, like I said, I need to render the HTML markup. So if created events is not now, and at the same time, the created events count is greater than 0, now I'm going to render the events here. So how should I do this? I think it makes more sense to actually display in a table, in an HTML table, because for the organizers, if I'm an organizer, I want to see each one of the events, and I want to see important information about the event, like the begin time and end time, the capacity, the attendee that is already registered, right? I need to see all those information. At this moment, I don't have all of that information, but I think a HTML table is it's better for that purpose. So I'm gonna have a table, and then I'm gonna use just a table class. And as you can see, as long as you wait for a little bit, it generates a lot of stuff for you. So I'm gonna accept it. And one of the things I want to change is that I want to also add the table dash striped class here. So I don't want to display the description, but I do want to display the datetime. But I'm gonna delete this row, right? And I'm gonna delete this row. I mean this column. And I'm gonna delete the location as well. Do we actually have capacity? Yeah, we do have capacity. So coming back over here, I think we do need to have capacity displayed here. Capacity, all right. And description, we don't need it. But for the begin date and time, I want to show them together. So I don't need this column. And let's try to just put them together with a space like this, and then we'll see what it looks like. Okay. And same thing with the end date time. I'm going to go over here and delete this end time. Location we don't need. We do need the capacity. And later we can add like registered attendees once we work on the attendee goals. Okay, now will it work? So here, once we do this, we need to call the state as changed. Otherwise, it's not going to re-render this. Yeah, I think we're okay. Let's try this. Let's try to run the application again. We do already have existing events created like this, so we should be able to see at least 2 events. Okay, so you can see we have 2 events. We don't have any capacity because when we create the events, we didn't have the capacity field, and 0 just means unlimited, right? So This, we can add a little bit logic at the UI level, because it's actually a UI logic. Well, at least you can consider this as a UI logic. So we can say that if this equals to, well, we can have explicit Blazor expression like this. So if it's 0, then I'm going to say unlimited. Otherwise, we can say created event capacity to string. And did I make a mistake here? It doesn't like the syntax. Okay, so it doesn't like the syntax. That's fine. We can use some code block here. So we can do something like this, and then we can accept the logic. So it says if capacity is 0, then we display this. Otherwise, we display created event capacity. So as you can see, you can actually use Visual Studio's AI capability, right? Do something like, if I cut it off and then I say, if capacity is 0, then display unlimited. Otherwise, display the actual capacity, right? And then you make this a comment, right? By doing Control KC. Now, if you hit enter and wait a little bit, it's going to generate this code for you. And of course, it doesn't know that this part needs some special treatment, but we can add that. We can add the text element, special element. So this is good, and let's run it again. So here's displaying unlimited for both events, and that's correct. And we do have the begin date and time displayed properly for each event. Okay. So now let's try to follow the structure that we have already. Let's click on the create meetup, and then let's create meetup number 3. And we say this is the 3rd meetup. The time, let's say we're gonna do May 1st to May 2nd. Let's see. Then we have location issue. So and say first Toronto Street. I don't know whether there is Toronto Street or not in Toronto, but let's try to do this. So this is 24 hours. I don't know why it doesn't complain. I thought I implemented this validation that should be less than 24 hours. So let's go over here. Do we have a 24 hours thing here? Yeah, we do. So it's probably, let's try to, I need to verify that this logic still works. I need to do this. So begin date should be in the future. Okay, so let's change this to that. And then this one to 5 and click on create. Okay, so I guess it was considering my previous event, meetup number 3, was using a correct duration. Okay, click on cancel and coming back to created events. Everything looks correct. So now let's check in the code. So implemented view created events slice. Well, not completely implemented, but this is just our first try. So let me check in the code. And now I need to address one issue before we continue. I don't think I need this events folder to group these slices. I want to use a simpler approach. So I need to reorganize these things. I'm going to move this directly into the features folder so that under features, we just have slices. Okay, so, and then let's delete this events folder. I don't have anything in it, so let's just delete it. And then click on OK. Okay, so we have the create event folder, we have the view created events folder. So now if we open up the features folder, we see both, and both of them are slices. Okay, so it's very clear that each one of the folders are just slices. And later, once we have many features, we might want to group them. I just don't want to introduce complexity at the very beginning. It's not actually a good practice. I wasn't thinking clearly at the beginning. So now let's use a very simple approach at the beginning, and then later, if we need to have that complexity to handle the complexity nature of the project, then we can introduce a better grouping. So here we have this, This solved my problem, but we have this event view model that is right here, and this is wrong too, because it's also referenced by this, and we have different approaches to solve this problem. Okay, so and this is actually a typical problem with the vertical slice project. How do you handle shared objects? Okay. One approach is that you recreate this definition for every single slice, and that doesn't make too much sense for me. Coming from a layered architecture, I just feel wrong to duplicate the view model for each one of these slices. Especially the view model will be exactly the same. Of course, it will be simpler because we don't need the validations for the view created events. And that's definitely a consideration. Now I'm thinking about it. If I don't need the validations, I just need to copy this and then just duplicate it here. Well, that's a consideration. However, it also means that whenever you need to make a change, you just have to go through all of the event view models in different slices and make a change to each one of them. So that would be a pain. I don't like that. Of course, the second, I would believe that's the only second approach. Right? There are only two approaches. The second solution to this is to just do it in the shared folder. So I tend to use the second one. I'm gonna just right click, and it doesn't allow me to do it. I'm gonna pause the video. You see what I just did? I created this view models folder, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drag this view model into the view models folder right here. Okay, and yeah, it adjusted namespace. That's pretty good. It's automatically adjusted the references as well, and you can see that it changes 13 files. Mapping also, you can see automatically the namespace are adjusted. So hopefully everything still works. And let's run the application. I'm gonna do a Control Shift B to build the solution, because my right click on the solution explorer doesn't work. So now you can see we still have some namespace referencing issues. So let's solve those problems. So it doesn't know where this come from, right? So we'll have to, I think we can come over here and copy this and go to our imports. And then let's go over here and just paste this. Hopefully this solved our problem already. Let's go to error list. Go over here. Well, it doesn't work. Event service it doesn't recognize. That's really weird because it's in the same folder. This is pretty weird. Maybe there's some issue here and I don't see the issue. That's pretty weird. Let's try to do a build again. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna close the solution, and I'm actually gonna close Visual Studio, and then I'm gonna reopen it. You see the color coding is not coming. Something is definitely wrong after we reorganize the folder. Now it's coming. It's just taking a little bit of time. So it's still complaining I don't have the create event service. That's really, really weird because it's in the same folder. So I'm gonna do a control dot and I import a namespace here. I don't feel like this is correct, but I don't know why it's doing this. It's probably just because we removed the events folder. So I don't think we need this anymore. We do need this, and this service should, anyways, everything should be working now. Let's do a Control Shift and B again. Okay, the build succeeded, and let's run the application. Okay, so we're loading the created events already. Let's go ahead and try to create some events. Before we create events, let's go cancel, coming back, and we're still loading the events. That's good. Let's go ahead and try to create another one. This time, meetup number 4. And this is the 4th meetup. And we're going to change this one to, let's say, May 28th to May 28th as well. And the time will be, let's say, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. venue is just some random address. Click on create. Now everything looks good, everything's working. Let's stop here for now, and then we will continue from the next video. If you enjoy watching this type of video, definitely please give me a like. This is really going to help me to grow YouTube channel and continue providing free contents like this. All right, we'll see you in the next one. Although we had some basic functionalities for the Create Meetup page, if we look at this view model, we still have many things that we didn't implement. For example, we didn't generate the Meetup link yet. The categories we didn't expose yet. The capacity we didn't expose yet. So all of these are not implemented. But for now, what I want to actually do is to implement the cover image. The cover image is actually pretty important for the potential attendees to actually discover and be extracted to the meetup. So we are going to work on that first. So what I'm going to do here is that actually I'm going to still keep the organizer property at the last, but just above that, I want to create two fields. The first one is a field that is used to actually hold the URL to the cover image. I don't want to store the image directly in the database. I want to allow the user to upload the image to the web server, which I will put it under the www root folder. And then I only store the image URL in the database. That's why I need this image URL field. And also another one that I need in order for the user to actually upload the image is the actual cover image property. For that, I'm going to create a property and I'm going to use the iBrowser file. Right? This represents the data of the file that you want to upload. Right? And then I'm going to use this to hold the cover image. And this is actually a required field because people need to actually upload the image. So it's required, and I can say error message equals to please upload an image for the meetup. Now, once I have these two views, then I can go to the component. Oh, by the way here, since I'm here in the view models folder, I think this meetup categories enum should be also in the shared folder, but it's not a view model. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just drag it into the shared folder. I think that'll be okay. So let's go to create event component and let's make some changes to allow the upload of the image. So I'm going to place the upload component here. And for that, I add this line break, and then I'm going to copy this and paste it over here to create another field. So this one is going to be called cover image, and it's going to be cover image field here. Of course, this is going to be input file instead of input text. And I'm going to copy this field. I'm going to paste it here, here, and then validation image is not, it is actually for the cover image. Okay. Now for input file, we're not using this binding property here. We're going to use onChange. And we can say handle image upload, and we're going to copy this and paste it here when we create the method. So, well, it started generating code for me. So I'm going to accept it and see what it does actually. I actually don't like this. I'm going to delete it. So first of all, I'm going to assign the e.file to the cover image property here. And then I'm going to say if the event view model dot cover image is null, and it generates the error message. The error message should be no image selected or something like that. And if I do have the cover image, then I'm going to think about saving the file to the www root folder. And for that, we need to generate a file name. Right? We need to generate actually a unique file name. And you see that Visual Studio automatically generated this code for me, and I think it's okay. We can debug afterwards, but I think this is okay. Now, it also generated a file path. Well, this is also pretty good, but I don't want to put it directly under image. I want to add another layer, which is the events layer. Now that I have the image folder and the events folder, I need to make sure I create those folders under the www root. So I'm going to come over here, and then I'm going to say create a new folder, and this is images, and I'm going to have event, or you can call it meetups. Okay, so I have the complete file path available. Now I just need to save the file according to this file path. But in case the user uses a pretty big image, I want to first make sure I resize the image. So I'm going to resize the image, and you can see it automatically generate this for me. What I would do is, I don't need this, but I'm going to use a NuGet package in order to resize it. So I'm going to come over here, manage NuGet package, and then I'm going to search image sharp, and I'm going to search this one, right? 6labels.image sharp, and click on install. Okay, once it's installed, I go back over here and I can start using it. So I can say image sharp dot image. I do need to import namespace, and then I say load async. See, I already generated this code for me, but I don't want to use continue with. I want to use await. So I'm going to just do this, and then I'm saying using var image await. Now I bet it's going to generate more code for me. So I'm going to wait for a little bit. Well, it's doing this resize. Well, I'm going to use a different way. I'm going to say image dot mutate. See this mutate? And then I'm going to say x goes to x dot resize. I can directly have the size here. This is 16 by 9, and mutate is in a different namespace. So I do a control dot to import the processing namespace. So once the image is mutated, I can then try to save it. The thing here is the input file. Here we can specify what type of image we accept. To simplify this, I'm going to only accept PNG file. And then I come down over here. I'm going to accept this comment. And once I accept the comment, I'm going to come over here, and it's actually generating code for me, right? So I'm basically creating a file stream. And then I'm going to use the file stream to save, just like this. But it says there's some problem here. So let's see. Oh, it doesn't. The method doesn't actually exist. So let's try to do it in our own way. So image.save, let's say save async. Okay, now we have the first parameter stream, and we're going to use file stream. And then we need to specify the encoder. Let's see the generation. Well, okay, I'm going to generate this. And of course, I need to have a await keyword here. Remove the last parenthesis. All right, so we're saving to the www root folder. Once I have this, I need to save the image path. And now I'm gonna just say, maybe I should say image URL. And then I'm gonna be lazy and wait for the AI to help me. And do it again, enter. All right, that looks pretty good. /images/events file name. Yeah, that's good. And it's not cover image URL, it is actually image URL. And now I need to make sure there's no error message. Okay, so we have lots of operations here. So I want to use try catch around it. Okay, this looks good. Now we come back over here. So once the image is uploaded to the server, right, before it's saved to the database, I want to display it like right about here. I can display it here, for example. I'm going to say display the image, the uploaded image, and then I'll see what AI can do for me. All right. You know what? I think that I need to have a placeholder image, okay, which I prepared right here. So I'm going to copy and paste it inside the images folder. Yeah. And I want to change this name to image-placeholder. And then probably I'm going to go over here and I can hard code it here. So I'm going to say image URL equals image-placeholder, and it's a PNG file. Now I can still use this just in case. So we don't need the comments anymore. And I think we are good. So I'm gonna run it with a breakpoint in here. And this is only going to be triggered when we actually hit the submit button. The upload will happen before we hit this button. Run in debug mode and see what happens now. All right, let's create a new image. And we can see this image right here. It doesn't look pretty good because of the buttons. So let's come over here and fix it. Let's see whether this will help. Okay, so it moved over here, but I think provide another line break. Okay, now it looks much better. So I'll create the sixth one. And let's say this is 05, this is 06. And we provided an address. If I don't do anything, I just click on the create button. We have a message, and we have a message here too. So let's go ahead and try to choose an image. I'm going to choose my Blazor deep dive course image. Right, this is the course image. It's a smaller. And then I'm going to click on open. Now it opens, but I don't know why this is still here. So this is because I didn't assign to it. So we already did. Yeah, I think we already did. So let's click on the create button and see whether we can actually go to the create event. Yeah, we can. So there's no problem there. Okay, let's take a look what's inside the event view model. See, we do have this image uploaded, and let me stop it. Let's go to events folder, and you can see this is right here. If I open up the folder, and the PNG file is right here, and you can see the size is actually 300 by 169. The size that I actually used is 750 by 422, right? So which means that our image sharp, right, resizing actually works. Yeah, this resize actually works. So what we need to work on next is to create another field in our data model here. And I'm going to add it here. Let's call it image URL. And this is actually also a required field. We're going to use this data animation for migration purpose. Let's go to Package Manager console here. And I'm going to say add migration. And this time I'm going to call it add image URL to, well, I'm going to just say add event dot image URL column. Okay, so migration is added right here, and I'm going to say update dash database. Okay, so it's pushing the changes. Now if we go to our database here, and migration history should have 2 rows now. This one is added. And now let's close this, and let's take a look at the stuff inside the events table. And we do have an image URL right here. Right? The definition of the image URL column, it says not now. That's why by default it's empty string here. All right, so now if we run this application again, this time we don't need to debug. And we're gonna create a new one, meetup 6, the 6 meetup, 05, did I say 02? Okay, 05, 06. So this one is 750 by 422. And then once I upload it, it's resized to a smaller size. And now if I click on the create button, this URL should be saved into the database along with the new event here. Now, if we go to database and run execute again, I can see this URL right here. So now that I have the image, I can display the image inside this created events table. And what I can do is to open up Paint. And this is the image. I think this is the 300 pixel image. So if I say resize it to, I want to resize it to 100 pixel. So it's 100 by 56. And then I can go to view created events component folder. And right here, I'm going to add another TD, and I can add a code block, and it knows exactly what I want to do. So I'm going to take it. So if event image is null, then I'm going to use /images/image placeholder .png. This, and then I take it from the event image variable, and this is it 59, right? I don't actually remember. It's 100 by 59. I believe that's the number I saw. Okay, I think we're good. Let's run the application again, and hopefully we see everything working properly. All right, as you can see, we have placeholders for the first 5 events, and then we have this. Right? So maybe it's actually better to not use another column. So I'm going to delete this, and then I'm going to take this title, put it right here, and then delete this. Let's see what will happen this way. Before I do that, I'm actually going to do something like this. I'm going to inspect and then go over here. So I'm going to test what's going to happen, how it looks like. So I'm going to go over here and edit. Then I'm going to say title of the image, hit enter, or enter doesn't work. And I click outside. So the title of the image shows up right here. It's not that good. I need to add, so I need to re-add it. And I'm going to add a line break, title of the image. So I'm going to just add another line break here. And then let's run the application and see what it looks like. I don't know why it doesn't show the line break. So I did add the line break right here, but it doesn't show. Oh, no. I added at the wrong place. It's supposed to be here. All right. Now it should be good. Okay. So we have this, and let's do inspect again. Move to the right a little bit, and then I'm going to go to the TD here. I'm going to say style equals text align center. Okay, that looks much better. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to add a style, and then let's say text align center. Now let's try again. Okay, not too bad. We finished our goal for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Before we start this video, I just want to apologize that I used a wrong microphone to record this video. So the sound quality isn't going to be good enough. Another thing I want to say that I started trying dark theme because I think most of you guys like dark theme better than light theme. For myself, I just need to get used to it. So I think I'm going to try to use it. Let me know if you absolutely hate dark theme or if you really like dark theme. Just let me know so that I can see how many people like light theme, how many people like dark theme. Let's continue our Meetup Management System. Let's take a look at this view mode here. So previously, we have completed the cover image. Now, what we need to do for the rest of the things, this will be done after we have user login, user authentication, authorization implemented. The rest of the things that are left are basically the categories and the capacity. And then based on the category, we need to toggle whether it's location or meetup. And all of these have already been implemented. So we just have a few things to take care of. So first of all, let's take care of the category. So let's go to our slice, which is our create event slice. And let's go to the create event component over here and scroll up to find a place where we need to place our categories. I would place it above the image, probably here. So I'm going to just copy, let's say I'm going to copy this and then paste it over here. And for this one, this is going to be our category, but we are not going to use the input text. We're going to use a select element, but the latest .NET actually contains input select. Okay, this is a built-in component, and you can see that it tries to automatically generate some code. But in order to tell it exactly what I want to generate, I'm going to actually delete all of this because we have to take advantage of the AI functionalities that is built into Visual Studio. So over here, I'm going to say category. So this, I'm hinting to the AI that I'm actually working with category. I want to work with category. Now, if I hit enter from here, then it's going to generate the input select for category. And you can see that it's trying to do this. And then I just need to close it element here. Well, here, I don't want to hard code. What I have for the categories kind of hard coded in the enumeration here, right? I have in-person, I have online. So I need to create those options based on the enumeration. So how do I do that? Well, I can first of all go to the create event service here. I can scroll down and then I can add a method here. Well, you can already see that it's trying to actually generate this for me, but it's trying to pull from database. So I'm not going to use it. I'm going to say this. Maybe, you know what? Let's actually try to use AI. So I'm going to write a comment. I'm going to say, give me, no, I cannot say this. I shouldn't talk to the AI like a prompt, but I'll say return a list of categories based on the enum in what is the name of that enumeration? So meetup categories. So meetup categories enum. And then I hit enter. Hopefully AI will respond to my comment here. Okay, I think this is good. So we're trying to return this, and we have a problem over here. This is just a namespace. I'm going to do control dot to import a namespace, and this is exactly what I want. Right? So I can get categories just like that. So let me save it, and then I can go back. Well, let's go back from here, right here. Okay. Now this is the place where I can have my options, and I can again say list all the options based on the get categories method, and I'm going to do a Control C to create a comment and then hit enter, and let's see what it does. Actually, it's doing it for each category, get from categories, and then options, category. I think this is exactly what I need. But on top of that, I'm going to delete this comment. On top of that, I will hard code something. I'm hard code one option here. This is basically the empty one, and it's actually the default one. So I'm going to say select it, and then over here I'm going to say select a. Right. So basically, I prompt the user to select a category. So now once I have this, I just remember that I need to change something. So I need to go down over here to the event view model, because in the constructor here, I actually hard coded to be in person. I need to change that. So now I come back, I have everything I need in this this basically a drop down list. All right, so this is good. And this is bound to the category property here. But where is the address? Oh, this is cover image, right? And then we have the image URL. Okay, so I think we placed this in the wrong place. So this has to be above the entire image. So this is the entire image, and then over here is location. I think we need to actually place the category above the location, just like this. And then, because depends on what the users select over here, we will need to display either a value address or the link, right? So I'm going to say, I'm going to write another comment here. I'm going to say based on the category selected, we show either value address, which is basically location, or meetup link. And then I'm going to do a comment, and I'll hit enter and see what it can generate for me. Well, Visual Studio probably think this is too complicated and doesn't want to generate anything for me. That's fine. I'm going to just write it myself and say if we're looking at category, right? Well, I don't like this. I'm going to just directly write myself. So event view model dot category, because the category is basically just a string. So I'm going to say if it equals meetup category. I have an other. I don't have an other. I'm going to say if it's in person, right? If it's in person, and I'm going to do something. So do I need to import a namespace over here? Oh, no. This is enumeration. So I'm going to do a toString. The problem. Okay. So if it is like that, or if it's something else, right? So I'm going to say if this is category equals meetup enumeration online Tuesday. Okay, then I'm going to do things differently, right? So if it's in person, then I'm going to show this. Otherwise, I'm going to show something different. Right? I'm going to show the meetup link. So I'm going to delete this space over here. Now I'm going to change this to meetup link, and then so I think in one of the videos I mentioned about generating this meetup link, I was completely out of my mind. This meetup link is basically whether it's a Zoom link or whatever Google Meet or whatever you have, right? So I'm going to paste it over here and this as well, and this one is meetup link, and this validation is okay. This is already pretty good, and we need user to also enter things for the capacity, and for that I'm going to copy this. Probably have the capacity right below the category, the location or meetup link. I think capacity is actually pretty much related to begin day, end day, so those things. So I'm gonna place it above category. I think it makes more sense. So here I'm gonna have capacity, and then change this one to capacity, right? And change this to input number, much better. And of course, I'm gonna just copy this and replace location and location. All right, good. So what do I need here? I think we should give it a test now. So let's go ahead and run the application and see how it runs. Okay, let's create a new meetup, and meetup 6, the 6th meetup, and let's just change the date. I think it's easier to make this anything else. Well, we have capacity here. This capacity, there's nothing to say about it, right? We just have to enter it. Well, we can keep it at 0, which is unlimited, but let's say 20, okay? And here, the default is select a category here, and we can say in person, and then it will show venue address here, right? And if you select this, and it would say the category is required, so you will have to select that. And then it will force you to either enter the venue address or the meetup link here. So if I don't do it, let's see. Well, let's first of all upload a image. Let's say I'm uploading this image, which is my multi-threading and asynchronous programming course. This is the cover image for that course. So now if I click on this button, end date, okay, it's complaining about the end date thing. So I'm going to change this one to 204, and this is 2 p.m. Now click on the create button. Well, now you see that I think we should have this summary message show up right here as well. So don't forget about that. Let's try to do this on both on the top and at the bottom. So it's complaining that the meetup link is required for the online meetups, right? So let's actually do it right now. So we have this to be put on the top as well at the bottom. So what we can do is we can extract this into a component, right? So let's go down to the shared folder over here, and we have components, and we can go ahead and create a error message component, right? And for that, we just use this reader component. Don't use the new item. The reader component is right here, and especially at least in .NET 8, we have experienced some problem with the new item. So just use the reader component, and I'm gonna just call it error message component, okay? And then just inside it, just place this. I didn't copy it. Let's go back and let's cut this one. Go to error message over here and just place it here, okay? And now we have the error message property here. So I'm gonna do a error message property. So prop, and then tab, and then I'm going to say error message, and then I'm going to just replace the old one with the new one. So why has this red screen line here? Oh no, this is code block. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah, there is actually a problem here. This is different from the code block right here. This is the special code block that is for the entire logic of this component. Okay, not just for the UI part. Okay, now that we have this error message component, so we can say message, okay, and then it's going to give me this, and I'm going to component. Okay, so now it knows. And then I can assign my error message, the private field, into the property as a parameter, right? And I'm going to do, I'm going to copy and paste it over here at the bottom where I have a submit button. So I'm going to just let it show up right here after a line break. And then let's run it and see how it works. Okay, so it's complaining that it has a property, but it doesn't have the attribute specified. So let's go to the share folder. Let's go to error message component and try to fix this problem. I forgot to add the parameter attribute here. The problem, let's run the application again. Go back over here and wait for it to work. Now it's showing error message. So this is one of the issues that we were facing before because it's a string, right? So you cannot do this. You have to add a @ over here. I'm not sure whether I had this problem in the Meetup Management System or one of my previous videos. But since this is a string, so error message, we expect a string. And when you put error messages like this, it basically you're hard coding error message, ERROR, right? You're hard coding that. You have to use the @ to actually turn this into a variable. Okay. Now the problem resolved, and then we can go over here and look at the thing again. So our error message is about, okay, so let's stop here. Let's change this one to 04. Probably change this one to 34, 35 in order to get around that problem. I have an online link. Let's use this. No, let's delete the online link. I want to see the error message. So click on this. It will trigger this error. Now I'm going to select a image. Okay, so this image, okay, it's showing me error uploading image. So this supplied file with size exceeds the limitation. Let me choose a better one, and we'll deal with that problem afterwards. I'm going to select this for image from Multithreading and Asynchronous Programming for C# course. And let me select, let me actually try to trigger the meetup link. Okay, so this meetup link require message. I want to show it actually above this because I have to scroll down to the error message to see the error message. So let us move this in better place. So let's place it over here. Okay, and we probably don't need this actual line break over here. Let's try again. Rejoining the server. This is basically re-establishing the SignalR channel. Blazor Server is based on SignalR. So let's enter some dates. So this is going to be in the future. This is going to be in the future, and this is going to be the 20 or whatever. You can enter anything you want. Now, if I select the correct image, and then I click on the Create button, or for the online meetups, we have another one on the top. So the error message component extracted correctly. Now we enter a link. All right, so now we have another record created over here. And if we try to query it, we can see that the, well, we actually saved to meetup 6. So here, you might want to, if you need to, you might want to make sure the titles are unique. But I think in our system, we don't have to, because each organizer can have their own events, so we cannot enforce this type of constraint, right? But if you do want to have a custom constraint, you can make sure that within each organization, the title are different. But I think it will be still okay to allow the same meetup, right? Because the time is, although we don't have a we don't have a rule to implement that, right? For the same title, the same begin date, same end date, there has to be a unique event. We didn't apply that rule either. Well, if there is a big organization, they can host same event in 2 different places. then you have to, allow that to happen. Those are a little bit more advanced validations. It's not in terms of technology, but in terms of business requirement. I think we don't have to think about that. As long as we are right now, we are able to, this is only the image. Okay. So we have the meetup link. We have the meetup link saved. That's pretty good. And now I want to see whether the image size is going to create any problem for her. So I think the reason why this is created is really because we were trying to use a image. Well, but this image is correctly. We were trying to use an image, but this image. Anyways, I'm suspecting that when the image is too big, it's going to create. So let me set a breakpoint over here and try to make sure that problem is also taken care of. Okay, so let's create another one, and this time I'm going to say 7, and this is going to be in the future. This is going to be in the future. This and date time is going to be in the future. And this, I'm going to say this is 10, let's say, and category is in-person, address is this, and I'm going to make sure this works. Okay, so I'm going to select a big image here, and now it tells me that this exceeds. Now, what I want to make sure is that when I click on the create button, this is not going to submit. But as you can see, this create event is from the unvalid submit. Right? It's only when the model is valid does it actually submit. However, this is not actually caught by the edit form. Therefore, the create event is actually triggered, even when we have a problem with the. So I think for that, we have to manually validate the image inside this handle image upload. So let's stop debugging. And then what we can do is to validate the image size. So after this validation, to see whether there's an image or not, we're going to validate the image size. And the size has to be, I think the default is 500 kilobytes. To make sure the image size less than 500 KB. And let's see whether it generates anything for me. Okay, it does. Okay, so if size is greater than 4 bytes, okay, an error message is image size should be less than. Okay, that's pretty good. All right, it's taking care of most of the coding for me. That's pretty good. I haven't experienced this in .NET 8. .NET 9 is just really good in terms of generating code. I don't even think this is the 9 thing. This is the latest update that I got. And the latest update I got is, let's take a look, the 17.13.4. Really, really good. And now let's run the application again and make sure that the image validation also well. Over here, let's create a new meetup. Let's say it doesn't really matter because it's going to fail anyways if I correct this time. And let's do an online one, use the same link. Now I'm going to use this course, and it tells me the image size should be less than 500 kilobytes, right? And then if I click on the create button, you can see it doesn't actually do anything. Well, that's pretty weird. Let me make sure. Did I say 7? Yeah, I did say 6. No, that's not good. I think this fix doesn't work because although it returned from here, it's actually still considering there's a valid cover image. So let's go to event view model over here. We have a required field, right, for the cover image. However, we're assigning a cover image right here, like in the first line. So what I'll do is I'm going to replace this. Okay, this is going to be a simple fix. So I need to make sure there is an image. I need to make sure I cannot. So let me, I will use browser file. I'm going to create a temporary file. Okay, and this one is going to equal to e file. And then use this for now. And then
the file to validate this. And if there's no problem, then and only then I'm going to assign this. Okay. So if this is oversized, if the image is oversized, we're going to just return. So the cover image is going to be empty, and the validation is going to fail. Okay, that should. I'm not sure whether it flashed from here. Okay, let's try to create another one. I'm going to again call it Meetup 6, and let's change to 7, and then I'm going to choose a big image, like, and it says the image should be less than 500K, right? And then I click on create now. It complains that please upload an image, right? As well. So we wouldn't be able to just go ahead and create another Meetup 6. So this definitely fixed the problem. So now I'm going to check in the code, and that's all for the video. So we added categories, capacity, and fixed image upload issue. Category, capacity, and Meetup. That's all. Let's commit all and push. Okay, I will see you in the next.
Let's continue working on our Meetup management system. And I think the next one that we can work on is edit and delete meetups. And then after that, we'll be working on browse and discover meetups. We have a basic version of this, but we will be implementing searching, filtering functionalities. But first of all, let's try to work on this slice, which is add and delete meetup. And this would be something that is very similar for the create meetup slice. So we're going to reuse some of the elements there. So in order to do that, we will need to extract out the added form element, because this is the part that we will reuse. But first of all, what I want to do is, part that I want to make some changes is that, you see, these elements are basically squeezed, and I want some spacing between each one, and also the title, I want them to be in bold. So let's make those changes. So in order to make those changes, let's go to www root folder and go to app CSS. We want to make some CSS changes. Well, because of the AI functionality that came with latest update, I want to just write some comments and see whether Visual Studio can just generate the code for me. So I'm going to say add spacing between each form group. And then I'm going to come over here and wait. Yeah, I think that will work, right? This is not going to override all of the functionality. It's going to just override the margin bottom if there's already a definition in the form group from Bootstrap. So now I want to add the next one, which is make the form group labeled bold. And then, yeah, this is also going to work. So let's run let's run again and see whether this, yeah, you see, this is much better. This looks much better than before. This looks proper. All right, now we can continue with our main work. So let's go to the create event slice over here. We need to extract out this edit form component, this entire component. And we need to make some plan, because you see, we have this create event, but later when this is reused, it needs to be triggered for both create and update. And because of that, I think we can just use a event callback. I think that will work. So let me collapse this, and then I'm just going to copy this whole thing. And then I'm going to go to the shared folder under components over here. I'm going to create a new Razor component. And I'm going to call it add and update event component. So let's paste all of this code here. I see a problem right away. I see this error message component. It shouldn't be actually inside the added form. Let's extract it out. And let's take out this as well. And then let's go back to our create event. Here, what I want to first of all to do is to actually remove this. I want to test it actually. So I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to paste it right here, perhaps with a, well, I think the reason why we put it here is that we wanted to have this create and cancel. We want this error message to show above the create and cancel. So because of that, we can't just move it down here because otherwise the error message won't be visible in some cases. So for that reason, we're going to have to create a render fragment to act less like a placeholder. So let's go inside the add update event component over here, and we need to create a render fragment. But before we do that, we need to get rid of these red squiggly line, and that's mostly because of this event view model here. And I'm going to just say save here. So this is going to be a save method. So here we have the view model, and we're going to declare that view model. So we're going to actually, let's just go inside, go back to the create view model, create event, and then so because of this, we are going to just declare a parameter. So we're going to have the view model to be passed in as a parameter. So I'm going to say event view model, and then this is going to be just event view model. Okay. And we're going to replace all of this with event view. Okay. We had a lot of replacement. We're going to add a question mark over here. Now we have a few squiggly lines here. So this needs to be dependency injected, which we can take from here. Do I need this anymore? Yeah, we need this one. So actually, let's, we still need the create event service inside the create event component here, but this is inside the shared folder. I think we can still just inject the create event service from there, right, and do a space import. You can see that with vertical slice architecture, we'll constantly run into this, right? So we have a shared component here, but then we're using a service that is specific for create event service. It just doesn't feel correct for me. So the proper way to do that, of course, is to extract this method out, right? Because the method that we need to use is the get categories method, right? Where is it here, right? Get categories method. So we can extract it out, and I feel like that would be the correct way to do it. But then where do we need to, like in which file we need to declare this get categories method? I really don't have a definite answer for that. And for the time being, we can create something like a helper class, and maybe we can call it shared helper or just call it helper. Let's go ahead and create that. I really want to put it in the shared class instead of using a service inside a particular slice. Probably call it shared helper for now. And then later, when we go deeper into the project, we might refactor the code. So let's create a shared helper. And then let's go inside the create event service here. Go to the bottom, cut this out, and we don't need it anymore. Do we need to delete some namespace here? There is. Okay, so we can do a control dot and remove the unnecessary namespaces. Now let's go back, and we have this one here, and then what we need to do is go to program.cs and we dependency inject the shared helper. Go to the top, add the shared helper right here. All right, now let's go back to the components here, add update event component, and we can't use this. We're going to come down here and do a control dot again to import the correct namespace. Why is it still using create event? That's very weird. Oh, that's because we're using this. Okay, so we're going to change this to shared helper and then go to the top, remove this. We don't need it. Okay, so for the save thing, let's go down and let's create a method. So there's still this rescue line here. An object is required for a non-static field. Okay, shared helper is having a problem because we need to dependency inject the shared helper. Okay, so this got rid of the rescue line. So what is the problem with this one? So we have this event view model. Let's go to the top. Make sure that the event view model is not now. Okay, and only when it's not now do we actually render these element. Okay, so it might be because of this. Let's go to the create event view, create event component over here. Go down and let's cut this information, cut this method and put it inside the component. Okay, now we have this problem with the error message. We need to resolve this problem as well. We can, one of the solution is to create another parameter and then pass the error message from outside. All right, and then this is the event view model. Let's say this dot event view model, and of course we need to make sure that this dot event view model is not now. So what we know that when we're here it's not now, but the code doesn't. The code still generates the green squiggly line. So I don't care about that squiggly line because I already validated here. Oh no, if it's null, then we return. Okay, good. That red squiggly line is good. All right. So come over here, replace that, and then not the error message. It's the event view model, and then this error message is going to be cleared, and then this error message needs to be replaced. And I think we missed one here. So this is event view model cover image. All right, so mutate. I think this is missing a namespace. So import a namespace. Okay, for now, I think we're good here. Remember the error message thing that we removed. What I think right now is that I think we need to add it back, but not as the error message component. Instead, we need to create a render fragment to act as a placeholder. So let's go to the bottom here, and I'm going to create a parameter here, and then this is going to be a render fragment like this, and we can have a error message fragment. Now let's copy this in clipboard and then go up here. I think this is the place, and we can say if the fragment is not now, then we can have the fragment rendered right here. Okay, finally, I think we need to work on the save method, right? We have defined it as an empty one, but we need to have another parameter to work as a event callback, and what needs to be returned is basically just a event view model like this, and then we can say onSaved. Then over here we can change this to be a async method. We don't have to, but we can. So here we can say onSaved, and then we can invoke async, and we can pass in this dot event view model like this with a await keyword. And I think we're good. We're ready to test it. Let's go back to the create event component over here, and let's go up and collapse this again, and then let's replace this. So over here we'll have our add and update event component, and we need to fill up all of the parameters, and it's generated, right? So this, of course, we cannot use it like this. It didn't generate properly for me. Unsaved equals create event. That's correct. And the closing element is this. Then in between, let's put the error message component. So this is where we have our error message fragment, and then we paste this one over here, and it is closed. Oh, it's not closed. We need to close it. Now we can highlight it and do a Ctrl-KF to format it. All right. I think we have a few more parameters to fill up. So what other parameters do we have? We have event view model error message, this. So I think we're missing error message, right? Let's go back. So error message, I'm going to say, why error message is not showing up here? Is it because I didn't? Yeah, we have error message right here. I don't know why it's not. Yeah, it's even have color coding, so I don't know why, but this should work. Right, remember to use the @ sign right here. This one, you don't have to use @ sign because it knows that this is the event view model. But this one is a string, so you do need to remember to use this. And same thing as this. So let's see whether this works well or not. Let's run the application and give it a try. All right, let's click on the Create Meetup button, and we do see, so the visually everything looks the same as before. Let's go ahead and try to create something. So let's say this is Meetup, I don't know, maybe 20, and then have some descriptions. I'm gonna say descriptions of Meetup number 20, and then I'm gonna change this to tomorrow, this one to tomorrow, and this to 3, and this one to 4. Okay, and capacity, I'm gonna say 30, and category, I'm gonna say in person. And if I don't select anything, I don't input anything and click on this, first of all, it's trying to check the image. So let's go to my courses because these images are big. Let's go to my courses folder, and I know this multi-threading thing is smaller. No, this is not good. I don't know which one is okay, but let me try. Okay, so this image is good. And if I do this, then it's going to generate this message, location. So this is basically the render fragment. You can see this is above these two buttons. So basically the render fragment work. If we go on the top, it also works, right? Another thing, well, I need to remember that for the validation summaries, which is going to show somewhere here, right? If there is any. So let's say that if we remove this, right, and then click on this, and let's say this message over here, but if we down here and click on it, we don't know what is happening, right? If we enter some address here, right? So if we do this, oh, we're not cleaning this. Okay, so this is another issue that we need to fix. Okay, so you can see this message is right here, but it's supposed to be showed right on the bottom as well. So let's go ahead and try to fix those problems. Let's go inside over here. So first of all, I'm going to have the validation summary show up at the bottom, just above the create and cancel buttons. And for validation purposes, if there's no error, we need to clear. So we can go back to this component here. So we're validating, right? So let's go inside. So this is the create event service. So we're validating a lot of things, and right, so it's going to return empty if the validation works. So here, if it's null, right? If it's null, it's going to just go ahead. If it's null or empty, it's going to just go ahead and save the event, right, and then navigate back. So this is the place where we need to actually go ahead and clear the message. Wait, the message should already been cleared. Oh, I see. It's because this is not triggered when there's a validation error. There's an annotation validation error. Okay, so that's an issue. Let's go inside to the component. We have this onValid submit. Let's see, we have some other invalid submit. So we can use this invalid submit to clear the message and say this dot error message string dot empty. Let's see whether this will fix the problem. Let's run the application again. All right, let's create a new one. So let's leave this title as empty, and then I'm going to just redo everything as before, right? And this one is 3, this one is 4, and then here is 10, and this one we can use online, and we can enter, no, let's use in person, and I'm gonna have just a random address in Toronto right here in my city, and Canada. Now if I select a image right here and click on the create button, so yeah, let's create a similar use case. So I'm going to have the title but without the address, and then I have a custom validation error message component showing up at the bottom and on the top. But at this moment, if I just clear this and then click on this, it says the title field is required, but this is not cleared because we didn't enter. But if I do enter something, I guess it's still not going to clear it. Yeah, because this is showing up first. But why, when I have this, why this is not being run? So let's set a breakpoint and see whether this is executed or not. So you see I highlight this and then I press F9. Then I have a breakpoint right here. So I'm going to run this. So this is a Blazor server. So we are able to debug just like any other applications like MVC or Razor pages. Those are running on the server side. So let's go ahead and create the same scenario. Okay, click on create. We have this. And then if I delete this title and then click on create, I do see this one, but this is not being triggered. I think this is just this is not going to be triggered because the client validation is being used and it's never going to come back over here. You know, by looking at this, it's not that bad, right? This is not clear. That's fine because the reason is this: the title field is required. Right? In the moment I enter this and then I click on it, it's still here because I didn't enter anything, right? And then if I do enter something, then I am good. Let's continue with this. So we don't have to be so fixated on this problem. I think we're okay with this because we're also displaying the validation summary right here. So click on the create button, and then we do have our Meetup 20 displayed right here. So that means the extracting out the component is actually working, and then we can continue working on making the editing component, right? Let's stop debugging and let's work on the editing slice. So we have, go to this features folder. Let's close everything, open it up, open features, and then we have create event, view event. So we're going to have, do we call it update event or do we call it something else? So edit and delete meetups, right? So maybe let's call it edit event. And we're going to have our edit event component. So let's go ahead and create a Razor component. So this is called edit event component. So what do we call it? Create event? Do we just call it create event over here? If that's the case, I'm going to just call it edit event on this page. And because it's a page component, so we'll have to have our page directive. And this will go /events/edit. It's generated this for me. I think it's okay. We can use this. And then we can go to create event over here. And we can just copy this and paste it over here. And then let's also go into here. We're also going to have our error message. I think we have both of these variables. And let's paste it over here. This one, we're not going to create a new. And this is update event. So for now, I'm going to just quickly create an empty update event method. And then I can have a question mark over here. Now I'm going to say if this is not now, then we're going to render the component. Otherwise, we're not doing nothing. Okay. And now it's time to initialize the event view model. Right, we need to load it from the database. So I'm going to override the on after render. And we talked about this before. So instead of overriding the synchronous version, I'm going to override the asynchronous version. Okay. And then if first render, so if this is true, this is when we want to load it. And after that, we're going to do a state has changed. And I'm going to go over here and create a class. And this is edit event service. Now let's go back to the component. Let's make the AI do some work. I'm going to say use the edit event service to get the event details. It knows what I want to do, right? Based on the event ID. So we do have this one created here, but we don't have the corresponding event ID created. So we need to have that created. So this is integer, and then we have our event ID created like this, which corresponds to the event ID right here. So use the edit event service to get the event details based on the event ID, and I think that's good. And let's see whether it generates code for me or not. Oh, it generated a comment. So let's do this. Oh, it doesn't generate the code. I need to give it a new prompt. Let's start generating code for me. Okay, it did. I got event by ID async. That's pretty good. All right, let's remove this and put async right here. Now we probably don't need this because the method name is pretty obvious. We don't need the comment, right? So we're going to implement this. I want to do a control dot, which doesn't do anything. Let's go inside here and just work on this. So of course we do have this constructor, and then you can see that it generated this for me. Right? It's probably just heard what I was saying. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Okay, we can come back over here. We need to initialize the context factory, and then we also need the mapper, right? So I'm gonna say I mapper. So this include I don't need it because it's not really linking to another entity. So I'm going to delete this, and we're using first or default, right? To get so this is not ID, this is event ID. So getting the event ID, getting the event based on event ID. Event entity, if it's null, then it's null. I don't know why it's, look, what's the problem with this? Okay, let's don't worry about the green squiggly line. I'm going to do a control dot to import namespace for the event view model. And I don't think we need to throw exception. We're just not getting anything from the backend. Now we need to initialize the mapper. Okay. And now this is working as well. We're mapping from entity to event view model. And let's go to the program.cs to do the dependency injection right over here. Yep, it generated code for me. And then let's do a control dot, import namespace. Let's close this file. Now we need to go back to the edit event component here. So get event by ID async. It's not there. Okay, so go to the top, inject. I think this is the reason. Do I need to do a control dot to import namespace, or is it called differently? I forgot the name. Let's go back over here. Yeah, it's called differently. Okay, let's change it to the correct name. And now this recipe line is gone. We do have this. And you see, if this is null, it's just not going to render anything. But if you do want to display some error messages, you can basically just display the error message right here, right? And you can use the error message component. And you can say error message is event not found, right? So that's good. So now what we need to do is we need to go to this slice where we can see the list of components, and then we should be able to link in order to edit the component, right? So what do we want to link? We definitely want to link on the image, which is event image right over here. So let's create an anchor element, and over here we're just going to say /event/edit/ this is where the event ID goes. So over here, we can say add sign, created event dot event ID. Okay, and this is going to be, this is a Razor syntax, right? And this is called the implicit Razor syntax. And this is going to create a proper URL for me. And then I'm going to use this anchor element to wrap around this whole thing. So no matter where you click on inside this field here, you are going to be directed to this. Hopefully, that's my intention. Run the application again. Okay, it failed right here. It regenerated the screen. Okay, so you can see that we have this, right? And also, this is highlighted as well as to display it as a link, right? So for example, if I go to Meetup 20, I can click on the image to go to Meetup 20, or I can click on this. It doesn't really matter. So I can come over here and then it says 404, not found. So /event/edit. Did we create it with the wrong URL? Right here, /event/edit. I suspect that this is the reason. So if we change to 13, right, and then hit enter, you can see that the added event is actually showing up right here. No problem at all. So what is actually indeed happening is because of, you see this is an integer, and then the way that I render the component here, I mean the URL here, is I added the curly braces. I was mixing up the Razor syntax here. So I was thinking about string interpolation in C#. That's why I added the curly braces. So I was mixing up. So this is the correct format, and this should work. So let's run it again. So now let's go to the list, and now let's try to go to the number 6. Okay, now you can see that the redirection works. And if I do want to update it, I don't think we have implemented that yet, right? Let's go over here. So the update event is not implemented yet, right? Okay, it's not implemented. So we need to implement the update event, which will happen over here. So we're gonna have to say async. I believe it's gonna be a asynchronous method. Oh, it's already giving this. So update events, we accept a event view model. That's correct. And then we use the event ID to grab the event entity, and then we use the mapper to map from the view model to the entity, and then we save the changes. Yeah, that's exactly what I need to do. So what is happening here? This is all about the whether it's null or not null. I don't think this is a problem, so I don't worry about it. Let's go back to the component here, and then I'm going to say, first of all, this will be changed to task, and I'm going to say added event service dot. Did I validate it first? I need to go back here to take a look at this. So yeah, I did this validation thing. Let's go over here and review it. So we have these validations, and these validations is going to be repeated if I do it this way. See, when you have vertical slice architecture here, you constantly run into which code should go into which, right? Whereas if you have a clean architecture, like the onion architecture that I used to use, we don't run into this kind of problem all the time. So let's think about this. Validate event, or validating. I think we can extract this into the event view model. Okay. So see, we have separate ones. Why not have a centralized one? So this is going to be deleted. Okay. And then let's go into the definition of this. And we have a whole bunch of this validation thing. And now you can see that they are null reference. It's 0 reference right here. Right. So indeed they can be private. I think what we can have is to have a validate method, just like this. and then have this inside. So of course this one will not happen, and we're going to just replace this with nothing. So event view model, and replace this with event view model dot to nothing, and then replace. Okay, so we're basically calling those private method. Well, currently still public. Okay, that's good. And we're gonna change all of this to private because we don't need them. And now I go over here. I can say that error message equals this. Yeah. But it's not validate event, it's validate. No, I'm not using that. I'm using this validate. Okay. And if there is error message, I'm going to just return back. Otherwise, I'm going to come over here and do my update. That's correct. I don't know why I always generate the last parenthesis. But yeah, there's something pretty weird. See, when this update event is clicked on, the event model will not be null. So I'm not worrying about this green screen line here. Okay. And now let's go to create event component. We need to fix this because the validate event, yeah, this doesn't need to be there. Go over to the service, and we don't need to have oh, it's already deleted. I forgot I deleted. So all we need is to use the event view model validate method, and that's it. So let's run it. Go back to the list. Let's take a look at Meetup 20, and actually, let's create another one because we also changed the create event, right? So let's create Meetup 21, and then this is going to be tomorrow. This is going to be 4. Well, we can leave it as 3, but I forgot. Okay, this is going to be 5, and capacity, let's leave it at 0. That's unlimited. And then let's have another image. Let's just use this image. This is my multi-threading programming course image. Okay, so creating is okay. Let's go to edit. Let's change this to, instead of 21, let's change this to 10, maybe 11. And then I'm just going to say Meetup 11 is good. And change this one to online and Meetup link. So when this is changed to online, there is a problem, which is we need to clear the location, right? I just realized that. Let's go to this component over here, and we have this input select at here. So when the category changes, if category equals in person, right, we need to do some clearing up thing. So we need to run a C# statement. So I'm going to say event view model dot location, no, not location, meetup link equals string dot empty. And if, so it doesn't like it. Why it doesn't like it? No, it's okay. Yeah, I think it's proper syntax. Because we have, you see, we have C# here, and then it's transition to HTML with the start of the Angular bracket, right? So here, we want to clean up location because we just selected online. Okay, so this is going to be okay. We can even have an extra line. Okay, so let's run it again. All right, 21, change 21 to number 11, and then number 11 is good. And let's change from in-person to online and change this one to this. So we're going to change, I think these changes are good. Oh, this shouldn't be create. It should be update. Okay, this needs to be updated. And also the cover image, right? You don't need a cover image there when it's update. So that's another issue we need to fix. So first of all, this is a problem we need to fix, and then the cover image thing. But in order to actually test the save, we need to actually upload the image again. Now click on the create button. Is it happening? Nothing is happening. Is it because I didn't redirect? Let's go to create. At the end, I did redirect, right? And for edit at the end, I didn't redirect, and that's the problem. Okay, but in order to check whether we are working properly, we can, well, to make it faster, we can connect to this one. So modify connection, type in the password, go over here and connect to the Meetups database, test connection, click on OK, and then we can query, you can create a new query. So I'm going to say select star from events, and then I'm going to just run the query. Okay, so what do we have? We have this one changed to Meetup 11, right? So this is all correct, and then the Meetup link is provided, the location is cleared, so everything is fine. So we do have still those two problems, right? This one and the image. So this should be called save, and then for create event, it can be called create. But how do I know? So let's go back to the add update event component over here. See, this event view model is passed in, but if it does have an event ID, it means if the event ID is greater than 0, it means it's an existing event, right? And that's something we can use in order to run the create or save. So I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna say, yeah, it's automatically generate this code for me. Okay, so if it's 0, I don't like this. I wanted to use greater than 0 for update, and then otherwise. Okay, that's good. And another thing is the image thing. So cover image. The easiest way to fix this problem is to remove the required field for the view model and then just use custom validation. Yeah, I think we'll go with that approach. Let's go to the view model, which is in the shared folder right here. And then I'm going to go to the top. I'm going to remove this thing above, but we're going to scroll down and then I'm going to say validate image. Let's use AI. Validate cover image, generate please. I don't need this much. Okay, I'm gonna take it, and then if it's null, then I'm gonna return the cover image is required. Yeah, this is enough for me, and then I'm gonna just return empty. Now I'm gonna go over here at the bottom, not validate title, but validate cover image. And again, if it's not now, I'm gonna just return. Okay, I think we're good. I think we fixed both of the problem. Oh, navigation manager problem. I'm gonna go up, inject navigation manager. Okay, run it again. So we're looking at Meetup 11, and let's change it back to 21, and let's change this to in-person again. And now if I don't update the image, it should be fine. What cover image is required? Oh, it's because I forgot to apply the logic. So let's go to event view model, and this cover image should be based on whether the event ID. So it only needs it when the event ID is less or equal to 0, because this would be a new event. And then we would require a new image. Otherwise, it's not required. Okay, let's run it again. Okay, we have this. Let's update. Let's just change the category. Okay, and then click on the update button. Now it's updated. Let's go to Meetup 11 again. And you can see that the category is updated and the image is still the same. And it doesn't actually validate the image. Okay, so that's good. And we need to make sure that create still works. And we do have a create button right here. Let's just quickly create another one. Let's say this 22 and 4. This is 5, and this is let's say 5, and then category is in person, Bloor Street, and multi-threading course. Do I have any other courses? I have the SQL course. This used to be this image. I have changed the image, but doesn't really matter. Create works and edit also works. Right? Let's say This is a SQL event, SQL discussion, and click on update, and it's changed to SQL discussion. That's good. I think we're good at this point. We'll continue from the next video. In this video, I think we can work on the delete event or the delete meetup slice. So we can create another slice over here under the features and work on that. First of all, let's run the application. Let's see where the delete should happen. So we have the application trying to reconnect, and let's just open up any event. Right, so we can have a delete button somewhere here on this added event page. And also we can have a delete button somewhere in this list. So we can have the delete button at those two different places. Now we're facing again a question that's related to the vertical slice architecture. So if we have the delete functionality on this component or on the other component, then the functionality will be mixed with other slices. So the vertical slice architecture will work better if you're working with let's say, an API application where there is a natural separation between different methods, right? Different HTTP methods, whether it's add or delete or a get. You have different methods for HTTP protocol. So that will work very well when you have vertical slice architecture. Whereas when you work with an application that has a UI, then you just have to work around it. And in this video, we are going to solve this problem. So I think it could be a very silly solution, but we can create a component that has a single delete button. And from there, we can implement our delete functionality. And then we have that single delete button as the component inside the slice. That will solve our problem, right? So we can work on that. That will be pretty fun. But first of all, before we create a component to do that, we want to, we want to allow the user to confirm, right? So I come over here and click on a delete button. Imagine there is a delete button here. I click on it. I want to confirm that I really want to delete this event, right? How do we do that? We can use JavaScript interop, but a better solution is actually to create a confirm component where we can maybe use Bootstrap modal dialog. So I have this Bootstrap page over here. If you go to documents, right, and then you go to component, and then you go to, you see here's a modal. So we do have a modal dialog look like this, but this modal works with JavaScript, but we can just modify it so that we don't have to rely on JavaScript, right? So let's first of all go ahead and create this component and let it work within that slice, and then we can extract it out into the delete event slice. Let's first of all copy this code. Let's click on this and copy that into our clipboard, and then let's go ahead and try to create a shared component. So we are in the shared folder here. Let's go ahead and create. Well, it doesn't work with. So let me pause and then let's resume the recording. So my recording software doesn't work very well. Sometimes right click doesn't work. So I have to pause the video and then right click and add the reserve component, and then I can resume. Okay, here I can call this confirm, right? Confirm dialog component. And then what I can do here is I can paste it right here. So having this, if we are going to just, let's say we're going to show it right here, right? We're going to just show it right here, and we're going to have our confirm component. And you are going to find out that this confirm component is not going to be displayed because I'm not doing anything. I'm just displaying this, right? In theory, this confirm component should just show up right at the bottom of the added component page. But as you can see, I'm refreshing this, and there's nothing at the bottom. That's because the code that we copied by default is basically an invisible dialog, because you have to use JavaScript to actually trigger the show up of the dialog. But the JavaScript is basically just adding some CSS class. So we can add that directly here. We can say, show up as a block, right? And this will just make it show up. And if we run it again, you will find that it's basically showing up right here, right? And then you can't actually click on all of this is because this is a modal dialog. That's pretty good, right? However, I want to make it better. I want to have a backdrop, right? Basically, gray out the background. So I can have model backdrop class right here. And then I can add a style. I want to change the background color, specify the background color. Otherwise, it's just going to be white. And I can use RGBA, and then I say 0, 0, 0, 0.5, and that's it. So with this change, I'm going to have a gray background, and the backdrop is going to just show up like this. And it's very clear where your dialog is. And you should be able to, work on these buttons and pass in some messages. So let's continue working on those things. So here, this is a confirm dialog. So I'm gonna just say this is a confirm message, confirm title on the very top. Now, this is the modal body. This is where the message goes, right? But I cannot hardcode the message. I'm gonna just call it. Let's say this is the just the confirm message, and then we can declare this confirm message at the bottom over here, and we can say it's a private string and confirm message. Well, I don't want to initialize it, and I can create a public method to actually show the message, and it is actually generating for me, right? And then it generates this line. Because you see, when we call this, well, once we call this, we'll explain why this needs to be here. But this show method basically does the thing. We pass the message from the parent to inside, and then we're going to display this. But this is always going to be displayed. We have to hide it. So by default, it should be invisible. So what we can do is we can declare another boolean. We can say show dialog, right? And then over here we can say show dialog. It's automatically generating it, right? It was generating it, yeah. So we can do that, and then we can wrap around it with this show dialog thing, and move the curly brace to the bottom. Let's format that. Okay, so this is good. Let's remove some spaces here and here as well. So what this is called, the dialog is going to show up, but it needs to be closed too. So what we can do is come over here and we say add sign, click. So if you don't add this add sign, if you just do this, it's not going to work. It's going to be considered as a JavaScript, but this is C#. This is Blazor. So here I'm going to just say cancel, and I'm going to copy this to this close button as well. So both of them will have the cancel method. I don't think the cancel method needs to be public, so I'm going to change it to private. And then you can see that once this is triggered, we're going to reset this, and then we say status changed, right? And this is going to be disappearing, right? We have to call status changed. Well, in this case, we may not need to, because we are triggering it inside, right? But in this case, this is called by the parent component. So this case may be different. You know what? Let's delete this line and let's just see what happens if we don't have the status changed. So now let's go to the added event component, and we have this confirm dialog. In fact, you can put it at the bottom, you can put it on the top, doesn't really matter. Let's keep it at the bottom. And what are we going to do here? We're going to actually add a delete button over here. So we don't need the else statement. We need the event view module to be there in order to have the delete button. Otherwise, we have nothing to delete. So the delete button needs to be inside here. So you can see it tries to generate a update event, but I'm gonna call it delete. Okay, so this is going to be delete. Eventually, we're gonna extract this into a slice. Right now, I just want to experiment with our confirmation dialog. So this confirmation dialog needs to have a reference, and I'm gonna call it just confirm dialog component, but with lowercase, I guess. That would be better. I don't know. Doesn't really matter to me. So here on the top, I can have another private component definition, just like that, another question mark, and then here I'll add a semicolon. And what we can do is to implement this delete, and then eventually we're going to delete it. We're going to remove this delete, and it's trying to generate this for me, right? So this should be enough. We should be able to just test it right now. Let's go ahead, and it should be by default invisible. So let's take a look. All right, so we have this one right here, and the delete button is showing up right here. It's stick together, but that doesn't matter. We will change this later. So let's click on delete, and see, it's not actually happening, right? But what we are going to do, first of all, let's actually fix this problem by adding a line break here, and then we're going to fix the other problem. Let's go inside the definition of the confirm component, and then what we're going to do here is we're going to have state has changed, and run it again. All right, you can see this is updated. We have spacing here, and click on the delete button, triggered this. So what this means is that you see this delete not here. The let's go back to edit event component here. So this delete button, event handler here, right here, although it's supposed to re-render the component, but it only re-renders the parent component. It doesn't re-render the child component. So in order to actually re-render the child component, we had to add the state has changed method right here. But this cancel, let's watch what happens if I click on the cancel. If I click on this close button, and this will in turn trigger the cancel event, right? You see, it just disappears. I don't need a state has changed method here. It's just because this is a event handler, and it's supposed to, a event handler is supposed to re-render the component, right? And then because we changed this to false, therefore here just disappears. Okay, so that's good. Now what we need to do is we need to change this wordings here. So we can change this one to cancel and this one to yes, because we are asking a question. We're asking a confirmation from the user, right? So we have the message display, that's pretty good, but what if the person click on the yes button, right? So I'm going to say on click, and then I'm going to say confirm, and I'm going to come down to implement this confirm functionality right here. So it's trying to generate some code. Let's try to see what AI can do for me. All right, it generated this. So show dialog false. This again, we don't need the status changed. So add logic to handle confirmation action here. So for that, what I need is a action delegate. So I'm gonna have a action delegate, and I'm gonna say on confirm, right? And I need the action delegate to be passed in from the show method. So I'm gonna say action. So on confirm, and then I'm gonna say this dot on confirm equals confirm right here, and I'm gonna say if I don't have to do that. I'm just going to invoke it with a question mark, right? I don't have to check whether this is null or not. Okay, so this will execute the action that is passed in from outside, right? So let's go over here and then go up over here, and let's pass in a action. Just make sure our code execute as what we thought. So let's just have whatever thing here. Doesn't really matter. I'm just testing. I'm going to set a breakpoint, make sure this is going to be triggered. Then we are ready to use the confirm component in our actual slice. So let's run the application in debug mode. And we have this new browser. We can add any event. And then we come up here, click on the delete button. Click on this, test it, it works. Click on this, test it, it works. And it says, are you sure you want to delete this event? So if I say yes, okay, and you can see this breakpoint is triggered. That means our confirm dialog component works perfectly. So let's stop debugging and let's thinking about creating the actual delete event slice. So let's go ahead and create a folder. Okay, now it works. And I mean, it doesn't affect, the recording doesn't affect this creating the folder. So I'm going to say this is a delete event slice. And inside a delete event slice, I'm going to create, it doesn't work again. So I'm going to pause the video and then create a new Razor component. And I'm going to just call it delete event component. Right? So this looks pretty weird. This is going to look pretty weird because right here in this component, I'm going to just have one button. Although it looks pretty weird, it does solve the problem. And we don't have to have the delete slice scattered in other slices. So I'm going to go ahead and create this button. And so we can have it as a primary button. And it's going to be called, I guess I can just call it delete. But hold on a second. So this button is going to be used in two different places. So on the edit event page, this can be a primary button, but in the list, I want it to be a link. So to solve this problem, I think I can just create a button class. So I can come over here and I say, this is a parameter. And then this is going to be a string. And we're going to have this button class. And we're going to use this button class for the class. So just like this. It's a very simple solution. And we're going to delete the event right here. All right, we can say handle delete. And then let's just go ahead, cut this event over. Go over here. And now we're going to go over here again and cut this thing over. And just put it anywhere. And again, we're going to go inside here and cut this line over. Well, copy this line over is fine too. So I'm going to put it here. And you sure you want to delete this event? And so if you want to show the event name right here, it's certainly possible to do so. You can create another parameter, pass in the event view model, and then you can get the event view name, right? Or you can just have the event view name as a parameter, right? I mean, the event name as the parameter, and then you can display it right here. I think we can do that. Yeah, we can do that. Just so that the user knows which event is going to be deleted, right? So we can say string, and then we can say event name. Well, I should use the property thing. But anyways, so delete this event, and then we can have a colon, and then we can use the string interpolation right here, and then put the event name right here. So then inside this, we are going to handle the actual deletion. But before we do that, let's make this one work. Okay, and then what I would do is I will go over here and actually roll back this thing. Roll it back. Now I'm going to go inside here again, and then, well, I just need to go to the delete event component here. Not this one. Add a event component here. And what I would do is inside this, I'm going to add line break, and then I'm going to add the delete event component. And for this thing, this namespace, I'm going to cut it and put it into here. Well, I guess, yeah. You can actually create a separate import for this particular folder for each particular feature, right? But it doesn't really matter. I can share it right here. Well, sharing this thing, let me go there again. So sharing this username means that the services are available, or the components are available in other slices. So we just have to be careful if we do decide to do it. So we have the delete event component right here, right? And then we have the button class. And for this one, I'm going to say this is btn-primary. And the event name is the _ event view model dot name, or title actually. Okay, this is good. Let's give it a try. We're not actually deleting it. We haven't implemented the delete event service yet. So we'll wait till we make sure the UI. So let's click on any event, and then we see this delete button looks pretty good, right? And then click on the delete. We see this confirm dialog. We test the cancel, test this cancel, and make sure the message is correct, right? Are you sure you want to delete this event? So that's pretty good. And then if we click on yes, everything works. Now I need to also make this delete component. So I'm gonna actually, okay, I'm gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna paste it into this component. Well, starting from here, it's already a little bit weird, but I guess this is it's not avoidable. Because you can see that we are sharing this component in other slices, right? I mean, we're sharing this delete event component in other slices, and this is actually inside the delete event slice, but we're sharing it with the edit, with the edit, as well as the view. That's not avoidable. Otherwise, you will have your delete functionality go into the other slices. So I think it's okay to share the UI, right? Although, because we actually encapsulated both the UI and the functionality inside this one slice. But then we're going to share the component with other components. I think that's okay. I personally do think that's okay. Because when we work with vertical slice architecture, we do have to encounter this kind of issue, and we need to come up with a practical solution, right? And I think this practical solution works. All right, so let's go to view created events component, which I'm right here. And then we need to have the delete button somewhere, and we can have a empty column right here. And then at the bottom here, I can have another TD, right? Another TD. And then inside this TD, I can place this component. The class here is link, and the title is basically the created event title. Okay, and now let's run it. All right, so let's cancel, go over to here, and you can see all of the delete button. And if I click on this Meet 11, we'll try to delete this Meetup 11. And you can see we're trying to delete Meetup 11, right? And over here, we're trying to delete SQL discussion. The problem is that I just see one problem here is that we don't actually know which event to delete. We just know the name. So that's something we need to solve. So let's go over here. We have multiple solutions here. We can pass the entire view model, or we can just pass in another parameter. And this is going to be a event ID, right? And then we go over here, better separating them. We pass in the event ID and say again _ event view model dot event ID. And here we actually don't need this @ sign. It's okay to have the @ sign, but it's not necessary. And again, get over here and let's make it look slightly better by separating them. And over here, event ID equals the created event dot event ID. Again, we don't need this @ sign. It's not necessary. and we have the event ID passed into the delete component. Now we just need to work on deleting the actual event. So let's go over here. In a real application, you probably want to disable the event, deactivate the event instead of delete. And also, if the event is in the past, you probably don't want to delete the event, right? We're probably going to implement the logic that if the event is in the past, we do not allow the user to actually delete the event. So seeing this type of functionality, I think what I would do is, I'm sorry that I'm going back and forth, but this is what's happening in the real development. I haven't thought about everything when I start recording the video. So I'm going to create a property here, and then I'm going to pass in the event view model. So this will solve all of our problems, right? We don't have to worry about a missing property when we need them. Okay, so now let's go over here and let's change this. We don't have these two. We have the event view model equal to the underscore event view model. Nice. Let's go over here, and we don't have these two. We're gonna have our event view model equals to the created event. Okay, good enough. Let's go inside to the delete event component, and we're gonna solve one problem over here. This is the event view model dot title. Okay, this is what we need here. And then we're gonna actually try to delete event when the user click on the confirm button. And for that purpose, we will have to create a delete event service, just like this. So what I'll do is I'm gonna copy the created, copy the class. And then I'm gonna right click on this and try to click, and this time actually it works. So this is the delete event service, and I'm going to just replace it with create and then change the name. Okay, now this is not a create async, this is gonna be the delete async. Do I need a whole view model? I can, but it's not necessary. So I'm gonna have the event ID over here, and then I will say, I have the context, and then I say just delete for me. Use the UI. I'm getting lazy now. Delete the event with Entity Framework Core. You see, generate the code, and then generate the next lines. So if it found the event, then it's going to remove it, and then it's going to save it. So which means that it's going to delete it. If it doesn't find it, we need to display an error message. So we do have an error message component, right? Well, for displaying the error message, we can actually create another one. We can say task. So to here, we can have bullet, right? And then we're gonna return true from here, but then return false at the bottom. And we can register this in the program.cs, okay? And do a control dot import namespace. Now let's go back to our slice over here in the component, and this is where we can use it. So dependency injected first. Inject. Well, navigation manager, we're going to use it. We're going to inject it for now. Delete service. So delete service, and then we can say delete event async, right? And then we pass in the event ID. I'm going to say this dot event view model dot event ID. Well, I don't need this. I need to use await. Okay, so in task, and I'm gonna rewrite it and see what it does for me. So delete event service, delete, and well, I still generate continuous. I don't like continuous. Let's just use await. Why don't we use await? So I'm gonna pass in the event view model dot event ID. I'm gonna delete this generated code. So this event view model, what is causing the problem? Oh, we deleted actual. I'm not too sure why it generated this problem. Let me revert the code. That's better. event view model, event ID, and let's go over here and let's add a question mark here. And yeah, that should be okay. Maybe we can add a validation on top. If it's null, then we return false. Yep. Coming back over here, we're gonna await it, and it's generated this rescue line. The await operator can only be used with an async. Okay, so this is not this async. It is this async. Okay. All right. Now after the deletion, we can navigate to /events, right? And do we have /events? I think it's the home page. Later we might need to change it. This shouldn't be the home page. But I want to say if this is true, right? If the deletion is actually finished properly, then I want to do it. Otherwise, we can display an error message. And the deletion of the error message, displaying the error message. Do we have it here? Error message component, right? We have it here. Where do we want to display it? Maybe at the bottom here. It wouldn't be very nice for the list, but let's observe. Let's observe what's going to happen here. So let's have a private error message, and then I'm going to say error message is failed to delete the event. We don't know what exactly is happening, but we're going to bind this to it. That's it. Should be okay. Yeah, we don't need this async. This can be avoided because this is async. All right, let's give it a try first. So we're here, and then let's try to delete this meetup 11 here and cancel, and now try to delete it. Now it actually refreshed, and is it still there? It is still there. So what is actually happening? Oh no, it's not still there. Okay, so what we need is when we navigate to it, we're gonna say, force load equals true. This should solve the problem. But remember, don't delete the past event. We're gonna implement that logic. Okay. Now let's try to delete, let's say this event 6. Are you sure you want to delete event 6? Yes. Now if refresh that, and event 6 is well, we have many event 6, so we don't know. Let's say we delete the 5th event. There's only one, and the 5th event is gone, right? If we refresh, you see it's actually deleted from the database. I don't think I need to pull out the database and prove. All right, so let's delete this Blazor event. Click on this, and you can see the Blazor course cover image is gone. Now this delete functionality is working, but we do need to validate, and the error message is being showed from outside, right? So I think outside, it just means the delete button. So we don't have a problem with this yet, so we can't actually generate this. We don't know what the error message look like. So what we can do is try to implement a logic for deleting a past event. So we can go into this delete event service, and we can create another one. We can say boolean is event deletable, right? Event ID. So we can implement such logic. Well, with this kind of logic, it's basically for the delete event, it's going into the database and retrieve the entity twice. You can see that it retrieved the entity first here, and then it retrieved the entity here. So it's not that good, but I would say I wouldn't want it to return the entity from here unless there is a performance concern. Right now there isn't. There's just no users. But I wouldn't want to be so concerned about performance at the beginning, and I only want to be concerned about the performance when potentially there is. But when there is, we can simply just change this. So I like this refactoring practice instead of too much fixated to the book and always thinking about everything at the beginning. That will slow down our development process. That's my personal perspective. You can be different. So event ID, if it's null, then false, of course. And then we get the context, and then we try to get the event entity, If it's not now, then the event is no. This is not right. Wow, it generated this comment for me. Check if the event is in the past. Okay, now it generated the code for me. So let's verify. So if the begin date is in the past, right? In the past from now, and or there's a or here. If the begin date is equal, okay. So these two is a group. So if it's equal, it's the same day, but the time is in the past. That's a good logic. And return false. So if the begin date is in the past, then it's false, otherwise it's true, okay? And if it's now, then it returns false. Okay, so with this implemented, then I can go to the delete component here. What I would do is I will first validate it. The delete event service is event deletable, and if it's false, then we generate this error message. We don't need this. That's good, right? You cannot delete this. The event has already happened. Delete an event has already happened. Why we cannot delete event that already happened? Well, it really depends on your requirement. I'm just making the case slightly complicated because you see that when you have an event that already in the past, you have people associated with the event, you have payment potentially associated with the event. You just don't want to delete all of the records, right? You want to keep them. And then when the database is pretty big, you can think about archiving the database, but you shouldn't be thinking about deleting the event. When there's so many events in the future, your database querying or the discovering functionality may slow down, right? And that's when you might think about archiving. And if you don't want to think about archiving, you can create an index based on date, right? And then your discovery should be utilizing the dates. It will improve the performance. But eventually, when there are millions of events, you might just think of, well, just archive those old events that is 5 years old or even just 2 years old. You probably want to just even 1 year old. You move those events into another database. But that database could be like a slower database. It could be a cheaper database where it's, when you buy database from Azure, you can make it hot. You can make it I don't remember the terms, but the hot database are more expensive, way more expensive. So that's the reason. So I'm pretty sure we have some databases already happened in the past, and I want to see what the error message look like, especially on the list, and whether that's acceptable or not. Right. So here, see, this is begin time. That's yesterday. So I'm going to click on this, and it doesn't actually delete. doesn't delete it. It doesn't say anything. It could be because of the this is the delegate, right? It's not part of the delete event handling. Therefore, we want to do a state has rendered. State has changed. And I'm going to do the same thing here. So let's run again. Make sure it happens. Okay. So let's try this event again and click on yes. And we see this. You cannot delete an event that has already happened. This pushes the entire thing to the left. Well, it still looks okay at this moment, but what if we make it smaller? Well, it still looks okay. Yeah, I think it's okay. Yeah, if you delete a event, it will just refresh the page and this will be gone. That's fine. But if you go inside here, let's test it again. Delete and click on yes. And where is this? This is right here. You cannot delete an event. Let's refresh. I didn't see it at the beginning. Oh, I have to scroll down. That's not so good. So this, the top. And I don't like the line break. Try to see what happens now. Okay, now I'm gonna do this, delete it. Now it shows up here. That's good. So let's go back to the list. I'm gonna try to delete it again. Now it shows up on the top. That's fine. It's fine. And we have this way earlier. The same thing here. All right, I think we implemented our functionality of deleting the event, and we have been playing with vertical slice architecture, and we have been working around all issues. I like the vertical slice architecture so far in terms of how separated all of the slices are, and also I like it in terms of how coherent everything that is within the slice, right? Especially, I don't have to jump around the solution to find the files that I need to work on. Everything is within this folder, almost everything. Of course, we have shared components, but the shared components is just basically in this one folder. The other ones, we have this view models folder that we need to play with, we need to work with. But other than those, we constantly just work with these couple files, right? Couple files in each slice. And of course, we need to work around a lot of issues that related with this high cohesion within this folder and less cohesion, less sharing between the slices. But that's just the nature. We cannot get everything. Okay, I think it's pretty good. We'll stop the recording and we'll continue working on this project from the next video. So we're going to continue with our Meetups Management System. And so far, the highlighted ones are completed. Well, partially completed because, these are organizer goals. So organizer users, which means the events organizers, the meetup organizers, will use these functionalities. But we don't have organizers login functionality yet, right? So there's only one organizer, which is this anonymous one. So once we start implementing authentication and authorization, then we have to revisit these features, and so that we can, create a meetup just for the particular organizer, not for everyone. But before we continue with organizer goals, we want to move on to attendee goals. And the first one is the browse and discover meetups. And we want to be able to filter by, I don't know, now that I'm developing this, I don't know whether this requirement makes sense or not. I think that we should sort by date and search by keywords. These are basically duplicates. We're supposed to have like sort by date and search by keywords. I think we're going to implement that, because if you come to meetup.com and you can see the basic layout, and we have a search bar over here, and there's this location thing, right? This is my location. And then you can search, and it's going to display this beautiful list of events near the location. And then you have different sorting functionalities, sorting and filtering functionalities over here. So we're going to implement a similar look and feel and similar functionalities, although our requirements will be slightly less than meetup.com. But it's, like I said, it's still going to be full featured. Anyways, we're going to continue our implementation with the browse and discover meetups. So let's just call it discover meetup, and let's work on that. Let's go into Video Studio over here, and if we run this, we have this top bar over here, right? This top navigation bar over here. I think these are it comes from the default templates. And if we go to layout, this is right here, right? The navigation bar is basically this div. And then we have our body over here. I think what we can do is to use Bootstrap. Right? We can learn to use Bootstrap. For that purpose, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to actually just delete this whole thing. Okay, and I'm gonna just have my main over here. And for the main, like inside the main, I'm just gonna have this body placeholder. Right? This is the default body placeholder for Blazor. I'm gonna have it right here. And then we can make the main section work well with this container class. This is from Bootstrap, right? And this container class, there's a container and container fluid, right? The container fluid will make it 100%, and the container will basically have a margin on the left and margin on the right. And let's give it a bigger margin on the left hand side and right hand side. So I'm just going to use this class. And once I have this, what it's going to look like is Let's take a look. You see we have this margin on the left and the margin on the right. The only thing is that we're missing a top bar. So let's go ahead and try to create that top bar. So in order to do that, actually, let's go back to our browser first. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to Bootstrap. Okay, search Bootstrap, go into Bootstrap, and let's go to examples. And let's find some example that we like and just work with that. So for example, maybe this one, this one may work for us. So we're gonna just view page source, for example, right? And maybe view page source is slow. So I'm gonna just inspect, right? And I'm going to make this one slightly bigger on the right hand side. And then I'm gonna inspect this part, which is gonna be our net bar. So which is this. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say edit. And then I'm gonna select everything and copy this into clipboard. So I'm gonna come back over here and just paste this whole thing above the main section over here, right? So we don't have links, and according to the Meetup website, there's not a lot of links. We don't need to implement all of these features, right? So I can remove these links like this. I'm gonna just remove this whole thing. Perhaps I'm gonna just remove this whole div. But what I'm gonna keep is this form, right? Because this form is basically the search box. Currently, according to the example, it's on the right hand side. So I'm gonna move that to the left hand side. So by just copying this, and then I'm gonna delete this div, and then I'm gonna paste it back. So we will have a static bar right now, and let's take a look how it looks like right now. So this is refreshed, and looks like we have some issues with part of the content went into this bar. So this bar is kind of blocking our stuff. So let's fix that problem. I think the problem is this fixed top. So let's remove this. And then maybe we can add a margin on the bottom like this. You see that we have this container fluid. That's why the nav bar on the top is expanding, right? So let's see whether we have any other problems in here. All right, so we have this and we have the space fixed, right? By removing the fixed top. But our search bar is still on the right hand side. So I think what happens is that I removed the div, like see, this I can remove, and then we can leave this div over here, and let's remove the fixed top. And now let's give it a try again. Let's see whether this fixed the problem or not. Well, now you can see the bar moved to the left. What I don't like is this green button. But you can, if you like it, you can keep it. Otherwise, just like myself, I will want to have a different type of search button, which is controlled by this class. So I'm going to say light. Is it a light? I forgot what the class that I think it's a light. And if we do this again, we'll have a better looking, I like this white outline. All right. So did I remove I think I removed the bottom margin. Okay, I need to put it back. So this is our layout, okay? We'll add the margin back. So this is our layout. The thing is, we will need to extract this into a component. I want to have this as a component because otherwise, you see, this is a submit button and it's going to submit to a Razor, like a page component, right, in Blazor. But because the interactivity we're using is server-side interactivity and it's global, right? So it's not going to work very well when we submit data to a Razor component with server interactivity. I'm thinking, what can we do about it? Maybe we can go ahead and create a feature first, and we can call it discover events. Right, and under this, maybe we can create a component. This is a search events component, but before I do that, I already can think of a problem, because you can see that this change, right? This search bar right here is under main layout. And main layout is where? Main layout is under shared folder, right? It's not any of these features. But if I create a search events component under the discover event slice, that means that I'm going to share the slice. I'm going to share the component in the slice to the shared folder, and then this is going to be making it available for everyone. So if we need to do that, why don't we create a component inside the shared folder? I think that would be a good idea, right? So instead of calling it a search bar for events, we can just create a generic search bar. So let's go ahead and try to do that. So create a new Razor component, and then we can call it just generic search bar component, right? And then within this, we can have from the main layout, we can cut this out. And for now, let's paste it here, right? And now we can go back to layout, and we can put our search bar component right here. This will replicate the code that we just tested. This is basically going to be the same thing. I just need to make sure that it isn't. I just need to make sure it's still working. Nothing is broken, right? Nothing is broken right here. And now let's go to the search bar component and think about what I can do with it, right? So we have this button here, and it's a submit button. When I click on the search button, it needs to post some data to a Razor component, and that's not possible. So what I think I can do is, instead of using a submit button, I can just use a regular button, right? I can use a regular button, and then when I click on the search event, I'm going to redirect the user to another Razor component with a query string, right? With a query parameter. That will help solving the whole problem. And then this can be generic, because you can use it to search events, you can use it to search anything. So let's go ahead with this idea. So because of that, I don't even think we need a form, right? Because this is not a submit button. It's not going to, it doesn't have to be a form. And yeah, I think we can just have a div, and with the deflags, make it a flexible container. And then, yeah, with the same role and everything else would be similar. Now, when the user click on this button, we're gonna work on this on click event handler, and we're gonna use a search method here, and it's generated for me. And here I'm gonna simply, like I said, redirect the user to a different location. So because of that, I'm gonna inject the navigation manager. Why it becomes different? Okay, so navigation manager, coming back over here, I'm gonna navigate to a specific location. So in this case, it's going to be, let's say this is a slash events URL, and then we can add a search. Let's actually use a string interpolation here, right? So search equals, and then we provide a value, and the value need to be bound to the input box. So therefore, we're going to create a let's say search query, and this is going to be bound to this input box over here. So I'm going to say bind value and paste this search query over here. Now I can have the search query over here as well. So this would be good, but this hard coding in the events URL isn't good. We don't want to hard code it here because we are creating a generic search bar. So therefore, I'm going to have a parameter over here to have the user pass the URL into it. So what do I call it? Maybe I can call it search page URL, or just search URL, maybe better. So let's say I want to have a search URL, and then I'm going to have this search URL inside a curly brace as string interpolation. We can hard the search parameter over here, telling that the users of the component that this component is going to add a query string parameter over here, and that parameter is the search parameter. Okay, and another thing is looking at this. See, we have the slide, but you might want to use different things, right? You may not like this class, so we can say, you know, button class, and then we can have a button class. This is going to be another parameter, right? Allowing the user to pass in prompt, and then again a button class, and it's going to be used right here. I think we're good. We're going to specify the button class and search URL inside the place where we use it, which is the main layout. Okay, so what do we do here? I'm going to say button class, and this is, well, I deleted, so, but it's supposed to be btn. I think it's outline light, and over here, search URL is going to be /events for now. Eventually, probably going to change this, but for now, let's use this URL. Now, when we redirect to this /event, this is going to be our inside our slice, right? Discover event slice. So let's go ahead and create this page component. So discover event slice, and let's create a reader component, and this is going to be a page component, but we're going to call it discover event component. I think that's the name. And here, maybe we can just say events. Right, and then down over here, of course, we're going to display a list of events. But let's take a look at Meetup. So we're going to have this type of layout, right? First of all, let's talk about functionality, right? So we are going to have a list of events, and the filtering is going to be passed in from the query string. So we need to override. Let's override on parameter set. I don't know why you see this IntelliSense doesn't show me the on parameter side anymore. I mean, it doesn't show me anything. So I'm gonna have a comments here. I'm gonna say override on parameter set. Hopefully the Visual Studio update is gonna fix this problem. But comment and using AI is fixing my problem anyways. So let's do this, and then come over here, and we will need to extract the URL, and for that we're going to come over here on the top. First of all, this is a page component, no, don't forget about this. So we're going to have this, and then I'm going to inject navigation manager. So navigation manager and navigation manager, and I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to get the URI from the navigation manager. So I'm going to say navigation manager, navigation manager.url, and I'm going to get my query strings, and it's generating this for me. So it says query, is this correct? I think this is correct. Okay, so I'm going to say this is query parameters, and I'm going to get the query parameters. I mean the search value from the query parameters, and this is exactly it. So what if it's empty, right? If it's empty, I'm going to just have a empty string for it. And now I'm going to need to search, right? I'm going to need to call the search functionality. And that is going to be, in the same slice. So I'm going to create a class, and I'm going to call it the same thing, same convention. So discover event service. So in order to save myself some energy, I'm going to just go to any place. I'm going to just copy this, and I'm going to come back to discover service, and I'm going to paste this over here, and I'm going to just say, discover event service, and change the constructor to this. Okay, so that saves myself basically these lines of code, and then over here, this is going to be called differently. So basically, this is get events async, and what I'm going to need is the filter to be passed into it. And this is actually there's a default value over here, right? If nothing's passed in, I'm gonna have empty string, and I'm gonna return a list of event view model, right? Just like this, and I'm gonna delete the rest of the code over here. Okay, so we have our context. What we need to do is basically we're getting events by filter. So let's write some comments, and then hopefully AI is going to generate code for us. So get events by filter, right? And we're going to specify some rules here. So if the filter exists, then we filter by event title or descriptions, right? Or location. Now continue writing. So if it's empty, filter is empty, then get all of the events. But this is not right, because if it's empty, whether the filter, not filter, whether the filter is empty or not, the events should be ordered. No, should be in the future. Should be in the future. So we don't want to see past events. This is for user to discover events, right? This is not for the organizer to see the events. The organizer seeing the events, we already created that. But for end users to discover events, we need to allow the user only to see the future events. So we have this, and then we also need to say the result, should be ordered by begin date and time. Descendingly, I would say, descendingly. Now I'm going to hit enter and wait for it to generate the code. Okay, so I have it generated, and let's accept it and then take a look. I think this is okay, but the problem I see is that you can see that I need it not only by date but also by time. Oh, it's doing that. It's doing the date and time. But filter, so should be in the future, which means that should be in the future by comparing date and time, begin date and begin time, right? So let's try to see to make it regenerate this. I'm gonna come over here and hit enter again. Okay, let's see this time it generate correctly or not. So filtering looks correct, right? Filtering looks correct. Date is greater than the date part. And if it's equal, right? If it equals, then we're checking the begin time. And then we order descendingly with date and time, and then we convert that to a list. And if that is empty, then we're getting a empty list. Now, this is good, right? And we can return it. So when I say mapper, I'm going to map it to event view model. But can you see a potential problem here? So this, if we do have a filter, which means that this condition is not going to be met. So it's going to check whether any of these conditions can met or not, right? So if we specify a particular filter, let's say I'm going to type in random letters. I'm going to say DDD, and certainly none of the events will have that sequence of letters. So you're going to return empty. We're going to have an empty list. According to your own requirement, it could be acceptable or not acceptable. So let's take a look at what the Meetup system does. So if I say DDD and click on search, and now you can see that it gives me DDD events, but we don't have any of the events that actually contains the DDD sequence. You know that we're discovering events, and this is a huge topic, right? But we are going to apply very basic rules over here. I'm going to just say that if the filter results in no events, I'm going to remove the filter, right? By removing filter, we're basically retrieving all of the events that is in the future. So because of that, I will have to do this filtering all over again. I'm going to query the database. If the events comes back is empty, I'm going to query the database again. But this time I'm going to remove the filter, right? Set it to empty string. So I have to do this all over again. So therefore I'm going to extract it out to a method. I'm going to say async task, and then it's going to return me a event, not event view model. So I'm going to say search event, and then I'm going to have it pass in a filter, and also a application DB context, application db context. So context. So now I'm going to have this. I'm going to cut this over here. And do I need to do anything else? I don't think so. So I'm going to just directly return this thing. And then go back over here. I'm going to say var events equals await search event provided with filter and context. And now I'm going to test it. So if the filter, so the other way. So if it's not, if the filter is not null or empty, and at the same time, if events count is 0, then I'm gonna use the thing again. I'm gonna say search await. Yeah, I'm gonna accept this. So you see, I'm passing in now to filter. So let's make it even more obvious. I'm gonna set the filter to now, and then I'm gonna pass in the filter to the search events. Right, I'm gonna get it again. So this time I'm getting everything, and then I'm just order it. So everything means everything in the future. Later we're gonna implement paging, but right now we're getting everything. We don't have a lot in the database yet. So now I have the events, and then I'm change that, map that to event view model. Okay, so we have this, and we can come over to program.cs and register it. It's pretty weird. It doesn't. I remember it was able to detect what is inside my clipboard. Anyways, we have this injected into the dependency injection container, coming back to the component, and come on the top, we are going to inject discover events service. So this is the filter, right? And we are going to get the event. So I'm going to declare this. So private list. Actually it's generating for me, right? So I'm not going to have this. I'm just going to have it like that. And then let's say events equals await discover. Yeah, this is exactly what I need. And then I'm going to use this events list up here. So in order to mimic this, so let's take a look at this. In order to mimic this, we are going to use a container first of all. So class and container. So this is again Bootstrap. And then it's generating something for me. I'm going to accept it first. And I don't think this is reasonable for me. I'm going to delete this, but I'm going to keep this row here. In order to have something like Meetup, we're going to use the card class. I'm going to say div, and now I'm going to say class card. And inside here, I'm going to have a card body, but we're not going to use search bar component inside here. I'm going to have a title for this. So let's use h5 for now. Let's see whether it works or not. Okay, and I'm going to say this is the card title. And let's for now, let's hard code a, let's just say event 1. And also above the card body, here is where we can have the cover image of the event. So what do we do here? Well, I'm going to, for now, remove this cover image, right? And because I'm just going to try to see what I have is good or not, right? So I'm going to have, let's say eight of these, and I just want to test the responsiveness. Okay, so this is our home page, but if I click on search, we're going to here, but it shows event 1. Well, this is definitely not what I imagined. I think because we're missing the column class. So let's decrease it back to just 1, and then we need to have column class over here. So if we just have one column class, and then again, let's duplicate it. Let's see how this works. Okay, so we have many of this, and I don't think this is acceptable. Anyways, let's see. So if this is working like this, and we need to change it. So again, I'm going to roll back, and I think over here we need to use the I think they call it breakpoint or something. in Bootstrap. So I'm going to say if the browser is very big, I'm going to have 4 columns, right? I'm writing 3, but I'm saying 4 because in total there's 12. If I say 3, it means that it's divided by 3. So there are 4. And if the screen is medium size, then I'm going to have 3 columns, right? And if it's small, then I'm going to have 2, right? 2 columns. And if it's extra small, then I'm going to have 12. Something like this should work. Let's give it a test. Again, I'm going to duplicate this a few times just to create a scenario. Therefore, I'm going to continue to duplicate this one more time. And let's run it again. All right, now you can see that we have, when it's really, really big, we have 4 columns. And this is exactly what I planned. And then it becomes smaller, there's 3 columns. And then this is the small one. And then this is the extra small. So what I don't like is the gap, right? We're missing a gap here. So let's fix that problem. And I think the gap can be achieved just right here on the row. Actually, let's test it right here. We don't have to, run it again and again. Go over here. I think there is a class that is a G-number. Let's try 3. Okay, so now we achieved a gap. Let's again make some changes. You see, we're not losing the gap, right? As we're making the change, browser size change, we're not losing the gap between any of the cards. So that's exactly what we want. And let's now just delete everything else, just leave 1. Now we can loop through. So first of all, I need to make sure that the event is not now, right? It's not now. And at the same time, events.count is greater than 0. Then I'm going to move this down, okay? And now I'm going to loop through. So for each, and say var and ev in underscore events. Don't use event because that's a keyword. So I'm going to move this up inside and then do a Control KF. Now, remember, okay, fixed. Now, remember when we were dealing with this in the view created events component, we are having something that I want to copy and paste over here, which is related to the image. Right, it's right here. See this? I want to have this. Oh, actually, I want to have all of this. Let's just copy. Let's copy this. And let's paste it over here. Of course, this is Eevee. And then let's move this picture thing inside the card. I don't think this is going to work. The style of fixed width is not going to work here because you see that as the browser changes, the size of the card changes. So we cannot do that. Let's give it a test and see what it looks like right now. Okay. So it looks not bad, right? Let's see. Yeah, this is not bad. Yeah, even this is good. This is the maximum. So of course it's all event 1 and we need to fix this. So ev.title. So you see on parameter set. So when we receive parameter, we get the filter and then we get the events. And now if I say AAA DDD and then click on search, we still have all of the events. But if I say, well, why this doesn't give me the title here? I don't know what happened. Let's close this and restart. Whenever you have a problem with computer, you just shut it down and restart. So let's do that. Okay, let's click on the search button. We come over here and now we have the titles. We fixed it, right? So now, if I do AAA DDD or whatever and click on this, it's going to give me everything. But if I say, let's say I'm going to have sickle, oh, it doesn't work. So what is happening? Let's go to the home page and click on sickle. Okay, it works here, right? And that's because I think it's because, let's go to the search bar component over here. we need to apply the force. I think there is a second parameter, you see, force load, and we can apply 2 here. Okay, let's run again. Now click on search. Now you see it works. You refreshed, right? And if I say SQL, it should work. But what I don't like is that the SQL filter here is cleared because we force reload. It's like a whole new page now. It is not like a whole new page. It is a whole new page. So it cleared us from here. How do we preserve it? See, here in Meetup, if I click on this, it doesn't lose it, right? If I say, meditation, let's search some real thing, and then I already hit enter. So you can see that the results is refreshed, but I'm still having this here. What I would do is, I think the easiest way is because you can see that even this is the search razor component, we are still going to receive the parameter. So we are going to retrieve the parameter right here too. So inside the event, not added event, we went to the wrong one. Where is the one? Okay, inside here, we have these, but we're going to use this again. So because of that, we might want to put it in the helper class. I remember we had a helper class, or a shared helper over here. So I want to say string get query param value, parameter name, and I'm going to paste it over here, and navigation manager, right? This is going to be dependency injected. Get over here and take this one, do a control dot, choose the second one. Now copy this, paste it over here. Okay, so we have the parameter value returned. Now let's take this over here and then just return this, remove the equal sign. And our shared helper, is it dependency injected? I believe it is. So yeah, we have our shared helper dependency injected. So that's good. Now let's go back to the discover page and let's inject our shared helper. And then I'm going to remove all of this, and I'm just shared helper get query string query parameter value, and I'm passing the query parameter name. So same thing here in the search bar component. Where is it? Right here. I'm going to dependency inject the shared helper again. And then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to override initialize. Let's see whether it does for me. Okay, it does. Okay, so I'm going to remove whatever that is here, and then I'm going to use shared helper over here. So I'm going to get the query parameter by its name, so search, and then this search query will be overrode like this. So I need to have a semicolon. So what is wrong with this? Oh, I forgot a double quote. Okay, I think this fixed our problem. Let's run it again. All right, so let's go back, click on search. Now, if we search SQL and click on search button again, you can see that we're keeping the filter over here. That's really good, right? And well, this doesn't work yet, so let's make it work. Let's go to discover events, and over here on the top, for this entire card, we can have a anchor element, right? And then we're gonna move this down to over here, select this whole thing, do a Control KF, right? This formatted pretty well. And then over here, this is the URL of the event. And we have a similar coding here. So let's go over here and just copy it, right? It's just this. Go back, paste it here. This is EV, and that's it. Let's run it again. Okay. And we have this underscore here. I don't like it, but for now, let's just deal with it. So the thing is that the created events, which is for the organizer, is the homepage. And I think at the time, it's time to fix it. So let's go back and let's fix the URL. So what I'll do is I'm gonna actually change this discover events component to make it the homepage. Right? This is supposed to be the homepage. And then let's go to here, and this event. So by making this change, something is going to break. Yeah, something is going to break. So let's come to, I'm going to actually search something. I'm going to search navigation manager.navigate, and well, that's probably wrong spelling. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go down. Actually, I'm going to go to the search bar. I'm going to search navigate to. Inside the entire solution, you can see here, create event component, navigate to this. This has to be changed to events. And over here as well, delete, right? This has to be going to events. And edit as well. Go to events. Anything else? So this is fine, this search bar. Now, well, the problem with discover event, if we're linking to this particular URL, this is what? This is added, and this is wrong. So, you know what? I'm going to leave this to the next video. Okay? Leave this to the next video. For now, I'm going to have a hashtag like this. And, but what I want to see is, see, this is the home page, right? Home page. And then if we search, I'm gonna hit enter. Well, hitting enter doesn't work, which we will definitely need to make it work. Definitely need to make it work. So I click on search, which takes me to this created events page, which is wrong. So in here, we do need to change it. So search URL, which means that when we go over to discover component, this thing, where is it? Oh no, this is in the main layout. Okay, here it's supposed to be. So let's make sure it works. So empty it, click on search. We're still staying on search, right? Still staying on homepage. That's good. And then if I say SQL, click on search. We have this. Delete it. Click on search. We have this. Everything looks correct. So I think we need to just fix two things before we finish this recording. First of all, I will have SQL and then hit enter, right? This should work instead of having to click on the search button. Secondly, this meetup. Secondly, this logo thing, I need to change it. So I have already prepared a logo. I'm going to come to image, and then I'm going to drag that into the folder here. So I have a meetup logo over here. What I'll do is I'm going to go to the main layout, and I'm going to add this thing right here. And I'm going to change this to slash. All right, so here inside the anchor tag, I'm going to add a image. So image, and I'm going to have this meetup logo, closing tag, run it again. All right, so we have our meetup. It's similar to this. And that's why I said that we're going to create a clone of this. So we have this definitely different, right? Similar, but definitely different. Secondly, we're going to fix this. We want to hit enter and then trigger the search. So let's go to our search bar. So what I'll do is go over. So what I would do is I'm going to, first of all, minimize this. And then on the input over here, I'm going to make it look slightly better here so that we can see the next one. So here, I'm going to say on. Let's use on key down. And here, I'm going to say handle key press. Copy this and go down over here. So maybe I'll just put it behind here. And I'm going to say private void handle key press. Did it generate the code for me? Handle key press, yes. So if it's enter, I'm going to just call search. So this should work. Okay, so let's see. So I'm going to say SQL and then hit enter. it works. But why it's not keeping the SQL here? So if I click on search, it does. If I hit enter, it doesn't. See, if I click on search, this is still preserved. If I hit enter, oh, it does. Let's try to reproduce it. Again, I'm gonna say SQL, or maybe let's try Meetup. Hit enter. Oh, I think I know why. It's just because this because the binding thing. So bind value event is input, right? As I'm inputting or keying in each letter, this value is bound. This should fix the problem. Now let's clear it and search. Now I'm gonna say SQL and then hit enter. Now you can see SQL is right here, right? Still keeping it, and let's say Meetup, hit enter, and Meetup is preserved right here. Okay, before we finish this video, let's just do a final testing, making sure that everything works. So I think we have tested the search bar, right? So let's give it a final test, enter this, it's fine. And this link doesn't work yet, but we don't worry about that. Go back, we're fine. You know, we can go over here. We don't have a link to go to the /events yet, but that's fine. We can go manually. And now I need to test some of them because the links changed. So I need to, for example, let's go through the whole scenario. Let's create a event. Let's say we have a meditation. Let's say add meditation on the now. And let's copy this over. And let's change this so that it happens in the future. Let's say this is on the 28th. And this one, of course, on the 28th, on the same day. And it's going to be a 1 hour meditation. So let's say this is 4 o'clock and change this one to, well, actually 2 hour meditation. That's fine. And capacity, let's say we have 15 seats. And this is going to be an in-person venue is 1 Toronto Street, Toronto. Cover image. I don't know what type of image it's good enough. Let's see whether this multithreading thing that I created is fine or not. It's stretched, but that's fine. Let's click. Begin time should be earlier than the end time. So, oh, this is PM, AM. Okay, change to PM. Click on the create. Now we have this meditation on the now event, and let's go over here. So we are able to go to edit, right? And this moment, if I cancel, I'm coming back to this one. This is wrong, right? So this needs to be fixed. So let's go to edit event, right? Go to edit event. And where is the cancel thingamabob? So we have a delete event component. Where is the cancel? I forgot that we have a cancel. Okay, it's inside this component. This is the share component, supposed to go back. And that going back is supposed to be, so this is the submit button, this is the cancel button, and we're going back to /events. Right, so this should be okay. Now, when the form is submitted, let's take a look. Handle image upload. Okay, save. So it's triggering this, and yeah, I believe this part is fine. Let's run again. Okay, you're joining it. Let's run again. Okay, the application is running on the other screen. So I'm going to go to meditation on the now. Oh, it doesn't go there. That's fine. We need to go to /events. And then let's go to meditation on the now, right? See this, I'm thinking that this search bar should work differently, because if I am on this created events screen here, if I search it here, it should filter this, right? But that functionality, let's keep that in mind. And if I can remember that, I will definitely implement that. Otherwise, you can, if I forget about it, I guess you guys can implement that yourself, right? Because you can, based on, let's go to main layout here. So based on the current URL, you can pass in a different search URL here, right? Because this is hard-coded to search for the events discovery. But if currently we're serving the /events page, right, for managing events, then this URL should be /events. And then you can handle it differently, right? You can get the search result from the /events page, which is basically this page, right? From this page, and then you can display the list differently, which means there's some changes in the view created event service page too. But for now, don't worry about it. At least we have seen that, canceling goes back to created event. Let's go over here again. Let's try to update and see what happens. Let's say that we change this to 10 people. Okay, and then let's click on update. We're still going back to created event page. That's pretty good. Is there any other thing? Let's say we're deleting this. Okay, we're deleting this event. So are you sure you want to delete this? If I click on cancel, it comes back, which is good. If I say yes, it still goes back to create events, and at the end, the event is deleted. That's pretty good too. And if I say this, let's say we're deleting meetup number 4, right? And then I click on yes, and you can see that meetup number 4 is indeed deleted. So all of the functionalities still work, right? If I say meditation, let's say med, and then hit enter, it doesn't show me anything. Doesn't show me anything. Oh, because I deleted that event. Yeah, I deleted the meditation event. This is everything I want to show you guys in this video. In the next one, we will definitely have some cleanups. For example, these URLs needs to be cleared. And then when I click on each one of this event, it should take me to the viewing of the event details page, right? So those things we need to continue working on in this video. We already implemented enough. We implemented the search bar. Looks pretty nice. We probably want to make it slightly smaller so that the bar is not so wide. I mean, the height is not so big, but I'm okay with that. And then what we had is these events, but what I noticed, you see, the gap is not big enough anymore. Is it because I removed it? Let's go back and try to fix that. So discover, yeah, for some reason we lost it, or probably for some reason we lost it. Let's get it back. All right, we have the gaps, and yeah, let's make it smaller. Let's observe the gaps. Pretty good. I think that's it for the video. I'll see you in the next one. In the next part, I think we want to implement, clicking on this or any event that we take the user to the event to view the details about the event. But before we implement that, I want to fix some of the issues like the visual effect. For example, I don't want to see the border of the card, and I don't want to see the border either, because if we look at meetup.com, so let me drag this over, you can see that here it looks much better without the border. And then about the titles of the events, they are showing it this way, and there's time on it. I do want to show those information as well. And later when we have organizer information, I want to show the organizer information as well as the price if it's not free. Okay, so let's fix that issue first. Let's jump into Visual Studio here. And this is the place where we can try to manipulate the image. Right, so where is this? This is the discover event component. Right, we want to fix this. We have a very simple fix for the border. Let's try to use the border 0. We set the border to 0, and then it should look much better. Let's see what it looks like right now. Let's go over here and see after it reloads. So we still have this border. And this border comes from where? So this border is the border around this. So it must be this class that gives the border. If we remove this class, what will it look like? Let's take a look. Okay, so now you can see that the border is removed, And I just need to make sure that the breakpoints still work. You can see the size of the image changes, and everything still looks pretty good as we are resizing the browser, right? It looks just nice. The thing is that I think it looks different from here. You see, they have the rounded corner, and I want to give it rounded corner as well. So how do we do that? Let's do inspect and try to change it here so that we don't have to, load the page all the time. So let's come over here and try to edit the image element here. Let's add the class at the very end. So let's say class, and then I think there is a round. Is it rounded or round? Maybe rounded class. And I just need to click somewhere else. So you can see that the rounded corner is added. So I think we just need to come over here. Is it on the image? I think so. So we can add the class back, and this time it's just rounded. And of course you can make it. There's different rounded 0 to, so you can have different ones. Let's just use rounded. I think that's enough. And let's run this. Just make sure that everything runs correctly. Now we have all of the images rounded corners. Of course, the placeholders doesn't actually show the rounded corner, but you can change the placeholders if you don't like this. But for the actual images, you can see that they are displaying nicely. Now for here, I don't want to show the underline, and I want to move it, closer to the image, because you can see that here we have the title displayed here, but everything is basically closer. So let's change that as well. So let's go over here. I think I'm going to change this. Instead of to use H5, which is too big, I want to use just the just a paragraph. Maybe not even use a car body. Let's remove this and see, first of all, whether our title actually is looking correctly now. So let's take a look. Okay, now you see everything. I mean, the title is getting very close to the image, and that's exactly what I want, I think. And let's go over here and see whether I can think of anything. I mean, if we look at this, is there anything that we want to adjust? Maybe we want it to be a little bit further away from the image. It's getting too close. So before we do that adjustment, I want to add the time, because in the let's go back, sorry about that. Here you can see that we have this time, begin time and begin date and begin time displayed right here. I want to display it as well, and then I want to keep a little bit gap between the date and time and the cover image. So I want to do the same thing here, but for that I want to add another paragraph. And for this paragraph, I want to display the begin date. So for that, I can see ev.begin date, and then maybe add a dash, and then we can say ev.begin time. Yeah, I know we need to format the date and time, but let's run this first and just take a look at the layout. Okay, so we have this, and it's getting too close to the image, and also the gap between the title and the time is too big. So let's see whether we can fix that. We're going to add some class here. So first of all, we want a gap between the image and the date time here. So I'm going to add some margin here. So I'm going to say margin top 1, right? And then the bottom, like the gap between these two elements are too big. So I want to minimize that. So I'm going to say margin bottom, and I'm going to set it to 0. So what does it look like right now? Okay, now it looks not bad, right? But I don't want to have the underlines here. This is showing underline just because we have a anchor element here. So I can add, I think it's called non-decoration something. Yeah, this one. So text decoration none. So this will remove it, and let's run it again. Okay, so this is good. Now we want the title to be more prominent and the date and time to be less. So you can see that they are doing like a kind of gray out type of thing, and then the title is I think it's bolded. So we're gonna use bold here. So here, this is a bold, yeah, FW dash bold. And this one, we want to format it. How do we format it? The easiest way is to use explicit razor syntax. So I'm going to use explicit razor syntax around the whole thing. And then here, I'm going to say curly brace. And in order to format it, I'm going to just say I'm going to display the date format like this. And it doesn't like it because I forgot to add the double quote here. And for this one, I want to have a curly brace like this. All right. And the time format, I'm going to say HMMTT, right? Because we're going to use a similar date format like this. And we wanted to go, this correct? Not correct. So it's supposed to be right here. And then we should say to upper. All right, so everything changed to uppercase, and we want this to be grayed out. So we have something, I think it's text dash. I forgot the name of that. Let's scroll down. Light, maybe muted. I think muted is the one, and let's give it a try, and to see whether it becomes what I want. Okay, Sunday, June 8th. Okay, so this I think this is correct. Should I keep a space between? Yeah, I think I need to keep a space between the TT here. So let's run it again. Okay, so we have a space between the PM and the time. Same thing here, AM and the time. Okay, so that's pretty good. And we have a grayed out style here, and then we have the title in bold. So that's pretty good. I think I'm satisfied with this. Now we can work on actually viewing the event. So to actually view the event, we're going to create another slice, and we're going to call it a view event slice, right? We're going to have view event slice. So let's go ahead and try to create a view event slice under the features and add another folder, and we're going to call it view event. And we're going to create a page component. So this is going to be called view event component. We're using the same convention. Let's actually, I want to see what they do here if I click into it. So they have the event name right here on the top. So we can definitely do the same thing. Hosted by, we don't have that information. We can have a similar layout, right? So perhaps we're going to use H2 according to what Meetup does. And then, but the first of all, this has to be a page component. And we also need to, before we go into details, we need to determine the URL. I think we're going to have something like this. So events, it's actually generating this for me. But, I like something like this, right? And then I'm going to have a parameter to receive that. And it's going to look like this. This is going to be our ID. But having, this folder structure, I mean, the root template here, I'm thinking I need to change something, because this is going to be /events, and then everything that starts with or contains this /event should be just a regular, should be just for users, for normal users, right? End users. For organizers, I'm just thinking about this organizer versus end users. So we have this view created events component here, and then we're using the similar URL here, and I don't think it makes sense. I think I want to change this to something like manage, right, /events. And even manage, I don't think this is a good URL, because we may want to use manage for system users, like an administrator or something. So I think I'm going to say organizers, or maybe just org. Org is fine. right? /org/events. And since I changed this to /org, then I would have to think about like navigations, right? So for edit service, I'm navigating to, do I have a navigation here? I don't. Okay, that's good. But here, I have navigates. So I need to navigate. I'm gonna actually search this URL throughout the project, throughout the solution. And let's try to make this work better. So navigation, I'm gonna change this to /org, right? And then delete. I'm gonna change it to /org. I'm gonna copy this and paste it in the next one. So this one, again, after editing, we're gonna navigate, right? Navigate to /org/events. View created events. Also, so what is this? /event/edit. Okay, so I'm gonna change this. And also this one. So because of that, well, here, let's go down. So this is going to, this is the cancel, right? So we are heading the organizer events. And this is fine. This URL is fine. For edit, so for the page directive, I do need to change to /org/events. And for create, I also want to change it to /org/event. /org/events, yes. So since I have changed everything, I just want to run it again, go through all the scenarios, make sure that everything still works. So let's give it a quick test. All right, so we are here on the home page, and in order to go to the organizer events, I'm going to say /org/events, and then I'm here. Now, if I click the create new meetup, it takes me to this page, which is /org/events/create. And I'm going to say meetup 20, let's say meetup 22. And I'm just going to create it pretty quickly. So this one goes to 7. And this one maybe change to 50, right? Capacity 10. Category in person, just give it an address, and we need to quickly find an image for it. Let's just use my logo. I don't know whether this works or not. That's fine. Click on this. All right, coming back is fine. Let's edit the event. Okay, editing is also okay. I'm gonna change this to, let's say I'm gonna add the address and click on update. Comes back, still fine. Right, go over here. And the address is also updated. Click on cancel, comes back correctly. And let's go edit again. Now let's try to delete it. So click on yes. Now it comes back to create events. That's also pretty good. I just need to make sure the final deletion, which is inside here, also works. So let's quickly create it again. 22, and change this one to later time. This one to 7. I'm gonna keep that as 0. This one, and again choose something. I don't know whether this image is okay. No, this image is not okay. It's too big. So let's change to another one. Yeah, let's just use my image here. Now I want to try this one. Click on cancel. This is okay. Click on yes. It also works pretty well. Okay, everything works. So what I need to do now is I can then continue actually working on the view event, right? Because we have /events, and the first thing I want to make sure is I just want to display the event ID. Actually, it actually showed this for me. Okay, I'm just displaying this ID for test purpose. But how do we navigate to over here? All right, we're going to navigate from the discover events component, and we have this. So we're going to say /events/ and we're going to take EV, right? an ID, which is the event ID. And that should be what we need. Run the application again, and we need to go to Meetup, right? This shows everything. I'm going to go to Meetup. Let's say we go to SQL discussion, and it displays number 15. This is number 15, right? Coming back, and this is number 13, and it's pretty good. And this is number 11. So, which means the navigation works. We just need to continue implementing the view created event component over here. So I'm going to use a defensive programming over here. Once we receive, so I'm going to say override. Okay, for some reason today it works. I don't know what happened the other day. These IntelliSense didn't show up. So I'm going to grab the information, like load the event directly from the database. And to do that, I'm going to create the view event service class here. So I'm going to say view event service and hit enter. And this is going to be pretty similar to the added event service, right? So I'm going to actually copy everything, copy the whole thing, coming back to view event service over here. And I'm going to change added event service to view event, service, and view event service. And I'm going to remove this because we're not going to update the event, right? We're only going to load the event. So we are facing this issue, right? We are actually duplicating the code, but should we actually worry about it? You know, the code that we are duplicating is really minimal. We're definitely just only using the repository, which is the context itself, to load the event entity, and we're doing nothing else with it. So I think we're totally fine. We don't have to create a shared entity, create a shared class and expose this in a different place. I think we can just duplicate this code. No problem with that. Okay, so let's come back to let's close this. We don't need it. We need it over here. So we can use the view event service, which we are going to dependency injected right here. So does it generate for me? It doesn't, but I'm going to say view event service. I'm not sure why it doesn't recognize it. View event service. It is right here. It has no problems. Let's say view event service. View event service. Now it recognizes just being very, very slow. That's fine. Let's close it. And coming back over here, we're going to dependency inject this service into it like this. And then I'm going to use it to get the event by ID. And when I'm passing in the ID itself, on parameter set, which means that we already have the ID, so we don't even need to check whether the ID is greater than 0 or not. We can use it. And it's an async method, so I'm going to say async over here, and then we are going to declare a event view model. So this is going to get a event object for me. I'm going to say EV now, because event is actually a keyword. So this is, what is it? This is a, we got to use await. Don't forget to use that. The typo is wrong. So EV is a event view model. Let's actually go inside here and see what is actually being returned. It's actually event view model, right? It's already converted. So I don't even need to declare that. I'm going to just assign it directly to _ event view model. And then I can start using this event view model. What I want to do over here is to be defensive. I need to make sure that the event view model is not now. So when it's not now, what are we going to do? We are going to display the event title. So I'm going to say I'm going to say _ event view model, and then we display the title like this. So so far we coded a lot. We want to give it a test a little bit, We don't want to code too much before we test it, because otherwise we're dealing with too much code. Let's go to SQL discussion, and we're seeing this very nice title, and that's exactly what we want to have here. Maybe we can change to a better font family, but I'm okay with the default. Now we want to display the organizer information, but we don't have it. So what do? We can display a HR, right? Not the HR department, but our own HR line here. And after that, we can show the details of our event. And what do we do here to show the details of the event? We don't want to display all the information, right? We only want to have the title, the cover image. So we just need to display details. And in the future, when we implement registration, we can show the registered attendees. So here, the second one is going to be our image. So let's have our cover image displayed right over here. We're gonna have let's use a paragraph, and then I definitely think that it actually heard what I was trying to implement. So to prove that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say what I'm going to do next and see what it does. Okay, in the next paragraph, I want to display the details, which is the description of the event view model. So try to generate that code for me right now. Well, it didn't hear me. So anyways, I'm going to use this paragraph, and then I'm going to display the description of the event. So underscore event view model dot description. Okay, so let's try to take a look at whether this is correct or not. The image, well, we don't have a description for the SQL event. Okay, that's probably the reason why it's not showing anything. But let's go to events. No, not events. I forgot the folder structure now. So /org/events, update this, and we're gonna give it a nice description here. Seeing the description like this, we want to perhaps have at least a text. What is it called? I suddenly forgot what it is. It's not an input, but it's a multi-line input. Text area, right? It's a text area. So let's go back and change this description. Okay, so input text. I think there is something that I called input text. Input text area. So we can use this, right? And let's see the default layout. So okay, so this is probably not big enough. So we can have multiple lines. So let's say we want to have rows. I think there is this. Let's say 10 rows. Okay. And it's going to make it taller. Okay, so 10 rows probably too much. 10 rows is probably too, well, I think we're going to keep it as 10 rows. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just I'm going to steal this information. And I'm going to paste it over here. I think I left this J, and I'm going to update it. Field description must be a string that is maximum 500. 500. Why did I leave it only at 500? Oh my goodness. Let's actually fix that problem. Where do we fix it? We're going to go to event, and 500 is to, let's say, 4,000. Okay, 4,000 is our limitation here, and we need to use package manager to actually push a change. So I'm going to say add migration, extend description, event description, and 4,000. Okay, so we are creating a new migration, and let's take a look at the migration. So it says succeeded, but operation was scaffolded. Okay, no problem. So up max length 4,000. Drop, when I drop, right? going down, maximum change back to 500. So let's go into here and just run update database, which is going to take the latest migration and just run it. Okay, so we are good now. And let's run this whole thing again. I believe it's gonna be much better now. Updated, I'm not too sure. So I'm gonna paste this whole thing. I'm gonna select better, it's better, and paste it over here. And I'm gonna click on update. This didn't update. Okay, let me close this, run it again. Okay, let's go to SQL. Oh, not here. We gotta go to org and /events. And then let's update this, see whether it accepts it or not. Still 500. Oh, that's probably because I did have a limitation on the UI side. So let's go over here. Is it because I have the limitation over here in the event view model? Oh, I do. So I got to change this to 4,000. Okay, so this should fix our problem. Okay, let's do this and then click on update. Begin date, end date. The begin date should be earlier than the end date. So, oh, yeah, because I updated the begin date, but I didn't update the end date. That's the reason, but that's fine. Okay, so let's go over here, and you can see the text is right here inside the description field, and that's pretty good. And what I want to do is I want to go to the home page. Actually, click on this home page, and then let's go SQL, and then it's being displayed right here. So we have everything, stay together like this. So let's try to see whether we can preserve, preserve the formatting. So let's do inspect over here. So before we actually change it, let's go to inspect. So everything is using, like, it's wrapped by the paragraph element. Let's change it to preserve element. Did it change over here? It did. Okay, so I'm going to hit and click somewhere else, and you can see that the text is actually preserved, right? But the problem is that it doesn't actually wrap around. So we gotta add this again. So inspect, go over here, and let's actually add it as HTML. So I'm gonna add style over here, and let's say we're gonna have white space, and we're gonna enable wrapping, and for word wrap we're gonna have break word. So this ensures that long words also wrap. So let's click somewhere else. Is it actually doing it? Did it actually keep what I had? Oh no, I think I entered something wrong. It should be pre-wrap and break word. So that's okay. Let's change it. Okay, so now, yeah, now everything looks fine. Like if I make it even smaller, you see that the text is actually wrapping properly. Okay, so now let me move that into my code. So I'm gonna select everything here, and then let's go to the code, and where is it? Our view, and I'm gonna change the description to use preserve, and we have style like this, and let's run it again. Okay, so it's displaying everything correctly now, right? And our HR line is right here, and let's take a look at this. It says details, and we might want to also say details like that, right? So let's go over here and change this one. I'm gonna say H6 details. Maybe we want to add a line break over here to keep a gap. Okay, so that's pretty good. Yeah, and later we're gonna add attendees. For now, we are good. So let's go back to Meetup. Let's go to Meetup 20, and we have some these details displaying right here. This one, Meetup 6, doesn't have any details. SQL still have meetups, still have details, and if we want to add it, we just go to org, and let's say we go to Meetup 20, and we take a different description, which is still some other description. I hope they don't mind. This is really not, it's not showing. See, in heart music, I think I'm actually promoting their event anyway, so I don't think they mind. Let's click on update. Oh, my end date again is wrong. I think this is May 26th. All right, click on update. We're good. Going back to Meetup, and information is preserved. So let's go to Meetup homepage and go to Meetup 20, and we do have our detailed information along with the format. See, even the font is preserved. That's pretty good. All right, that's everything I think I want to cover in this video. I'll see you in the next one. In the previous video, we have created this event detail page, or this Meetup detail page, where we can show the details of the event. And in this video, we're going to continue with the attending functionality of the event, right? Which is the RSVP functionality. We can't go very far because here we have this real Meetup website right here. And I think what we are going to implement is this part. You see, this is a footer, right? We can simply just put a button right here on this view event detail page. But I think I want to give myself a challenge. I want to make it as real as possible. So we're going to implement this footer over here, which means that I'm going to scroll, like while I'm scrolling through the details of the event, the footer bar here is always at the bottom. And then I can click on the button and then I get a pop-up because I didn't log in yet. So at least we're going to implement these two different things. So the bar at the bottom, and when I click on it, I have the pop-up dialog over here. So we're going to implement this as real as possible. And notice that this bar is going to disappear if I go to the home page or any other page. Right? It only shows up when I try to look at an event and then try to click on the attend button over here. And then it just shows up a dialog there. And then a dialog shows up. So this bar is only at the details page. So let's jump into actually the details slice, the details slice over here, the view event slice, and try to implement that. This means that I'm going to have the bar display right here. I can already foresee some problems, but let's go ahead and try to see what it's going to look like. So I have a footer. I can use a footer class, and it's already generated this code for me. I can close it. So we want this footer to span across the whole screen. At this moment, we are using the main layout, which is this main layout right here. And then you can see that this is a container. This is not a fluid container, which means that we have a margin on the left and margin on the right. So I want this footer to span across the whole screen. Therefore, I need the container fluid. I'm going to try at least to use this and see whether it can go across. Since in my implementation here, the top bar is dark, okay, I'm going to use a dark footer as well. So here I'm going to say background is dark. And then I want the text to be white. And I'm going to have some padding on the vertical direction. And because the footer is going to be stuck at the bottom, right? It's not going to scroll as I scroll my mouse. So I'm going to say position is fixed. And I need to say bottom 0. Okay, so this is going to make it fixed at the bottom, at bottom 0. And I want it to be 100%. I just want to make sure this container fluid really works. That's why I'm adding this, with 100%. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, it has some stuff here. So this is not the date. This is the begin date. So begin date is the automatic generated code. It doesn't actually look at the properties inside the view model. Let's run it again, and everything succeeded. Let's take a look. So we do have this bar display like this. I don't like it. We can fix it later, but you can notice that this bar is not actually spanning across the screen. On the right side, it actually expanded, but on the left side, there's still a margin here. I don't actually see a workaround for this. So but at least you can see that the scrolling now works. And well, we have a problem right here. This is hiding behind the bar, so we need to fix that too. Just notice these problems, and then we're trying to fix that later. But first of all, let's don't worry about this information here. We need to get this bar span across the whole screen. So in order to do that, I don't see any way to actually fix this problem on this particular page, on this view event details page. We will have to put this bar on the main layout, because you see the main layout has this main section, whereas all of the other pages, all of the components are rendered right here, replacing the body placeholder. So if we can have a footer right here, then it would be able to expand across the whole screen. Now you can see that it tries to automatically generate this, but it doesn't work because we don't have the view model. Right? We don't have the view model right here. The view model is only on the view event component page. Right? Trying to get the view model in here is not really a good practice, considering we're using vertical slice. But you can see it really tries to generate all of the classes for me. Right? Knows what I was trying to do. Maybe he heard what I said. But anyways, let's actually go back. I'm going to reverse this, and then I'm going to delete the third one, but I'm going to hard code something. Right? I'm going to just hard code. Maybe location is Toronto, and the date is, let's just say today. I'm just hard coding, just for testing purpose. And of course here, I can't let it happen here. I'm gonna delete this because it doesn't actually work. I'm gonna put the footer here and just see what it looks like. Okay, we need to get the look and feel ready. Now it's rejoining the server. You can see that now it's actually working nicely, at least across the whole thing. And then we just need to solve the problems of going up and down. Now, this way of displaying this actually makes the bar too tall. So we need to fix this problem. And to fix that, I'm going to go to the place where we display the event, which is in the Discover Events component here. So you can see that we have these two, right? This two paragraph. And I'm going to copy this over. I'm going to use those two paragraphs. Now, of course, we don't have the event view model, so I'm going to just say here today, the title, right? So this is my event. I'm just going to use this hard-coded text. And here, text muted won't work. I'm going to change to, let's say, card text. And we'll see how this looks like. Run again. Okay, now you can see the bar becomes much smaller, right? And the look and feel here, let's make it smaller so that I can see. And the look and feel here, you can see it's not bad, right? It's not that bad. And the padding, let's see whether, let's actually remove this and let's run again and see whether that can actually make it even smaller. Okay, so it's just smaller, right? It's smaller, but I do want some padding, not completely remove it, because this time it doesn't look very nice as comparing with before. So let's add, let's use developer tool. So instead of 3, I'm gonna try 1. What about 2? Okay, I think 2 is fine. 2 is fine. If you look at this, it has a, maybe this one is using 3. But I think 2 is good. I'm gonna change this to 2 here, and it doesn't matter where you add it. So I'm gonna add it right here. So vertical padding, and the look and feel is good. Now we need to solve the problem, right? We need to access the event information here, but this is the main layout, right? In order to access the event, like what are you gonna do here? You can, because it's the main layout, so every page you're hitting is going to use this main layout. And because of that, you can sort of getting the event ID from the URL by using navigation manager. And then you get the ID and load the event. and then use the event information inside this footer, right? You can do that, but then don't forget that the main layout is inside the shared folder, which means that this is not of any slice. However, you are really doing some slice specific work that way. We're encountering this vertical slice architecture, specific problems that are related to this specific architecture. So, which is a good thing and a bad thing. It's kind of constrain our hands, right? We can't do everything freely. But then at the same time, this constraint also helps us with a good organization, good architecture. At this moment, after several hours of implementing this project using vertical slice architecture, I'm still not very convinced that this extra amount of time just to work around the architecture is absolutely worth it. But at the same time, I'm also seeing some benefits. So let's continue, and then maybe at the end of the project, we will review about the architecture and see whether I really like it or not really like it. Let's just stick to the architecture and try to work around that. So for this, to solve this problem, I still think that we need to have this information populated through the slice, right? So these have to be inside the slice instead of in the main layout. So if you have some experience with ASP.NET Core MVC or Razor pages, you would be thinking about using a section, right? If we can create a section right here, and then inside the slice, maybe we can call it the attend event slice. Inside that slice, if we can target the section, then we can just put these markup inside that section within the slice. Then it will just render it right here. That would be the best. However, we're using Blazor, and Blazor doesn't actually have this section thing, but Blazor has something similar, which is called render fragment. But a typical render fragment implementation involves, declare a render fragment inside this main layout, which doesn't really work because we are not reusing the main layout in the typical way. We are using the main layout on every single one without specifying it as a component. So in order to use render fragment, we actually have to create a class. So if you have never done this, this could be new to you, and it's also going to be very interesting. So actually, let's try to create a class. And this class is going to be a shared inside the shared folder. And I'm going to call it layout service. So because of that, I'm going to actually go over here and create a subfolder, and I'm going to call it services. In case that later we're going to need some other services, but right now I'm going to create a class under the services folder, and I'm going to call it layout service, because this is going to help us to add some addition functionality to the layout. That's why I call it layout service. I'm going to create a public property, and the type of that is render fragment. And I'm going to say, I'm going to use question mark, so it may be there, it may not be there. So I'm going to call this section content. So remember, we're trying to implement a section type of functionality, similar to MVC or Razor pages. We don't want the user to actually set it, so I'm going to make a private setter. And then what I want to do is to use set section content, and it's it's already giving me this implemented this for me. Now what I need to do is that once the user or once this method is being called, we need to make sure that the content is rendered by calling, but I can't call it right here, right? I have to call it from main layout. Okay? So therefore I'm going to create an action, right? So I'm going to say action, and I'm going to call it on content changed. And then here I'm going to say on content changed, and I'm going to use the generated code, right? So I'm going to invoke this action as soon as the render fragment is set. And now I'm going to register the layout service in the program.cs. Okay, I'm going to come over here and just do it on the top. For this one, I can have a singleton, and I'm going to control dot import namespace. Now I have the layout service dependency injected. Just put it into the dependency container. And now I can go back to the main layout, which is right here. And I can inject this into the main layout. So I'm going to say layout service. Now it doesn't recognize this, but I'm going to do a control dot to import namespace. Over here, I'm going to take the layout service. I'm going to get rid of this by using the layout service so that we can eventually use the layout service to provide this footer content. So in order to do that, I'm going to say, let's try a div. I'm not sure it's going to work, but let's try a div. And then over here, I'm going to just use the layout service. And I'm going to say section content. So basically, we are using the layout service to provide the render fragment. And then the render fragment will be rendered inside this div. And let's comment this out for now, so we don't need it until later. So this will be rendered here. The question is, who's going to set it? Of course, we are going to set it at the place where the footer is needed. And that is in our view event component page here. So I'm going to come over here at the bottom, and I'm going to override the, let's see on override actually works or not. So I'm going to say on after. It doesn't work anymore, but let's use AI to generate it. So I'm going to say override on after render. We don't need async. Rely on AI. Okay, so well, it's still doing this async thing. I'm going to change it to synchronous version. Remove this. And do I need it? No, I don't need the status changed. Okay, so here, this is where I'm going to actually use the layout service to set the content. So therefore, I'm going to inject the layout service, and I'm going to do a control dot to import namespace, but I'm going to take it to the import star razor. So I'm going to put it right here. Coming back. Now color coding is back, and we can use it directly here. So here, this is the place I'm going to set the content. And I don't know whether you have seen this. You can actually write HTML in here, right? Because this is render fragment. You can use HTML directly as a parameter here. So if I say footer and footer, you can see it doesn't like it, right? But if you add a @ you're basically telling that this is a section of HTML, and it works, right? So because of this works, I'm going to go back to the main layout. Where is it? And I'm going to copy this, or actually cut it and remove this. And then I'm going to go back and just paste it right here. Paste the entire thing right here. Okay. Now this is not going to show up in the main layout, because here is that you know that this page itself is using main layout, but this is on after render, and this is all, which means it's already rendered, and we have to somehow make sure that it re-renders, right? It re-renders. The main layout have to re-renders by calling state has changed. And we talked about that a little bit just now. So in order to actually make sure it re-renders, we're going to add a code block over here. And then we're going to deal with the, remember the action, right? Which is the delegate. So for that purpose, I'm going to use the automatically generated code, but I don't need the async version. So again, change this to, oh no, I don't need the after runner. I need to override uninitialize, but it doesn't do it. So again, I'm going to use comment, and it does. Okay, this time it works. So I have layout, and I set the content. This is not the place I set the content. This is the place I register the onContent change. And when the onContent change, I'm going to say state has changed. And because of that, I need to make sure that I remove this delegate. So I'm going to come to the top and I'm going to say implement I disposable. And then I'm going to scroll down to the bottom and I say public void dispose. And now if you scroll up, the rescue line is gone because it implemented this this method. And inside here, I'm going to just copy this and I'm going to use the minus sign to get rid of it. Okay, make sure that there's no memory leak this way. But I hope you understand how this works, right? So let's go over here. So when this view event component, which is this view event details component, renders, after render for the first time, we're gonna set the content, which is the render fragment. So by doing it, I want this information. This is div. Oh no, I didn't. So this is footer. Okay, I want this footer to be displayed inside the main layout right here. However, it won't happen until the state has changed. It's called, and we made sure that we called the set section, and in the set section method, we made sure that this action is invoked. And when this action is invoked, right, it's going to trigger the state has changed. Okay, now I see a potential problem, but I'm going to run it, and then you will see what I'm referring to. So let's run it, and let's see how this works. Coming back over here, let's remove this developer tool. Okay, so you can see that we have this error already, and let's bring up developer tool, and let's look at the console. So it complains that there was an unhandled exception on the current circuit. So the circuit will be terminated. Details error. We need to look at the details errors, but I already know what the problem is. See, they're not using the same thread. We are in the main layout, but then what is triggering this event is in a different component here, right, which is right here in the view event component. And we are trying to trigger the state has changed by calling the set section content in a different component. And it's going to, it considers it not thread safe, so it refuses to do it. So in order to make sure that it is thread safe, let's create another method here. So I'm going to say private, and this time it has to be an async method. And I'm going to say update layout section. So what I would do here is I'm going to call the status changed, but I'm going to use the invoke async method here. I'm going to do it like this, status changed. And if you hover the mouse over this invoke async, it tells you that execute the supplied work item on the associated render's synchronization context. So synchronization context is a keyword. If you don't understand it, you can do a research. I do have a C# multithreading and asynchronous programming course, and you can check out the description area for information to get access to the course. So if I do it this way, and then instead of calling the status change directly here, I can put update layout section here and then remove it from here. Okay, this should, in theory, solve the problem. Run the application again, and let's let it rejoin the circuit. Now you can see that it shows my hard-coded information. And then if I go to Meetup, it still shows my hard-coded information. So which means that somehow we need to clean this up. We need to get rid of this. So before we try to get rid of that, let's actually put real information in here. So the real information is going to follow. Let's again go to discover slides over here. So I need to recopy this because I need the real information. Let's close this. Coming back over here, change this to cart text. So not text muted, cart text, because otherwise it's going to be a gray color and it doesn't look good on the dark background. And then this EV is going to be changed to event view model. And perhaps we need to make sure that the event view model is actually there. So I'm going to go inside in here. I'm going to say if it's not now, it's not now. And then I'm going to move this to line inside it. Do Control KF. Oh, Control KF doesn't work really well, but let's manually move it inside. And this time, I think it should be okay. Okay, now let's go to SQL discussion. Now you can see that the information is missing here, right? It's completely missing, but let's go back. Oh, if I go back, the information is back. So this is actually still related to the status changed problem. So let's examine what is actually happening. So inside the main, right here, we have initialized and we're calling status changed. I can see that there could be some issues with subscriptions to the event. So you can see this is in the uninitialized. The problem with the uninitialized is that it has a pre-rendering, which means that this event is actually this event hook is being triggered twice. And there will be two versions of this method being registered to the layout service. And also you can see that we have this dispose. And when the pre-rendering is happening the first time, this dispose method will be called. And it's going to take away that registration. And this somehow could cause the error. So I think what I want to do is I want to do a override. And I want to override the on after render. Okay. Not the async version. Async. Okay, good. So I want to do it this way, and then I'm going to put this right here so that it's only called once, and I'm going to remove it. So I think this would be better, but then let's go to the view event component right here and scroll down here because this is on parameters async. So this could be triggered after rendering. So I think the safest way to register this, to set the content is actually, I'm going to take this out and I'm going to actually put it inside the parameters set async here. Right. So this way, I'm sure that I will have a event view model. I don't even need this inside the HTML. I can check it here, or maybe I don't check it, and then it will throw exceptions if it's null. Okay. So this way, I think we should be able to fix the problem. Let's run it again, make sure the problem is fixed. Actually, let's turn this off, close this, and let's run it again. So this time, why I have to close the application is because we are using singleton. Okay. And if we keep the application running, then there could be something already stuck in the application. I don't want to use whatever that was already there. So let's take a look. So this is a new application that was just started. And then let's go to SQL. And now immediately you can see that information is displayed, right? That's pretty good. Let's go back and go to Meetup and information is displayed. So everything is working properly. I think the main problem is really this on-parameter thing. On parameter set async. You can verify that by actually testing that yourself. Removing this if statement, I think it would have already throw exception. So keeping this information inside on parameter set over here makes more sense. And everything is working properly. Okay, except this one. So we will need to fix this. So let's actually inspect. And you can see that this part sticks all the way to the bottom. So in order to fix this problem, let's see what we can do here. Let's first of all examine this. Let's added this as HTML. What I want to do is I want to give it a div so that I can control it better. I'm going to move this closing tag to the bottom. And then let's go up over here. Let's add some style here. I'm going to add a margin bottom, and let's set it to 100 pixel and see whether this would do anything. Oh, not a margin, maybe a padding bottom. I don't know whether margin will help or padding. Let's actually see. So apparently margin didn't help. Let's see whether we can change that to padding. Okay, now you can see padding actually helped. If we examine this, you can see the padding actually helped a lot. Let's change it to actually use smaller padding because we don't need that much. Let's say maybe 50. Oh, that's too close. Let's change to 60. Okay, much better. Okay, so that fixed our problem. And to duplicate this, let's go to our view event detail and let's wrap this with div. Move this to the bottom, do Control KF, and then we're gonna say padding bottom, okay, and 60 pixels. This should be good. Now, one more thing we need to do. Well, I guess a few things we need to do. First of all, let's run it again. So this is working, right? But if I go to Meetup, you see this information is still being displayed here. And this is definitely not something I really want. So we need to clear. So how do we clear it when we go to other pages? Because right now, if I go to org event, you see that the bar is still here because this is just kept in the main layout. Right? Even we're using the organizers pages, right? Let's say I'm trying to edit this, the bar is still here, and this is pretty odd. Okay? So we need to really fix this issue by clearing the bar whenever we go to other pages. And one way to fix this problem that I can think of is to use a base component. So let's close this all up, and then let's go to the shared folder, and let's go to component here, and let's create a base component class. So I'm going to call it base component, right? And it's going to derive from component base. And do a control dot, import the namespace, right? Component base. And we want to clear the render fragment. So because of that, I need to inject the layout service. So I'm going to say service, and it doesn't recognize it. I'm going to import namespace, and I'm going to change this to use protected. Okay. And now I want to override uninitialize and see, comment it out, and then let it generate the code for me. So over here, I want to say layout service. So layout service, I'm going to change this to lowercase. It doesn't make sense to use uppercase. So I'm going to say layout service dot question mark dot set section content. And I'm going to use null to clear everything out. Okay, there's nothing in the footer. And now if I inherit from the base component, so let's go to the features, and which one is our homepage? It's the discover events, right? This is our homepage. You can see the slash here. And all we have to do is somewhere here, we say inherit, right? Inherit, and then base component. So this would just clear everything whenever uninitialize is called. Our code is not dependent on uninitialize. Our code of rendering the footer is not dependent on initialize. So that shouldn't create any issue for us. So let's go to Meetup, and the bar is missing now, which is a good sign. Let's go to SQL. Now we can see it, and let's go back, and the bar is closed. The bar is disappeared. The bar disappeared. So that's pretty good. Let's go this Meetup one, and then try one more time, and this. So that works. So which means that we just need to copy this and paste it in all of the other component here. Let's go to added event over here and just paste it here. And let's go to view created event here. I'm gonna paste it right here. And view event is the place where we do need to display the bar, right? So we're not going to paste it here. So delete, this is actually a component. This is not a page component, but this one is. So we're gonna also, so this should fix our problem. And let's run it, make sure everything works. So we have this bar displayed, go to home page, disappeared. Now let's go to org, and the bar, actually we need to display this first and then go to org, right? Now disappeared. Again, we gotta make sure it's up. Now it's up. And we want to go to /org/ I forgot the URL. So let's go to here. Make sure, first of all, make sure the bar is here, and then I'm going to go to /org/events/create, and the bar disappeared. I don't want to test every single one, but our base component is working for clearing the footer. Now, I think the one last thing is that we're having our view component setting the section, which means that all of the functionalities of the attending, at least the attending button, this is not actually the last one, probably the second last step. We need to extract this into a different slice. So let's try to do that. Let's try to create another folder, and let's call this attend event. Should I call it attend event or should I call it RSVP event? Maybe let's call it RSVP event. RSVP event, and let's create a Blazor component under a folder, and let's call it RSVP event component. And this is following the pattern. I don't think I should call it RSVP event component. I think I could call it RSVP event footer component, because we will probably have a RSVP event, actual RSVP event component later. So let's call it footer, and then if this one becomes the actual RSVP event component, then we'll change the name. But let's call it footer. And because it's footer, let's go over here and let's just copy this whole thing, and let's paste it over there. Replace this. And we have this view model. We need to have it passed in as a parameter. So this is going to be the event view model, and let's call it event. We will have a question mark over here, and at the very top we can say if the event is not now, then I'm gonna move this down to Control KF here, and then I'm gonna replace all of this event view model with the underscore event. Okay, good. Now let's use the RSVP event. So RSVP event footer component, not like this, as a element, so like this. So it tries to import. So I'm gonna take this away, and going up to the top, I'm gonna say using, okay. And here I need to pass in the event. So this is the underscore, okay. So this is much better. And let's give it a test. Make sure it still works. Go to SQL. Now it works. Go back. Meetup. Also works. Okay. So this is the part that we're following the vertical slice architecture, right? But the main challenge we have been facing is the footer. Because of the vertical slice architecture, we can't do the things that we want to do freely. We can't mix the code in the main layout. Therefore, we created this layout service thing inside the services folder, and then we're setting the render fragment right here in the onParameter set. Right? We have been spending a lot of time on that, and then finally we created a slice for the RSVP. Another thing is that we need a button here. And that is the attend button, which is very similar to what we have in the actual meetup.com, right? And because of that, I want to have a div around this because I want the button to be on the right-hand side. So I'm gonna move this inside the div, and this div will have a class container. And for the second div, I'm gonna put the button over here. So the button is going to be BTN and BTN outline light, just like the one on the header. And on click is going to go to attend. And here, this is attend. And at the bottom, let's attend method implemented. So private void attend. And this is going to display the dialog as what I mentioned at the beginning of this video. And we need to wrap around this with another div in order to have it rendered, to the left and to the right. So container D, I'm going to use flex and align items center. Move this loading tag to the bottom, and this should work. Without implementing the attend, let's run it again, making sure that we have okay, so we have the attend on the right hand side, and we have this information displayed right here. And yeah, we just need to implement the attend button. And let's go down. So the attend button, we want to show a dialog. And we already have the dialog. I mean, we had a confirmation dialog, right? So we can implement something like this. We can have a generic dialog implemented. I just made a copy. And I'm going to rename it to just call it dialog component. Inside here, it's not a confirm dialog, so we don't need the confirm method there. And perhaps we don't even need the footer. So let's delete this whole thing. We do have this cancel thing because it's not a cancel anymore. I'm going to change it to close. Okay, change this one to close. And we don't have a message to display. So I'm going to delete this unconfirm, delete the message. We don't need it. And we don't need the message, we don't need unconfirm, so delete all of these. So what we do need here for the modal body part is actually a render fragment. So let's declare a render fragment at the bottom. So we will have a parameter. A render fragment is a parameter in this case. So prop and render fragment question mark, and I'm going to call it dialog body. So we're going to render this render fragment just right here. Dialog body, just like this. Now, the title here is not going to be called confirm, but it needs to be passed in from outside. So I'm going to create another parameter. In this case, we're going to have a string type and call it title. And I'm going to display the title right here. That's it. Anything else I need to do? I don't think so. So we can use this dialog. No, I need to delete this. Yeah, I think we can just use this inside the new one, RSVP. Right. So here, if the event is there, I'm gonna have the dialog component, and I'm gonna use the generated code. Oh, I didn't. So here I'm gonna just call it dialog, and then I'm gonna have this dialog component, the dialog right here, and over here in the attend, I'm gonna show the dialog. Okay, in this video is already too long, so I'm not going to implement the actual authentication with anything, but we're gonna show the dialog. So what is happening here? There's no argument that corresponds to the required. Oh, okay. So we don't need any of these parameters, so I'm gonna delete that. Okay, so this is good. The title here is missing. I'm gonna say sign up. Let's say sign up to attend this event. Okay, this is the same information as the meetup. That's why I'm using it. And then don't forget to have the render fragment. Specify that. So here, let's say dialog body, and then we have our render fragment. It's generated something for me. So let's just use the temporarily generated stuff and let's give it a try. Okay, let's click on the attend, and it's a dialog and it's showing me this. Let's click on this. It's closed. Click on this. Doesn't do anything because we didn't implement anything, but the close works. The showing up also works. Let's go to meetup, and the bar is disappearing. So go over here, it's coming back, and later we're gonna populate the body with the correct content for Maybe we're going to use Google Authentication or Facebook Authentication. I'm not sure yet, but I think at least we have implemented the showing up of the dialog, implemented the bar, we're displaying the meetup information right here and the attend button. Again, we have been facing a particular challenge just because we're using vertical slice architecture. What do you say? Do you think it's worth it to go through such a trouble in order to implement just a footer? It would be fairly easy if we just use the main layout. So where's the main layout? Go to layout, main layout. If we just implement the code over here, right? And then we check, we grab the event ID and we display the event information right here. I don't think that's a big trouble. At least it's going to be way faster than doing all of this. Here, the main trouble is really just because we're using this shared service. Where is the service? The service right here. We're using this layout service. And we're using this action to create a publisher and subscriber pattern. And we're using main layout to receive this notification in order to display. Right? The main layout is subscribing to this on content change, and then it renders this section content inside here as a footer. So we're going through all of this trouble. Do you say it's worth it or not? It's a question for you. But at least you can see we're not breaking the vertical slice architecture, and we have everything nicely encapsulated as features. Anyway, I'm going to see you in the next one to actually implement the authentication for the user to be able to log in, probably through Google. And we register the user as the actual user, and we associate the user with the event. Okay, I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we're going to work on authentication with Google. For example, if I go to this event, I click on attend, I'm supposed to sign up in order to attend the event because I haven't signed up to the system yet. So this is similar to the real meetup.com here. I'm looking at this event and then I click on the attend button. Right now, I haven't signed up yet. It doesn't actually know that I have signed up. Before I log in to the system, I need to either I continue with Google or Apple or Facebook or something else, or I just sign up with my email. In our application, what I want to implement is not this part, not the regular cookie authentication. I'm going to only support one of them. Let's choose Google, right? So this is a Auth workflow, and we're going to implement that. So which means that if I choose Google, then I can use my Google account in order to connect to Meetup and RSVP any event. So this is the purpose, right? So over here, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to show a list of buttons. Or in this case, I'm going to only work with Google, but if you want to have multiple, then you want to do the same process with other external authentication providers. But in this project, we want to just use Google as an example. Okay, so in order to enable this workflow, this OAuth workflow with Google, what we want to do is, first of all, we want to log in to your Google account. Okay, so I'm moving this window over to this here. So you can see that I've already logged in with my own Google account. And then what you want to do is, let's say you just come over here and you search Google Cloud Console. Okay, and once it shows, not the sponsored one, let's go down right here. It's this one, Google Cloud Platform. And once you get into this, if this is the first time you using it, you have to agree with this. And if you want to receive email updates, then you can check this. Otherwise, you don't have to, right? And you just say agree. And now you are supposed to select a project to work with. Let's go to select a project. So there is a WebAssembly demo project that I don't know when I work with this, but we're not going to use this. We're going to create a new project. And then let's just give this project a name. And what do we, let's say I'm going to call it my Meetup System. Okay. And you don't have to have an organization. So you just keep using the default one, which is no organization. And then you just click on the create button. Now it's trying to create a project for me, and now it's finished. Then you just click on select project. So once the project is selected, what you do is you can close this, and then you can trigger the left sidebar like this. Okay? So let's keep the sidebar closed. And then what we want to do here is we want to come over here, and then we search for API and services, and it is this one, APIs and services. So let's click on this. And once we are here, we go to the left sidebar and click on this OAuth consent screens, because we want to enable OAuth for our project. Go over here, and then what we want to do is to, first of all, let's close this, and then let's get started with Google Authentication Platform. Right? We want to configure that. And you can, again, give your application a name. You can call it the same name as before. So let's say my Meetup System. You can call it anything you want. And then you can input your support email address. I'm going to just use my own email address. And let's go next. And over here, I want to use external. Okay, so this is available to any test user with Google account. Your app will start in testing mode and will only be available to users that you add to the list of the test users. Okay, so if you're creating internal, this is only available within your organization. But we don't have an organization. Let's select external and then just click on the next button. And this contact information is basically where Google sends you a notification. So you can just fill up your email address. So I'm going to fill up my own email address and then click on the next button. Here at finish, we just check this and click on continue. And then just click on this create button, and it's showing the process is being created. So the OAuth configuration is created. So once the OAuth configuration is created, we need to create a client, right? Because our application is basically a client relative to Google. Okay? Google is basically the server, the OAuth server, and our application becomes the client. So therefore, we need to create a client under this project right here, My Meetup System. Okay? So here we don't have a client. We're going to add a new client over here, and then application type. We are creating a web application, and you can call it, again, this is just a name here. Okay? So I'm going to My Meetup System client. This doesn't have to be following this pattern. You can use any name you want. Right? And then with the authorized redirect URL, this is a place we want to add our application. So our application URL, maybe I can just go over here, grab this. We come back to the configuration here, and this here follows a pattern. So we are using Google, so therefore we're going to say sign in -Google. So if you're using Facebook, I think the redirect URL is sign in Facebook, something like that, right? And if you're using Apple, it's probably this one. I'm not too sure. But sign in with Google, it's sign in Google. Right? This is not a pattern, but a convention, right? A convention that you have to follow. So just click on add URL. And well, not this one. So just delete this one. So we're just keeping one, and then click on the create button. We're creating the client with the information that we provided. Now we have a client ID and we have a client secret. So this is very important. You can copy from here. It doesn't really matter. You can copy it later. So once we have the clients, then we can click on the client. Now it shows all the information for us. The important part is the authorized redirect URL. Right, so this is, we're going to install a NuGet package that is going to work with this application that we created here, right? This configuration that we created here. And that package is going to create this endpoint. You're not going to see that we're going to work on this and we're going to create an endpoint like this. No, we're not doing that. It's the NuGet package that has this. And all we have to do now is to grab the client ID and client secret. So this becomes our client's username and password, right? So this is the username and this is the password. So let's copy this, and I'm going to delete this once I finish recording the video. You will have to create your own, right? So let's go over here. And what we want to do is we want to go to Meetup, right? The web application here, right click on it, and then I'm going to say manage user secrets over here. Click on this, and you will have something look like this, right? And so this is basically the same thing as the app settings. You can consider it as the same thing app settings. It's just kind of additional, right? But it's not going to be checked into the source control. So you don't need to worry about having your credential leaked. So here I can say this is my Google client ID, and then the ID I'm just posted here. And now I'm gonna add my Google client secret, and it automatically generates a secret, but that's not the secret that we need to use. It is supposed to be this one. So we copy that into clipboard and then we paste it over here. So we have our Google client ID and Google client secret. By the way, these names can be anything. You don't have to call it Google client ID. You can just call it anything, right? You can call it client ID, and then this one call it client secret. But because potentially you can use more than Google, right? You can use Google and Facebook and anything else. So that's why I call it Google client ID. So once you have this, then you basically finished setting up the Google authentication part, right? Now we come back to our application and try to use Google authentication, right? Google Auth. So to do that, we need to install a NuGet package. Right click on that, go to manage NuGet package, go to browse, and then over here we can say authentication.google. I'm going to use authentication.google, and it is authentication.google. Why it's not showing me? Yeah, it's supposed to be this one, right? I wasn't sure. I'm not sure why it wasn't showing at the top. It's supposed to show at the top. Microsoft.ASP.NET.authentication.google, and select the latest version. Click on I accept. Okay. Now we just wait till this becomes uninstalled. That means it's already installed. Okay. Now we have that. Now we have the NuGet package installed. Now we need to configure it. Let's go to program.cs, and we always configure the NuGet packages over here. Right. So what we want to do is that we go to the place where we do dependency injection, and we're going to configure not reserved pages. We're going to configure authentication. Okay. And I'm going to say builder.services.add authentication. It's trying to generate the code for me, but that's not really the code I want to use. So I'm going to actually remove this part. And then I'm going to say options. Okay. So we have different parts in our application that may require different type of authentication scheme. Okay. So the when the user hasn't logged in and the user tries to go to a page or a resource in your application that is protected, that's called a challenge. Okay, so we first of all need to configure the challenge scheme. Okay, so what is the challenge scheme? We can say it is Google defaults dot authentication scheme. It's a Google authentication scheme. Now, once you log in and the information, like your user information, is already known because the user has already logged in, that is a different type of scheme. That's what we want to configure here. It's the authentication scheme, and in this case, we are going to use cookie to keep the information, right? Google is only helping us to do the challenging. We're challenging the user to provide username and password, make sure the username and password is correct. But once we got the user information, we use the authentication scheme to test the user to see whether the user has logged in or not. Okay, that's why we're using cookie authentication defaults dot authentication scheme. Now, the next one is a sign-in scheme that we also want to make sure that we configure. Okay? And for signing in, we're also using cookie authentication scheme as well. Okay, so once we configure this part, then of course we want to add cookie, right? And the cookie is when we don't need to configure this part. We're just telling that this cookie authentication is using the cookie authentication default scheme name here, right, which we configured right here and here. And now we want to add Google, right, because we added Google package. Now it's trying to generate the code for us. We're gonna accept it, but we don't need to configure all of these, at least not in this project here. But what we want to configure is the client ID and client secret, right? And you see it's trying to generate this type of pattern. What we had over there is called the Google client ID and Google client secret. But if we want to follow this pattern, that's fine too. We can follow this pattern. But I don't want to see the green squiggly line here, so I'm gonna remove the green squiggly line by adding this. Okay, if there's no client ID, no secret, we're just going to use empty string. Now, Google client ID, we can follow this pattern in order to do that. So we just need to come over here and just create a new kind of new node over here. And then I hope it automatically generated this for me, and it did. So roughly verify that it's the same, and this one is also the same. And let's delete this. Okay. And we don't need the redirect URL to be setting up right here. Right, we don't need the redirect URL to be set up here. Now this then no, that's wrong. Let's go back. We forgot to delete the Google keyword there. So let's manage user secrets again and coming back over here. So client ID, client secret, and that is correct. Okay, let's go back. Okay, now we're following this pattern, Google colon, right? And the client ID, and then Google colon secret. So we're finished setting up right here, and we don't need to add these options. So we want to close it with bracket and semicolon. And then before we execute any of this mapping method, let's add authentication. So use the authentication middleware. So now we finally finished the connection between our application and the project that we set up on Google. Right? So we set up everything here. Now what we want to do now is to let's actually go to this over here and then go to meetup.com. And what we want to do now is when we click on the attend button, we want to see a list of buttons, right, for external authentication providers. So let's go to the place where we display that dialog, and that I believe is in the RSVP event, and it belongs to this RSVP event footer component over here, right? And it is inside the sign up to attend this event. So inside here, inside this container, and we want to display that button. Right now we only have one button, but this is the place where we do it. So first of all, we need to get a list of external login providers. Okay, so let's go over here and declare the AI enumerable of authentication scheme. Okay, so rescue line, we do a control dot to import the namespace, and then we close this, and I'm going to say this is external login providers. And now we're going to override, let's override the on init. Let's see whether it generates the code for me. Okay, it does. Now it knows that I'm trying to do this. Authentication service, it's not the authentication service. What we need to do now is to inject something so that we can get the external authentication scheme. And that thing is called the authentication scheme provider. Okay, It's called this. It automatically changed to that, which I don't like it. I'm gonna just call it authentication scheme provider just to be very clear. Okay, and then let's copy this, come over here and replace this. You can see, no, it doesn't work. So let's just try to use ItaliCsense. Let's get all schemes async. Okay, this is, you can't just get external schemes with this scheme provider, but you can get all of the schemes. And this means that it's going to include our cookie authentication provider. But we're going to filter that out. We're going to filter that out when we display it right here. Now, we want to be defensive. And I'm going to say this, if this external login providers is not now, right? If it's not now we're going to loop through the external login providers. So I'm going to say for each var provider in this external login providers, and then we are going to first of all make sure that the provider display name is, actually we don't have to do it now. I'm going to show you why we need to do it. But right now we're going to have a button, right? And the type of this button is going to be just a regular button, not bottom. Okay, and the class is going to be, let's just use a primary button like this. And then on click, okay, and this is the place where we're going to try to make the user login through the external provider. And we're going to have a login, we're going to say login with external provider, and we pass in the provider name over here. Okay, and then we're gonna I know we don't have this method yet, but we're gonna write it and then we're gonna implement it later. Okay, so when I say this is login with provider.display name. Okay, now we're gonna come to implement this. Let's scroll down, and perhaps we're gonna do it right here. So private, and it's trying to generate the code for me. We don't actually need it to be async. Let's remove this, and then we don't need this. Let's write. First of all, we do need redirect URL, and that can be pretty simple. We can say this is sign in callback. Well, let me try to implement this, and then I'll explain what it means. So here we need to use a navigation manager. Let's inject the navigation manager. So inject navigation manager, and then navigation manager. Let's scroll back. Okay, and here we're going to use navigation manager to navigate us to a place, and it tried to generate this for me. I'm going to change it a little bit. We're not going to use the identity system. We're going to just use our own. So authentication, and then here this is going to be the provider name, provider display name, and followed by the redirect URL. So it's going to be something like this. So redirect URL equals the redirect URL. So provider, I probably had a typo there. Let's fix this. We need to make sure that we say force load equals to true, because we're gonna give up the signal R channel. Okay? We're gonna redirect the user forcefully, kind of like a reload of the resource. Right? We're gonna give up the signal R channel. Okay, so once we have this, how do we respond? Like, what is this URL? And this is important. We need to implement this, and the simplest way to implement this is, we only have a Blazor system, right? So how do we handle a URL like this, like an endpoint like this? We can create an endpoint, right, with minimal API type of endpoint. So let's go to program.cs. At least temporarily, we're going to implement our endpoint over here. Okay, so we can have so map static assets. We want that to happen first, and then we want to add the minimal API handling over here. So I'm going to say this is map get. Okay, and then the URL that we specified here is going to happen right here. So we're going to copy this whole thing and then go over here. Let's actually do it. Let's actually try to accept code, accept the code that is generated by AI. Well, it doesn't generate well, so I'm gonna just paste in my code. Okay, and then let's accept it. Okay, this time it generates something that is actually useful. So I do need the provider name that to be passed in over here because I do have a root template that contains a parameter, a root parameter. And then I do need a context. So it knows what I'm trying to do and it generated it for me. Actually, you know what? I don't think we even need a redirect URL here. Let's actually get rid of this. Yeah, I think the redirect URL can be added in the minimum API. So let's remove this redirect URL. And so this would just take the user from here to /authentication/provider, and that's going to be processed right here. And then this is a place where we can specify the redirect URL. Okay, so what we are trying to do here is to send the user to Google. Okay? And then we need to specify a redirect URL in order to know once Google finishes signing in and then pass the information back to the NuGet package. Now the NuGet package needs to take all of the information from the Google and then send that information to somewhere, right? So what is that somewhere? That somewhere is what we specify in here with the redirect URL. Okay, so what we can do is we can hard code it right here, or you can configure it in the client secret, in the user secrets. But let's just hard code it in here. So I'm gonna say sign in, callback. You can actually call it anything. Right? You can call it anything. So we have this redirect URL, and then I do need a property. Why I need a property? Because you see this context, and then we have a challenge async, right? And this challenge async needs a provider, which comes in from here, and then there's property. Okay, so this is the authentication property, and we need to create this authentication property. Right, so it's red squiggly line. I'm gonna import namespace to remove the red squiggly line. Now the authentication property takes the redirect URL from here. Now we're gonna take the user. So this call over here, context, which from HTTP context, takes the user to Google. Okay, that's how it works. And then when it comes back, it goes to the NuGet package. Eventually, it's going to hit this URL. Right? It's going to look for this URL, but if it doesn't exist, it's going to fail. Okay? So that's why now we need to implement the second endpoint, which is the sign in callback. You see, it knows exactly what I need. And I hope it knows to generate more, but it doesn't. So over here, it's going to be the same thing. We're going to use HTTP context, okay, and then I'm gonna just say context goes to, and then generate the code for me now, but it doesn't, yeah, because here we're gonna have a lot of code to write. Now remember here, this is when the NuGet package already triggered, right? It takes the information from the Google, right, from Google, and then it calls this endpoint. And now what we need to do is to get that information from the NuGet package, or from Google. So what we can do is to say context.authenticate async. And we want to use the cookie authentication scheme. And then we're going to get the result. So once we do the authentication, then ASP.NET Core, which is still using the NuGet package, taking the information from Google, and then it create this claims principles, which is like a security context that contains the information that represents the user. Okay? And this result is a authentication result. Now, what we can say here is that if the here you see the code here is trying to regenerate the claims, but I think we already have the claim. So I'm going to ignore the generated code. I'm going to say if the result dot succeeded. I thought it has a succeeded. Oh, okay. This is wrong. This is a async method. That's why I couldn't get the succeeded. Okay, succeeded. So if it's not succeeded, and if the principal is null, so this user principal is the security context. Okay, contains the user information. If it's null, then should we redirect the user back to the home page without letting the user know what is actually going on? Or should we create an error page? Maybe we can think about creating an error page later, right? So let's add a to-do. So let's say an error page. But for now, let's just redirect back to the home page. Okay, and then so once code comes over here, we know that the authentication is actually successful. Then what we can do is we can say context dot sign in async, right? And then we provide again with the authentication scheme, which is cookie authentication scheme, and then we provide principal. We probably don't need the properties, and it is a async method, so we use await. So here, by signing in, we create a cookie that stores the user information. Not really sure this is necessary, but let's write it here, and then we're gonna observe the developer tool and see what happens. Okay, so once we are in, which means we write the user information in the cookie, basically the security context in the cookie. So which security context is this one? Then for every request after that, the information is going to pass to the server right here, and then the server is going to know that the user has already signed in, right? So after that, we just redirect the user back to home page. All right, so I think we had this whole process, and then we need to do a little bit testing now. So here we take the user to the Google, and we're gonna expect that everything works well, hopefully. And then I'm gonna set a breakpoint. Once the information comes back from Google, we want to see that this endpoint is triggered because it's passed over. It needs to be triggered. So let's run the application now. Okay, it's on the other screen. So let's select an event, and let's click on the attend button. Okay, and the attend button, well, I'm not sure. Let's go back to, I'm not sure I have implemented that completely yet. So let's go to the top, and which is right here. We click on attend. This part is actually not implemented yet. So what we want to do is to click on this. Oh, it's already done. So once the user click on attend, this box is being displayed. Okay, the part that I haven't implemented is to check whether it has already logged in or not. If the user has already logged in, we don't need to pop up this dialog. But right now it's just always popping up. But that doesn't affect our testing. Okay, so we can go ahead with the testing. Let's click on the attend, and you can see that it says sign up to attend this event, and then it has login with, which means that we have a display name, right, that is empty. So why do I say so? Let's actually stop debugging. Here you can see that we are looping through the external providers, right? And then we're showing the display name. If the display name is empty, what does it mean? It means this is the cookie authentication scheme, right? Because in our program.cs, we added two types of authentication scheme, which is the cookie authentication and the Google defaults, the Google authentication. Let's go back over here and let's filter out the provider. Let's say if provider dot display name. So I'm gonna say if string dot is now or empty null or white space. That's probably better. Okay, if it's not null or white space, then we're going to display it. Okay, so this will filter out the cookie authentication scheme because we don't want user to use cookie authentication. We just want to use the external providers. So now let's go back, and then we have this issue once we start the application, because this window didn't close. So therefore the singleton ones didn't get lost and it still remembers the previous one. So let's go over here and go back. You can see that basically cleared it because we do clear it. That's not a problem. Once we deploy to the, let's say you deploy to Azure, I believe it's going to work properly. Right? If you do care about that, then I believe you can fix it. But I don't want to spend too much energy on other things. That is not that important. So let's still go to this event and click on attend. Now you can see we only have this login with Google. And now it's a point to see whether the coding in the past hour is working for us or not. Let's click on the login with Google. Okay, it's taking me to the screen, right? Which I have these account already logged in. That's why it asked me to choose. So I'm going to choose one of them. I'm going to choose my own email address over here. And then it says sign in to this. Remember, this is the one that we configured on Google Cloud Console. And we say continue. And now it's back. Okay, it's back. So let's open up developer tool and click on the wrong button. Press on the wrong button, and then let's go to this tab, application, and let's go to cookie. So you can see that we have two cookies here. The first one is anti-forgery, and the second one is our cookie, right? So this is the one that is generated by the sign in. Where is it? In the program.cs. So we have this. Well, it didn't. This breakpoint isn't triggered. Probably we forgot to run debug, right? Because it must have executed this line already, right? Executed this line already. Otherwise, it wouldn't create that cookie. And this inside this cookie, it contains all of the user's claims, all of the user claims. Once we have this cookie, then we can we know that we already signed in. So that means that if we go to the any event and we click on this, we shouldn't be asked to sign in anymore, right? So this part is it needs to be implemented, right? So you see we didn't use debug, right? Otherwise it would be we have to stop it. So I forgot to debug, but anyhow, I'm pretty sure this is working, and I'm also sure that I do need the sign in async, otherwise it wouldn't generate the cookie. So let's go back and let's go to the RSVP slice over here, and what we need over here is to use the authentication state provider. I believe that's what it's called. So let's go to the top and inject the authentication state provider namespace. Let's just write it, and then it doesn't like it, and we do a control dot. Yeah, we're missing a namespace. Okay, so we have authentication state provider, and then we need to scroll down. We need to tell whether the user has logged in or not. Okay, and for that, we first of all declare a variable here, and we're gonna call it, this is the authentication state. Did it generate that for me? Not yet. Okay, I'm gonna say authentication state. And with a question mark, I'm going to say this authentication state. So with this, I'm going to come into the uninitialized async over here. Okay. And I'm going to get the authentication state from here. Await. So authentication state provider. Okay. And then I'm going to say get authentication state. So authentication state. Oh, I used the wrong one. So this is authentication scheme provider, not the state provider. I need the state provider right here. And then this is the get authentication state async. Okay. And once I have this, then in the attend method here, event hook, I need to check whether the user has logged in or not. So this is not entirely correct. We need to make sure, first of all, it's not now. And at the same time, the user is not authenticated, right? Only when the user is not authenticated do we actually display this dialog. So let's move this inside. So here we're going to say authentication not, and then question mark. Maybe you add another question mark. Why displaying this? Cannot be applied to Boolean and Boolean. Okay, so it doesn't like that. So this is Boolean, right? So we want to make sure that this is also Boolean. That's why we're going to add false over here. Why this still doesn't work? Perhaps we need to add parentheses. Let's add parentheses. Okay, now this is good, but this is not the thing I'm expecting. I need to make sure it's equal to false. Okay, so inside that parenthesis is just basically saying that if is authenticated is null, then we use false, right? And if it's false, then we're going to show the dialog. Otherwise, we don't want to show the dialog. And let's run this and let's see what differences it makes. So let's come over here. Remember, the cookie is still here. See, the cookie is still here because we didn't clear the cookie yet. And let's click on the attend button. And now you can see nothing is happening, right? Nothing is happening. Absolutely. Let's delete this and then click the refresh button. And now let's click on the attend button. You can see this time the dialog shows, right? And then if I go through this process, select my user, now it redirects me back and it looks like nothing is happening, but the user has already signed in because the cookie is generated, right? Now come over here, click on this attend button, nothing is happening. And this is exactly what we need here. But it's just not so clear that the user has already logged in. And so supposed to be showing up right here when the user has logged in, right? So there has to be a status, like a login status that displays. So let's implement that. Let's try to implement that. Let's go to Solution Explorer. And the login status is not a like a business logic here. It is a system logic. And I want to create that inside the component right here in the shared folder. So let's create a Razor component here. And let's call this one login status component. Login status component. And inside here, this is where we want it to be displayed in the main layout, because see, in the main layout we have this top bar here and something needs to happen, I believe right here, right? Something needs to happen right here, and that is going to be the login status component. So we can write it here. It's completely empty now, right? But let's go to the login status component here and then try to implement that. So I'm going to just start writing. This is going to be a UL, and then I'm going to say class is nav bar dash nav automatic. And inside here, I want to know whether the user is authenticated or not, right? So that's the logic that we implemented in the slice, the RSVP slice. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to copy this code and let's minimize this. Come over here, and then I'm going to copy just another code over here, another line of code over here to the code block over here. And authentication state and everything is not color coded. That's because the namespace and everything. So let's inject or copy and paste those over here. Okay, so this one again, we're going to override on init. Let's see whether it generates code for me or not. It does, and it's already giving me some code here, but that's not what I want. I'm going to delete this, and I don't need these schemes. So this one I'm going to delete. I don't need the scheme. And then I'm going to have another variable to say whether the user has authenticated or not. Right. So once I get the state, I can get the user now. So from the state, so authentication state dot user, and then I'm going to say is authenticated equals user dot identity, right? Dot is authenticated. And if it's null, then I'm going to just use false. And I'm going to write something here. So if the user is already authenticated, so what kind of code does it generate? Let's see whether I can reuse it. Okay, it generate this, right? And it says if it's authenticated, then it's going to show logout. And I don't need this href because I'm going to create it as a button. So I'm going to delete all of that. So it has a logout and then has a login. So this code here, I believe, is quite accurate. And I'm going to make sure it looks like a button. So text dash light is going to be BTN, and it's going to be a BTN link button. Okay. And then the same type of classes are going to be applied right here for the logout button. But for logout, I'm going to also display a span here, which contains the username. So I'm going to say span and then class, and then again, this is nav link, text light, and so I'm going to say hello because the user has already logged in, and then we're going to have a username here, right? And for that, we need to add the username. So string username empty, and then we're going to get the username right here. So if authenticated, then we're going to populate the username. Okay, so then this is displayed here, and then a logout button. Then on click, I'm going to say log out. Okay, this is logout method. We're going to implement later. Not this. We're going to use a @ sign. Okay, and then login, same thing, login. Now I'm going to scroll down and try to implement those two. Now it tried to generate this for me. Let's see whether this is accurate or not. Login. So this is definitely not something I want, right? What I need is, remember, we're not using our own authentication. We're using external providers, and the only thing we're using is Google. So I want to have the same pop-up, right? The same pop-up. So that's when we need to look at our code, right? RSVP. In this footer here, we implemented this whole thing, and this is not entirely correct. But I don't want to make everything correct first. I want to write code and then refactor the code. Now is the time to refactor the code. So let's look at this code. Container. This can be extracted out, right? Because you see, we need it here, and we also need it in the login status. Perhaps later we need it somewhere else. So this, I'm going to extract it out into another component. And I'm going to call it, maybe I'm going to call it external login buttons component. Remember, this component is a reusable component. So that's why I'm going to add it under the shared folder. So add Razor component, and I'm going to call it external login buttons component. Click on add. I'm going to go to RSVP, and I'm going to cut this over here. And of course, it has all of these problems, and we need to fix that because we're just refactoring. So I'm going to take this external login providers. I'm going to cut it. Actually, we don't need it from there. I'm going to move it over here, and then authentication scheme, control dot import namespace, and let's go over here. Let's actually copy this whole thing, paste it here again. And of course, we don't have the authentication state, and we don't need it. We only need to get the authentication providers. Now, again, we need dependency injection. So come to the top over here, and do inject authentication scheme provider. Okay, we have that. Now we need to move this method. So let's go down. Let's take this method, come over here, paste it here, and we need the navigation manager to be injected. Let's go to the top, inject the navigation manager. And I think we have everything ready over here, but coming back, we need to delete some of this code. We don't need it here. And our code here should be the external login buttons. Okay, so we need to run this application again, making sure that refactored functionality still works. Let's run the application now without debugging. You see this is being refreshed. Not sure whether it's able to rejoin. Let's give it some time. It looks like it doesn't rejoin. Let's see. It's because this is not implemented yet. Login, logout. Let's actually just create another thing here, and let's call it logout. And now let's run the application again. Okay, so it's running. Now we're having the same issue here. See, by the way, it's showing logout, right? Which means that it recognizes that our cookie is there, and we're gonna implement the logout functionality so that we don't have to manually delete the cookie. So let's do that later, but for now we do need to delete the cookie because we want to test it. So delete the cookie. I'm gonna refresh this. Go to any event, click on attend. Okay, still working the same way as before, and that's pretty important. That means our code is working. So we do have the thing is working, which means that the external login buttons is being displayed. Now in the login status component over here, what do we need? We need to have a dialog that pops up when we click on the login button. And that's why we want to go to, just put it anywhere. Let's put it on the bottom here. I want to have a dialog component, right? It's a dialog component. So title is login, right? I need this. And then ref is, I'm going to call it login dialog component. Maybe login dialog is fine. And now dialog body contains the external login buttons. That's correct. And then over here, I'm going to say this is a login dialog. Okay. And once I have that, I'm going to say if is authenticated is false. So if it's false, then I'm going to use login dialog to show the external login buttons. When the logout button is clicked, this is a place where we want to sign out. But this is a Blazor component. I mean, a Blazor component. It's not very easy to get and not very natural to get the HTTP context. So what we can do is we can use the API endpoint, which we created in program.cs. And we're going to refactor this code, right? We don't want this to be just making the program.cs bigger and bigger. We want to change it to somewhere else. But for now, let's just continue writing in program.cs, and then we're going to refactor later. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to create another endpoint over here. And then this is actually a signing out, and it sort of knows that I need to do sign out, right? And that's why it's generating this code for me. So I'm going to accept it. Okay, sign out, that's fine. I'm going to use this URL, and then use async method signing out with cookie scheme, right? And then redirect to homepage. This code can absolutely be used 100%. Let's save it, coming back over here. And then we want to navigate the user, right? Navigate to sign out. And we want to force it, right? Giving up the, what's it called? The signal channel. And this one, we don't need the async either. Okay, so do we have any problem? Okay, we do have Navigation Manager, and I believe this is good. Let's run the application again and make sure everything runs properly. So see here, it displays this login button, which means that we don't have the cookie. You can see that we don't have the cookie, right? So now let's click on the login button, and it shows me this. This is perfect. It's a success. And then let's click on the login with Google button. And it's taking me to this page where I already have this account logged in. Otherwise, I have to type username and password. Right? So I'm going to select one of them. And then it just takes me back. Now it shows me hello Frank Liu. So it knows my name, right? Where does it know? It's inside the cookie as claims. Right? First name, last name, and an email address. I believe this is just name, a full name. And then there is a log button, right? So coming back over here, because it knows that I have already logged in, therefore, when I click on the attend button, nothing is happening. But I need to implement this a little bit. Although in this video, we have almost finished everything about Google Authentication. But I want to implement a little bit about this attend button. So let's go to the slice, RSVP slice over here. We are going to add another dialog here. So that dialog is the RSVP confirmation dialog. So I'm going to say dialog, actually confirmation dialog, and then I'm going to say confirm dialog. Going down over here, create this confirm dialog. Now I'm going to take this and I'm going to say that if the user has already signed in, so I'm going to show this is incorrect. You already signed in. I'm going to change to something else, right? I'm going to say, are you sure you want to RSVP this for this event? And if the user says yes, we're going to do something here. But I guess in this video, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just leave this empty. This is going to be next video probably. So this should be working. So here you see I'm still logged in, right? And if I click on attend button, now it asks me to confirm whether I really want to RSVP, because I don't want to like making mistake, right, for the user. So click on cancel and try again. It says yes. Click on yes, it closes, but it doesn't actually do anything because we didn't implement it. Now let's go to Meetup, like homepage. It still shows hello Frank Liu. Of course, you can do something like in the actual Meetup, right? Once you log in, it's gonna display your avatar here. You can implement something like that, but I'm not going to do that in this project, right? You can also log out from here. So you log out from here. Now, if you go to any event, you click on attend, it asks you to log in again. Same thing, you can log in directly from here. You don't have to go to any event to log in. You can log in directly from any page, right? You can log in from the organizers page. Of course, we're gonna work on protecting organizer pages later, right? But right now, it's not being protected. These pages are not being protected. That's fine. But I'm going to just show you that you can click on the login button anywhere and it's working. So now I think it's time to do just the final cleanup. Right? We need to maybe a few places, maybe just because as far as I remember, program.cs, this is the part that I need to clean up. These mapping methods, or minimal API endpoints, need to be removed. I mean, not removed, but moved. And where do I move it? It's going to be in the shared folder. And I'm going to create another folder here. And I'm going to call it endpoints, or maybe API endpoints. Let's just call it endpoints. Okay. And I'm going to create a class. I'm going to call it Authentication. Remember, all of this endpoints so far is for authentication. So I'm going to call it Authentication endpoints. So this is going to be a static, okay, static class, and I'm going to have a static extension method, okay, static void, and this is called map authentication endpoints, and it's trying to generate something for me, but it's wrong. I don't want this endpoint root. I'm going to use just the application, so web application. Okay, now I'm gonna go to program.cs, and the reason why I use web application is because this app is the web application, right? Because I'm going to come over here and just cut this whole thing over, go over here and paste it over here. So this app is this app, and you can see there's no complaints, right? No squeaky lines. Coming back to this place, I'm gonna add those code back by just calling app dot what's it called? I forgot. I think it's map authentication endpoints. I can't remember. So let's go back over authentication endpoints over here, and it's map authentication endpoints, correct? Map authentication endpoints. It doesn't like it. Let's do a control dot import namespace, and now it's fine. Okay. So let's take a look at our code and see whether we have anything else that we need to clean up. So main layout has this login status, which is clean already. Let's take a look at login status, which is the one that we just added. I believe everything is done properly and nothing needs to be changed. Now let's examine the RSVP event footer over here. I think the RSVP event footer component looks also pretty good. Yeah, I think everything we have looks pretty good, and then it works pretty good. All right, let's do a final testing. Let's follow the entire workflow, making sure that it's connected. Right now, the user is not logged in. So if I go to any event, I click on attend, it's going to show this. And then if I go through this, select the user from Google, now I come back, the user has logged in, right? And then I can select this and click on attend, and it shows me, are you sure you want to do RSVP? And if I say yes, the window is closed, but it's not doing anything because we didn't implement it. But that's fine. We're going to implement it probably in the next video. And then finally, well, let's test another event because we have been always using this. Let's say Meetup 6. No details, that's fine. Click on attend. Confirm dialog, that's correct. Cancel. Now, final functionality is logout, right? And then let's go to this event, click on attend, right? We can do it here. We see this. So this is a correct workflow. Now, finally, I want to go to meetup.com and I want to log in from here instead of from the individual event. Okay, so just log in from here. Make sure that if I go to any event, let's say this event doesn't have a picture, but I should be able to RSVP, right? So it says confirm, are you sure? So this entire workflow works as expected, and then I will see you in the next one. In the previous video, we were able to use Google Auth authentication to allow user to log in. And when the user is logged in and tries to attend an event, we have this confirmation dialog to ask you whether he or she is sure to actually RSVP for this event, but we're not doing anything here. So in this video, we're going to actually complete or at least partially the RSVP functionality. First of all, we want to ask ourselves, what is RSVP? RSVP in terms of business logic here is basically a relationship between users and events. So a user wants to potentially join an event, then we have a RSVP. So because it is a relationship, right, we need to create two extra tables or two extra entities, first of all. The first one is the user, and the second one is the RSVP, which is the relationship table. For that, we actually go ahead and try to create the entity first. So let's scroll up and go to the data folder, and then we have only one entity right now. Let's create another one, and let's call it user. And first of all, for this, we're going to have a user ID. And of course, we need a username here. We can mark this as required so that we can let Entity Framework Board know that this name field is not nullable. Now we also need email. And of course, we will want to require email address. This is definitely something that is required here. And we also want to have a role here. And for this field, I don't actually think it's required. So maybe, I'm going to create, because we're only going to have two rows. One is like a regular user, like attendee, and the other one is organizer. But because we only have two rows, actually we may have administrator. Okay, then I'm going to use string. And if I'm thinking, if the role like this field is null or empty, then this user is just a regular user, right? And if the user is an organizer, then here it will have to store organizer, like English word. And if it's administrator, then it has to store something like admin or something. So we allow it to be null, and therefore I have this required. And what about the name and email? Do we want to limit the length? So we might want to limit the length. Let's say name has, I don't know, 250. Let's say 200. And email address, let's also use 200. I think that's a reasonable length. I don't think we need anything else, but if we do later, we can do a migration, right? We can add something and then to make the change. So here we have the user. Now we want to have a relationship between the event and the user, and that is going to be captured in the RSVP. So we're going to create a RSVP entity, and we can just call it RSVP. And of course, first of all, we're going to have a RSVP ID, and then we're going to have a event ID automatically generated for me. And yes, a user ID. See, it knows that RSVP is a relationship between the event and the user. So we have that, and we need probably the RSVP date. Oh, it generated status. So it actually give me, let's actually take this. Give me an example. So it's going, maybe not going, right? So we want this to be required. It also generates RSVP date. So let's take the RSVP date, and I want this to be a required field, but I don't want to have too many possibilities. So I'm going to have either going or not going. Okay, so you either attend or you cancel the RSVP. So now anything else, any other status? The other ones might be related to payment, right? So if the event is not free, then you need to make a payment. And then we have payment status, right? Payment status, which means whether it's pending or completed or refunded. And then we may have a payment ID that is related to maybe a transaction table. But we are going to deal with payment later. I'm actually thinking about whether we should implement payments in this project. I know at the beginning I said that I'm going to implement it, but it feels too long already, this video. I mean, this entire project. We will see. Okay, so we have RSVP and we have user. Remember for event, let's actually take a look at event over here. Event, we do have event view component. But that's because, first of all, events is actually something that user gets to create, whereas user or SVP are system created. So we may not need to have the view component, right? So let's skip the view component. Let's directly just use the entities, like the data entities. So now that we added these two entities, we want to add it to the application DB context, right? Because the DB set corresponds to a table. So we're gonna do the same thing for the other two entities. And now it already knows, or it doesn't know which entity I'm trying to create. It's supposed to be the user. So I'm gonna have users, and then it also generates RSVP for me. Okay, so now RSVPs represent a many-to-many relationship between event and users, because one event can have many attendees. And one attendee, which is one user, can join many different events. So this is a many-to-many relationship. So we need to set up a relationship, right, inside the DB context. But before we do that, we need to have corresponding navigation properties. Let's first of all go to event, And then at the very bottom here, we can add a navigation property. So it's going to be a list of RSVP, and we can call it RSVPs. And we're going to create this new RSVP list. And we're going to have the same thing here in user. And then we can use the navigation property, of course, to load potential attendees, or when we look at user, what are the events that the user has joined or planning to join? We can use this navigation property to do that. But right now, what we need here is to set up a relationship. All right, so let's go back to application DB context over here. And then let's go inside this class and let's override the on model creating. So to have a many-to-many relationship, we need to set up the connection or the relationship, right, from user and from event. So it's already trying to generate some code for me. I'm going to accept it, and then I'm going to review it. So this is try to go from event, and my preference is I want to go from the relationship table, which is the RSVPs. I think it's just my personal preference. I think that works better for me. So I'm going to say entities.rsvp. And then I'm going to say it has one. So what does it mean? I'm going to say one RSVP has one user, and one user has many RSVPs. Now it's trying to access this user thing, which we didn't define yet. So we got to go to RSVP over here, and we have this relationship, right? So we can define a event that corresponds to this event ID. But we can say JSON ignore, because when we serialize or deserialize, we don't care about this event. This is only going to be loaded by Entity Framework Core. So here we can say event and event. And now for the user, we're going to do similar stuff. I want to leave this together as a group, and then for user ID, I'm going to have a JSON ignore thing, and this is going to be a user, and that's it. Let's go back. So you can see the red squiggly line is gone. So one RSVP will have one user, and then one user will have many RSVPs. Now we want to come back and set the foreign key. So when I say has foreign key, and then actually trying to generate the code for me, which is we can take this and then remove this ref. So the foreign key is user ID. And I'm going to do a similar thing here, model builder, and then again, we're going to start from RSVP, and I'm going to say it has, actually I'm going to accept everything. And let's review this. So one RSVP has one event, and one event has many RSVPs, and the foreign key is event ID. Okay, so this is perfect. Now we are going to run migration to create these two tables, right? And with this relationship setup, I hope the tables are will be created correctly. And also we made some modifications to the event as well. Let's review. So compare with unmodified, and we see that we added the RSVP. That's the only change, right? And then we have users and RSVP defined like this. Let's go to package manager, and let's add migration. Let's say add dash migration, and what do we call this? We can say add user and RSVP. Let's hit enter, and in the meantime, I'm going to open up Asynchronous Management Studio. All right, so migration is added. I'm going to say update database. So I don't have to specify this migration, but if I want to be specific, I can specify the migration name, and then I hit enter. Okay, so this is loaded up to. I'm going to enter my password, and password is wrong. Okay, password is right now. Okay, let's open up, and let's take a look at our Meetups database. I don't know whether migration is finished or not, but looks like the migration has been done. And we can also look at this log here. We have migration created, and let's take a look at the migration. So we create the users table, we create the RSVP table, and we have these constraints set up. Let's take a look at the tables. We have 2 other tables created. Let's check the events table. And we have, of course, nothing changed here because we only added a navigation property and RSVPs. We have these columns, and we have these primary key, foreign key, right? So that looks correct. And we have users table. We have user ID, name, email, and role. Okay, and you can see that not now. So this is corresponding to our annotations. Okay, so this looks pretty good. Now what we need to do is to come back over here. And first of all, when the user logs in, right? When the user logs in, what do we need to do? Let's go to shared folder, and we have the endpoints over here. Right now, when the user logs in, we just sign the user in, which creates the cookie. But before this happens, we need to actually try to create the user record, right, in the database. So what does this mean? So we can get the user information from here. We can get, for example, email, any user information that is already stored in the claims. So we can get those information, but then we will try to create the user record if the record doesn't exist yet. So how do we tell whether the record exists or not? We can look at the email, right? We can do that. And we can create a user if it's not in the database. But I don't know whether I should do it here. Yeah, I guess the only place is this. At this moment, I'm just worrying about organizers versus attendees. So far, we have been just only dealing with the possibility of attendees, but I'm still in the back of my mind, I'm still thinking about organizers. How do I tell whether it's an organizer or not an organizer? I guess I don't have to worry about it right now, and if we need to change the code, we can change the code later. Right now, I think that, I just did a find, right? I was looking at which is the place that calls the /authentication. So we have this external login buttons, and the external login buttons are being used in 2 different places, right? And eventually when we allow the person, right, to register as an organizer, then we are also going to use the external login buttons. And at that time, we are going to probably modify the external login buttons so that at the place where we do the navigation, so this we're looking at right now, we're looking at the external login buttons, right? So at that place, we are going to probably expose a property here, right? A parameter here to say whether this external login buttons is for registering as an organizer or not. So if the user is trying to register as an organizer, then that parameter is going to tell us it's trying to become an organizer. And then we're going to pass that information, right, to this URL. And we're going to receive that information from here. When we know that information, then we can change this redirect URL to say, sign in callback /organize, something like that. And then I'm going to receive that again from here so that we can, when we create the user record, we can say that the role of the user is organizer, right? And if the user become an admin, then I guess admin users will be slightly different. The admin users can just just go to the database and just insert a record, right? But at least we need to support organizers registration, because organizers is just another type of end user, whereas administrators can contact their developers and directly insert the record into the database. We cannot allow everyone to become administrator. We don't have to have a user interface for that. But I think going through this exercise is going to be helpful. At least for now, I'm convinced that I don't have to worry about it now. I can just try to create the user record. So how do I create the user record? First of all, I need to know the user information. So I need to extract the user claims here. So I'm going to say var email claim. Email is very important. I'm going to get, it's already generated code, right? Get claims from the claims principal here. And the type, I don't think this is correct because by default, it's going to go from claim types dot, I think this is correct, right? And then we're gonna get from, we're gonna get name claim, and it doesn't consistently generate the code for me, but it's okay. I'm gonna copy and paste it over here. And I go over here, use name. And so I get my name claim as well. The email is absolutely needed, right? Let's actually take a look at, I forgot what I did with name. Is name required? Oh, name is also required. That's fine. I want to say if email claim is not now, and at the same time, name claim now. Oh, this is, yeah, this is a claim. So, you know, otherwise, I can probably just redirect the user to place, but become a to-do item. At this moment, we just redirect back to homepage. So the user is not going to sign in. The user has to have the email claim and the name claim from Google. Now, if it's not now, right, they are not now, then we are going to create the user record in the database. And for that purpose, we need to dependency inject the factory. So let's copy some of the record over here. Let's take this, go back here. And then we're gonna do what we usually do. We get the context first, which is the DB context. But at this moment, what do we call it here? So this is a context factory. So context, oh, this is incorrect because the context is the HTTP context. So let's define this as DB context. And then we're going to use the context factory. And I'm going to say create DB context. Now we're going to create a new user object. So it says it cannot be found, but we're going to do a control dot to import namespace. And then the automatically generated code is correct. I was thinking whether this is necessary or not. Maybe just leave this as null. But we can leave it as a user. So user is basically a attendee. So maybe we can just make it more clear. We call it attendee. Okay. And because of this, maybe we should have it hard coded like this. We're hard coding it, right? So that's not a good practice. So how do we do it? So we have this shared helper thing. And this is, yeah, we can use this one. So we can say private constant string, not constant, and it generates this. I don't need it this way. What I want is attend row, and then I can say attendee, right? And I can say organizer row, and it automatically generates this. So attendee, organizer, maybe I'm just have a admin role, and it completely just understands mine, like it knows my mind. All right, so here, maybe static, and then I'm gonna go string, and then I could say attendee role, and this is going to be our attendee role like this. Okay, and then I'm gonna do this 2 other times, and it knows to generate the code for me. Okay, so now I don't have to hard code it. So let's go over here, and remember this, the shared helper here, at least with the rows here, I don't have to dependency inject, right? Because this is static kind of property here. This is a user, so this is regular attendee role. So we have name, email, role. Let's peek definition, make sure we have everything. So name, email, role, RSVPs, we don't need to provide that. And the ID is going to be automatically generated. So we don't need to worry about that too. So now, because we have the DB context, we're going to add a user to the DB context like this. Okay? And the green circular line, we can use the question mark. And then we can use save changes. And this is a async method here. So we can use await. Okay, so we create a user record in the database. But first of all, we need to make sure that the user don't actually exist in the database yet. So we need to make sure that the email doesn't exist, because the email is actually the identifier. So how do we do that? We can let AI to check if user already exists. Actually, it generated this comments for me. I didn't even read it. Let's take a look at the code that it generates. First, for default, the email equals email. Perhaps I don't want to actually get the user. So I'm going to say any async, and this is supposed to be a Boolean. I think I'm having some problem with my Visual Studio. Anyways, if the user doesn't exist, actually, let's actually get existing user. Okay, instead of using any, we're going to use first or default. Okay, we can get it. And if the user doesn't exist, so existing user is null, then we're going to create a new user. Let's accept it and close this. And I'm going to copy and paste this because I already wrote this. Oh no, user is null, so it doesn't exist. Oh, okay. So it's just reusing this variable, right? And then value, name, email, row, and add to it, and then save. That's correct. Okay, and then user already exists. Update the row if necessary. So update the row if necessary. What about updating the name? It's possible, right? So I'm gonna have name, and then we use this. Updating row. No, I don't want to update the row. So what if a user already registered as a organizer, and then he logs in trying to attend a event, then it comes to here, and it overrides and becomes a regular attendee. So I don't want to do that. I'm going to just update the name. Okay. And also for updating, we don't need to use the update method, because in the case where the existing user is not null, which means user already exists, then this simple change here, change to the name here, already makes the change tracker in Entity Framework Core track the change. And then when we do save changes over here, it's going to capture that change and generate correct update statement. So we don't have to do that, right? We don't have to use the update method. Okay, so now we might be ready to do some testing. And let's try to run the application, and then let's try to log in, and hopefully we're creating user records. Okay, let's log in from here and log in with Google. And now let's go to this email, and we have logged in, which means that we have logged in. We already can see from here. And if I go here, we can see this confirmation thing. That means from my database, I should be able to see some RSVPs. So let's go to, no, not RSVP, the users. So let's select top 1000, and we're seeing my name, email, and row here. That's pretty good. Now we created this user record, right? And now we want to test the updates. Well, we don't have anything to update, but we're updating the name anyways. So let's, you know what? I will manually run the update statement. I'm going to say update users, not set name. I'm going to set name to, let's say set to Tom, where user ID equals 1. We only have one record, so we don't necessarily need a filter, but we did. And let's run it again. So name is updated to Tom. Now, if I log out, and let's this time log in from here. So attend, and we have this. So log in with Google, select my email. If I go here, let's comment out this update statement, and then let's run this, and the name is updated back. So update statement works, insert statement works, the code that we created works. Now we need to work on RSVP, right? Because when we RSVP, where's the RSVP? So go to the RSVP slice over here. So once we RSVP over here, right? So we say, yes, we confirm that we want to RSVP. Then we do need to create a record, right? RSVP record. So for that, let's go ahead and create a RSVP event service for this particular slide. Now I need to pause the video. Now I can resume the video because I am not able to bring up this dialog when I'm recording. Something is wrong with my recording software. So here, I'm going to call it RSVP event service. Click on add. Of course, here I'm going to take the constructor because I need to dependency inject the IDB context factory here, and this is going to be the application DB context, right? And we're gonna just call it context. Let's minimize this. So we need to close this angular bracket, and here this is context factory, and we need to do a control dot to initialize this context factory. Now go over here and RSVP. We're gonna work on this RSVP event, and automatically it generates this code, and I have to take it. So event ID, user ID, and we get this context, right? Check if the event exists already. So this is trying to make sure that the event exists. So it's complaining about this right squiggly line here. So this exists, events exist should be a boolean, right? So if it doesn't exist, then I'm going to return false. Check if the user is already RSVP'd for the event. So I'm going to check the event ID equals this event ID, user ID equals to the user ID. So it's already done. Then I'm going to return false. Now we create a new RSVP record, right? Event ID, user ID, RSVP date, UTC. Now we can use a UTC time, or we can just use regular time. You know, for a system that is like Meetup, you definitely want to use UTC time, but I don't want to deal with UTC time and then have to convert it back later. So I'm gonna just use this regular time, and we add this RSVP in it, and then we save it, and then we return true. Okay, everything looks properly, and we can dependency inject this into the container. Let's go to program.cs, scroll all the way up over here, and let's do builder.services.add. So now I'm becoming lazy. I'm expecting it to generate the line for me, but it doesn't for some reason. Okay, so let's take the RSVP event, go back over here, and inject this into this component. Okay, and then, so are you sure you want RSVP? And we are going to do it. So RSVP, and then we're gonna select this RSVP event async, and it's generating this whole thing for me. Let's see. So event ID, what is this event ID? So we have this event, right? And I'm gonna take the event ID, and we have user, which is the current user. So how do we get the current user? We can get it according to the email address. So that's something we can create from the RSVP event service. Right? We can create another public method, or we can even remove this user ID, because we might be able to just pass in the email and then do everything from here. So yeah, so I think I'm going to change this user ID to just a string and then email. And then I'm going to come over here. I'm going to get the user ID. So var user ID equals, let's say this is DB factory. Well, no, I can't do it here. I'm going to use the DB context. Right, so context.users dot first or default async, and user goes to user.email equals email. And then this, it doesn't like this. In that case, I'm going to provide 0. Why I cannot do this? Cannot be applied to task. Oh, I forgot to wait. I always have this issue over here. Cannot explicitly convert user. Oh, I'm getting a user. Yeah. So var user. And then over here, we can say user ID equals user dot user ID. And maybe I can just make it integer. And over here, I can say, if it's not, then just provide 0. And then I can use the user ID here. So yeah, and then the user ID here is going to work. And now I need to go back. So instead of providing user ID, I need to provide the email address. So the question is, how do I get the email address? So I can try to use authentication state. So I'm going to say var email, email claim. Oh, it's already generating this code. Let's take a look. So we're trying to get user find first, type. So do a control dot import namespace, and then it's doing the claim. So this is the user claim, right? And then it's doing question mark dot value. So we're gonna get a value from the claim, which is the email itself. And then we're gonna pass in email. Now we can do a await, okay? And we're gonna get the result. Now the event could be null. So let's go inside the RSVP, and maybe we can change this to like this. And if the event ID is null, we're gonna get this event doesn't exist, and then it return false. So this is okay. The still warning me that this could be null, but that's fine. I already changed it, right? I changed it to have a question mark here. Right? So we're gonna have this result, and if we're not able to attend, then we can display a error message here. Right? So this is the footer bar, remember. Maybe we can display some message here. So let's actually try to have a message here. And I'm just going to put hello here. I want to see how it looks like. And there's an error here. Let's take a look. So this event ID comes in. So at this moment, the event ID cannot be null, because if it's null, then this is going to return false, but it doesn't know. So in order to fix it, I'm going to just use this. It's never going to be 0, but this at least fixed the problem. So let's run the application again, and then rejoin succeeded. We already have myself logged in. That cookie wasn't deleted. So let's try to attend this event. Okay, let's click on, well, not try to, let's look at this. That's why I was doing it. Okay, so it doesn't like it, and that's because I put this one inside this div. So maybe I can create another div and it should work. So this should work, and let's run the application again and see how it looks like. Okay, so you can see the hello is being displayed right here. So let's create a spacing here, class, and then ms3. Let's see whether that works. Let's run the application. And now you can see the spacing is created here. Okay, now let's go back. And here, instead of hello, we need to have error message. So I want to say error message. And this is going to be, let's change this to class alert. And this needs to be declared right here at the bottom. So string error message. And if we get an error here, the result, what we need to do is, if result is successful, we want to navigate. So do we have a navigation manager? We do. Okay, we want to navigate to /event/ I want to navigate to the same event. Okay, just basically forcefully reload the event. And I'm going to provide the ID here. Well, I don't have, oh yeah, I do have the event ID. Okay, event ID and event ID like this. All right, and otherwise we have error. We'll just display this error message, and we do need to state, we need to call the status changed, because you see this, when we are looking at this dialog, when the user is looking at this dialog, everything's already rendered. So therefore, if we want to change anything, we have to call this status changed. So the error message is being displayed right here with class alert. And I'm going to make it fail by not calling this. I'm going to make it fail by directly assign it. I just need to make sure that the error message looks okay. So I'm going to trigger that issue right now. Okay, it runs, and then let's say attend. And if I cancel, nothing happens, right? And if I say yes, then the error message is being displayed right here. I guess it's okay to be very big. So I'm okay with that. And then we have this alert thing. So I'm gonna just use style, and then I say color, and let's say red, and font, weight, and I say bold, and try again. All right, click on the attend event, click on yes, and it says error RSVPing for the event. That's fine. Now I'm gonna change this back where we are really RSVPing the event, and we're gonna create the record. It's a relationship. So let's try to see whether this works or not. Okay, so let's try to attend, and then click on cancel. Cancel is fine, and then let's test yes. And now it produced this error. So let's see what this error is. Let's go to console, and it says, so it displays this error because sometime in the past I changed the app settings here. So detailed error is turned on right now. That's why we're seeing those errors. Otherwise, it doesn't show. So An error occurred while saving the entity changes. See the inner exception, so cannot insert the value now into the column status table. Column does not allow nows, so status doesn't allow now. Let's take a look at the entity. Yeah, status doesn't allow now. I kind of understand because the status is either going or not going. So I'm gonna come to the, where is it? Shared helper over here. And again, I'm gonna have some constant, string, and I say going status, going, and then not going status. Okay. And then we're gonna have the same type of thing. Hopefully it's gonna generate this for me again. Okay, so going status and then not going status. Very good. Okay, coming back. When we generated, which is inside the RSVP event service here. So when we create this RSVP, right? So we have other stuff to provide. So going, I don't want to hard code this. That's why I'm going to use shared helper, and then I'm going to say going status. So let's pick the definition. We have event ID, we have user ID, we have RSVP date and status. So the date, did we provide the date yet? No. Oh yeah, we did provide the date. Oh, good. Okay, so I think this is the only thing that is missing, right? So let's run it again. All right, so I think everything is running. Let's click on attend and click on yes. So now it didn't create the issue for me. And I believe this is refresh. I didn't pay attention, but let's take a look at the RSVP tables. So select top 1000 and we do see RSVP. There's only, I don't know why it start from 2, but we do have event ID, user ID, RSVP date, and going. At this moment, the only thing left for this video, I think, is that once the user is registered, we want to see a list of attendees. So if you go to meetup.com, right, go over here and just select any event. Let's say I select drum in Richmond Hill, Ontario. It doesn't actually tell me anything. So North York, okay, drum circle. Go down and it says attendee, right? 17 attendees. So we need to list the attendees over here. That's the missing part that I do need to create. So how do I create it? I need to go to the event, and that's the browse event, right? Not browse event, the view event. Now view created event, it's this one. So this one will need to show me a list of attendees. So I'm gonna have a line break here, and then this H6, I'm gonna use H6, and then I'm gonna say these, and I'm going to create a component out of this. Again, so here I'm gonna have attendees component, or maybe you can call it attendees list, doesn't really matter. And markup, we don't need it. Parameter, we need a list of users. I don't know later, if we just have a list of names. I don't know what are we gonna do in the future. Maybe we want to display a picture, right? Maybe we want to display just the name. We maybe want to display email address. That's not a reasonable requirement to display email address, but as you can see that, but it's just not reasonable just to display name. So I'm gonna have a list of users, and the type is user list, control dot, and here I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna say if users is not now, and at the same time users.count is greater than 0, then I'm gonna just provide a list. Right now I really just want to display a list of names. Okay, sorry guys, I took a break and forgot to click on the record button, so we missed some parts, but I'm very sorry that at this moment I don't really have energy to go back and do everything again. So I'm not going to show you what I did. So we were trying to create a list, right? A list of users inside the attendees component. So I just created this. And this is basically what I did is I copied from this Discover, I think it's called Discover Events component here. See, I copied this and then I just pasted over to Attendees component here, right? And I got rid of the image, I got rid of one line, and I'm only keeping this. So I don't know how this is going to turn out. I haven't tried it yet. So this is the part is within this Attendees component. And then if we go to View Event component here, I'm just using this, right? And I created this variable here and provided over here. How do I load these users? I created another method here in the View Event Service. So where's View Event Service, which is right here in the same slice. So let's minimize the Solution Explorer here. So this is the new method I created. I basically created with a AI, but the first time it generated, it wasn't looking good. So I changed it a little bit. I just basically added some code and then it starts regenerate, right? And this looks fine to me, right? So we create a context and then we use this context to query RSVPs. And then I'm going to include the user in the RSVP, but we have a where statement. We're getting the RSVP for this particular event, right? For the event that is sent in. And then the status has to be going, right? And then I'm going to project it, right? Project the user out. So, which means that I have a list of users. Something wrong with my Visual Studio. It doesn't actually show me the type of this variable. But this is going to be a list of users. Okay? That's why when I return attendees, it doesn't complain. And then I use this service here, this method here in the service to get the users list. And then I feed that user list into the attendees. So in theory, this is going to show a list of attendees in this event, right? So let's run the application and then let's go back to our, I don't know, let's close this because it doesn't even show me the attendees here. So let's run it again and go to SQL. And where's the attendees? That's pretty weird. I don't have anything, like I don't see any error in the console, and on the top I'm logged in. So let's examine what is happening in here. So attendees is right here and then has this containers thing. Okay. And it's showing me Frank Liu. So Frank Liu is already registered. So something is wrong with this floating bar here, and I think it's related to this padding thing, right? Related to this padding thing. And yeah, I think this layout needs to be fixed. So this padding shouldn't be added to the detail section. This should be added for the, let's say we can add it just for the entire section. And I'm going to take out this and I'm going to put it on the bottom. And now if I select everything, all the markup, and do a Control KF, then I can format it, right? So let's remove this part, format this better. All right, so let's try again. Okay, so this is much better now. Perhaps I don't need to delete. I don't need to have a line break over here. Now this moves up and I see attendees and Frank Liu. And perhaps I need to have a bigger gap here, a bigger padding. Add to 80 and let's see how it looks like. Let's remove this developer tool, and now scroll down. I see attendees Frank Liu. So what if I attend with a different user? I need to log out first and then log back in and then log in with Google again. And all of them is actually called Frank Liu. So, well, I'm gonna select the first one, and then it's going to show two Frank Lius, but at least we see multiple lines, right? And or not lines, multiple records, and see how it actually looks like. So I just need to see them. Do this, and then click on continue. And now if I go to database, I should have multiple records in the users table, right? So I have this. And interestingly, I forgot to test one thing, which is RSVP with the same user, right? And that should show me the error message. Let's try to RSVP with this new user, and now it moved this moves up. I'm not sure whether right. So it only moves up because the navigation isn't proper. So are we navigating here? So navigating to this, we need to add a force. So force load. Okay, force load 2 to make sure that everybody understand what this is. So I'm gonna add this will refresh the page. This will refresh the page, and it will look like it will show the other Frank. Okay, now let's run this again. The thing is that I was expecting not a list. I was expecting a let's examine this. I was expecting it looks differently. Oh, it's because of yeah, we created wrong. Okay, let's go back and fix this. So attendees, I forgot to add that row here. This should work. Let's run again. Okay, now you see I have Frank Liu, and if I make it small, it's gonna break, and it becomes this, which is fine, right? It's different behavior from the meetup. You can see that meetup, it doesn't actually go to the next line, but in our case, it does. That's fine. I have no complaint about that. What I want to try again is I want to attend again with the same user, right? And I'm gonna see what happens. So click on yes, and then it shows me error RSVP because it didn't tell me what the reason is. Perhaps you can change it to, instead of return a boolean here, when we RSVP, we can return the error message. But I'm gonna keep it as this. Okay, it's just there is the error. And then I do want to delete the other user because I don't want to show my email address. So I'm gonna delete from users where ID, user ID equals 2. I'm gonna execute it. Now, if I run it, it's good. And if I refresh, I see only Frank Liu, and I'm gonna log out, okay? Because the user I was in was the my personal email address, not the business one. Okay, but anyway, let's go back to SQL discussion. You can see that we have attendees and we have Frank Liu. Okay, that's everything I want to show you in this video. I will see you in the next one. So in our application, we are able to log in, we are able to RSVP an event. And in this video, we're going to continue with managing the events that a user has already RSVP'd. For example, I log in as myself and then I RSVP this event and maybe this one as well. But I want to be able to see what are the events that I have already RSVP'd. And maybe I can take some actions. For example, I may want to cancel an event, or I may want to give a review for an event, for the past event, right? So to support that functionality, we need to be able to navigate to that page. And then I think the best place to be able to navigate to that manage RSVP events page is to click on this name, right? So you log in and you click on your own name, then you go to that page. So let's actually go ahead and try to work on that in this video. Let's open up Solution Explorer. And what I want to do is I do want to create a feature folder. And I'm going to go ahead and create a folder. And I'm going to call it Manage User RSVP Events. And we're going to create a reader component following the pattern that the folder name is the same as the component name. So manage user RSVP component, RSVP events component. All right, so let's delete this one first. And I want to have a page directive. And I don't like this automatically generated URL. I'm going to say users / and then user ID. This is a root parameter that is passed in through the root. And then I'm going to say manage RSVP events, something like that. So with this pattern, you can do users. In the future, you can have users / users ID / I don't know, profile or something, right? So what do I want to do here? Actually, I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to roll back. So I do want to keep that title here because I want to do a quick testing. I mean, This, and one of the important thing of this page is that once the user wants to navigate to this page, then this page has to be protected, right? First of all, only login user can access this page. So it's not that if you didn't log in and you try to follow this pattern of the URL and you try to access a page, then you should be denied. You have to log in to do that. And in order to do that in ASP.NET Core, what we want to use is the attribute authorize, like the authorize attribute. And I'm going to do a control dot to import this namespace. Now with this protection of this namespace, it's going to redirect me to, I think, to Google, because for in program.cs, what we have set up over here is we have set up authentication and we added Google, right? And we also, most important thing here is that the default challenge scheme is Google authentication scheme. Therefore, you are going to be redirected to the Google account page, and then you will be asked to log in if you haven't logged into Google in your computer. So let's try that. Let's run the application and see what the result is, and then we have to make this work first. All right, so I've already logged in. I don't know whether the thing is already running. Okay, so it's already running. So I've already logged in, and if I follow the pattern, I say users/1/manage RSVP events, and I should be, so I was assuming that I should be able to see that page, but it's still redirecting me to this choose an account page. So I think what is actually missing here is because we're using the authorize attribute and we didn't add the authorization middleware. So let's add the authorization middleware, and then let's run this thing again to see what happens now. So let's close this Google account thing, and notice that I'm still logged in, right? It's a persistent cookie, so I'm still logged in. Now I'm following this pattern to go to /user/1/manage RSVP events, and I'm gonna hit enter, and I'm expecting to see this page. Oh, okay. So you see, it's trying to take me to the page, but I didn't define the root parameter in this component. So that's not a big problem. We're gonna add the parameter right now, and it has to be a public property. I'm gonna call it user ID that corresponds to the user ID. And let's run this again. Okay, now you can see that I'm visiting this page without being warned or being kicked out to the login page, right? So now I'm logging out, right? So because I logged out, now if I try to access the same thing, then it takes me to the Google account page. Now, once I'm on the Google account page, I'm gonna click on one of the users because all of them have logged in. So I don't have to type in my username and password, right? So I'm gonna click one of them, and I'm hoping that it's gonna take me back to the application. As you can see, this works very, very well. Right? It takes me back to this page. Now, the only thing that I'm not so sure is that it's whether it has gone through this endpoints or not. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Remember, we have a endpoints in the shared folder. We have this authentication endpoints, and we want to take the user to this endpoint, and we can set a breakpoint over here and see how this goes. And by the way, now I'm looking at this, I think this could be not necessary, but I mean, this line doesn't need to be here because the claims are already created. But let's try to see what's going on here. I mean, that's another topic. Let's first of all try to see what is actually happening behind the scene, why it just suddenly works. So I'm going to log out again, and I'm going to go to this /user/1/manage RSVP events, and then it takes me to Google. I click on one of the user, and now it takes me back. You can see that this breakpoint is not triggered, meaning that this sign in callback is not triggered. Well, you may ask that, if it's not triggered, Why is it working, first of all? Secondly, if it's working, why do we have to force the user to go to this sign-in callback event? Well, let's answer the question one by one. First of all, why it's working, right? Why the user is not here, but it's still working? Well, the default OAuth workflow with the NuGet package. Remember, we installed the Microsoft.ASP.NET Core .authentication.google. So that NuGet package already implements a typical OAuth workflow, which includes a signing in process, which is this signing process, which actually means that if it's not for creating users, then this whole endpoint is not useful, right? We want to force the user to come over here because we want to create users. And that's, at least so far, that's the most important reason. And secondly, over here that I mentioned, this line is not so useful because I realized in the default OAuth flow, which is implemented by that NuGet package, it's already signed in. So this is not really necessary, this line. We can just totally utilize the sign-in principle here, right? So let's delete this line. And we know that the claims principle is already in the context. So we don't have to check the result to see whether it's successful or not, right? We can basically just check, actually, let's remove this and rewrite it. So you can see if I go to user, this is a claims principle, right? So which means that if this is not now, or I mean, if this is now, or if the context.user.identity is null, or if the context.user.identity that is authenticated is false. So if it's false, I'm going to add this exclamation mark. Then we will redirect user to an error page, which is a to-do thing. Here, result.principal.claims, I don't have to do that. I can use context.user.claims. You can see that the user object is the principal object. So I don't have to use the result. Okay, so I have the email and name, and then I can use it to create the user. And then at the end, I don't have to sign in, right? Because the purpose of signing in is just to create the claims and create the cookie. But it's already created by the OAuth flow implemented by the NuGet package. So this thing is just, it's not useful, at least so far, right? In this logic, it's not very useful. All right, we modify the code and we want to run it again to make sure that everything still works. Okay, let's log out and we need to log in again. So this login button triggers the endpoint. And if we want to test it, we have to go through this workflow. Let's go over here, select this one, and then you can see that it's still working, which means that the OAuth workflow, actually the NuGet package creates the cookie, right? The sign in is basically called within it. Secondly, we want to tackle this workflow. So this page is being protected by the authorized attribute here. And this automatically takes the user to the Google account because that's how we configure in program.cs. Right? We configure the authentication to say that the challenge scheme is Google authentication. Then when it comes back, the problem is that it doesn't go through our endpoint. And if it doesn't go through our endpoint, the most important problem, the most prominent problem, is that the user is not being created, right? And if it's already exists and not being updated. So that's a serious problem, and we need to resolve that problem. And the way to resolve that problem is to go to program.cs and go under @Google here. You can configure this, right? You can tap into the OAuth flow by saying options.events, right? And then you can create a new OAuth event and already automatically generate this code. And I'm gonna do a control dot to import the namespace. You see, it's even allow you to add custom claims here, but what we want to override is not on creating ticket, is on ticket received, right? And we're going to do async context, and we want to do something over here. So when we receive the ticket and hover the mouse over here, you can see this is a ticket received context. It's not a HTTP context. And under it, it has a principal object. So if.context a principal, right? If it's not now, which means that we already have a principal here, then what I want to do is to directly sign in from here, right? At this point, the OAuth flow hasn't finished, and the sign-in process, which happens as almost the last point, hasn't happened, which means the cookie isn't created yet. So what we want to do is to force the creation of the cookie, right? So I'm going to sign in using the principal, and let's see whether it generates it. No, it doesn't generate. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to say await context.http context. See, you can access HTTP context from here, and then you can sign in. And then we're using cookie authentication, and we're using this principle from this ticket received context. So this forces the creation of the cookie. Now, the reason why we want to sign in from here is that once this is done, then we can force the user to the endpoint that we were talking about. That will help us to create the user if the user hasn't been in our system yet. That's very important. Now, how do we do that? We're going to say context.response.redirect. So we're going to force the user, we're going to redirect the user to the URL. And the URL is basically sign in callback, right? Which is the one that we implemented in here, sign in callback. And you can see here, it automatically generated this. It says suppress the default behavior. If I don't do that, then the rest of the OAuth flow happens. And at the end, it's going to try to sign in again. And I don't need that, right? I don't need to do that. I want the flow be taken over by this it should be sign in, right? So it has to be in. This could even be a typo here, but whether it's typo or not, we want to make sure that it's the same. So here, probably add a slash. Now, once the ticket is created, we create a cookie, right? We sign in and create a cookie, and then we force the user to this endpoint. Now, when the endpoint starts here, the user, which is the principal, is already created. It's created by which one? It's created by this line. And then the rest of the process is the same as before. And the user is created or updated. So that's important, right? So let's see. Okay, so let's log out, and let's go to users/1/manage RSVP event, and then I'm taken over to Google. This is the default behavior. And now when I do this, it comes back to the home page. Why it comes back to the home page? Because this sign in callback is running, because at the end it takes me to home page anyways. Now if I go to /users/manage RSVP events, I'm able to be here because I've already signed in. All right, so let's continue with implementing this page. So here, what we want to show is a list of RSVP events, right? The events that are already RSVP'd. So what is the layout? This is going to be similar to Amazon. You know, when you purchase something, you can see a list of your own orders. In order to do this faster, nowadays we want to use AI. We don't have to code everything ourselves. So I'm going to just say that I'm going to say using Bootstrap, generate HTML elements that mimics the Amazon orders, Amazon user orders page that shows a list of orders that the user already ordered. This is not proper English, but I'm pretty sure AI understands, which means for each order, the image of the product is displayed on the left and action buttons are on the right. Also, there are some descriptions. There are product title, product name, and descriptions to the right of the product. So let's see what it generates. Okay, it generates HTML, and so I'm gonna say regenerate, and this time don't use any class other than strap classes, because it has this order list thing and expecting me to create those classes. You know, I'm lazy. That's why I use AI. Otherwise I'm going to write everything myself. So let's see what it generates. Okay, let's copy this. And I created a test HTML. I'm going to paste it here and save it. And now let's go to test HTML. And we can see this right here. And it looks pretty good, right? It looks pretty good. So let's copy this and go back to Visual Studio and go over here. So we don't need this title here. Paste it here, and I'm gonna say this is upcoming. This is an upcoming event, and I need to have a list of this, right? So for that purpose, I'm gonna create a service here. So go ahead. Actually, first of all, let's copy this name, and then let's go ahead and create a service class. Click on add. So here in the service, we need to get a list of events, right? Based on the user, and it's trying to generate the whole code for me. And let's see what it does. I don't need the cancel event, so I'm gonna delete this. And I need to import namespaces, and this one as well. And let's use AI first. Get user RSVP events. This is exactly what I need. And I don't need this. This is not a thing. So we're gonna change this to event view model. Okay, and import namespace. So let's double check the code that is generated. It doesn't have to be. We'll get a list of RSVPs map. No, it doesn't have to be like that, because the RSVP is a link to the events, right? So we don't have to do this. Let's remove this, and maybe we can ask it to regenerate. But first of all, let's also dependency inject in DI mapper. Control dot, initialize the field, and then over here, we're gonna say context dot event dot make it include. Yeah, we include RSVP first, and then let's make the dot show up here. And then I'm gonna say where events.rsvp.any email equals email. Remember, on this page, on this manage user page, we already have the user ID, right? So instead of using email, let's use user ID. So integer user ID, and here let's change events to just E. So r dot user ID equals user ID. Now, once I have this, I can do toList using async is fine. And then we can use await here. This will give us a list of events, right? So we can say var events. Now, this is exactly what we want. We want to get the events, but we need to use the mapper to map that, and we can then return the events view model. All right, so we have this, and let's go to program.cs, and then dependency inject here. It automatically generates it. All we have to do is import namespace. Let's go over here. So this one, we're done. We go back to the component over here and we try to use it. So first of all, we are going to have the event declared right here. We're going to have a private list of event view model, event view model, event, private list, private. It's better. And this event includes all of the events, but I do want to separate from upcoming events and past events. So I'm gonna have past event. So this is filtered events. I'm gonna call it upcoming. Is it correct? Upcoming events, and then past events already generated this for me. Now on parameter set, so I'm gonna say override on parameter set async. Okay, it does. I don't need this. Oh, it's already generated this for me. But the events, it didn't. So I'm gonna say events equals await and the service. Did we inject? We haven't. So I'm gonna inject the manage user service. Let's go down over here and say manage user service, get user RSVP events by user, by user ID, and we have this events over here. Then we need to get upcoming events and this. Okay, so this is not right. This is not right. So I'm gonna say E goes to not this. E goes to, so E begin date is greater than date only dot format. From date time, and we are going to provide now into it. I'm gonna have now equals date time now. Okay, so begin date has to be greater than like today, or if E dot begin date is the same, basically same as today. I'm gonna copy this, paste it over here. If it's the same as today, then and E dot begin time is greater than time only, okay, from date time now, then this is the event I want, right? Because this is the upcoming events. To list, so probably missing a bracket here. Okay, much better. So let's copy this and paste it over here. So the opposite would be the past events. So let's turn it around. So if begin date is smaller, then it's past events, or if it's the same date, then the begin time has to be smaller and equal to now. Then this means it's past events. Should we say begin time or should we say end time? Let's use begin time, because once the event already begins, you cannot cancel the event anymore, right? Because you see, in the first list, we have upcoming, and then in the next list, we have past events. For upcoming events, you can cancel, but for past events, you cannot cancel anymore. You can only, let's say, you can only do review, right? So therefore, once the event starts, we can consider that you can't cancel that anymore. It doesn't make sense to cancel. So let's use this logic. And there's two lists. That's good. Let's go up over here. And let's say if upcoming event is not now, and at the same time, upcoming events dot count is greater than 0, then we're going to render this and copy this. And actually, before we paste it in, we can say no RSVP for upcoming events. And we do have, then we're going to do a for each loop. Okay, EV in upcoming events, and we're going to paste it here. Okay, remember we have a image thing that we used in Discover. I think the Discover slice. Let's see where the Discover slice is. It's right here. Let's go over here, and we do have this image thing. Let's copy it over and paste it here. So we have this image, and product image is basically, let's go over here, and so the source of this is basically just the event image, and we do need to take the user to the event. So I'm gonna say href/ event slash ev dot event ID and cut this to paste it underneath. Okay, so here I do want to limit the size of the image, but let's see how this class turns out. Okay, now product details here. This is not a product, this is the event, but we can consider it as a product. So name here, I'm gonna say @ev.title, and description, we're not gonna have description. We're gonna have just the time, I guess, which is also in the discover thing here. It's this one. I'm gonna copy and close it and paste it here. I don't know whether this class still valid. Let's leave it as this and see what happens. So action buttons, I'm gonna delete this, and for the primary button, I'm gonna say cancel RSVP. So I don't want to use primary button. Probably want to use button danger. Is there such a thing? This is in for each loop, and let's see how it looks like. All right, so we have this upcoming event for all of the events that I've generated, and this image is pretty big. We need to change it to limit its size. Style, we change to the next line. Style equals width, limit to only 120 pixels, and height would be automatic. And object fit is going to be cover, so this controls the fitting, the image fitting behavior. And perhaps I want to have a rounded corner. Let's see how it looks now. Okay, much better now. Okay, I like this layout much better, and let's go ahead with the next group, which is the past event. All we need to do is to just duplicate this. Let's copy this entire thing, paste, maybe add a line break and paste it here. And now this is going to be changed to past events, and all of the upcoming events are going to be changed to past events. So I'm going to just change it here, past events, and copy this, paste it here and here, and everything else will stay the same except here. I'm going to have a leave a review, something like that. And here, no RSVP for past events. Let's just say no past events. Okay, there's no past events, so it's not showing. It's not showing. But if we do want to change, do want to see past events, we can change some of them. Oh, I guess we don't have to, because everything will be exactly the same as before. Everything will be exactly the same as upcoming events, except for the button here, change to leave a review. Now, another thing I want to make sure is that now I'm logged in as user 1, right? But right now, if I go to, let's say, user 3, which I believe in my database, I do have user 3, and if I hit enter, then I'm able to visit user 3's past events. I'm able to take actions. So that is absolutely no. So we have to prevent users from doing this. And for that, we can add authorization policies, because if we go up over here, we have authorized attribute here, and in it, we can specify a policy, right? And let's say we're gonna call the policy validate user ID. I don't want to call it this way. Let's call it same user policy, which means that the only user 1 can access user 1, user 1's profile, or user 1's events page. User 2 cannot. Any other users cannot. So we need to define this same user policy. And to do that, we are going to go to program.cs. For now, let's use that. And let's go to here. We have add authentication. And after that, I'm going to say builder.services.add authorization. So we're going to configure authorization now. So I'm going to say options goes to, and then we add policy. So it's trying to generate some code for me, but I'm going to delete it. And I'm going to have a same user policy. So I'm going to try to see whether AI can do this work for me. So validate the user ID to make sure the user ID is the same user ID claim. So I know that in the claim we don't have a user ID yet, but we will be able to do that, right? Once, yeah, we'll be able to do that. So in the authentication endpoint, we can do something there. But for now, because I know I can store the user ID in the claim, that's why I'm writing this comment here. So I'm gonna enter this and see what it does. So require authenticated user, require assertion, user ID resource. Okay, so I'm gonna do it myself. So the policy is a policy that we wrote here in the razor here. I'm gonna copy this over, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay. Now the policy is that it requires assertion. So I'm gonna say policy dot require assertion, and then the context goes to. Now this context is authorization handler context, but it does have, you see, if I go to context.user, it does have the claims principal as well, which is the user, right? So I'm gonna say var user equals claims.user, and then I'm gonna say var user ID claim equals user.find claims type name identifier. Yeah, there isn't a ID other than name identifier, so we're gonna use name identifier to store the user ID here. So here I'm gonna say if int try parse. I'm gonna try parse the user claim. So yeah, so it generated code looks correct, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm gonna use this value. Okay, I'm gonna get the actual value here. Now if I say integer try parse, hopefully it generated a different code for me. Okay, it doesn't, so I'm gonna type it myself. So I'm gonna I'll try to parse the user ID claim. This is a string, and then the result will be inside the authenticated user ID. Okay, inside the variable here. Now the context, so context.resource, resource, so this one is an object, but it actually can be converted into HTTP context. So I'm gonna say var root data equals to as Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.http context. And if root data is not null, then I need to get root user ID here, right? And generate this for me. So root values user ID to string. So why we're using this? So we are checking the root template, and within that we have the user ID parameter there, right? And we're trying to grab that parameter value into this, and this is a string, and we are again trying to parse that into user ID, right? And if the authenticated user ID equals to user ID, so where's the authenticated user ID? The authenticated user ID is from the claim. So basically, if the claim that's stored in the cookie is the same as the user ID in the root, right, in the URL, then we're going to return true. Otherwise, at the very end, so after the if statement, I'm going to return false. And I think we're missing a semicolon here. So is there any issue? Why is showing? Oh, we're missing a bracket here. Okay. So same user policy is defined right here. We're comparing the claim in the user ID in the claim with the user ID in the root template. So now, do we actually have a user ID in the claim? We don't, because we go to the authentication endpoints here. You can see we have email claim, we have name claim. We don't even know about the user ID until the user ID is added to the table, right? Or if this existing user already exists, then it's inside this. The user ID is inside this object. So it has to be added to the principal. Unfortunately, once the principal is created, you cannot modify it. So which means that we have to modify this once again in order to add the claim. So let's modify this. So here, so in this statement, if email claim is not null and name claim is not null, this is the part we know that we have the information for the user, which is passed from Google account, right? And then once we are here, like at this point, we have the user information in this object, right? Because if it's null, then it's created here. If it's not null, then it's already there, right? And at this point, if we can access the user ID from the existing user object, that user ID it should be there. So as I mentioned, we have to recreate all of the claims because we cannot modify, we cannot add additional ones. So I'm going to say var claims, and then we'll have a list of new claim, right? And just generate me all of these. And it did. And I don't think I need the row, at least for now, I don't need the row. And existing user dot email, that's fine. It's just possibly null. That's why it's generating that. So we have all of the claims. Now we need to create all of the identities. So claims identity, and then put the claim in it. And then now we need to create a principal. Give me the principal, and it does. Okay. So a principal contains one or many identities, and one identity contains one or many claims, or a zero or many claims. Okay. So once we have this principal, we need to sign in again, right? Sign in the user again in order to recreate the cookie, the cookie, the authentication cookie, right? So generate the code for me, and it does. It's very clever. Okay. So now in this new cookie that's stored in the browser, it knows about the user's information. It knows about, most importantly, it knows about the ID. And then the policy will be able to compare that ID with the ID in the root template and determine whether the user has access to a certain page. Okay, let's run this application now. Well, you already see that. It says that this redirected me to /account/accessed. So this is the default address when the authorization attribute fails, which means that we access is denied because we used to be on /users/3. So let's try it again, and you will know what I mean here. So I can still go to my own user, which is user 1. Oh, user 1 I cannot go to? Oh, that's because the cookie doesn't have that. So we need to try the login process again, because the cookie that was already in the browser, it doesn't contain the user ID, right? So let's log in again with this. Select a proper account here. This corresponds to the first user, and I'm able to access this page. But if I try to access number 3, then you see I don't have access to it. So access denied. So we can create a access denied page to make this thing look much nicer. Let's quickly create page. So I think it's not a business logic here. It's just a static. I'm going to put it in the shared folder here. And in order to quickly create it, I'm going to again go to codepalette.microsoft.com, and then I'm going to let it generate. So generate me a Razor component, which is a Blazor, that works as a access denied page. Okay, so I'm gonna just copy this and come back over here, and I'm gonna go ahead and create a Razor component, and this is going to be called denied component. And I'm gonna paste this whole thing here. The URL has to correspond to this one, /account/access denied. And then it says you do not have permission to view this page. Please contact your administrator if you believe so. Then takes you back to home. This is exactly what I need. Perhaps if you want to make it look much better, maybe you can add an image here. I don't have an image, but we can generate the image. So have some margin here. Let's make sure the maximum width is, let's say 400. Should we put it right here? Now, let's try to use Copilot to generate an image. So generate me an image for the access denied page. don't display buttons or links. It doesn't listen to me. I'm gonna use another one. I have this account here. This is a paid account. Okay, I'm using it for content creation purpose, and it'd be much better. Okay, so access denied, and this is much better. Okay, and I'm gonna download this. Now I'm gonna paste that image inside our www root folder and paste it inside the images folder. Okay, so which is this one, access denied image, and we're gonna do /images/ okay. So now we have this page. Now let's run it again. So if I'm going to user 1, I should be able to access. Let's go to user 3. Now it shows this image. Right, access denied, you don't have a permission to view. Please contact your administrator and then return home. I click on this, I'm returning home. That's a very good behavior. Now another thing I want to do is the program.cs file is getting bigger and bigger. I don't want that to happen. And so I'm going to extract this into another thing, another file here. And let's create it under the services. So we have this services folder, and let's call it whatever we think that is appropriate. I'm going to just call it authorize, maybe authorization policies, right? You could have other policies, and this is going to be a static class. And we're going to have add authorization policies, Maybe I'm going to call it add custom authorization, add custom policies. And here, I'm going to pass in authorization options, okay? And then I'm going to delete this whole thing. Now, what I would do is I'm going to go over here, and remember this one is authorization options. So I'm going to just cut this whole thing and paste it over here. Now I can copy this authorization policies name here, the file, the class name, and then just call this add custom policies and pass in the options, and that's it, right? I simplify the code. Now, one of the last thing I want to do in this video is that you see here, I need to be able to click on this in order to access the /user/1, this page, right? I don't want to just manually type in this. So I have to change the login status component, which is inside this components folder here, login status component, and username right now is being extracted from the claims principal here. I can code a lot of things in here in order to get the user ID here, right? Because we do need the user ID in order to go to the /user/user ID /manage RSVP events, go to that URL. For that, we need to get it from within the claims. And those can be extracted directly by using this authentication state. But I feel like I want to centralize this. And I think the best place is within this base component, right? I can centralize it right here. So for that purpose, let's first of all inject the authentication state here. So not the navigation manager, but the authentication state. So let's say authentication state provider, and we will declare a authentication state variable here. And also we'll have to determine whether the user is authenticated or not. And by default, it's going to be false. Now we want to override again on init async. Okay, it does that for me. And then it grabs the authentication state and it tells whether it initializes this variable by using authentication state, which is perfect. And now it even tries to get the username, user email for me. Perhaps I don't need it. What I would do is, first of all, we're missing a curly brace. Now, secondly, I'm going to expose the is authenticated. So I'm going to say protected boolean is authenticated, and we're just returning is authenticated variable here. And now get the username. It knows that. And if we have this, why is doing this? Just use is authenticated, right? And then you use this claims and you get it from the claims. Otherwise, you can return null. Let's actually make it return empty. Now, user email is generating this for me, good. And it's following the same pattern, that's good. And I also want user ID, give me user ID now. User ID, okay. It gets my information, it knows to get it from this claim type. This is also correct. This is also correct, okay. That's all I need. Now, I can go back to my login status page, and then I'm going to say inherit from base page. So inherit component base is a base component. This is our own base component. Now here we don't need a username, we don't need is authenticated, and we don't even need the authentication state. Guys, let's delete all of them, and we don't need any of these. Yeah, let's delete this whole thing. And here, this has to be is authenticated. So we can say this, or we can say base. Okay, that's good. And now we're looking at this username. First of all, fix this. So base.is authenticated, and username is base.username. Now we need to take the user right in here. Instead of span, let's change it to a anchor element. And then we need to take the user to /users /at base.userid /manage RSVP events. Okay, let's run it and see whether that works or not. All right, let's go over here. And you can see this becomes a hyperlink, and it does take me over to the upcoming events and past events page. That's very good. Now, if I click on this, it can take me to the events, right? Try this again. Click on this, it takes me here. It's just that it's missing this part. I want to be able to also click on this title. So let's go over and fix that very quickly. That's in here. And this is already okay. It is just this title. So we want to use a anchor element. I want to go to /event /ev.event ID, and we want to make sure that text decoration is, there's no decoration. And I'm going to do the same thing in the past events for the title. Okay, let's see whether this works or not. Oh, it makes this a blue, so I need to fix that. I don't want it to be blue, I just want it to be regular text. So perhaps we can just say, where is it? Here. We can just say text dark. And I'm gonna use this one also in the upcoming. Okay, this is okay. So let's go ahead and click on this, and we're coming to this event. Again, go to this. We're coming to this event, and I'm not planning to implement a user profile page, but if you do, then this can be a hyperlink, and the user click on this, takes this to the user profile. Of course, that has to be a public user profile page, which allows other users to see each other. Then this becomes a kind of like a social media thing. But I don't want to implement social media in this meetup. At least not too much social media functionality. But so far, we have implemented the correct functionality for manage RSVP events. These functionalities will be implemented later. Everything seems to be working properly. And I'm wondering whether we have a bug here. If I'm searching events, let's say Stickle, and then click on search, and it gives me this. And if I click on clear, then it gives me that. What if I go here and click on this? Okay, so this is good. So once I click on search, it takes me to the home page. That's the correct behavior. I believe we tackled that before. Let's try the whole thing again. I'm logging out, and then if I log in with the first user, and then I go to my page, I already have Meetup 6. Okay, let's go over here. Let's also attend this. Okay, so this one is user 3, sorry, user 1, right? And if I attend it, right, then seeing 2 frank clues, which is this is the first user, and now this is user 3, I believe. Yeah, this is user 3. But I have 2 events now, right? And these buttons don't work yet, but everything that we want to, oh, you see here, this page is not clearing this. It's not clearing this, which means that in our manage events, this has to inherit from, let's inherit from base component, and that should fix our problem. Okay, immediately you can see that bar is gone. Right, let's go back, go over here, and then if I go here, you can see the bar at the bottom is gone. Okay, we fixed that issue. Okay, that's everything I want to show you guys in this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, we're going to continue working on this Meetup system with Blazor and the vertical slice architecture. And in this video, we are going to work on register as a organizer or become an organizer. In the actual meetup.com, there is this button, start a new group. So this introduces a group concept here, which means that as a user or organizer, you are able to create a group, potentially multiple groups, and each group may have different topics. So for example, you can create a meditation group, and you may create some other social clubs, for example, a chess group. Right? You can have multiple groups. But in our case, I don't want to implement such a complicated case. I just want to enable the user register as an organizer so that the organizer can create different events. So let's go ahead and try to do that. And what I want to do is to, similar to meetup.com, I want to have this button on the top, perhaps also on the right hand side over here. So I'm going to put a button over here. Let's start by doing that. And let's call it become a member or something like that. So that button is on the top bar. So therefore, let's go to shared, and then let's go to main layout. And you can see that the top bar is here. We didn't extract it out yet. I don't know whether we need to, but I just want to add something to the run at the right hand side, right? And for that, we can go to login status and copy. Let's copy this one, and then let's go back to, let's close this one. Go back over here, and this is what we can do to see whether we can have a button that looks pretty good. Become a organizer, and so instead of a link, let's try a primary. So let's run the application now and see whether the button displays pretty well or not. Okay, so become an organizer. This doesn't look pretty good. The button, oh, it's because we need a UL. So I think we forgot about the UL outside. So let's actually copy this and go back to the main layout and paste the UL over here. And now let's run it again. I don't know whether the hot reload works or not. Let's, okay, it seems to be working this time. It sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. Anyways, so I like this look and feel of the button, but I think that we have a button that's too close to this login status component. So what we can do is we can add a margin on the end, right? At the end. So I'm going to say me, maybe let's try 4 and see whether that's enough or not. You're coming back over here. I should have tried hot reload again. Okay, so we have a pretty good gap over here. And now we can extract this into a different slice. Now I can go ahead and create another feature over here. And that's going to be a folder. I'm going to call it become organizer. And then I'm going to extract this into a component. Get over here, not this one, this is shared. So let's go to become organizer and create a new razor component. I'm going to call it become organizer component. and then I'm going to paste this over here. All right, now go back to main layout, and I'm going to say become organizer and close that. And now I'm going to delete the namespace, but do a control dot to put a using statement on the top. Now we can work with this become organizer component over here. So in order to allow the user to become an organizer, we need to make the user log in if the user hasn't logged in. And then we need to make sure the role of the user is a organizer. So let's go to the data folder and let's go to entities and let's take a look at the user. So we already have a role property here. This represents whether the user is an attendee or a organizer, right? And in the authentication endpoint method over here, you can see that currently when we try to create a user record over here, we are hard-coding, not hard-coding, but almost hard-coding an attendee role, right? So we need to make this more flexible so that depending on which URL that is hitting, right, the user is hitting, we can set it to be attendee or a organizer. So therefore, we want to make this authentication endpoints more flexible. And to do that, I think the simplest way, so let me actually close this. You can see we have this map get, and this is going to the authentication slash provider, and then go to challenge. So this leads the user to Google account page, right? And then it will redirect to over here in order to create the user record. Now, the easiest way to implement becoming an organizer is to duplicate both of this, right? But with a different URL. Perhaps we can add a slash organizer, something like that, in order to make the behavior slightly different, right? But for this method, right, for this lambda expression over here, a lot of things are here but can be extracted, right? We don't want to duplicate this whole logic. So what I would do is, you see, first of all, here we are redirecting to the home page, and at the bottom redirecting to the home page, right? And we have a to do here and for error message. I think, see here, the reason why we have this potentially showing error message is because we don't have the claims here. And that's a pretty weird situation. We don't even want to let the user know what is happening. So in that case, we can just safely delete that, right? Delete that else statement. And we can just use this to redirect the user to the home page anyways, right? And the user will have to log in because the user won't be able to access any protected page. So therefore, we cleaned up that a little bit. And what we can extract is this part, right? So this whole thing can be extracted out to be a reusable helper method. So let's do a control RM. Extract the method, encounter the following, not all code return. Do you still want to proceed? Did I select the correct? Yeah, I think this is correct. I'm going to select this whole thing and try to do it again. Control RM, right? Extract, and then I'm going to say yes. And method name, I'm going to call it handle sign in callback. This could be a good name, right? And you can see that it automatically creates parameters, which is a context and context directory. And then over here, we don't actually need to return here, right? We can just do this, okay? Just do the await. And then, of course, this, we don't need it anymore. I'll just delete it, clean it up a little bit. Now, what we can do is, like I said, we're going to duplicate this. And this is for attendee, right? So this is attendee authentication, right? And this is going to be organizer authentication, and automatically generate this comments for me. That's pretty good. So let's go over here, and I think for organizer, I can just say slash organizer, just to make a difference, right? Organizer. I think my spelling is correct. And then over here, I can do sign in dash callback slash organizer as well, right? But here we have to make a difference here. We want this to, first of all, this one goes to the new URL, which is this one. Okay, so let's copy this and paste it over here. And then the handle sign in callback. We need to add a parameter at the end. Over here, we can say this is organizer, and so boolean, right? And default value is false. So by default, it's not an organizer. And then if this is an organizer, what we're going to do is we're going to change this so that if organizer is true, we're going to say shared helper dot organizer row. Otherwise, we're going to use the attendee row. Okay, so this is pretty good. And then we can go to the top over here. So this is the organizer endpoints, right? And for that, we're going to say is organizer is true. Okay? And we're going to keep this as default, which is false. Okay, so now we have these two sets of endpoints, and we want the login button, external login button, to hit this different things, or different URLs. So in order to do that, let's go to the external login buttons component over here. You can see that we're using this external login button at this moment. We'll only use it on the login for the login functionality, right? When we trigger that from the login status component. But we're going to also use this on the become organizer component. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to just do it right now so that you are not confused why I have to change it. Right? So let's go over here. And what I'm going to do is actually, let's go to the login status component over here, and we're going to copy this. Okay. Actually, I'm going to copy this whole thing, and then let's close this, come back to here, and then I'm going to replace this. Okay. So we have a login dialog, right? And when this button is being clicked on, right? This is a button. So when I say on click, and here I'm going to say the method name is become organizer. And then I'm going to just create this become organizer method. And if login is not now, so it's trying to do something here. I think what I would do is, this logic has to be, if the user has not logged in, then we display this this dialog, right? If the user has already logged in, then we only just need to make sure that we update the user so that the role becomes organizer instead of attendee. Okay, so therefore, we're going to inherit from the base component, which is our base component. And because in the base component, what we can do is we can say if base dot is authenticated, right? If it's false, then so we're going to use login dialog to show this, right? Show the login dialog, and then the user can click on the button to go to Google, go to Facebook, whatever you implement in the external login buttons component. Currently, we only have one button. Okay, and then over here, this is the place where, the user has already logged in, but the user is not a organizer, but wants to become an organizer. Then this is we're gonna try to hit the second endpoints, right? So hit the second authentication endpoint. How do we do that? We can simply just navigate. So let's dependency inject. So inject navigation manager, that's correct. And then we're gonna come over here and say navigate to, and where do we want to go to? We want to go to sign in. It's trying to sign up organizer. This is not the endpoints. So let's go over here. I think we have some typo over here, but that's fine. we're just going to use this. See, this is not a sign in, this is a sig in, but still, I'm not going to fix the typo. Copy this and paste it over here. Okay, so we have sign in callback organizer. We don't need the $sign here because we're not going to do a string interpolation. Okay, now we need to force the load. Therefore, we're going to do this. Okay, so we're taking the user to the authentication endpoint, which is this one. And then we're going to handle the sign in callback with a organizer set to true. And when that happens, right, we are updating the role to the organizer role. All right, so this is new user, right? New user is easy. So what about here? Already existing user, are we going to update the organizer role? Well, we will have to, but not in every single case, right? So if, so let's see, it actually automatically generates the code, and let's read. So if we are already a organizer, right, and which means that, I mean, if we wanted to be an organizer, right, and the role is not, we're not an organizer. So this means that we're not an organizer at this point, which means we're an attendee. In this case, we want to update it. But if we don't want to be an organizer and we used to be an organizer, then it try to change it to attendee. This is not correct. So once we are an organizer, we always an organizer. But an organizer, you can also, as an organizer, you can also join other people's events. Right? But we don't want to update the user again to be a regular attendee. That's wrong logic. So here, we just need to make sure that we have this if statement here, and then we can update the user, okay? All right, so coming back over here, we're hitting the second endpoint, second authentication endpoint as an organizer. This makes sure that we update or create a user properly as an organizer. Otherwise, if the user hasn't been authenticated, then we have to use the login dialog to show the login dialog. And then the user is going to use this logic here, right? This logic. This is inside the external login buttons of here. It's going to go over here. But currently, it's only going to the /authentication/provider. But what we need to do is that in the case when the user is clicking on the become an organizer button, then it should go to the second set of endpoints, right? So therefore, we are going to create a parameter here, and I'm going to call it is for organizer. Is for organizer. So by default, this is false because that's just the default value of Boolean. So if this external login button is for creating an organizer, then we're gonna force the user to go to the organizer URL, right? So when I say if is for organizer, then it goes to, it knows everything. So sign in, but we don't need the provider. It's correct? No, this is not correct. So this is not correct. It has to be authentication, right? Authentication /provider/organizer or organizer. The typo, I don't know. So we don't need the return here. We just take the user, we just force the user. And then if we're not an organizer, then we're going to force the user to go to the original URL, right? Without the /organizer. I think that's it. And what we want to do is to come over here to the become organizer over here. And we need to set this is for organizer to true, a Boolean or not. Yeah, it represents a Boolean. Good. Okay. So now we can give it a try to see whether we can turn ourselves into a organizer. Okay, let's run the application. Okay, so we see this become an organizer button and organizer. I think we have a typo over here. Let's go to the top. So become an organizer. Is this the correct spelling? So I'm gonna say organizer. Is this the correct spelling? Yeah, it is the correct spelling. Okay. So I'm gonna do a hard reload, and now it becomes the correct one. So become an organizer. Click on it. So this takes me to this workflow. Okay, I think what I would do is I'm gonna actually run it with debug mode. I want to make sure that everything goes in the way that I have imagined. And by the way, let's stop this. In this function, we don't need async. We're just gonna do a void. Okay, let's fix that green screen line and let's run it again. So what we'll do is we're gonna set a breakpoint over external login buttons, and let's set it over here. And also let's go to endpoints over here, and we're expecting this to be hit first of all, right? And then we're expecting this to be hit, right? So let's run the application debug mode, making sure that everything works properly. Okay, so I'm gonna click on this become an organizer, and I see this dialog, right? And this is our code. So let's click on login with Google, and then we are here. And is organizer is true, which means we're going to hit this endpoint. So I'm going to just first of all step into this. Okay, so this is gonna be hit. I'm gonna continue, and then I'm expecting the endpoints to be hit, but for some reason I don't see it's happening. What is happening? Nothing is happening. So I'm gonna go over here again and continue again. Okay, so this time it's much better. I think there's some Visual Studio has some problems over there, but you can see that it comes to this endpoint and then it's going to go over here, which is this one, right? So let me continue, and I'm gonna select one account, which is user number 1. Okay, and I think we're having a problem over here that in this, you see this is not being triggered. I think probably this one is triggered. So let's try again. Now I'm gonna log out, and then I'm gonna click on become an organizer, log in with Google, and it goes over here. I'm gonna actually remove the first breakpoint. Now it goes to here, and I'm hoping this breakpoint is being hit, but I also have a breakpoint here. So let's see which breakpoint is going to be hit. I'm gonna select this one, and you can see it's the first one that is being hit. So maybe I should set a breakpoint here and try it again. Let's run. Okay, I need to log out and try to do become an organizer. Click on this, and then it takes me over here and takes me to challenge. Click on one of the users. Now it takes me here, sign in, callback. Why does it take me over here? Not too sure why. And then let's execute this. You can see that we're still a attendee. As you can see, this is not actually working. Something is wrong that causing this is not being called. So we expect this to be called, but this one is being called. So there's something wrong there. Let's go to program.cs. I think we changed something over here. This is the reason why, right? So let's set a breakpoint over here. Now let's log out again and click on this, log back in, and you can see that we are setting this redirect URL correctly. Now we select this. Now we go to the on ticket received, right? On ticket received. Okay, so this URL is being hard coded here, which may not be ideal. So let's take a look at the context. And you can see the return URL is /signing callback organizer. So we should use, instead of hard coding this, we should use the return URL from the context. So let's go to context dot return URL. This should be good. All right, let's run it again. Okay, let's click on this and go to Google. Well, first of all, this is being hit, which is correct. Now let's go to Google, click on the user, coming back over here, now you can see that we are actually hitting the correct endpoint. And then this is set to true. So therefore, once we finish this, we expect the user become a organizer. Now let's go to try to query this user. Select this and run it. Now you can see it's already updated to organizer. So that's very good. It's correct. So now what I need to do is to come back here is, here it still shows become an organizer, although I'm already a organizer, right? So I have to fix this problem. So how do I fix this problem? Stop debugging and let's go to base component, which is inside the shared components folder. Let's go over here. I want to have a way to tell whether the user is a organizer or not, right? So I'm going to say is user organizer and see, okay, so it generated it for me. So it's basically getting the claims, right? And I think this is wrong. So the type, oh, this is correct. Okay, so it's searching within the claims row. If the value is organizer, oh no, not organizer. If the value is, so we have a shared helper. It's called shared helper, right? And organizer row, yeah. So if the value is organizer row, then this is an organizer, right? So we can use this property. We can use this property over here, right over here. So I'm gonna say if base dot is organizer, right? If it's organizer, then we are going to display something else. But if it's not organizer, then we're going to do this. If it's organizer, I'm going to show another button, which means I'm going to duplicate this. Let's go over here. And this, perhaps we don't need it. So remove this events over here, and the name, I'm going to call it manage events, right? So now you are a organizer. You can click on this manage events to go to the managing your created events page, right? We have that /org/events, right? We have that page. Now I'm going to have a href, and this is going to go to /org/events page, right? So let's run the application now, and let's see whether we get this one replaced by a different button. Now we have to log out because in the claims there is no, I don't know. Let's log out and try to see it again. Okay, so I'm gonna click on become an organizer, and then I'm gonna go over here, click on this one. And now it's still showing this. This is weird. So if it's organizer, then manage events. So which means that there's something wrong with this property here. Let's examine. Why is that? Let's set a breakpoint over here. I don't see anything wrong with the code, to be honest. Okay, so let's take a look. The claims. So what do we have over here? Quick watch. Oh, it's null. We don't have the claims, so that means still there's something wrong inside this handle signing callback over here. So if it's an organizer, we have this. Oh, here we forgot to add the row claim. So go over here and existing user row. Okay, so this is good. This should fix our problem. We're getting this dialog. That's because it's trying to prompt us to save the SQL query. So I'm not going to save the SQL query. So every time I have it, I just ignore it. Now let's take a look, log out again and log back in, log in with Google, go to our user. This, you see, already showing me the manage events. Okay. The problem is that we need to make sure we have a policy that only organizers can access the events pages, right? The manage events pages. So for that, let's go ahead and try to create a policy. Let's go to program.cs over here, and let's go to add add authorization method. Okay, it's going to be a very simple policy. I'm going to say options.add policy, and then I'm going to call it organizer policy. I'm going to call it organizer only policy, right? Organizer only. And then we're going to require the claim, actually require role, not require claim. I'm going to require role. And yes, we're requiring the organizer role to be here. Okay. So now I'm going to just, I'm going to copy this organizer only policy. And then I'm going to go to the different slices. So first of all, the create event slice over here. Getting over here, I'm going to say attribute and authorize attribute. Authorize attribute. Control dot to import namespace, and policy equals organizer only. Let's make sure it is. Okay, there's something wrong with the IntelliSense. Okay, so this is good. I'm going to copy this and also go to different other places where we need to. So for example, this one added event as well. So let's go to this bottom over here and paste it here. And again, import namespace. Save it. Now we also have this view created events page over here. And let's go to the bottom over here and do a control dot to import namespace. Okay, so we're protecting all of these organizer pages with the organizer only policy. Only when a user is a organizer can the user access these pages. Otherwise, it's going to go to the default access denied page, which we created in the previous video, I believe. Okay, so now let's run the application again and try to see whether we're doing it correctly or not. We're still looking at this page and it's working because we do have the organizer role. Now, if I log out and log back in with a different user, which is user number 3, and it should, well, I have to manually go there. So I'm going to say org event, right? org/event. Then it says organize access denied, right? And if I go to, let's test all of them, right? So /events/create, I also don't have the access. Now the last one is added. So org added, I believe it's like this, which is here. We have an example over here and it says access denied. Okay, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. So of course I can choose to become an organizer and then I will be able to access the page. So let's try to see. So now I have already become an organizer, right? I'm already become an organizer. And if I go to manage events, I can see all of these events. That's also wrong, right? Because if you are an organizer, you can only see the events that you created. And the reason why we can see all of that, first of all, because on the view events page, which is exactly this page, right? We are using the service here, get events, and we're getting all of the events. We're getting all of the events. So we have to modify this to only get events according to the user ID. So I'm gonna say get events by creator ID, right? And then I'm gonna pass in the creator ID as a string. Why do I pass in as a string? Well, I'll let you know soon. Okay, now over here, I'm gonna say if, I'm gonna actually convert it, right? So I'm gonna say try parse, and then str, and it's actually creating everything for me. So if I do have a creator ID, then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this, having cut this over here, and then well, I'm gonna use the AI fetch events created by the user. Okay, let's use this comment and see whether it can generate the code for me. Okay, context.events where organizer ID equals. So we do have a organizer ID in the event equals creator ID, and that's correct. Okay, this looks pretty good. And we have something going on here, right? We need to make sure we're doing similar stuff. So which means that I'm gonna have a parenthesis here, and also I'm going to say, well, I guess the easiest way is to copy this and paste it over here and then delete this. And now I'm going to copy this, cut that, paste it over here, and I'm going to delete this part. So in the case we don't have a creator ID, then we just return an empty list. All right. Now I'm going to use this new method instead of the old method in the component. I'm going to scroll down over here, and then we're going to use this new method. And over here, this, you can see that this one inherits from base component. So therefore we do know the user ID. So I'm passing the user ID. Right? The currently signed in user ID, which is a creator ID. So it's passed in here. So therefore this will give me only the events that is created by this user, right? Nothing else. And then of course, when we create the user, we also need to make sure we feed the correct user ID. So where is the create event? Over here. So this is the one. And then we are creating with a view model. So this is good. This means that it's very easy to fix this. So I'm going to say underscore, and then we provide the user ID. Do we have a user ID? Is it creator ID or is it organizer ID? Yeah, organizer ID equals base.user ID. And it doesn't like it, so I'm gonna do a parse. Good. Now let's go to this thing and let's select all of the events. So select start from events, and I'm going to run this. And as you can see, currently all of the organizer ID is 1. Okay, that's 1. And let's run the application and see what we get. Okay, so there's nothing here on this page anymore, right? Because I have login with user number 3. So let's try to log in again. Okay, log in. I'm going to log in with user number 3, which is the first user in my Google account page. Now, if I go to manage events, I don't see anything. But if I log out and try to log in again with the third one, which is the user first. Now, if I go to manage events, I see all of the events because all of them are created by me. Okay. Now, what I can do is I'm going to log back in again. I'm sorry about this back and forth. I'm going to go to user number 3. And then, of course, here I don't see any events, but I'm going to create one. Okay. I'm going to say let's say number 23. And here I'm going to change this to perhaps 06. And this one to 06 as well. And this one, I'm going to say maybe 7. So 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Okay, capacity, I'm going to say 60. And this is an in-person event. Place is here. I'm going to select a cover image. Let's use this Meetup logo. All right, let's click on the create event. So now you can see in this list, there's only one event. So I'm going to go over here, just only one event, right? There's only one event. But if I log out, log back in, and I'm going to the third one, which is user number 1. I see the newly created event by another user, but if I go to manage events, I don't see that new event, right? I can only see my events. So the behavior is correct. Behavior is correct. Now we are having another problem. So let's say that I go over here, right? So which means I can update my event. But if I copy this and log out and then log back in with another user, which is the first user. Now, if I go to manage events, of course I can manage my own events. But what if I change this to 15, which is this number 15 belongs to the first user, right? Now I hit this. I'm able to look at SQL discussion. I'm able to update it. Let's say I change the address to number 2, and then I click on update. And although I can't see this, but I can still use the same trick. I'm gonna just modify the ID, and now you can see number 2 is here. So which means I actually updated other people's events. So this is absolutely not acceptable. So how do I fix this? So I remember we did have another policy, authorization policy, and this is same user policy. Let's see whether we can use this, right? So this requires that user ID. Let's look at the user ID from the URL. We can't use this policy. We have to create another policy because this policy is comparing the user ID in the claims with the user ID of in the URL, right? But what we are trying to compare is again the user ID in the claims, which represents the login user ID, and we have to compare that with the organizer ID in the event. This has nothing to do with the event. So what we have to do is actually on that page, because we're trying to protect the added event page, which is this one, right? And we're trying to verify that the event that corresponds to this event ID has the organizer ID. And that organizer ID is the same ID as the login user ID, which is the authenticated user ID. So what we can do here is that, here you can see that we get this event view model, and we can verify it right afterwards. Because this is a special authorization logic, we can write it within this component or we can extract it out. But I feel like there's nothing wrong writing this special authorization logic here directly inside the component. So I'm going to say validate creator. So basically here, this method needs to do validation. So validate that authenticated user is the creator of the event, right? And maybe with this comment, it can help me to do something. So this is not created by, this is the organizer ID. And then here we have to use the user ID from the base class. So base dot, so this is the login user ID. And is this string? So this is a string, this is the organizer ID, a toString from here. So if this part equals to the right hand side, it means that the user is the creator. Right, so we're gonna do a validation right here. I think we don't even need to return this. I'm gonna do a void and say validate. Just call it validate creator, and then we don't have to return. And I'm gonna just say this: if the organizer ID is not equal to it, right? If they don't equal, that means the user doesn't have the right to actually update the event. Therefore, we're going to navigate the user to /account something. What do we have here in the access denied component? It's /account/access denied. Right? This would be fine. So we're gonna just call this validate creator method right here before we do a state has changed. Okay. Now I'm gonna run the application and see what we get. Okay, so we have this, and I'm gonna log in as my user number 3. I want to see what events do I have. I have meetup number 23, right? This meetup logo is my event, and I don't have access to any other event. So I'm gonna say /org/event/edit number 15. So number 15 is the SQL event. So I'm gonna try to do that, hit enter, and then I'm kicked out to the access denied. And it says you do not have permission to view this page, which is very accurate, right? But I am able to go to my own event, and I'm able to do any kind of update right here in my own event, and I can click on the update button, and I should be able to see the changes. See, I'm able to see the changes, right? I can go back, I can go to my event, and I can see the changes over here as well. And I believe we are good with this change, and we enable user to register as an organizer, and we are protecting organizers pages, and we are connecting events with organizer ID as well. So everything that related to registration of the organizer is implemented already, I believe. and if we miss something, we're gonna implement. Okay, that's it for this video. I'll see you in the next one. In this video, we are going to continue working on our meetup system, and I'm planning to work on a feature that I didn't think of at the beginning. If we look at this particular event and their meetup, if we scroll down, we can see that below attendees, we have these comments. So I want to have a comment feature for our meetup system. So let's go ahead and work on that. First of all, let's go to Visual Studio. And we want to have a new feature, right? So I'm going to create a new folder, which basically stands for a slice. So I'm going to call it leave event comments. And I'm going to copy this, this word. And we're going to create a new Razor component. And we're going to call it the same name. So leave event comments component. So this is going to be a reusable component that will be placed in at least, I think, a couple of components. So therefore, this is not going to have a page directive. So first of all, just like the attendee component, we're going to have a title for this. And we can call it event comments. We are going to create a parameter for this component, and it's going to be the event. And the type of that is event view model. The name, I can call it event. So here in the markup, I can be defensive, and I'm going to check this dot event. If this dot event is not now, then we're going to show a list of comments. So for that, we can create a container, again using Bootstrap, and we can have a margin on the top with 4. And within it, we can loop through the events. So we're going to try to get a list of comments. Okay, so we can have a code block over here. And we're going to get comments from a service. Okay, we're going to create a service. Okay, let's go ahead and create that service. Again, let's copy the name and create a new class. But instead of component, we're going to call it service, following the vertical slice architecture here. And we're going to call this get comments by event ID. And we're going to return a list of comment. And we're going to have a comment view model because this time for the comment, we're going to allow user to actually enter information. That's why we're creating a view model. Okay, let's minimize the solution explorer here. And here we allow the developer to pass in the event ID, and then we're going to grab the data here. Okay, so we don't have this defined yet. Let's try not to define it right now. Let's just go ahead and try to dependency inject the service here. So builder.services.add transient, and let's have this. So we can still add the dependency injection registration. And over here, let's go on the top and let's do a dependency injection. So in here, I can start writing leave event comments service.get. Of course, it doesn't work because this doesn't have a public here. So now let's try to call it. So get comments by event ID, and then I'm going to say event dot event ID. This doesn't know there is a problem inside the service class, so it's going to allow me to do it. And then once I have the comments, I'm going to write if comments is not now. Right? Well, I've been using this, but I just want to make sure that you know we can reuse the old exclamation mark equals. This is the is not in C#. So if comments is not now, then we can try to do a for each loop. Right? So var, and then we're going to say comment in comment, and we're going to have a to make it look good, we're going to create a card, which is a Bootstrap class. So div and then class, and then we're going to say card margin bottom. I'm going to use 3. Inside it, we're going to have a card body. So class card dash body, and we can have h5 class equals card title. Maybe we don't need to use h5. Let's use paragraph. And card title is going to be common.username. So we haven't defined the common class, which is fine. We're going to use it, and then we're going to define it later. And now we can have a posted on, right? So the comment can be posted on a certain date. So here I'm going to use the subtitle along with a muted text, which is kind of like a grayed out, right? You have seen that. And here, this is now the common text. This is going to be the posted on, and then we're going to do a toString, okay? And using the G format. Now, finally, we're going to have the card text, and this is going to be the comment text, which I can call it message, okay? Now, when it comes to the leave comment area, so I'm going to create it. So it's already trying to generate this for me. So let's see whether we can use it. Let's close the div. So leave a comment, edit form. So of course it's trying to bind something here, right? So let's actually, we don't have to always use edit form when you want to submit something. So because we're using Blazor Server, therefore we can just react to a button. Okay, so let's try not to use the edit form. And then here we can make this smaller to h8. And then here div again is going to be a card. We're going to have a margin on the bottom and label. So this is for comment, and the class is form label. That's fine. And this is comment. You can say comment or your comment. Let's say your comment to make it clear. And then we have text area, form control. That's good. And ID is comment, row number 3 rows. Let's say 5 rows. Okay. And then it's going to be bound to comment. So we can create a comment private field here. It's going to be comment view model. We don't have this, but that's fine. And we're going to call it new comment. Okay, new comment. And then we're going to use a new comment in here. So this is going to be bound to new comment. Okay. It doesn't have to use the @ sign here. And now it has a primary button over here. This is outside of, this is inside the card. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, and we are going to have a submit comment method. And we want to make sure that the user actually enters some message, otherwise we're going to return. So if you use edit form, you can just place the validator component there, and then going to display the message. So it's actually pretty good to use the edit form, but in this video I just want to show you that there's a possibility of not using it. It's still going to work, right? It's not like that it's not going to work here, right? Here I don't want the user to post anything or leave any comments if the user is anonymous. So I have to only allow user to post if the user has logged in. So for that purpose, what I would do is I'm going to inherit this component, okay, from the base component that we created ourselves. And then over here, I'm going to say if base dot is authenticated, right? If the user is authenticated, then we're going to show the leave comment area. Otherwise, the user won't be able to see this. Okay, so now over here, this is okay, right? So event ID, anonymous, this is wrong. This is not going to be anonymous. This is base.username. There is a possibility that you are leaving a comment, but you are the organizer. So in that case, I want to add something in the username. So what do I say here? I'm going to say, maybe we can do a plus sign, and then I'm going to say base.user ID equals to event.organizer ID to string. So if this is true, that means that the current logout user is the organizer of the event. Therefore, I'm going to connect this with a string organizer. It indicates that I am an organizer. Otherwise, It's going to be just empty string. Right? So there's nothing else after the username. Now, posted on, that's correct. Username, we have finished. Event ID, we have assigned. And here we can call the add comment, passing in the new comment. And then we're using the new comment and say new comment equals this. So which means that we are reset the comment input, right? So which clears this input. And we allow the user to enter a new comment if he wants to do it. Okay, so now we have some REST query lines that we need to resolve. So remember the test-driven development, you create some REST query lines and then you're going to fix the REST query lines. So we're going to use a similar approach here. So we see this and then we're going to create the, we're going to fix the REST query lines. So basically we're missing the comment class, right? Not only the comment class, but the view model that corresponds to that. So I'm going to go ahead and create, under the entities, I'm going to create a comment class. So I'm going to say comment. And for this comment class, of course, we're going to have a ID. And usually, I think we call it event ID, right? So here, instead of ID, I'm going to call it comment ID. And of course, this is going to be a required. It doesn't have to be required because this is going to be automatically considered as a primary key of this entity, right? And integer is basically it's always there, so required or not doesn't really matter. But I want to be consistent, right? So for event ID, I didn't add required annotation, so here I don't want to add either. But for the next one, which is a message, then I want to use required, right? And also the string max length for the message, 1000 is fine. And I don't want to call it content, I want to call it message. All right, now next one is the date that is posted. This one, I want it to be required. And then this is date, time, and posted on, we can call it posted on, and then we can initialize it to datetime.now. That's fine. And here we're going to connect that to a event ID. So for navigation purpose, we're going to have a event object as well. But here I'm going to say JSON ignore. So not in JSON include, but ignore. All right. So we have this entity created. Then we can go to application DB context here, and I'm going to create a DB set for that. So here, public DB set for entities dot comment, and then we're going to set the relationship. So we have from the event to comments, we have a one-to-many relationship. So we can say model builder, and we can go from the right side, right? From the many side, as we have done here. We're always going from the many side. And then we can say it has one event, right? And it generates this code, and let's take a look. So has one event, and one event has many comments, right? So it's giving this error. Then let's fix that. Let's go to event here, and at the bottom I'm gonna hit enter and see it generate us this. That's good. Coming back to application context over here, DB context over here. So we have one comment has one event, and one event has many comments, and we're defining a foreign key, so event ID here. So inside the entity, comment entity, we have a event ID as the foreign key. That's correct. So we define this. Now let's go to, let's actually go back to the comment class. I'm going to copy this. And then we're going to shared folder. We have this view models folder. We're going to create a new class, and we're going to call this comment view model. Okay. In this case, the comment view model is going to be almost exactly the same as comment, right? Except that we're probably going to provide more error messages if we want to. But for the most part, is exactly the same as comment. It's the same as comment. So should I just paste it over here, or I can tell it to generate the comment view model is based on the comment entity. And then I'm going to remove this and see whether it can actually generate the class for me. Well, it did, but it's not what I thought. So instead, I'm going to just paste this here in my clipboard, and then I'm going to change this to view model. Okay, so I have all of these annotations, and of course you can add more annotations. For example, here I can say the posted thing with a data type is date time, and we don't need this event entity here. In our case, actually, these annotations are not being used anyways because we're not using edit form, right? I would recommend you to use edit form, but in this video, I was just showing you that you don't have to actually use it. So these, because we are not using the edit form, so these validations are not actually being used. But anyways, let's continue our coding. Let's go ahead and try to run a migration to create a new table that corresponds to our comment entity here. So let's go to Package Manager console over here, pin it, and then we're gonna say add migration, and we're gonna say add comment entity. Right? And then it starts trying to identify the changes and build a script that is used for migration. And it says build failed, but it doesn't tell me what went wrong here. Okay, so comment view could not be found. Oh, okay, so this build failed. Okay, so I already created, so we can just do a control dot. Okay, import namespace, and coming back over here, do we have add comment service? We don't. That's fine. We're gonna create a new one, and so leave comment. I'm gonna call it add comment just to correspond to that. And now let's try to actually build it. We don't have okay, we're missing a curly brace here. Anything else? Username. Okay, so we forgot the username thing. Username. So let's go to comment, create a new property, and call it username. And we're gonna tell entity from require that the username is actually a required field. And I'm gonna copy this over to the view model. Okay, now let's see whether we can build it. I think build succeeded. Now let's try to run it again. Add dash migration, add comment entity, and it says build succeeded. Okay, and now we generate this migration script, and we're gonna update dash migration. Okay, I don't have to specify the migration name. I can just hit enter because it's gonna pick up the one that hasn't been run, the latest one. Oh, sorry, not update migration, but update database. Oh, wrong spelling again. Update database instead of database. Okay, hit enter again. I'm sorry about the typo today. Okay, build succeeded, and it's running the script against database. Now, it must have been created in the database. I don't actually have to try it. I'm trusting that it has created. Now, we can go back to over here in the component. And I think our component looks fine now. We just have to make sure that we implement the services here. So we don't have anything in any of these. Let's try to implement them. So first of all, let's do some dependency injection over here. Okay, so we need the IDB context factory, and the type of that is application DB context, right? And then the next one we need, so let's complete the property, the parameter name, and then we're gonna need a mapper. So I'm gonna do a control dot, initialize the field, and mapper, we initialize the field. Oh, it's the wrong one. I'm going to do a mapper, so it's a field. Okay. All right, so it generated this comments for me in the past. I'm going to use this comment to try to generate the code to actually retrieve the data from the database. So first of all, it generated just one line, which is the context. Okay, I'm going to hit enter again, and then it's trying to get it. So getting the comments, and based on the ID, which is correct. Now I'm going to return, first of all, I'm going to map this to view model, and then we're going to return this view model. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing here, hit enter. With the context, when I hit it the second time, and then it's trying to map, first of all, from the view model to the entity, which is correct. Okay, and then it's supposed to add the entity into the comments collection. And finally, it's supposed to save data for me. But I'm surprised that it's just doing that step by step, and it's not actually using async, which we can actually change it. We can say async task. And then here, I'm going to use a save async, and we can use a wait. And here as well, I can say async task, and I'm going to do toList async. And in order to get it, I'm going to say await. So here the event ID, why it's saying the name event ID doesn't exist. It is right here. Oh, it's probably because I didn't use the Angular bracket. All right, so this looks good. We have the comments right here, and we're mapping that into view model and return it. Okay, this is good. All right, so I think we're good with the service. Let's go ahead and try to register the service in the program.cs here. Well, we did already. Yeah, we did it already. Okay, so I think the only thing left, if I'm right, is that we're going to use this leave comments component in the view event component here. So first of all, I want to have a line break, and then we're going to use the leave event comments, and it doesn't recognize it, so I'm going to do a control.to actually import the namespace, and then I'm going to say event equals this dot event view model. All right, so I'm going to just copy this. I think the same thing needs to be used inside the view created event. Not this one. I think the added event would be the added event. Yeah, it could be the added event. So if view model is not now, then yeah, so here we can have this. Oh, it's already there's already, well, doesn't matter. We can have two line breaks. And then I'm going to do a control dot to import the namespace. And in here, we also have underscore event view model, so this works as well. So let's actually run the application and see how it works. So first of all, it doesn't like this. And is it because we have, okay, so we have this. Get comments by ID. So get comments by ID, it doesn't like it because this is a async. So can we use a wait? So you see that it doesn't like me directly using this leave comments, get comments by ID method directly inside the markup. But that's fine. I'm going to use the so I'm going to say override on parameter set async. Okay, and here I don't have to verify this. I'm going to have a private list of comment view model, and then here I'm going to just use this. Okay, now I can go up, and here I don't have to check this. I can basically just check this dot comments. If this dot comments is not now, and at the same time if this dot comments count is greater than 0, then I can remove this. Oh, I can remove this code block, but I need to add a @ sign over here. All right, Okay, so what's wrong with this add comment? Oh, this is an async method. Okay, so I'm gonna say await, and I'm gonna change this one to async task. That's good. Okay, let's just add, following some Microsoft convention here. So I'm gonna add the async keyword at the end of the services here. So this one is going to be called async. This one is going to be called async back to the component. So we already called this, and this one is also called async. Okay, both of them are fixed. Let's do a build the whole solution. And 1 succeeded, 0 failed, 0 up to date. All right, so let's run the application and see how it goes. Okay, we have our application running right now. If I go to one of that, we see event comments here, but there's nothing in there, right? Nothing in the comments. And I can't leave a comment because I haven't logged in yet. So let's try to log in. Now I'm going to log in with user number 3. User ID number 3, which is happened to be the first user in my list. Now I'm going to go over here. So this SQL discussion, this one belongs to, created by user number 1, which happened to be the 3rd user in my list, in my Google account list. But here I logged in, and I'm still not able to see the leave comment area there. So let's go over here and see what is actually happening. Is authenticated. So it's telling me that this is not authenticated. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to comment this out. Okay, I want to see this area first. Oh, did I run in debug mode? Doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm still logged in, and then I'm again go to this. I see this event comments, but I don't see my leave event area there. So is it because something is hiding underneath? Let's try to bring up developer tool, and let's check this area. So we only have this events comments, and then the main area just closed, which means that this area is not being displayed. Okay, this area is not being displayed. Is it because I'm using this? So yeah, so you can see that there is a bug right over here. Let me actually roll back these uncomment, and then I'm going to take this outside because we have a if statement here. So we are only displaying comments right inside here. And then these leave comments basically just have to be outside. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave the first message. Okay, I think we fixed our issue. Let's try it again. Okay, let's go to the first, the same one, and then it says a unhandled exception. Let's bring up developer tool again, and let's take a look. So the type comment does not have associated type converter that supports the conversion. Oh, okay, so we are missing something, which is, I believe, somewhere in here, mapping profile. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this, basically duplicate this, and then we're gonna map from the comment view model to comment, and we're gonna map from comment to comment view model. All right, now let's try again. Now we have another issue here. It says the comment view model does not have an associated type converter that supports conversion from type convert attribute to register converter. What is wrong with this? Comment view model. So looking at this error message, is talking about line 26. Let's take a look at our leave event. Let's take a look at our components here. So we have a new component, a new comment. Oh, this is wrong. This is not binding. Like, we're not trying to bind that to the new comment. We're supposed to bind it to new comment.message. That's the reason why it didn't want to work. Okay, so let's try again. Hopefully this time everything is fine. Let's wait till this runs again. Okay, now no errors, and we do see this leave comment finally. Okay, so now let's start writing some comments. So remember, I am not the, although everybody is Frank Liu, right? Because I only have one user. I only have one username here. So, but currently I'm logged in as Frank Liu, but not the organizer of the event. Okay, so I'm gonna ask a question. I'm gonna say, is this event in the old Toronto? I'm gonna say in old Toronto. So basically, mostly downtown Toronto, and I'm gonna submit. And the problem is that after submit, I don't see the event comments. So that's one bug that we need to fix. But let's actually refresh this and see whether we see the comments. We do. Okay, so that's one bug, and we're gonna fix that for sure. But before I fix that, I'm gonna log out. Okay, and I'm gonna log in again with my organizer account. Now let's go to SQL, and I see this comment, and I want to answer, right? And I say yes, this event is hosted in Toronto. Okay, I'll submit. Again, this doesn't refresh, but once we reload the page, we see the comments. So the comments are definitely in the database, right? We can verify that by bringing up the Server Explorer, and then we're gonna connect to it by not the property, but let's modify connections because I need to type in my password here and test connection. Connection is good. I'm click on OK. Now I'm gonna right click and new query, and then select star from comments. Okay, so there should be 2 comments. Unfortunately, username is not populated correctly. Username is not populated correctly. And how does it show up here? No, it doesn't show up here. See, the username is not being displayed. Why is that? So that's another issue we definitely need to fix. Let's go back to here. The username is base username. Oh, it's probably because our logic over here. Maybe I need to add this. Okay. Now let's go ahead and try to delete comment. So I'm gonna say delete comment, and I'm gonna just delete everything. So run it. So 2 comments deleted, and then if I refresh, there should be no comments. And so now I'm the organizer. So I'm gonna just say hello everyone, and now I'm gonna reload it. Do I see my name? I still don't see my name here. So I didn't save it, but I didn't save it properly, probably because of this. Again, it's not being saved. I'm gonna save it properly now. Okay, and then going back over here, I'm gonna run this again to delete the last comment, and then make sure that this is actually saved. Okay, now I'm gonna run it again. Okay, so now scroll down. You don't see any comments because I just deleted. And I'm gonna say hi everyone, and I'm gonna refresh this, and I still don't see me. That's weird. So username plus user ID equals what? Why did I say username plus username? Oh no, this is the wrong logic here. So if you it should be this. It should be like this. I'm gonna add again like this. So this is much better, and I'm gonna just save this file. Try to delete everything again, and let's run it again. Okay, no comments. I'm gonna say hi everyone and refresh this. Now I finally see my name, and I see I as an organizer. That's correct. And I'm gonna log out and log back in with this Frank. So this is not the organizer. I'm gonna come back and then say, I'm gonna still ask the same question: is this event hosted? Is this event in Toronto, in the old Toronto? And I'm gonna refresh that, and now I see Frank says ask this question, and it doesn't have the organizer here. So I'm gonna just be responsible and answer this question. Okay, coming back over here, and I'm gonna say, well, actually, before I do this, I'm going to actually go to manage events, because I am the organizer of this event. So I'm gonna go over here, and I do see this comment thing. I'm gonna say yes, this event is hosted in the old Toronto, and click on submit. Same issue, but if I refresh, then I have no problem. I see everything. Okay, let's fix that issue. How do I fix that issue? Let's try about the refresh, the navigation manager, which I don't have it here. So let's inject navigation manager, and I'm going to copy this and go down over here. So we don't actually have to reset. We just need to navigate. We just need to refresh. Just use this. Let's see whether this would work. Actually, the refresh thing, I don't know whether it has a force reload. Yeah, it does, right? So I'm gonna do a force reload equals true, and I'm gonna run it. Okay, so I'm gonna say, are we okay to come 10 minutes early? Okay, now you can see that the page refreshed, right? And this is being loaded. And that's good. That's good. I remember in .NET, I think .NET 8, when it first came out, it didn't work. Now it worked. Now let's try the other place. So let's go to home page and go to see this page. And then I'm going to log out. Actually, I'm going to log out and log in with my regular user, not the organizer of the event. I'm going to come back and answer, yes, I can come 10 minutes early. And now it's refreshed. And I can see this. Okay, so the commenting functionality seems to be working nicely for me. And if I log out, finally, I need to test this. If I log out, so no user log on. And if I go down, I see the list of comments, which is pretty good, right? But I don't have the ability to actually leave any comments. Before we finish recording this video, I want to actually remove this. I don't want to use this refresh. Let's actually reload the events so that we can see the new events, but without actually completely refresh the page. Let's try to do that. Okay, I'm going to roll back the code. And this is actually to try to reset the leave comments area, right? This input. But then we need to reload the events, which we will be using this again. Okay, we can extract this as another method here. I'm going to say load comments, right? And we're going to do this. And of course, this is going to be async task. And that's it. And we are going to call this right here. And this is await. Again, let's follow convention. We don't have to follow the convention, but let's just try to follow the convention, at least for now. So this reset the input, and now let's reload the comments. Because you see this submit method is actually being called by clicking on this button. And whenever there is event hook, the component is actually re-rendered. So therefore, I can do this and expect that the list is refreshed. So now actually, let me save this properly. Actually, I'm going to close this query window. And then let's run this again. So I don't want to see the page refresh the whole time when we are running Blazor and we're able to see the component refreshed without reloading the whole page. So let's take advantage of Blazor when we can. All right, so now let's take a look at the comments. Okay, so we have the comments, and now let's log in. Let's just log in with the first user, and I'm gonna say, sorry, I can't. I changed my mind, and I click on submit button. Now notice here the last comment is that yes, I can. Now I say sorry, I cannot. So if I click on submit, guess what happens? So this is refreshed, and then the comment is added to the end, right? So this is pretty good. And if you're worried about performance, one thing we can do is this for each thing. Well, we can actually add a assign key, and then we can say we bind that key to comment dot Is there a command ID? Yes, there is a command ID. So we can use this as a key so that Blazor doesn't have to reload this whole list of events. Okay? It's going to identify which part is not listed. And then it's going to just add the part or update the part if there is an update. Let's just try one more time, making sure that this change doesn't break anything. We just want to be cautious. I'm pretty sure it's not going to break anything, but I just want to be cautious. And I say hello, and then submit. So it's not breaking anything, and everything is working, and that's the end for this video. In this video, we're going to continue working on the Meetup system, and the feature that we're going to work on is making payments through the Stripe payment gateway. If you go to meetup.com, you might see that some of the events actually requires payments. Most of them are free, so we are going to implement a feature when the events are not free. Because I switched to a different computer, I installed everything new, and I don't have the original database, therefore I just created a new event. Before I continue with the payment, I just realized we created a bug from the previous work, which is leaving. You can see that on the bottom, there used to be a dark bar for attendees to try to attend an event. Right now, that bar is gone. I cannot see that bar anymore. So let's troubleshoot. It must be because of the previous one, because I clearly remember that before we implement this leave events comment, we no problem whatsoever with seeing that bar. If you are not actually sure, you can go to your source control and switch to an early commit point, load that into your Visual Studio and run it. Find a place where there's no problem. And then you will realize at what point you created that issue. So if you didn't notice that after a while, this is one of the easier ways to locate where the problem is. So I'm just going to look at this leave comments thing here. It's not so obvious where and at what part it went wrong. So what I think I would do is I will go to the place where this is used. So leave comments component. I believe this is used on the view event, right? View a single event. Let's go to the component over here, and you can see that we have this leave comments component. And let's comment this out. And then let's run the application again and see whether we can remove that problem just by commenting out the leave comments component. Rejoining failed. So what is wrong with this? Build succeeded. Everything seems to be working. I don't know why this failed. Let's run it again and click on it again. Now it's here. Now you can see that by removing that bar, we're seeing this dark attendee bar again. Now we're absolutely sure that problem is within this. So one thing I recalled that in order to have the attendee component, not this one, but the attendee bar component to be displayed. So where is that attendee bar component? I believe we have a footer component. It's this one. Right? In order for this to be displayed, we used render fragment. And we use render fragment in a way that in order to clear it, we created the base component, right? So where is our base component? Within the shared folder and within the component, I believe. Yeah, we have our base component right here. And at the beginning, we created this base component for the sole purpose of clearing this section content. Right? When we clear it with null, then it removed that RSVP footer component completely. Right? But then later, we added all of these different properties for authentication and authorization purposes. And because of that, we use the base component on a lot of different things without thinking that the original purpose is to actually just clear it. I believe in our leave event comment component, we also inherit base component because we wanted to use this as authenticated and perhaps some other things within the base component. But the problem with this is that this actually cleared the footer component. So we no longer see that footer anymore. Therefore, in order to see it, we have to change this. Either we don't actually inherit from the base or we modify the base component. Let's go ahead and try to modify the base component. So I would say that we modify it so that we create a new protected, and then it's going to be a virtual that can be overridden in subcomponents. Okay, so let's say this is going to be, and I'm going to call it should clear section content. And I set it to true. So by default, we're going to clear the section content. And here, before I actually clear it, I'm going to check whether we should clear it or not. And only when this is true do we actually clear it. So after I make this change, nothing actually changed in terms of the behavior because the default value is true. So in the place where we don't want to clear the section content, then we can override this property to set it to false. For example, in our problematic leave event comments component, this is where we do need to override it. So let's go to the bottom over here and let's override let's say override. So Visual Studio, although this is actually the latest version I just installed on this new computer, it doesn't actually show any IntelliSense for override. Sometimes it works, sometimes it just doesn't work. I really don't know why, but hopefully I can still use the base class property. I can still use AI. No, not this property. I believe it's in my clipboard. No, it's not. Okay, let's go back to the base component. I'm going to copy this thing. Then let's go back to leave comments component and it's overriding. Okay, good. At least the AI for automatically generating code still works. Otherwise, I'm screwed. So false. So here I'll override it so that the value is false. When the value is false, it no longer will clear the component. So let me delete this line. It's going to clear the footer component. So let's go to the place where I think it's the view event. And okay, so we have this uncommented already, right, in the view event component. Now let's run it. And it should work this time. Okay, you can see, actually, let me close it so that we are sure that it is this one. Okay, I'm going into it and now I see it. Although I leave even common components. Oh, it's not being displayed because I didn't log in. So let me log in. Okay, I'm here. And then you can see the leave comments component is still here, right? But the footer bar is also here. So this bug is fixed by just introducing a virtual property and then override it in the place where we don't actually need to clear the footer bar, okay? And this would affect all of the components that renders on this page. This should be applied to all of the components, including the attendee component. So let's go to attendee component. Fortunately, the attendee component doesn't have any logic other than just rendering the users. So it's not actually inheriting from the base component. Therefore, it has no effect, no problem with the attendees component. Yeah, so later if we put anything or any other components on here that derives from the base component, then we have to be really careful and we need to override the should clear section content property. Okay, so this bug is fixed and let's go ahead and working on actually implementing the payment. So for payment to make sense, the events themselves should be chargeable. It should cost money. Right now, if we go to our data folder here, so where's the data folder? Right here, go to entities and we look at the event and there's no pricing information in here, right? There's no pricing information. So we need to add the pricing information. At the bottom, these two fields are navigation properties. So let's add actual field here. So first one, I'm going to call it ticket price. So the type is decimal. And I would say that this is a nullable field in terms of database. So I'm here using this question mark just to tell entity from core that when you generate the migration script, make sure that this column is nullable, right? I don't want to create problems for existing data. And then here I'm going to say ticket price. Okay, so we have a ticket for this. And then I'm going to use an annotation, say range is from 0 to, let's use double maximum value, right? Maximum value. So that's it. And we have a second one. I'm going to say property, and this is going to be a boolean, again, with a question mark for the same reason. And then I'm going to say this one is refundable. Okay, so we're saying that whether the event costs money by using the first column, and then if it costs money, is it refundable or not? And then I'm going to just copy these two and paste into the view model, which is in the shared folder over here. Right, view model over here. Let's go to not this comment, but event. Let's go over here. So now that we changed the view model, we can go to the slice where we work on view event and added event, actually. Added event and even create event. Are they using the same thing? Yeah, they're using the same add or update event. So let's go to this is actually a shared component over here. And we need to make sure that we add the section where we allow the user to populate those two new fields. So right now, what does it actually look like? And let's really go to manage events and try to create event. So it looks like this. So where should we put the pricing information? Perhaps above the cover image and below category. Okay, so let's go to Visual Studio here and let's scroll up to the place where we have, so this is the cover image and we're gonna add those two new fields over here. So we're gonna have class from group, right? And it's trying to generate code for me. So I'm gonna accept it and just change it. Okay, so this one, I'm gonna change it to ticket price. And the input, I'm gonna change it to input number. And of course here, this is gonna be ticket price. Here, we already have ticket price. I don't know why it's not showing me. The event view model, is there anything wrong? I feel like it's not showing me all of the color coding. See, this is not actually showing me all of the color. Even this is not being, let me close Visual Studio and see whether I can fix this by just reopening it. Okay, now it's much better. I was really hoping that it's gonna come back and it did come back. Okay, so here we have ticket price. And then here, this one goes to ticket price as well. Now we're gonna have another one for refundable. So this is refundable. Let's go over here, change this one to refundable. And ID should be refundable. The label is also refundable. Let's have a question mark. So it's a question, is it for refundable or not? And then this validation is for refundable. So what I think is that we don't have to show this unless the user thinks that the event is actually costing money. So perhaps the easiest way to do that is to use a logic here. You're going to say if the event view model the ticket price has value and at the same time is greater than 0, then I don't need to have this. I'm just going to move these two fields inside this curly braces. So Control KF doesn't work. Let me select again, Control KF. Still doesn't work. Okay, I manually did it. All right. So if the price is greater than 0, this seems to be a correct logic. Let's go to the definition of, we're going to add another one over here. So we're going to have a Boolean has cost, and I'm going to default it to false. But here for the getter, we're going to check whether ticket price is greater than 0. Let's create a traditional. I'm going to have has was false, so I don't need to initialize it this way, and then have a getter, and we have some logic here. So if it's existing event, the ticket price could be greater than 0 already. If it's greater than 0, this has cost will return true. So otherwise you're gonna just return has cost. So I'm gonna say if ticket price is greater than 0, then I'm gonna return ticket price, or as suggested, no. So here, I'm going to return not ticket price. I'm going to return true, right? Because it has cost. Otherwise, I'm going to return has cost. And then the setter is just going to set the value, but it doesn't have to, does it have to time? Okay, so this is right. So if the incoming value is false, then this, I'm going to set it to null, okay? Because this is a nullable decimal. Now let's go back over here. So instead of using this logic, which doesn't work, we're going to say has cost. And then above this, we're going to have another form group. So let me copy this one because refundable should be a checkbox. All right, checkbox. And now it's telling me cannot convert from boolean to bool. This actually reminds me that I don't need to use a question mark here because the default value is actually false anyways. So let's go over here and cheat this one as well. Okay, coming back over here, I'm going to copy this. We're going to have a checkbox above this. And then we are not going to use a label. We're not going to use a validation. We're probably going to have a label just to wrap around this checkbox. And we don't need the ID for this one. Plus will be form check dash input, this one. And of course here, this one is also the same class. And then this is going to be bound to, forgotten a double quote over here. So this is going to be bound to has cost. And then we provide a label here. We say this event requires a ticket, something like that, a ticket purchase. And let's run this just to make sure the look and feel, at least the look and feel is correct. Okay, so it's telling me SQL exception because we didn't run migration. I thought that we don't have to run it first, but might as well just run the migration anyways. So let's add a migration and let's say add payment related those failed. What is wrong? I noticed this problem after I migrated everything to this new computer. So what I'll do is I will bring up, let's say, a command line developer. Let's use developer. And then I'm going to say .NET clean. And let's do a .NET build as well. And it says build succeeded, right? So let's try to go to package manager again and try to do it. Okay, now it says build succeeded. Let's take a look at it. Since it gives a warning over here about the ticket price. So it generated this column for me, ticket price under this table, and it's decimal 18.2, which is fine. Nullable is true. This nullable is false, but the default value is false. Okay. And now let's run the migration. Not add migration, but update database. Okay, everything seems to be okay. Now let's run this entire application again. Okay, so it's running now. And let's go inside. We're going to end as a organizer. And then we're going to manage the events. Let's go over here and take a look at the UI. So this event requires a ticket price. Of course, at the beginning, it doesn't require a ticket price. So let's check this. And if I say minus 100, and it tells me that must be between 0 and whatever. So this is a huge number. Like I said, I don't have to change that. Let's say this is, I don't know, $25, $250. Okay. And it is refundable. And then I click on update. Now it's updated. Let's go back to the event and see whether it's updated. Okay, so everything is displayed properly. And we can check database to see whether it's truly okay or not. So let's go to SQL Management Studio. Should connect to the database. Now, since I reinstalled everything, SQL Server is also installed. And therefore now I can use Windows authentication. I don't have to use SQL authentication anymore. And also I actually updated my code before I started recording the video. Updated my app settings. As you can see, I've updated my settings and I changed it to integrated security, which means Windows authentication. Okay, so now let's run it. Oh, actually, did I already run? Okay, yeah, I was trying to. Let's go over here and let's look at the tables and let's select top 1000. And you can see we have this event created and we have refundable to and ticket price is 250. Now let's update it. Let's change this one to false and then update it. Now let's rerun the query. Refundable is changed to 0. So which means false. That's correct. Okay, so now let's actually create a new event. Let's just call it gaming event and description is just gaming event. And this one is going to be 0606 and let's play games for 1 hour. Capacity, let's say 10 people. And this is an in-person event. I'm going to use the same event that we always use. And let's say this is actually a event that costs money. Let's say $10. Refundable, no. Cover image. We don't have an image for that. Let's bring up our trusted AI to generate me an image. You know what? I'm going to just steal an event. Let's go inside here and let's just steal this image. All right. I'm going to choose this new image. Something's wrong with this image. Maybe this image is too big. It shouldn't be. Okay. Let's get it smaller. Let's just take this portion. Okay. This is good. Let's create an event. All right. Let's go inside again. Double check that everything is actually working properly. Okay, we completed this part of the code and let's see what's next. So what's next? So the next one would be when I log in as so I'm going to actually go over here. I can see the 2 events. That's okay. I'm going to log out and I'm going to log back in with another user, which is this first user. So now if I go to any of the events, so if I go to this event, which actually should cost me money, and I want to see the pricing displayed right here if it actually cost me money, because I want to know that this is actually not a free event, right? So
I'm going to go into Visual Studio here, and then I'm going to go to View Event. So go over here, View. This is the View Event slice, and I'm going to go to View Event Component over here. So right below, I should write about the description. We are going to show the pricing. So over here, I'm going to have a H6, and then say price. And I'm going to have a paragraph, and this is actually, it knows what I'm trying to do, right? So let's see whether we can just do this. If it costs money, it's going to display this. Otherwise, it says this event is free. I'm going to change it slightly different. So I'm going to display, I'm going to do this. Actually, I'm going to just delete this whole statement here. I'm going to use a span. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a badge class from Bootstrap. And then also here, I'm going to use explicit razor syntax here. I'm going to say if underscore view model ticket price. Okay, let me close it and see whether it's going to give me IntelliSense. Still doesn't give me IntelliSense. See, this doesn't have highlight. Let me close Visual Studio again and try to open it. Okay, so the color coding is back. So IntelliSense should be here. If the ticket price is greater than 0, then here I'm going to use the primary background. Otherwise, I'm going to use the success background that will use to show the word free. And then within this, I'm going to use the razor syntax. So I'm going to just copy this razor syntax. And if the price is greater than 0, then I'm going to display the ticket price. So string interpolation, event view model, the ticket price. I'm going to say toString like this. And let me minimize Solution Explorer here. Otherwise, things become simple. I'm just going to say free. So now I have to change it to value.toString, otherwise it wouldn't work. Okay, so this part is good. Let's run and see the look and feel. Okay, now it runs. Let's go to this event and we see price. It says $250, right? So this one is not free and this one is $10. This one is free, but I do want to see how it looks like when it is free. So I'm going to go over here and add it to top 200 rows. Let's change this one to 0 or to null. It doesn't really matter. Either one would do. And then let's go to gaming event and now it shows free. So this is the badge class that I was talking about. Okay. So depending on whether the event is free or not free, when you try to attend it, it should show different things. You see different effect here. Okay. So this is good. So for some reason, when I go to gaming event, this dark bottom attending bar is not here. Okay. So depending on whether the event is free or not, the behavior of clicking on the button will be different. So now we need to focus on the behavior of the button. So let's go to RSVP and then go over here. So currently, if you look at the logic here, it says, are you sure you want to RSVP? And if the user says yes, then we directly perform the logic of RSVP, right? We just basically run this RSVP service and just record a RSVP for the event for the user. Now, this has to change because, see, if the price is there, if the event costs money, then we will have to let the user actually go through the payment process and then come back and do the RSVP. And if the event doesn't cost money, if the event is free, then we'll go through this similar process, right? We will do the RSVP, but either way, we'll have to do RSVP. It's just that for the one that costs money, we'll have to do the payment first, and then we'll do the RSVP. For the one that is free, we will have to do RSVP right away. So now it comes to a challenging point where we have to determine how we can deal with a problem that is related to vertical slice architecture, right? Because we have some sharing code. The part that is being shared is this RSVP thing. We need to do RSVP either way. But then if we take the user to go through the Stripe payment process, when it comes back, you still have to do RSVP. But then you see the payment process will be done in the payment slice, right? We're going to create a payment slice and then redirect the user to that page where the user will see the pricing and confirm whether the user make a payment. And then we'll take the user all the way to Stripe, right? And from their website, it makes the payment. And after payment is succeeded, then it comes back to our application. So this whole process takes the user different, right? And when the process finishes, it has to also come here and call this RSVP event method. So this event method needs to be shared here in this slice, which is the RSVP slice, and also in the payment slice. So how do we deal with this type of problem, right? So the easiest way is that you create this RSVP event outside of the slice. right? You can create it in the shared folder because we already have the services folder under the shared folder here. Let me minimize everything so that you can see clearly. So we have all of the features here, and then we have the shared folder, and then we have services. And then we don't have many services because we don't want to have a lot of shared services. After all, we're using vertical slice architecture. We want to isolate different features and different functionality. We want to group those functionalities to those features. Right? If we create too many shared services, we might as well follow some other architecture other than vertical slice. So since we're using vertical slice architecture, we try our best to link according to features. So having that kind of mindset, I think what we can do in this case is to create an endpoint, right? Create an endpoint for running the RSVP event service. So in here, we are an RSVP event. We can create a RSVP event endpoint. Let me go ahead and try to create that. Okay. So right click on here, and then we're going to create a class. We can call this class RSVP event. Since we have been using uppercase P, let's just, okay, so we have this endpoint created. And this will be a static class. Remember, we did have some endpoint created under the shared folder over here, and we have this authentication endpoint. Okay? And this is a static class, which means that the reason why it's static class is that we're going to create a, what's it called, extension method. And because of that, let's just copy this. Okay, we can do it without doing a lot of different, without having to remember. So I would change this to map RSVP event endpoints, or maybe just simply say map RSVP endpoints. And we're going to extend the web application anyways. So here, I'm going to say, we're going to do our RSVP. And to which event are we going to do a RSVP? This is going to be in this root parameters here. And this is going to be integer. And that if the event is free, then we just come to this path. If the event is not free, that means the user goes through the payment process. And when it comes back with a payment ID, or sometimes it's called charge ID, and sometimes it's called a payment intent ID. I think in Stripe, it's called payment intent ID, but either way, I'm using payment ID to refer to that. And then I have a question mark here, just basically saying this parameter is a optional parameter. It doesn't have to be here. If this one is missing, this is still going to be hit. Okay, we're still targeting this endpoint. Okay, now we are coming in with a integer event ID, which we always going to have. So event ID. This corresponds to this root parameter. And then we're coming in with a nullable payment ID. Corresponds to the second root parameter. And then we're dependency injecting this HTTP context. Let me make it look much better by just separating the parameters here. And of course, we don't need any of this, but we do need to dependency inject other things. And one of that is the RSVP event service. And also, we are going to actually contact the database. Right? So we will have this RSVP event service dependency injected. Once we have these, we can go ahead, go to the further component. We're going to copy this and paste it over here in the endpoint. So we're looking at this authentication state in order to get the email. So in here, we don't have to do it this way, right? We were able to get the email in a different way, which we did in authentication endpoint. So let's scroll down to the place where we get the email. So let's use this instead. We have the email claim, and then in here, we're going to just use the event ID from the root parameter. And the email will be inside the email claim value. And then the RSVP event async will be changed to include another parameter, which is the payment ID parameter. Okay, so let's actually go ahead and try to make the change over here. This is a string. So payment ID is not actually a number. It's a complicated string that comes back from Stripe. So payment ID, and then by default, this is going to be empty string. So I'm not going to actually code anything in here. I'm just adding a parameter in order to get rid of this. So why an object is required for non-static? Oh, okay. This is because I'm using the wrong parameter name here. Okay, so that's good. So we have this result, and if the result is successful, we're going to take the user to the /event/ID. So this is going to be, especially after making the payment, if it goes to the same event, it could be a little bit confusing. So what I want to do is to take the user to the /users/user ID. I want to keep this one empty, and /manage RSVP-events. So this is the same URL. You click on this, anything that you have RSVP is going to show up here, and the passive one is going to show up here. Okay, so this is your /users/user ID and manage RSVP events. So I want to take the user here to basically let the user know that, hey, you have successfully registered, whether you made a payment or not made the payment, if the event is free. So because of this, I need to get the user ID. So how do I get the user ID? The only information I have is the user email. So in order to get the user ID, I need to dependency inject the IDB context factory. And it is for application DB context. Okay. Now here, I'm just call it context factory. And then I'm going to use the context factory over here. If the result is true, let's say using var db context. So I use next factory to create a db context. And then I want to get existing user. So I'm going to say, oh, we can use this. And then first or default email equals this. That's fine. And then come over here. We can say user, okay, question mark, user ID. So we don't have a navigation manager inside this endpoint. This is a minimal API endpoint, right? But we already dependency injected in the HTTP context. So we can use HTTP context.response.redirect. Okay, so when the result is false, here we want to let the user know there is a problem. So we redirect the user to a error page, and perhaps we're going to have a RSVP error, and we don't actually have the second parameter. That's why it complains. Okay, so this looks correct to me, but we do need to have a RSVP error page. Let's go ahead and try to create that. So here, let's create a new result component, and let's call it RSVP error component. And the title would be RSVP. And of course, we will have our page interactive. And this is the one that we just mentioned, RSVP error. And then we want a event ID to be passed in so that we can lead the user to the event. Okay. And over here, I'm going to use the error message component. And the error message I'm going to specify here is fail to RSVP. Very simple message. You can come up with your own message. And then I'm going to have a line here and have a link and take the user back to the event. So primary and then R. So this is going to be events and the event ID back to event. Now in here, I'm going to have a parameter that corresponds to the root parameter. So parameter and then event ID, just like this. Okay. So now that we created this RSVP event endpoint, we can go to program.ts and register that. Let's scroll over here down at the bottom. So after we map the authentication endpoints, we can map the RSVP endpoint. And also, since we added the endpoints, we don't need this logic here. We need to change this logic. So here, are you sure you want the RSVP for this event? Now, we will say that if the current event, so if the current event dot ticket price is null, if it has cost, then we need to take the user to make payment. Okay, so we're going to say navigation manager, navigate. So we haven't created the page yet, but I'm going to just create it right now, specifying that right now. We call it make payment. You can just call it payment or something. It doesn't really matter what you call it. And then I'm going to pass in the event ID. And here I'm going to say force load. Okay, so if it has a cost, if it doesn't have a cost, then we're going to just take the user to this RSVP endpoint, right? And it's / event ID. So here I'm going to say RSVP and / and event ID. And of course here force load is true. So here we take the user all the way to making payment. And in the case the event is free, we directly take the user to the RSVP endpoints, right? And then we're going to work on this make payment slice where we're going to take the user to Stripe. And then when it comes back, it will have to come back to this RSVP endpoint, which we just created here, right? This endpoint, it will have to come back with a payment ID. But before we go ahead and create that make payment slice, remember we changed our RSVP event service. We just added the payment ID. So here it's actually pretty simple. All we have to do is to record this payment ID inside the RSVP, right? Which means that we're going to go ahead and go to RSVP, and we're going to create a new field here to store the payment ID. It is already generated for me. So I'm going to take this, and then I'm going to come back. And here, I'm going to just say payment ID equals to payment ID. right? And it's going to add to the context. So what is this context? This database context representing the database, right? So it's going to save it into the database right here. Now let's go ahead and try to create a make payment slice. Okay, so go ahead and create a new folder that represents a slice, and I'm going to call it make payment. And inside the make payment slice, we're going to first of all create a component. Following the same convention, we're going to call it make payment component. And of course, first of all, we're going to have a page directive, make payment with a parameter, event ID. So generate this for me. I don't know whether these make sense or not. Let me delete them first. All right, let's continue. So when the parameter is passed in, I'll try to automatically generate things for me. So when the parameter is passed in, I need to grab it from the database, right? So it has to just get event by ID async. I think at least this is correct. And let's delete the second one. What is the second one for? Get payment. Okay, I don't need to get payment. I need to make the payment. So first of all, populate this event view model. That's correct. Now I want to use the event view model to show the pricing information, right? So let's go ahead and work on the markup here. Now I'm going to show the pricing information and the event information in a Bootstrap card. So div class and then card and then div class. I'm going to have a card header, right? And then this time I'm going to have a background, and you will see why it looks nice with the background. So then I'm going to say the text color is white, so within the background. And then we will have a title and say payment. Remember, this is a payment. This is already examined that there is a price for the event. Therefore, we have this payment header here in the card. And after that, we're going to have a card body. Let's don't worry about this. Let's just try to close the div first. So we will have a event name here, and then we're going to provide the title, which is underscore event view model dot title, like this. And I want to provide the date information as well over here. So the date information can be taken from discovery events. It is the discovery event. So it's this one. I'm going to copy this and then come back and paste it right here. So let me minimize this part again. So paste this one over here. So this is the one. And then I'm going to replace it with event view model. Okay, so that's the first paragraph. And then we'll have another paragraph. Okay, and it's trying to generate the pricing. I do want that. So pricing information, and it's trying to do the badge thing for me. I think it's just trying to follow the approach. But right here, there's already a pricing. So we don't need the badge, because when you're already here, we already determined there is a pricing information. So I'm going to just do ticket price to string, and then we just format that to a currency format. So after, not over here, so still within the cart body, and have a button over here. So this is going to be BTN success. So what we're trying to say here is that we want the user to make payment, and the behavior is captured within onClick. And we're going to use the checkout workflow from Stripe. I don't know why they call similar name, but over here, let's take the suggested code and then let's close the curly brace, and then let's see what it's trying to tell me. So we didn't actually create the make payment service, but we already started writing it. And then it's also assuming that we have already written the make payment service, and we will create checkout session async. This method is correct. And I don't know whether I'm going to just pass in the event ID or there's something else, but we have this checkout URL. So if checkout URL is not, I'm going to actually say this is a session URL. So if this checkout URL is not now, then we navigate to this checkout URL. Okay? And this would take us to Stripe. Okay, now it's time to implement this make payment service. So let's copy this name and then let's go to Solution Explorer. So within the slice, we're going to create a new class and follow convention. We're going to call it make payment service. And we already created a method name here. So we need to actually, we have both this and this. So two methods. I'm going to implement this because the other one we already created is trying to generate this thing for me. I don't think I'll take it. Okay, so we have this already created and the name is already created. So this is async method, right? So we use async in task. So let's implement the other one first. So let's go to make payment over here. So we have this get event by ID. This is another issue that we already implemented this get event by ID in the view, I believe it's a view event. And in the view event service here, we have the get event by ID. Are we going to reuse this service within a different slice? Or are we going to extract this out to a shared location? Or are we going to recreate it? For this, I'm going to recreate it because first of all, this is really the first time I use vertical slice architect. Secondly, according to my own understanding or my own, better to say my own analysis here, if the method is too complicated and it will be too complicated in the future, I mean, have a chance to be too complicated in the future, then I definitely don't want to duplicate in another slice. But in this case, we're simply just getting the event object based on the ID. So this is very simple, and in most cases, it won't need to be changed in the future. But say there could be a possibility, and this highlights the cause of vertical slice architecture, especially when we try to apply that to a framework here, right? We're trying to apply that to Blazor. We constantly run into this type of problems, but we need to find solutions since we're adapting this for Blazor, right? So I'm going to just duplicate this in this different slice here in the make a payment service here. So I'm going to paste this over here. And of course, this context factory needs to be dependency injected. So I'm going to dependency inject IDB context factory, and for application DB context. So context factory, and then we will also have our IMapper be mapped, and I'm going to do a control dot to import namespace, and then control dot again to initialize this field, and control again to initialize this field. All right, so this method is created and it can be used from the component. But what are we going to do with this method? This is the most important method, right? So this is going to be some things going to be passed into it. So what is the workflow over here? The workflow over here is to use Stripe to create a checkout session. Right? So there are different ways to make payment with Stripe. One of them is this checkout session, which will allow users to actually go to Stripe to make the payment and then come back, right? Which means that we need to specify a URL, redirect URL when the payment is successful or unsuccessful. Okay? So we are going to use that. And that one is called session. So first of all, in order to use Stripe, we can add the Stripe NuGet package. So go to browse, we type in Stripe, and we select stripe.net. This is the library for .net. So just install the latest stable version. And then over here, what we are going to do is we're going to create a session. Okay. And for that, first of all, we need to have a service. And we can say this is a new session service. And we're going to do a control dot to import space. And remember, this is a checkout session, right? So we're going to use Stripe. And then we're going to do service.getAsync, and we need to pass in. So this signature here is not familiar to me. Maybe I imported a wrong namespace. Maybe it shouldn't be checkout. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's billing portal. Let's see. It doesn't even have. Oh, I think I used the wrong one. So let me roll back. I used the wrong method just now. So let's still try to use checkout. And then we're going to say service dot, instead of get, this is actually create async. And with create async, let's see. So we have session create options, and this is what I'm familiar with. So we need to provide a options object over here, right? So I'm just typing options, although I haven't created the variable yet. And if we're done successful, it's going to return us a session object. Now we need to create the options. And it's already generated for me, see? So session, create option, and then it generates these line items. So for example, you are using Stripe to make a e-commerce payment, which means that you selected some products, and you may select one product, you may select several products for this order, right? Because you're making a payment for an order, and a order can include line items. You can have one product, two products, many different products. And that's why they have line items. And then for each line item, you create this line items options, right? Line item options. And you have quantities and price data. Price data highlights the currency, the unit amount. What I would do is I'm going to use unit amount. Okay. The unit amount is if you hover over, this is actually a long. So I'm going to convert what I have in the event view model. So that's why here we shouldn't be passing in just the event ID. We should pass in the event view model. Okay, so event view model, event view model. And then I'm going to say event view model dot ticket price. And this is, we need to time 100 to it because this unit amount is actually cents. That's why we time 100. And we're going to do value. Okay, and then here, I'm going to say event view model. We're going to provide the information. So title is that, and then we'll have description. So description here, I just want to have the dates, date and time. So I'm going to say date and time, and then, oh, it's generating for me. Okay, I'm going to take advantage of that. So we have begin date, begin time, end date, end time. I'm going to see how it looks like, or I can just provide some date format here, DDD, MMD, and begin time is HMMDT. Do we need to do the end? Maybe we can do the end as well. So I need to have a colon there. So I'm going to do the end as well. I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and then I'm going to copy this and paste it on the end time over here. Okay, so this description, line items definition is provided. So basically the information we provided here is going to be displayed during the checkout process. It's going to display that you're purchasing this product and the description of the product is this. If you have multiple line items, you're going to have multiple of this. And each one of them will be displayed during the checkout process. And it's also going to display the price and the quantity. And here, there are some important information. So we have a successful URL, which means that if we specify this URL here, then after the checkout process, if the checkout succeeded, then it's going to redirect the user to this provided URL. And if the checkout is canceled, then it's going to go to this URL, right? So because of that, I want to provide a base URL from outside, because from here, we don't know about what the base URL is, and we can't just provide a relative URL because this URL is going to be passed over to Stripe. So it has to be an absolute URL, right? So in here, I'm going to add a parameter. I'm going to say base URL. And also I'm going to provide a cancel URL. So for this cancel, it's going to be really simple. It's just a sign operation. And for the success URL, we're going to have to construct it. So it's going to be the base URL. And sometimes the base URL contains a slash at the end. Sometimes it doesn't. But either way, we're going to trim ending slash. And then after that, I'm going to do a slash. And I'm going to create a payment success page, which I haven't created, but I'm going to write the URL here. Okay. And after that, I'm going to provide the ID of the current event. So event view model, which is coming from the parameter here. This is going to be event ID. And finally, this is a placeholder for Stripe. So basically here, I provided this curly braces checkout session ID, which means that I'm asking Stripe to replace this placeholder with the actual session ID. So the final success URL will be whatever the base URL is, followed by payment success, followed by the event ID, and then followed by the session ID, which is going to be created during the checkout process and it'll be appended once the checkout finishes, right? Because we have this, then we will be able to access the session ID from our side, right? Because this base URL is our side, our application, right? All right. So now we have the options. We pass the options to here, and then we have the session. Now, finally, we need to return the session over here, right? Return the session URL over here. So therefore, I'm going to have a string as the return type here. And this is why it's telling me it is wrong. And let me see. Session URL. Oh, it's because I have missed the await keyword here. Okay. Now I should have a URL right here, which is a string. So there shouldn't be any problems. Okay. So go back to here. The make payment service needs to be injected from the top. So I'm going to say inject payment service. And now this, there complains there's no argument. Okay, so we need to pass in the base URL. So even the first one is not a event ID. It's the event view model. And then we pass in the base URL, which is navigation manager. Do we have navigation manager injected? No. So I'm going to come over here, inject the navigation manager and then scroll down over here, and followed by Navigation Manager. So this is the cancel URL, which means that we allow the user to come back to make payment page here. And then we get the checkout URL and we take that user to this particular URL, which is on Stripe. Okay. And once the payment is successful, it comes back to the payment success URL, which is this one. So we will need to also create that. So payment success is still under the make payment slice. So I'm going to create another razor component, and we can call it payment success component. And this component is going to be a page component. So this is payment success. And instead of session ID here, we are receiving different things. We're receiving event ID. We're also receiving the checkout session ID. So checkout session ID. And here we can say payment success. I'm not even sure whether we need to actually display this. Let's see what happens. So we will have a parameter, and from this parameter, we're going to receive the event ID. Okay, and also we're going to have the second parameter, and we're going to receive the checkout session ID, which corresponds to this one. Here, I don't even need an integer. So just use a string to get the event ID. Because once we have, so I'm going to use override, parameter and sync. All right. So once I have the checkout session ID here, I can try to get a session. So this is a Stripe session. Okay, coming up. Provide an async method, async keyword, and then I'm going to say make payment service and get checkout session by checkout session ID. I can provide because this is a nullable string, right? So we can use that. And once we have the session here, then we can navigate to the RSVP. So here, remember, when we come up here, all we want to get from the session is the payment ID, which is the payment intent ID, right? So we will need to redirect the user to the RSVP endpoint that we created. So therefore, here we to inject this, and we need to use Navigation Manager to navigate to the /RSVP/, and then we provide this event ID over here, and then we need to provide the session.payment. It doesn't like it because it doesn't know what it is. So let's actually go ahead and try to create this checkout session method here in the make payment service. Let's scroll all the way down, and here we will say async task, and we're going to have a session, and we're going to call this get checkout session async, passing in the session ID. And what we need here is, first of all, we need to get a session service, right? And then we can get the session based on the session ID, which is the one here, and then we can return the session. This is all we need. So in order to actually run any session service, so we have session service here and here. We're using it in both places, but we didn't provide a API key, right? So this is the reason why at this moment I need to show you about Stripe. So if you go to stripe.com and then you sign in, okay? You can just sign in with your Google account. I'm going to sign in with my Google account. Here, I'm going to select sign in with Google, and I'm going to use my email address, and I agree to continue. And then it brings up this dashboard. So sometimes the dashboard may have a problem coming up, and you can contact Stripe, which I tried, but they didn't get, well, they obtained all the information. I even did a screen recording. So I did that and everything, and they didn't get back to me yet. But then because yesterday I switched to a new computer, and with this new computer, I had no problems. But even after I deleted browsing data for all time in multiple different browsers, it still didn't work. Anyhow, I have this new computer and it's working. It's good timing. So now I need to get the secret key, right? And all you need to do is to click on this. So if it's the first time you use it, you can follow the same process. Go to stripe.com, log in with your Google account, and then you will be redirected to this dashboard. And on this dashboard, on home, right? If you go to different places, that's fine, but come back to home, and then you will see your API key here. And just click on this, and you copy that API key in the clipboard. And then you are going to code a solution. You go to your project, and then you manage your user secrets. You can create another entry for Stripe, put your secret key over here, and then just before you use anything from Stripe, you need to specify your Stripe API key. So you're going to say Stripe configuration.api key, and then you just need to your API key. So how do you get your API key? Because it's very simple. You can come over here and declare a string, right? And you can say this is the Stripe API key, and then you can initialize this with string.empty. But then during the constructing process, you can get your Stripe API key from the configuration. So in order to get it from the configuration, you can dependency inject I configuration, right? And then you can say configuration, and it's generated this for me. So Stripe API key, I think what I call there is secret key. And if it's not there, we're going to use empty, which is not going to work, but we already specified the secret key in the user secret file. So here I'm going to assign the Stripe API key, and I'm going to do the same thing before I use this session service. So I'm going to use this one right here. So this should work. Okay. So this is the workflow. I know it's complicated for today's video, right? This is pretty complicated, but the workflow hopefully is clear to you. But if it's not clear, I'm going to explain one more time. You are going to come to a event page, right? You're going to come over here and you're going to click on the attend button, which means that you're clicking on this attend button in the footer, right? This attend button in the footer. And then this on-click event handler is going to be triggered, right? And if you have logged in, then it allows you to go through this RSVP process. And this RSVP process goes that if the event has a cost, then it's going to take you to the payment making process, which is going to take you to Stripe and come back to the success URL, which is the payment success component over here, right? And if the event is free, then it's directly taking you to RSVP endpoint right there, which is going to finish the RSVP process, right? It's going to create the association between the user and the event. It's also going to record the payment ID if there is a payment ID. Okay, so that's that. And then if the payment is successful, it's going to redirect user back to the payment success component. Now we're having a issue here. Why we are having this? Cannot explicitly convert string to, so I'm missing a question mark here. And then we're having another issue, and the reference is required for non-static. Oh, okay, so this needs to be injected. Okay, and then we have a semicolon here, and we need to finish the code here. So I would have this payment intent ID. Payment intent ID is the payment ID that I was talking about. So we're going to append this payment ID at the end of this RSVP endpoint. So then it's going to take you to the RSVP endpoint with the payment ID right here. And then when it goes to RSVP service, it's going to record the payment ID within that RSVP record. So this is the whole process. Let me save it and then let's give it a try. We have coded so much. This is a moment of truth. Let's run the application. Okay, everything built successfully and we have 2 events. So I'm going to log out and I'm going to log in with my event creator, which means the organizer. And then if I go to manage events, I see these 2 events. Okay, so these 2 events are created by my own email. Now I'm going to use the other email, the other Google account, and log in. Now you can see I'm not an organizer, right? I can try to become an organizer, but I'm not. And I'm interested in this, let's say in this gaming event, okay? And I'm going to try to attend the event. But this one is free, right? This one is free. So it's good that we are doing a regression testing, making sure that even it's free, that this whole process still works. So let's do a regression testing. Okay, now the thing is it doesn't work because we didn't push this column to the database. So now let's go over to the package management console and I'm going to add another migration again. So I'm saying add payment ID to RSVP and build failed. So why is that? What is happening here? This again happened, and this always happened on my new computer. I don't know why. I didn't do a proper research, but let's go to this PowerShell. Okay, it's gonna take a few seconds and it finished. Now I'm gonna go to package manager console, try to add a migration again, and it succeeded. Everything is successful. All right, now let's run it again. Okay, so you can see that this process succeeded right after that. And now I'm going to go to home page again, and I'm going to go over here. So this one is $250. It's quite expensive, right? And I'm going to click on this, and it should now take me to the make payment page. Let me text cancel. Okay, cancel works. Click on yes. Okay, another exception. So cannot provide value, make payment. Okay, so I didn't register make payment service yet. Dependency injection place in program.cs. So let's go down to program.cs. Go over here and try to add it. Now I run it. Okay, so now it comes to the make payment page, right? I'm providing the event ID right here. Now, if I click on make payment button, so this is where the magic happens, right? It's going to take me, so it's going to, when I click on this make payment button, it's going to call this start the checkout process, right? And it's going to come back with a checkout URL. It's going to redirect me to that URL, and then it's going to redirect me back when it is successful. Let's watch this whole process. Make sure everything is happening in the correct place. So I'm going to set up breakpoint here, and then when it comes back, it's supposed to come back to here, right? Payment success with its session ID. And yeah, let's actually run in debug mode. Go to the first event, click on make payment. Now we're here, and I'm going to step over, and we get a URL. And with this URL, you see it says checkout.stripe.com. So it goes to checkout.stripe.com, right? And here, if it's not now, then we go inside and we take the user to Stripe, continue and see how it goes. Okay, now I'm at Stripe, right? I'm at Stripe, and it tells me what I'm purchasing. I'm purchasing this meditation event. This is the cost, the description, the time it starts, and the time that it ends. And over here, I can provide my email. Also, for this, I can use 424. So this is basically a test credit card number for Visa, right? And 5454 is a test number for MasterCard. Okay, so I'm gonna just use these settings. Basically, you can come up with any date and any number here, right? And just provide your whatever name. Doesn't really matter. This is all test. This is not real, right? You're not providing a real credit card number, and Stripe is not actually processing real money. So you can click on pay right now, and then it's gonna go through the payment process. And when it's successful, see, it comes back to this payment success page. It's triggered and comes back with a session ID. See this? And I'm gonna just step over this. It created this session, and then I have a payment ID right here. Watch this. So session payment intent ID. See, I have a payment intent ID. Okay. So now this is going to go to the RSVP right here, right? And we can also set a breakpoint over here. Okay. And it's going to come with a payment ID. So you see, this is triggered, and we have a payment ID right here. And we're going to do our RSVP just like that. And it is going to be successful, and we're going to store that in our database. Although this is not storing in the database, this is just trying to get the user and get the user ID so that we can redirect the user to the manage RSVP events page. Go ahead. It tells me RSVP error. I don't know why there is an error. Probably it's because my debugging actually interfered. Sometimes it's just debugging interferes. So let me actually go to the database and go to RSVP and see whether we already triggered this, which is here. See, the date is just a minute ago. So what I would do is I'm going to clear this, so delete from RSVPs. I'm just delete everything. Okay, 2 rows are deleted, so I don't have any RSVP in there. I'm going to go through this whole process again. This time, I'm going to just run without debugging. Okay, so you can see here, I haven't actually, let's go over here. I don't have anything that it's upcoming, which means I didn't RSVP any event. Let's first of all test the free one. Okay, so I'm going to attend the free one, and then it redirects me to this manage RSVP events. I can see my upcoming events, which is this gaming event. And then I'm going to pay for the meditation event. I'm going to go to attend and say, yes, I'm going to make the $250 payment. And this time I'm going to use 5454, 4 sets of 5454. And everything else I can use the same information. Click on pay. I'm going to save this 5454. And now it takes me to the Manage RSVP Events page, and it shows that I have already RSVP'd this event. So let's go to meditation event and see myself here, right? And if I go to over here, I can see my payment ID that is stored right here. So this is the whole process, and everything seems to be working properly. I will see you in the next video.
Last time we implemented making payment. So this time, let's try to implement cancel a RSVP and refund if there was a payment. So let's try to go ahead and create a cancel status, because we do have a shared helper here, and we have this status here. We decided to use a constant string to expose different statuses. This is not really the only way. I do think that a better way to do this is to use enumeration, but since I decided to do this, I don't think it's too bad to use this. Let's continue using this. Let's create another one, and this time we will have a canceled. I don't know why it doesn't actually automatically. I'm starting to rely on AI now. So let's say canceled status. Just create one for me. Today it doesn't work. Okay, all right. So let's start doing this. It's canceled status, and let's just call it canceled. All right, and then let's go down over here. It should generate for me, but today it just doesn't want to do it. Not very reliable. So this is cancel status. Status goes to cancel status. So that's correct. Okay, so once we have a cancel status, some of the RSVP shouldn't be displayed. Of course, the not going to status and canceled status, is it canceled? Am I calling it correctly? So cancel status, the RSVPs with cancel status shouldn't be displayed. The only thing that should be displayed is going to status. I'm referring to the manage user event page there. So if we go to the features and go to manage user RSVP events, so right now, if we look at our services, we're loading all of the events belong to the user, right? So this is not accurate. We should, in this list, of course, we're loading upcoming and we're also loading the past events. But we also need to make sure that the EP status actually should be equal to shared helper space. Let's import a namespace. Okay, shared helper should be equal to going status. So this we need to fix. Now, let's think about different columns that we are actually missing in the RSVP entity. So we go to the RSVP entity, we only have payment. Coming back from Stripe after checkout, you actually have a payment status. Right now we are actually working with refund. We want to see both the payment status as well as the refund status. So this status refers to the RSVP status. It has going, not going, and it also has canceled. Whereas here we have a payment. Now we need to also store the payment status. So let's go ahead and try to store that payment status. So prop, we will have a payment status, and now I'm going to have another one going to be a refund ID, right? Because we're going to try to do a refund, and paired with the refund ID we will have a refund status as well. So we added these three different columns, and these will be used for refunding during the refunding process. Now, because we added this payment status, we also want to store the payment status after checkout. So that's something we also need to do. So let's go to the payment success. So making payment, we have a payment success page here, right? It comes up with a checkout, comes back with a checkout session ID, and then we grab the session by using Stripe API, and then we store the payment ID. But this time we also need to store the session dot. So why this is not giving me, okay, let me close the solution and reopen again. Sometimes it just start receiving the color coding comes back, and now what we need is a payment intent dot status. So this is a string. Yeah, this is string. So this is the one that we do need also store. Okay, so we are setting this as the last parameter as the last parameter for the RSVP endpoint. So we created this RSVP endpoint last time. Where is it? So features, RSVP events, RSVP event endpoints. Okay, so we have this and we pass in the payment intent. This is actually the payment intent ID. Now we also need to have another optional, but we can't have two optional parameters. Can we? Yeah, we can have two consecutive optional parameters here. So this one will refer to the payment status, and it is also another optional parameter. So over here, we're going to add another optional parameter. This is payment status. It's trying to generate it for me now. Okay, so I have this, and then I want to store this payment status over here. So I'm going to pass the payment status, and I'm going to go to the RSVP event async method here, and we will create another parameter, and this is the optional parameter. So payment status with a default value here, which is empty string. Now we're saving the payment status if there is a payment status. We're saving it anyway. If it comes in as an empty string, then we're storing the empty string. That's fine. Okay. All right. So that should fix the workflow. So let's go through that workflow again. When we have the endpoint, RSVP endpoint, when this endpoint is triggered after a payment, the payment status will come back in here, right? It will be called by the payment status, the payment success. So the workflow actually starts from here. This is when the payment is successful and it comes back to this particular page with a session ID, and we get the session, we get the payment intent, and it's a status, and we trigger the VP event endpoint, right? Which is this one. And then when this one is triggered, we pass in the payment status through the parameter. So we created root template parameter and then pass it in right here. And we also modify this service to take another optional parameter here. And if it's there, whether it's there or not, we are storing the payment status inside the RSVP table. Okay, so that's what we changed. But as I'm going through this process, I realized that first of all, here, this comment is incorrect. I just copied from the attendee authentication endpoints. So I got to remove this. And secondly, this endpoint can be vulnerable because anybody can access it by just typing in the URL on our website. And if they do that, it could be an attack. This endpoint can be constantly triggered by some robot. So how do we fix that? How do we make sure that it's safer, at least safer? We can say that here we require authorization. This will at least kick the user out if the user hasn't logged in yet. So we'll force the robot to do extra stuff, which the robot may or may not be able to do. So this at least adds another layer of safety. All right. So what we need to do now is to focus our energy on the cancel and refund. So in our case, our cancel should be triggered from this manage. So let me close this whole thing and open up the feature folder again. So we are focusing our energy on this manage user RSVP events because it's through this component. Do we see the cancel button? So here on the top, we have the upcoming events. Users can only cancel upcoming events, not the ones that were done before. So this actually makes me think that I'm missing some logic in my mind. So maybe we didn't. But in the RSVP endpoints here, when we want to cancel something, this is RSVP. Okay, so that's good. We haven't implemented cancellation yet. So when we actually try to implement a cancellation, we need to make sure that we only allow user to cancel past events. And yeah, that can be managed, no problems. Okay, so we have this button right now, right? We need to create another component and then put that component in a slice in order to supply us with this feature, right? This cancel and refund feature. And let's just call it cancel RSVP. Sounds like a good slice, right? So I'm going to change this to cancel RSVP. I know I haven't created this component yet, but I have a habit of writing something without actually implement it. So this is like a test-driven, similar to test-driven development. You create some error, you see the red squiggly line, and then you try to fix it, right? We do have the E, which is here. Right? We go to EV, and then we pass in the event ID, and then we close it. And of course, we haven't implemented this cancel RSVP component. And let me copy this. And we're going to create a new slice. Not in the folder. Under the features folder, we're going to create a new slice. And we're going to call it cancel. Let's actually paste this thing in here and remove the component. Now, we can go ahead and try to create that component, right? So I'm just going to do this and click on add this component. So what this component is going to do is, first of all, I will mimic what we had before as a button. So let's go back to the manage user component over here, and I'm going to copy this into my clipboard, and then I'm going to actually roll back because I don't remember what's supposed to be written here. Okay, and then I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to cast this one over to the other one. So to the cancel RSVP. So of course, in here, this should be just a button, right? We should just have a button, and we don't have like a title. And when the user clicks on the button, we need to remind the user, are you sure? Like, we need to confirm with the user, are you sure you really want to delete and cancel the RSVP? So because of that, we're going to use the confirm dialog, right? And I'm going to refer to that as a confirm dialog. And now the AI kicks in. It tries to help me with writing my code. So cancel RSVP and messages. Are you sure you want to cancel your RSVP? Confirm. Do we really need to write all of this? We probably don't need the message and this unconfirmed thing. Let's just close it. Not sure why this is probably have to close solution again and then open it up. Okay, so now it's good. So under the code block here, I gotta create this. Okay, it's automatically generating it, and it doesn't like it. Closed. Okay, so when the user triggers the cancel, unclick, and then I'm gonna say cancel RSVP, right? And this corresponds to this one. It over here, all because so that's fine. And we're gonna use the confirm dialog. It doesn't have a show async. I believe it has a show. We don't need to use a wait because it's not actually async method. And here, we first of all need to make sure that we do have an event because we're trying to cancel an event, right? And we created this parameter from outside already to receive that event ID here. And now I need to make sure that the event ID is greater than 0. Then I'm going to actually trigger this confirm dialog thing. So I'm going to copy this and we're going to delete this. Okay. And so in here, I can provide an action. So I'm going to say async goes to, I don't need complicated stuff. I just need to use it to generate me a curly braces. And then I'm going to use the cancel RSVP service to actually help me to cancel it. So let's go ahead and create a cancel RSVP service. So I'm going to add a class here and call it cancel RSVP service. And inside it, we need a method to help us to cancel the event. So I'm going to create that. It's generating me the constructor. That's fine. And then we'll have this method is also trying to generate it for me. Cancel RSVP async, that's fine. And we need to pass in event ID. I don't have a RSVP ID. I'm going to pass in the event ID. So can I pass in the RSVP event? That's a good question. We were at managed user RSVP events component right here. And we are clicking on this button within this component here. So right now, I only have a event. I don't have the RSVP, but can I get the RSVP? Right? I'm using the user ID and I got a list of events. Let's go inside here. This is the one that we changed. So we included the RSVP of the event, but one event can have many RSVPs. I think it's better just to use a event ID and the user ID. This will help us to locate the RSVP anyways, right? Because a user cannot RSVP the same event twice. There can be only one RSVP. So event ID and user ID is good enough for me. Perhaps not user ID because we don't have user ID. Do we have user ID? I actually forgot. Do we have user ID stored in the cookie? So let's go to shared. Let's go to endpoints and we have authentication endpoints. And when we create the cookie, this is the user ID. We do have the user ID. Okay.
Yeah, we can use the user ID then. And let's delete this. So what do we need to do here? We need to, first of all, use the event ID and user ID to get the RSVP. So we need to first get the RSVP for the event and the user. And that's actually, okay. So this comment actually reminds me that I don't have to check it. I need to make sure the RSVP that I got is in the going status. We cannot allow user to cancel the same thing twice. So we need to make sure it's in the going status. And in order to actually get RSVP, we need to use database. So therefore, dependency context factory of the application DB context. And this is context factory. And we're going to do a control dot over here to initialize the field. Okay. So with the context factory, I'm going to say using, okay, it's trying to do that for me now. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. And then, okay, now it's doing the job. So go to RSVP and for each event ID equals to event ID, user ID equals to user ID. Why it doesn't like it? It's because the type is wrong here. All right. Now it's better. So here, I'm going to do a control dot. Make sure it's in going status. Now, if the RSVP is null, so what do? I'm going to just return. I don't want to return Boolean. I want to return the ID, right? I want to return the ID. So returns the RSVP ID. But if the RSVP is 0, I'm just going to return. If the RSVP is null, I'm just going to return 0. Okay, so now that I have the RSVP at this point, I can set the status to what's not going, it is canceled. It's different from not going. Perhaps we don't even need the not going status. But anyway, I'm not going to change that. All right, so now it comes to the fun part, which is if the event has a ticket price and if it's refundable, then we have to go through this. We have to process or request a refund on behalf of the user. Right. So because of that, I need to access the event. So in order to access the event, I'm going to include the event. Right. It's pretty simple. We just need to include the event right here. And then we can say RSVP event. So I'm going to say if RSVP.event is not now, and at the same time, RSVP.event ticket price, it has to be greater than 0. And at the same time, event refundable has to be true, right? And now it's generated some code for me, but I don't need them. Okay, so right here, we're gonna process refund logic. I need a comment, but I don't need this. Okay, remember, in order to use Stripe to do that, we need to, first of all, provide the API key. So I'm gonna say Stripe configuration dot API, not API version, but API key, right? It's generating for me, but I'm not using this key. So here we need to use configurations. We can dependency inject the configuration right here. So I'm going to say configuration and control dot to initialize the field. Now I can come over here, replace this with configuration Stripe : secret key, right? This is what we have in the user secret file. Okay, so we have the API key here. Now we can try to process the refund. Okay, and okay, here I'm going to return RSVP dot. So in order to process the refund, I'm going to create another method. It's a helper method here. So I'm going to say refund, and I'm going to say void for now. Say process refund. Okay, passing in the RSVP is correct, and it's actually trying to generate this whole thing for me. Let's take a look. So it's generating a refund create options, which is correct. But I don't need to specify the amount, because when you specify amount, you are requesting a partial refund, right? Without specifying the amount, it's going to be the full refund. We don't need the currency because it's going to be using the same currency, but we do need to use the payment intent. We need to specify the payment intent ID. So this is the payment intent. So identifier of the payment intent. I don't know why they don't say payment intent ID, but it actually refers to the payment intent ID, which in our case, we store in our database as payment ID. And we can also provide a reason requested by customer. That's perfect. All right. So we have the options, and then we can use the refund service. And we're going to say service.create, providing the options, and we get the refund object. And all I need to do over here is I need to return this back And of course here, I'm gonna use the refund class here. Okay, and RSVP is gonna be imported in the namespace. Now, once we have the API key specified, we can use the process refund, right? I'm gonna say var refund, process refund. Okay, now we get the refund object here, and we're gonna store the refund object right here, and then I'm gonna say RSVP refund status is refund.status. Okay, so whether we have the payment refund process or not, we have already changed the status, and it's time to actually save it. So we're gonna say context.save changes async, right? I'm gonna await it, and eventually we're returning the RSVP ID back. Okay, so now we have the service. Let's dependency inject this service in the program.cs file. Let's go over here, go here, and do a control dot import namespace. That's it. Now we need to go back to our slice. So we're working on this slice over here. Now it's time to actually use it. So we're asking, are you sure you want to cancel your RSVP for this event? Right now, we're gonna use that. Let's go up over here. Let's inject RSVP, not RSVP, inject this cancel RSVP service. And then in here, we're gonna use it to say cancel. Okay, cancel RSVP async. And we need to provide the event ID. So I'm gonna say this dot event ID. We need to provide the user ID. So where is the user ID? We're gonna derive from the base component. Let's go over here. So inherit base component. And in our base component, we do have a user ID. We have user ID. It's a string. So parse it as an integer because it is an integer. So I'm pretty sure it's an integer. If it's not an integer, it's going to crash, and that's fine. I'm okay with that crash. Okay, so this is async method. We are going to call await over here. We do have async keyword right here, right? So this is going to return me the RSVP ID. With this RSVP ID, I need to, so after this, see, after we call in this, we have finished the cancellation process. We have finished the refund process, if there is one, right? So now we need to let the user know that your RSVP for this event has been canceled and your refund has been requested. So this is like a cancellation confirmation page, right? So we need to create a cancellation confirmation page. But first of all, we need to dependency inject this thing, navigation manager, and then we need to use it to take us. So navigate to, and it's not this URL, it's something else, which we don't have yet, but we're going to create one. So I'm going to say RSVP cancellation for confirmation. Okay. And we're going to pass in the RSVP ID. Okay. So now let's go ahead and create the cancellation confirmation page. So let's call it cancel RSVP confirmation. And I'm going to call it cancellation because there could be different type of situation, right? So I don't want to limit myself to just one type of scenario here. And of course, I need to have a page directive. And this is, let's go back to here. We got to copy this thing because it's very, very long. Paste it here. And this RSVP ID is a integer. So in the code block, I'm going to receive the parameter, and we're not going to override the onInitialize. We're going to override the onParameter set. Okay. And here, we will need to get the RSVP record, okay? And we need to use the cancel RSVP service to actually get it. And we can create it here. I'm gonna say get RSVP object by RSVP ID. Okay, it's trying to create this whole thing for me. Is it correct? RSVP ID, RSVP include the event, RSVP equals RSVP. I'm okay with this. So let's go back. And I'm going to create a private field here. So this is RSVP. Let's use this. I don't know why it has to be uppercase, but this is not RSVP event. This is just RSVP. So control dot import namespace. Now over here, I'm going to say RSVP equals to a cancellation service is not injected yet. Try to inject it. So cancel RSVP service. And now cancel RSVP service. Get RSVP by ID. All right. We have the RSVP over here. Now we can go to the top
and try to create some messages. So this page is all about letting user know what has just happened. So here we can say if the RSVP has value. No, not RSVP has value. We can actually don't use that. We can say RSVP if RSVP is not now. If it's not now, then we can display some good messages. So it's trying to do something. Let's see. So here we have alert success, right? And it says your RSVP for the event has been successfully canceled. That's fine. And if otherwise, this is the error, right? It uses alert danger. It says unable to retrieve RSVP details. Actually, see, the reason why you cannot get a RSVP is because the RSVP ID. You know what? I think it's still better to use RSVP ID here. So I'm going to say RSVP ID if it has value. Oh, okay. So if RSVP ID is greater than 0, because we have RSVP ID and this is going to be passed in from here. And if it's greater than 0, that means everything's successful. Otherwise, it doesn't mean we were not able to retrieve RSVP, but it does mean that something went wrong, right? So an error occurred. We're canceling your RSVP. Please try again later. Okay. For canceling we can use the same thing for the event. Let's be safe. And we're going to say if RSVP, then we're going to do this. And I'm going to do the same thing here. I don't like this. So this means that in some cases, we were not able to display the message just because the RSVP is not loaded. Okay. So what I would rather do is if this is not, then we just don't display anything. Okay. Now a crucial part, if RSVP is not, and at the same time, we have a refund status. And then we're going to check the RSVP.refund status, right? If it has some kind of value there, that means we have tried to process the refund, right? So I'm going to provide some information here because most likely, in most cases, the refund process requires several days, right? Several days. So it can, when you're testing, it can be instant, but in a real world scenario, the refund status could be taking a few hours to a few days. And we want to display the information over here. So your refund has been requested. The refund status is, and then actually trying to generate this for me, which is good. I think we're good. All right. So let's try to, first of all, build the solution. I'm not going to do a build and nothing is wrong. Okay. Now I'm going to run package manager to run a migration. So I'm going to add a migration first. So add migration, and this is to support, actually, let's just say support refund. Add refund ID, refund status, and payment status to RSVP, and let's run it. Okay, build succeeded, and it's generated this migration script, and I'm going to do a update database. And this is going to push the migration. You can see that from here, we're basically just adding 3 different columns to the RSVP table. Okay, now everything is done. Everything is done. Let's go over here, go to RSVP. Now let's refresh. You can see the 3 different columns are added. That's good. Now let's run the application. Should I run the application? Let's run the application in debug mode. But first of all, let's clear out all of the breakpoints, and I have no breakpoints. So I'm going to run it. Okay, so I think I have deleted all of the RSVP. See, I have no RSVP now. Now let's actually log in and try to VP for an event. Okay, I'm going to go to this event that costs money, and then I'm going to try to say attend, confirm, and then I'm going to make $250 payment. Right over here, I'm going to fill up my email address. I'm going to use the testing credit card number for Visa, and I'm going to click on pay. All right, something went wrong. So checkout process, payment intent. So what is wrong here? Session intent. Payment intent is null. Okay, maybe I should use this payment status instead of the payment intent. Okay, let's stop it and let's take a look at the RSVP. So we didn't create the RSVP yet, which is correct. Okay, and payment status. All right, payment status is correct. Let's run in debug mode again. Unfortunately, we have already made the payment, right? But
That's why we need testing in Stripe. We're not actually paying $250. So let's go ahead and try to do the same thing again. Click on yes, make payment, and I'm gonna select my user over here and click on, is there anything wrong here? Is there anything missing? Oh, I didn't enter the credit card number. Okay, click on the pay button now, processing, redirecting back. Now I have an RSVP event, right? And let's check. So this RSVP told me that payment status is paid, right? There's no refund status. There's no refund ID because we haven't requested. Now, imagine that I want to, where is my cancel button here? Okay, something is wrong. Let's go to manage. Is this the correct place? This is the component. Okay, cancel RSVP component. I'm going to do a control dot import namespace. Okay, now it's good. Can I do a refresh? Confirm that doesn't have a property matching title. Oh, I don't have that. Okay, it's just generated for me. I'm gonna just delete it. That's a quick fix. And let's run hot reload. Okay, hot reload works today. Okay, so now we're gonna go through the cancel process, and that's where we want to debug. Okay, so when the cancel button is clicked on, which is this one, we're gonna set a breakpoint over here. Oh no, this is just a confirmation dialog. We're gonna set a breakpoint over here. Okay, so let's click on this. Why nothing is happening? Let's set a breakpoint over here too. Click on it. Nothing is happening. Is it because this is not actually being called? Maybe I just need to rerun it. Okay, so let's run it again. I'm still gonna set a breakpoint over here, and then I'm gonna rerun it. Okay, let's go to my upcoming events. I'm gonna click on the cancel button. Now it's doing this, and it's showing me confirm dialog, and I'm going to click on yes. Now it takes me over here. This is going to go through this cancel process. Now let's step into it. Okay, and then let's go ahead. So we're trying to get a RSVP based on the conditions over here, right? And we do have one. And if RSVP is null, so this is not satisfied, we're going to update the status. Right now it's going, right? We're gonna change that to the canceled status, which now it shows canceled. But we haven't actually saved it yet. We haven't saved it to the database yet. Now we're going to the process refund process. So do we have a ticket price? Yes. Is it refundable? Yes, it's refundable. I remember when I created, I wasn't refundable, but yesterday was when I was testing this process, I changed the event to be refundable. You can see this is refundable. Okay. Now, because it's a refundable, it's going to go over here. Now it's going to grab the secret key over here, and then it's going to go inside this, create the option, use the refund service to create a refund object. Okay, I got my refund object, and I'm gonna go forward. Okay, status, I got my refund ID now. You can see this is a complicated string, and then status is actually succeeded. So in a testing environment, you often get success right away, which is good for testing. Otherwise, you have to create a event hook, like a webhook, right? And when the status changes, your webhook needs to be triggered. We haven't published this to a public website, so a webhook cannot be created anyways. So coming back with a success, status is actually pretty good for testing. Now we're gonna save the RSVP. And then this should take us to the cancellation confirmation page with the RSVP ID, which is number 5. So let's go ahead, and you can see the status. Your RSVP for this meditation event has been successfully canceled. Your refund has been requested, and the refund status is succeeded. So that's pretty good. That's very good. That means everything is successful. And if I go over here again, I can't see the upcoming events because it's already canceled. It's in the canceled status, right? If I go over here and try to attend this again, so it doesn't make sense for you to try to attend again when you have already canceled that. So let's see what happens. We found out because this is a paid event, right? That means we are not doing the RSVP until we make the payment. So therefore, it take you to payment directly. So that's not good. Let's go to RSVP event footer component. And here, if the event has caused, it takes you directly over here. So this is wrong. So we need to make a decision here. We can only allow user to cancel the event and cancel the RSVP. So previously, when we tried to cover that case, so what did we do? First of all, the event has to exist. Secondly, the user has to already RSVP'd, right? So this, see here, this wouldn't be satisfied this condition, right? And then it's going to return back from here, return false. So based on event ID and user ID, if there's already RSVP exists, then this should return false, right? So even it's canceled, the record, we didn't delete the record. We just updated to be canceled. So this wouldn't be satisfied. So what I think I need to do is to create another method inside this RSVP event service here, and I'm going to just have a boolean here and let's call it can RSVP event. Yes, I can use this, and then I'm going to pass in the event ID, right, the email, and then it's going to basically cover logic over here. So I'm going to extract this out and paste it over here, and this is going to be an async method. So async task, and then eventually here we're going to return true. So context, we're going to use this context, create a new context here, okay? And then over here, I'm going to say can RSVP, right? I'm going to call this, and if not, I'm going to return false. So that's good. And we can use the same thing for the attending process. So let's go over here. So here, are you sure you want to RSVP the event? And we need to make sure that it is actually, you're able to RSVP. So RSVP event service, can RSVP event. We pass in let's delete the continue with code. Okay. And we're going to pass in the email. Do we have the base component over here? So what do we use for getting email inside? So see, this is the footer component, right? This is the component where we wanted to show up. If we inherit from the base component, I don't know what's going to happen. Okay. Base component. And then we need to override one thing. Let's go down over here. Let's override should clear section content. And we're going to say false because the base component by default is true, right? So when I say false, allowing the footer to be displayed. So now, of course, we have access to the user email. I say based user email, and then the event ID should be right here. Okay, so underscore event ID, and we're gonna await it. When I say if can proceed, then we allow it to proceed. All right, let's try again. I think we got one error here. Where's the error? I saw one error. Let me build again and we'll see the error. Okay, we have this user ID thing. This is missing. That's because we extracted this method out. And this part, we actually don't need the user ID, right? We don't need the user ID. So we need to move it right back over here under the context. So we do need the context, which represents the database to get the user. Okay, so now it's good. Another thing is under here, right? This is the place where we try to attend. If this is false, which means that if we cannot RSVP the event, right? So we need to display some messages to the user. Otherwise, nothing is going to be happening and it's pretty confusing. So right here, I believe we added some message component. So this is the footer component. I remember we do have this error message. Okay, so we didn't use the message component, but we do have this error message variable here. So we can assign something, right? So here, cannot RSVP for this event. Yeah, we can provide this generic error message and then the user will need to figure out why this is happening. All right, let's give it a try. I still have an error here, user ID. Oh, we do need the user ID here. In this case, let's use email. Do we have email here? Oh, we don't have email. Yeah, we only have user ID. Okay, that's too bad. We have to duplicate this code. We need to get the contact database twice just for this. We could worry about performance, but I usually don't want to worry about performance issues until there's an indication that this is going to affect performance. And then we can extract something out, right? This definitely can be fixed, but I don't want it to be, I prioritize readable code to performance enhanced code. So this is more readable, so I'm sticking to this. Okay, so let's run again. Still have error. Oh, so this is the other error that we need to do the cleaning. And I don't know why, right after I install this new Visual Studio on this new computer, I have this issue. And there's nothing wrong with my code. It's just I need to clean it. And then after that, I do need to do a .NET build. So this is basically, I believe this is restoring all of the packages and should be okay now. I'm gonna run it and see everything succeeded.
there's only one project succeeded, but there's only one project in the solution. Okay, so we go over here. Remember, we already have a RSVP record in our database for this user and this event. So now if I try to attend it again, so let me actually run this database query so that you know that I'm talking about this record, right? This record, we already have this record. And the reason why we don't see it under our manage whatever. Oh, so I was looking at the wrong table. Okay, let's go to the other one. Let's query. I'm referring to this record, right? This record, and this one has a refund succeed. So we already paid, but we were refunded, and the status of the RSVP is canceled. So there's a canceled RSVP. Therefore, we shouldn't be able to attend. Okay, so let's try to attend. Click on yes. This is still going. So we got to debug why this is happening. Let's go over here, run the debug. Okay, go over here, try to attend, click on yes, and let's step inside. So can RSVP the event? We're gonna get the user ID, and so we're gonna grab the event. If the event doesn't exist, it's gonna return false. But in this case, it does exist, and then we're gonna query the event ID, user ID, email. Oh, the email is passed in, the wrong email is passed in. So let's go back. Base.user email is empty. So it's probably because something wrong in the cookie. So let's make sure we log out and log back in, right? We're gonna log out and we log back in with the user, and we should have the email in it, right? And here we have a breakpoint. So I'm gonna attend, hit the breakpoint, and let's check the user. Still empty. Why is that? Continue. Is authenticated is false. Authentication state is null. Did we derive from it? So we did derive from the base component, which is our component, right? This is our component, and on initialize, we should be going this process. Set a breakpoint there and see what's actually happening here. So this breakpoint is triggered many times because many components are actually using it or deriving from it. We do have authentication state, and this is true. Another one. This is true as well. Another one. This is true as well. And another one. This is all true. So true. Now it's trying to load this page and load it. No, not yet. This is also true. It's true. So everything is true. I don't know why. So if I click on this attend button and then click on yes, now the user email is false. So what is this base? It is base component. That's very interesting. Let me set a breakpoint here outside. Okay, let's continue. Let's remove this breakpoint and continue. And we need to go back, go to the event, and then click on attend. So from outside, let's see. We still don't have it. I did inherit. Why do I have this authentication state? Okay, so I have authentication state because I wanted to log in. Since we already derived from base component, so we don't even need to use this. All right, let's comment this code out. I can even comment this out. And then over here, I'm gonna check the base is authenticated, right? So if it is already authenticated, if it's not authenticated, then I'm gonna show this dialog. Let's run without debug. All right, so let me test this. So going to attend, and then it shows me this. So this dialog works, right? And if I log in first and then go to meditation event, try to attend again. Okay, so this doesn't work. For some reason, this inheritance doesn't work. I can choose to troubleshoot, but another way is to actually just use the authentication state provider inside it. Oh, I already injected this. Why do I have all of these? Maybe it was because of this injection. I don't need this. It's not being used here. Let's delete this and let's delete that. I'm suspecting it because I injected things and maybe messed it up. I don't know. Now I have already logged in. So if I attend, it still says I'm not logged in. That's very weird. I don't have the time to actually troubleshoot this. So let's try to get authentication, the claim from the cookie, from authentication state in here. So I'm going to get it from here, get the authentication state provider, do this. Okay, so inside here, I need to get a user email. So I'm gonna actually remove this because it's not working for me. And let's remove this as well. And now we just need to get the user email.
So how do we get the user email in the base? We just basically follow the same approach. So let's go to shared folder. Where is that? Base component. And then we're going to get the user email like this. Let's copy this. So var email equals this. And then we're going to pass this email in here. Okay, now let's set a breakpoint in here and then run it in debug mode. Okay, I'm already logged in. I have a cookie there. Go inside, go out, go inside, go out. I was trying to look at this bar here because it was showing. I'm not worried about it because this application wasn't shut down. So that's why it could be because of there's some status there still hanging on. A meditation event, click on attend, and then I have my breakpoint triggered. Let's see whether I can read my email out. Okay, I get the email and then I'm going to remove this breakpoint. Okay, and I'm going to cancel it again and click on attend and it asks me again. I say yes. So now let's see whether I'm allowed to. Now it says I cannot RSVP for this event. Yeah, this is correct because I've already did it. It's not showing right here. It's not showing right here. That's because we need to do a state has changed, right? Because this is happening within the Lambda expression, right? This is not going to automatically rerun the component. So let's run without debug now. Everything seems to be correct. And let's go inside here and do attend, click on yes. And it says cannot RSVP for this event, right? So this is a correct behavior. What I would do is we will test this whole thing again. So how do I do that? I'm going to delete from the RSVP table. Okay, there's only one record, so I'm going to delete everything. And now I'm going to do the RSVP first. I'm going to do RSVP this event. Actually, what I would do is I'm going to test this free event first because we have a pass to go there and we haven't actually tested. So this one doesn't require the refund. So it should be immediate. And it says your RSVP event has been canceled, right? This is canceled and you don't see it. Right now, if you go in here and try to attend, it's going to tell you you cannot do it. So this is the correct workflow. Now, if I go over here to attend this event that has a price, then again, it says I cannot. Why? I probably didn't run the RSVP statement properly. So let's delete that and let's query this. We have no RSVP. And then let's stop this and rerun it. Let's go to this event and let's try to attend this. Click on yes. Now it takes me to make payment. I'm going to make payment. Select this and I'm going to use Visa. Click on pay. All right, I've paid. Now, if I go over here and try to attend it again, it says I cannot because I've already attended this event, RSVP for this event, but I can cancel the RSVP, right? I can click on yes, and then it says your RSVP for the event meditation has been successfully, your refund has been requested, the refund status is succeeded. So it looks correct, right? And now if I try to RSVP again, it displays this error message. Everything looks correct, and that's all for this video.
In this video, we're going to create a transaction log functionality, which is going to be accessed by event organizers so that they can see a list of transactions within a certain date range so that they can see how much money they made and the detailed transactions. And for that purpose, first of all, we need to create a transactions entity, which is going to be in turn creating a transactions database table within SQL Server. So let's go ahead and go to this entities folder and try to create a transaction entity. And of course, we're going to just call it transaction. First of all, it's going to have a primary key. It's trying to generate this thing for me. But just looking at this, I don't think I will accept most of that. So I'm just going to start typing my own property here. So first of all, I'm going to have a transaction ID. Right? And then we will have a RSVP ID. So this is going to be used as a foreign key to refer to, because every time you have a transaction, you will have a RSVP. Only RSVP will generate a transaction. Because RSVP, you can cancel the RSVP, which creates a refund transaction. Right? And you can RSVP itself creates a charge transaction. So we have two types of transactions. We have charge transactions. We have refund transactions, right? And those ones will be related to RSVP. So therefore, we're referring to the RSVP record by the primary key of the RSVP table. So this is going to be a foreign key. And then we will store the payment date. So I'm going to say date time, and then I'm going to just call it payment date. Right, so payment also includes unpayment, which is refund. Right, so I'm just going to call it payment date. And then we will have amount. So decimal is a good data type for storing amount. And of course, we will have, I don't want to have a payment method. I can have a transaction type. And then we'll store also status. Status is already stored within RSVP, but we have two columns. One is the payment status. The other one is refund status. So I think it is okay to have a tiny little bit duplication here to store status over here so that we are clear for each transaction what the status is. And then finally, we will have a RSVP navigation property here, right? So we can have RSVP, and then we just navigate to the RSVP entity. So here, our RSVP is created as a virtual property here, right? We don't have to use virtual because if we are planning to use lazy loading, do we actually need to use virtual? Otherwise, we don't have to use virtual. And if we are seeing that one property that is needed for lazy loading purpose, then we can come here and modify it so that it becomes a virtual navigation property. So we have transaction, and this is good. Now we need to go to RSVP in order to create a navigation property back to the transaction table, right? To transaction entity. So over here, I'm going to create, we can say navigate back to transactions. Let's see, it generates this for me, and this is good. I can have a question mark here. It is okay that if it's empty. All right, so this is good. Now, once we have the transaction entity added, we need to go to application DB context to configure it, right? First of all, here we will have a new DB set that represents a table, database table. So this is going to be the transaction table, and call it transaction. Now, add the, and over here, we can say model builder, not common, but transaction, and it has one RSVP. And why is it? So it says transaction doesn't have a definition for RSVP. I thought we created one. Oh, RSVP. Maybe we can just change it to RSVP, and this will solve the problem. Come back over here. This should be gone in a while. Okay, now it's gone. So with many transactions. So R goes to transactions and then has foreign key RSVP ID. So this is good. Okay, so now we're done with the entity framework core side of things. Now we can use the transactions table in order to record the transaction. One of the places we record transaction, actually we have two places. One is cancel, the other one is making payment. Cancel is right here, right? So we can go to cancel over here. And then within this method, cancel RSVP async here, right, we can add something right here within this if statement. So only when we have a event that actually has a ticket price do we actually need to have the transactions. Otherwise, it's just a free event that doesn't have any money transaction, right? So here we can create a transaction, right? And we can call it transaction. So new transaction, and then we're gonna have RSVP ID, which refers to the RSVP. So now it generates something for me. I'm gonna accept it and then examine it. Okay, so amount is RSVP event ticket price value. That's why it doesn't like it, right? But this is going to be a negative amount, so I'm going to add a minus sign over here to negate it. And then we will have the payment date. Payment date is actually right now. In this system, we're not using UTC time, but if you're creating a event management system that can be used across different time zones, then of course you try to choose to use UTC. I just don't want to deal with the complexities of UTC, and then you have to, according to different culture and different settings within your browser, display the time differently. So I don't want to get into that part of the complexity. I want to show the core functionalities of a Meetup system, right? Event management system, and more or less making this system full featured. But something like dealing with time zones, I don't want to be included in here. Okay, now transaction type. We have refund and we have charge. Following the pattern that we have been using, the convention, we are using this shared helper here. But of course, like I mentioned several times, that it might be easier to just not only easier, but better to use enumeration. Nevertheless, we already started using this shard to store some hard-coded string. We can continue doing that. So over here, I'm gonna create another one, and this is going to be called transaction. This is going to be transaction type, not transaction type, but transaction type dash charge. So this is going to be a charge transaction, and this is, I'm going to just call it charge. Okay, and then we will have a refund, and now it's smart enough to know that. Now let's scroll down over here, and we will have transaction type charge, and the second one is transaction type refund. So that's pretty good. Now let's go back to cancel, and here we're not going to use hard-coded refund, but we're going to use it through shared helper here. So this is a refund transaction, and the status will be from the refund object status. So once we have the transaction object created, we're going to save that into context.transactions DB set, right? We're going to add that to the DB set. And then we're going to invoke the save changes in order to actually add the transaction into the database table. So we completed this cancel part of the functionality. Now we have making payment. Okay, so cancel is right here, and then we have making payment. So this making payment success component is going to be actually triggered by the browser, because once the Stripe finishes the payment, then it's going to redirect to this URL. And this is where we're actually trying to finish the RSVP process. And right now, before we change anything, we're hitting this URL. So what is this URL? This URL is a RSVP event endpoints that we created right here. Yesterday, when I was preparing for today's video, I have gone through this whole process and had several hours of pain dealing with this. So essentially, the pain that I was having is if I try to reuse this functionality. First of all, this endpoint was created for only one single purpose, is because we're using vertical slice architecture. I didn't want to just share the RSVP event service between the RSVP and the payment, right? See, the RSVP event service is a core service, one of the core services that are actually being accessed by multiple different slices. The first slice is RSVP event itself. The second slice is making payment, because once you make the payment, you need to RSVP, right? So in order to avoid sharing the RSVP event service, right, by strictly following the vertical slice architecture. Remember, this is actually the first time I'm trying to use vertical slice architecture, right? That's why I'm making this video. One of the reasons I'm making this whole series of video to show you the pain that I experience. Now, this RSVP event service needs to be shared, but I want to also follow vertical slice architecture. That's why I found this compromise that I thought it's a good compromise. I thought I could just use API endpoints, right? And this can be used by the RSVP event service slice itself, as well as making payment. And that's what we did in the past. And I was thinking it was actually a smart way to do it. But then yesterday, when I was preparing for today's work, this becomes such a pain. Because you see, let's go back to payment success component over here. So here, I'm navigating to that URL, and then that URL, which is the endpoints, right? The minimal API endpoints, is going to handle the whole work. And I don't expect anything to come back from here. But we have transactions. What does it mean? It means that I need to know the RSVP ID now in order to create a transaction record. But this navigate to, it basically just navigate to there, it doesn't return anything. So I thought, okay, let's actually change this so that it actually returns the RSVP ID. And then in order to actually grab that response from the minimal API, I also needed to change this payment success component to instead of just navigate to the endpoint, I'm trying to trigger it with HTTP client. Just like you trigger any web API endpoint. I ran into severe problems where, in this endpoint, I need to access emails, I need to access different information in the cookie. But once you use a client, you lose all of that. In order to preserve, in order to still have the email claims, all of the claims information, you have to use Navigation Manager. But now that I use client, I lose all of that information. And also, this itself has a security concern, right? So that's why we added this require authorization. And then once you use the client, this require authorization basically just take you to Google account and it asks you to log in. So your attempt to trigger this minimal API endpoint through the client is always going to fail. First of all, you have to remove this require authorization. Otherwise, it's going to just return HTML. What is that? It's just Google account login page, right? So once you remove that, and then you will realize that the cookie doesn't work. So I went through this whole pain and eventually I thought, why don't we just share this RSVP event service? Why don't we just drag this into the services folder under the share folder here? Although this is vertical slice architecture, but those core functionalities that are being used in multiple slices should be shared. Otherwise, we're creating something very impractical, right? So that's what I want to mention today, and that's what I did yesterday for preparing today's video. So instead of continuing using this event endpoint, I removed it, and then I just dragged this one to the shared services folder, and then everything becomes easy. You gotta make sure you only share the services that have to be shared, right? Those services that are actually being used in different slices. And you have to also make sure that it's not just getting one value from database, right? In our RSVP event service, it's quite complicated. It is doing a lot of things. So in this case, it's worth it to actually share it. If you're just getting something from database, you can just use entity framework code to get it. So literally, it's not actually duplicating your code. Right? You just pull the data from the database. So in that case, I don't think we need to share it. For example, if you just want to grab an event, right? You just want to get event. So this code, these 2 lines of code, if you want to do it in a different slice, you can just do it, right? Don't need to worry about duplication. Don't have to share this view event service. But for something that is complicated, involves different steps, but also shared between different slices, then I think it makes sense to actually share, to be shared in the shared folder, not just hold it within the slice. Okay, so therefore, what we're gonna do here today is, first of all, we're gonna drag this thing into the services folder, and then I'm gonna say okay to modify the namespaces, adjust namespaces. I say yes. Okay, so that's good. That's one thing. And secondly, I don't need this RSVP event endpoint anymore. But we're going to keep this here for a little while because you see that after the process, we need to redirect the user to different places. I just need to remember these different places so that I can implement them in those 2 different slices. Okay, let's keep this file in here for a little while, and then later we're going to delete this. Okay, now let's go back to our payment success component. So we're going to change this to use the shared RSVP endpoint in order to do the RSVP. So we're going to remove this line because we are not going to use the endpoint anymore. So what are we going to do here? First of all, we need to RSVP, right? Because this is the page when the payment is finished. The payment is made. Stripe redirects us back to this URL. And first of all, we need to RSVP and create the RSVP record, right? And once we have this record, we will have a RSVP ID. And once we have the RSVP ID, then we can record a transaction, right? We can record a transaction. Now, we just need to use the RSVP event service to actually do the RSVP. So we need to come over here and just inject the RSVP event service like this. And I'm going to come over here and use it. So I'm going to call the RSVP event async method, and we need to pass in the event ID. Here we have the event ID, but it's in string, so we will need to do a parsing. So event ID, and then this one requires the email. So for email, we need to grab it from our base component, not base page, base component, and base component. Why it says that? Let's NET. Okay, so there's a typo here. Now it's much better. Then we can say base user email. Okay. The third one is the payment ID, which we can grab from session. So session, the payment intent ID, and then the last one is the payment status. So again, we can say session and payment status. Okay, so now this one is a async method. We're going to use the await keyword, and we're going to grab the RSVP ID from it. So we have the RSVP ID from this method. Let's go into that to confirm. So this RSVP actually doesn't return us the RSVP ID. So we need to change this to give us the RSVP ID. So first of all, we're going to change the return type to integer, and then we're going to return 0 if we cannot RSVP. And if we can RSVP, then here we're going to return RSVP record and the ID, which is the RSVP ID. So here, after saving the changes, we will have this RSVP ID populated within this object, right? So therefore, we can return the RSVP ID from here. So now let's go back. Now we're returning RSVP ID here, okay? And all we have to do is to test it first. So if RSVP is greater than 0, which means that we have succeeded doing the RSVP. And then, first of all, here, we need to record the transaction. So how do we record the transaction? This is going to be similar to what we did in the cancel, but we don't want to directly create the transaction object and then use the from core here. So we want to use it within the service. So we are under making payment service. Therefore, we are going to create another method inside this service here, and we can call it record transactions, right? So let's see whether it can help us to generate this record transaction thing. Let's say I'm going to record transaction by providing RSVP ID and payment status. So let's see whether it can generate something for me, but it doesn't do anything. Let's start typing. Sometimes when you start typing, it starts to react. So we're going to return whether it's successful or not. So record transaction async, and we're going to pass in the RSVP ID as well as the payment status. It doesn't generate the code for me today, so we will have to do the work ourselves. First of all, we need to grab the context by using the context factory, and I'm going to say create DB context. Now we need to grab the RSVP record, right? So RSVP equals await context RSVPs, and we need to have the event because we want to grab the ticket price from the event object. So therefore, when we want to say include, and we're going to say R goes to our event, and we need to grab it by using first async, and then I'm going to say R goes to r.rsvp equals to the RSVP ID. So now if RSVP is not now, and at the same time RP.event is not now, and at the same time RP.event.ticket price has value, and if all of that is true, we finally have to make sure that the ticket price value is actually greater than 0, which means that we have a ticket price, right? We have a ticket price, and this is when we want to record the transaction. So we're going to come over here, we're going to say transaction, and transaction equals new transaction. So this is going to be similar to what we did in the cancel. We need to store first of all. So there is a problem here. I think this is because this is in the system.transactions names, right? This is not what we want here. So it automatically imported this one, what we want in the entities here, right? So it is this meetup. Let's go over here and replace this with our own. Now, if we come down, we should be fine now. So we have, first of all, RSVP ID. This is going to be equal to RSVP ID that we have from the parameter here. And then we have payment date, which is right now. And then the amount is going to be from the ticket price. And then we have transaction type. And for this particular transaction type, it's going to be shared helper charge, right? This is a charge transaction type. And then the status comes from the payment status parameter. Okay, so now we have the transaction record right in here. And we're going to use context transactions, right? We add to the collection. Once we add to the collection, we can then save it. Await context save changes. And at the very end over here, we want to return true. Actually, is there a need to return true or false from here? Probably not. So let's actually change this one to return nothing. So let's go back to the place where we actually use it. This is going to be in the payment success component right here, right? So if RSVP ID is greater than 0, then first of all, we are going to use the make payment service, and we're going to record the transaction by providing the data here. And it's complaining because the automatically generated thing isn't working. We don't need all of these parameters. We just need the RSVP ID and the status. Now the REST query line is gone. So finally here, what are we going to do? Remember, still keeping this RSVP endpoints, right? So this endpoint, if it's successful, it's going to take the user over here. So I'm going to copy this and then come back over here. So remember, this is payment success. Payment success also involves the RSVP, right? So we RSVP'd, we record the transaction, and then we're going to take the user to the same place. Of course, over here, I don't have the context and response object. I'm going to use Navigation Manager, which is actually easier, right? Navigation Manager, navigate to, and we're going to go to this place. So here I don't have user ID, but I can access the user ID from the base class here. Okay, so this is good. So if we don't actually have the RSVP ID, then where are we going to go? We're going to go to the error page. So Navigation Manager, and we take the user to RSVP-error. So let's re-examine the RSVP-error page, which is right here, takes a event ID. So we need to pass in that event ID. So I'm going to use string interpolation, and then I'm going to add a slash and add the event ID right here. So this is going to be good. And the recording transaction, the comment is right here, but I need to move the comment up. Okay, so this is good, right? This is good. So we completed the two places. The first one is the cancel, right? When we cancel, we record the transaction. And then when we successfully make the payment, then we also record the transaction, right? We record the transaction right here. Now, there is another place that we need to change, which is this RSVP event footer component. Because if you scroll down here, remember that we are going to actually remove this RSVP, what do you call this? This RSVP endpoint, right? So this has to be changed by using the shared RSVP event service. So let's remove that. And then now we can dependency inject the RSVP event service is already here. Okay, we don't need to dependency inject anymore, and we just need to use it. So I'm going to say if RSVP event service RSVP event async, and then we provide _ event ID, and then provide the email. Okay. If this one, remember, this one now returns. So let's go over here. It returns the RSVP ID now. We just changed that. This REST query line is because we forgot to use await. So if this is true, if this is greater than 0, then we're going to redirect the user to the place where we actually did it right here, right? We redirect the user to here. Otherwise, we redirect the user to RSVP-error. So let's go back over here and paste it. Okay. Now this user ID, we don't have the base class in the footer component, but we do have the user ID somewhere. Where is our user ID? We don't have the user ID. Okay. We need to grab the user ID here. Now it's actually generated for me. So we have the user ID from the claims. So we're grabbing the user ID from the authentication state, and then we use it here, which is perfect. Now here also, let's go back to payment success. Let's copy this thing over, okay, and paste it right here. So if we fail to RSVP, then we need to display this. But where is the event ID, right? The event ID is right here in the event object, and then we say event ID. Okay, so everything is done. Everything is done here. Now it's time to actually remove this endpoint and say bye to this. It was invention that I created. I was actually pretty happy about it, but then now it turned out to be wrong. So it's just a struggle of using the vertical slice architecture. It has its pros and cons, right? And at the end of the entire series, the entire project, I'm going to review what I feel about the architecture. But at this point, let's continue. So we have completed some work. We completed the work of recording transaction once we make a payment or refund. Now, since we have transaction records, now we need to display the transaction records for organizers. So therefore, we are going to create a new slice, and we can call this view transactions, right? View transactions. So let's go to the feature folder, And then let's create a new folder and we're going to call it view transactions. Okay. And now I'm going to actually go in here and copy the name. And then I'm going to create a user component and let's call it view transactions component. Okay. This is going to be a page component. So page directive is the first thing. And because this is a organizer only page, right? So I'm going to start with /org. Because so far, all of our organizer only pages are using this URL pattern /org. Here, I'm going to say org/transactions. And do I need to provide the user ID? I don't, because I can get the user ID from the base class, right? So therefore, I'm going to inherit from the base component. Now AI kicks in. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But anyhow, what about what do you call this? Maybe let's just call it your transactions. Right, you can call it anything. I'm just coming up with this name. It may not be perfect, but let's try to use it. Okay. Now, inside here, we want to have a container. We're using Bootstrap, right? So I'm going to say bootstrap.container, and then we can have a margin on the top, making a space between the title and the container. Okay. Now, inside here, what I want first is to actually have let's try to use AI to generate something. Let's see what it can generate, right? Because I want to use the start date and end date of the event in order to actually filter the transactions. Not the start date of the end date of the event, actually the start date and end date of the transaction in order to filter the transactions, right? I'm going to say create a row containing a filter for begin date and end date. This filter is used to filter out transactions. So I'm going to comment this, right? So Control KC to create a comment, and then I hit enter and see what it generates, right? So it generates something. Let's review this. The problem with this AI generation is that it always forgot to close it. Maybe this is on purpose. And what is going on here? Why it's, because we don't have a begin date and we don't have an end date. That's the problem. So let's first of all create those dates. So date time, and then we have a begin. Okay, so using uppercase here. So let's use uppercase. So we have begin date, and let's initialize the begin date actually. So let's say date time today at month. So because this is for transactions, you want to show 1 month at least by default. That's why I'm defaulting it to 1 month ago, right? And then we will have end date, which is today. And so automatically generate. This is pretty good, right? So we have begin date, we have end date, and then we filter transactions. So what's this for? Okay, so this is just a method. So let's create this method. I don't know whether this is going to be a void or something. Let's use void first. Okay, so this is good. And let's review the markup and see whether this is good or not. So we have a empty4. This is good. Align items, form label, begin date, start date, form control. Looks pretty good. It looks pretty good to me. Okay, so we have this within the container. Now, the second part of the container is going to be containing transactions. So first of all, we will have a a list of transactions, right? So we are not going to have transaction view model because we don't allow users to actually manually enter transaction. So we can just use transaction. This is transaction as well. So we have this transaction over here, right? And we are going to go over here and say if transactions is not now, and at the same time, if transactions count is greater than 0, then we can have something. So again, I can use AI to help me. I'm going to say create HTML table to display transactions with end footer. What is it trying to say? The table should have the columns. Okay, so it's trying to generate some details. I want to display event title, amount, yes, and I want to display transaction type, status, and I want to display payment date. Actually, the amount is going to be at the last column. Okay, now I'm going to comment this, Control KC, and then I'm going to hit enter to see what it generates. Okay, it generates me a table. Again, I need to manually close it myself. Okay, and I see event title. I'm gonna just call it event, and then amount is the last one, which is pretty good. And then we have transaction type, status, payment date. That's pretty good. And then we have this loop transactions. Well, this is because I'm using uppercase here. I'm going to change the ones to lowercase. Okay. And then change the ones to lowercase as well. And we don't have event title. We have RSVP. And then we have within RSVP, we have event. And then we have title, and then transaction status and the payment date. Should I use this format? That's fine. We can use this format. And then amount. That's fine. This all look pretty good, right? And then I want to have a footer as well. Oh, the footer already generated for me, but it's not complete. But this is fine. This is fine. I'm going to just change it. Total amount. Okay. I need a total amount, and then transactions dot, I'm going to do a summary of transaction T goes to T amount. That's correct. And this is all correct. Okay. And then I'm going to close the TR, and then I'm going to close the footer. So T foot, that's good. All right. Now, when I filter transactions, what do? So I need to get all of the transactions based on user ID, which is the organizer ID, and then the start date and the end date. So because of that, I'm going to create a service for this particular slice here. So I'm going to add a class, and then I'm going to call it view transactions service CS. Okay, within this, I need to use database to do the query, right? So I will inject the DB context factory for application DB context. And then this is going to be context factory. I'm doing control.on to initialize the field. And now I'm going to, it's already generating this for me. So let's see whether this is good enough or not. Get transactions, because I have multiple filters. I have the organizer ID, and then I have datetime, right? And then I have the begin date, and I also have the end date. Okay, let's take a look at the code here that is generated directly for me. So we get the context, that's okay. And then we have transactions, getting transactions by using DB context here. So we are including RSVP, yes, because we're trying to pull out some information from RSVP, including the event information, right? So we are including RSVP, and then within RSVP, there is a navigation property that points to the event. So therefore, we were saying that R, which refers to a record of RSVP, it goes to R event. So we're including RSVP from transaction, and then we're including event from RSVP. And now we're providing some conditions here. So we're saying that RSVP.user_ID, well, we're not limiting the user ID of the RSVP. We're limiting the event. So it's not that. It should be t.rsvp event.organizer ID. And then this equals to the organizer ID in the parameter. And also, we're filtering by the payment date. So I'm going to say payment date is greater or equal to the start date, the begin date, and also the payment date is less or equal to the end date. Remember, this end date is passed in through the filter, is through the filter section, and that one has a date, right? It has a date of today's date, but today's date doesn't include today's date. When you generate it, it's going to be like it only, right? Date only. So it doesn't have the time. The time will be 000, which means this is the beginning of today. And then if we use this, it's going to exclude whatever that has happened within today, right? So therefore here, I need to add 1 day to the end day. We need to do this. And then we can run the toList to get the transactions, and we're returning the transaction, right? Now we're going to take this and go to program.cs. I'm going to do control comma and then program.cs. Right, we go over here, and then we are going to inject this, add transient. That's it. So now we can close this and try to use this view transaction service to filter. We go to the top, and we're going to say inject the view transaction service, and then we go to the bottom over here. We're going to say transactions equals to, we already have the transactions variable defined here, and we're going to say view transaction service.get transactions async. So this is async method, right? So therefore we can add a wait over here, and then the parameter is first of all the organizer ID. So who is the organizer? It's the one that is using this
page, right? The one that is using this page or viewing this page. And having said that, we need to limit the access to this page. Okay, and we're gonna say attribute, and we're gonna use the authorize attribute, not automapper, but authorize, and then it's red squiggly line. That's why we need to import namespace. So control dot import name, and the first parameter is policy. It's not first parameter, but we need to specify the first parameter because this is a organizer, right? Organizer only. Let me see. I'm gonna do a search, make sure I'm spelling it correctly. Okay, so this is organizer only. So there's no typo here, and only organizers can access this particular page, right? So the person who logs into this page and viewing this page is the organizer. So we are getting transactions for that particular organizer. We can say base dot user ID, but this is a string. So the parameter of this method requires a integer. So I'm gonna parse this, and then we're gonna provide the begin date, right? And then we're gonna provide the end date. So that's all of the parameter. That's why it's still saying the await keyword. Oh, okay, this is because of didn't provide it as an async method. Now it is okay. We have our transactions, and the transactions will be displayed over here if there is any transaction. It will be displayed over here. We're showing a footer, and then we're using this transactions a link to summarize transactions. And that's basically all the things we need to implement, right? So all we did is actually pretty simple. We declared the transactions object. We defined the transactions table that corresponds to the entity. Then we use model builder to specify a relationship. After that, we just need to go into cancel RSVP to record the transaction. After making payment is successful and RSVP is successful, we need to record the transaction, right? We record transaction in both the refund scenario and making payment scenario. At the end, we will need to display a new slice, view transactions. Right now, I think we're not done yet. We need to also display a button. This is similar to the become organizer component. If we search become, you will see that it's being used right here in the main layout, become organizer component. In the top bar, we can display my transactions. For that purpose, we're going to create another user component here. This is going to be view transactions button component. I'm going to delete this title here. What we need to do is similar to become organizer. We're going to display this area here, and we only display it if the current logon user is actually a organizer. So we can basically copy this whole thing, paste it over here, and we don't need a navigation manager. We don't need any logic here. We just need to bring the user to transactions page, and then I say my transactions, and then I can just say view transactions button component. I can use it in the main layout there, main layout here. So this is going to be, maybe we can just place it right here. I don't know exactly where we should place it, but view transactions button component. I'm gonna remove this and then just close this and then do a control dot to import a namespace on the top and import it over there. Now let's run the application and see what happens. Okay, there's a build error. We have this, because we removed the RSVP endpoints, now we need to remove it over here. Now if we run it and it still has error, this time we're missing a semicolon over here. That's fine. Let's add the semicolon. Let's run it again. Okay, now our application is trying to run. All right, our application is running. We don't see the button over here because, first of all, I haven't logged in it. Secondly, whether I'm a organizer or not, it doesn't really know. So let me try to, first of all, log in as a regular user. Okay, now I'm not an organizer and this view transactions thing is not here. And let's go to our database. Let's take a look at the tables. So we do have a record here, right? And it's a cancel. This is in the RSVP. Now, I haven't even run the migration yet. It's not gonna work. So let's actually run migration first. Let's go to Package Manager console, add migration, and then I say add transactions table.
Okay, try to add that. And it says build fail. Let's see what happened here. I was having this define static websites, web assets. I think somewhere in my application, there's a duplicate resource, but I'm not able to locate it. So I'm going to just use this .NET. I found that I don't actually need to use .NET Clean. I can just use .NET Build and it's going to work. So hopefully it's going to work. I'm going to do the add migration again. And then you can see that build actually succeeded. All right, now I'm going to do a update database. So update dash database is going to use the latest migration to update the database. Okay, it's trying to run the migration. Now it should be there. Our new table, let's refresh and you will see we have the transactions table, right? So that's pretty good. But first of all, let me clean up the RSVP. So delete from RSVP. I'm going to run it. And the only record is, right, there's nothing in the RSVP. I'm already logged in as a, not running anymore. Okay, so I'm already logged in as a regular user and I'm going to go to, so we're concerned about transactions, which means that I need to use the event that has a price, right? And I'm going to attend and it says, are you sure you want to RSVP for this event? I'm going to say yes. And then I'm going to go through the payment process, select credit card and click on pay. Okay, now it redirects me back and I'm all of a sudden in the manage RSVP event page on this page, upcoming events, past events. All right. So if we do a search and we see that we have a RSVP and it says going, status is going, right? And payment status is paid, We don't have a refund, right? And now if I log out and log back in as the organizer of this event, I'm going to log out and I'm log in with Google. And then I'm going to select the organizer. And now I'm seeing my transactions button. This is pretty good. And then if I click on my transactions, I see this filter here and it goes back to 30 days. So April 22nd to May 22nd, and that's today's date. And if I click on filter, then I see this. There's something displayed right here. There's something. So I gotta clean it up, which is actually this one. So there is a, yeah, and this one displayed right here. And also let's count columns. So we have 1, 2, 3. We have the event, we have the event type, status, payment date, and amount. So we have 5. And here we have 5. And then this is 4. This is correct. Okay, everything looks correct. Let's do a hard reload. Hopefully the page is going to be refreshed. Okay, so that's correct. See, the last column is gone and the closing bracket is also gone. So we have this meditation event. This is a charge type of transaction. Status is paid and the payment date is this. Amount is $250. This is really good. So now let me log out. Okay, and I'm going to log in again as a regular user. Okay, and now if I go to manage my own meetup and then click on cancel RSVP and ask me to confirm, this is gonna cancel my stuff. And if I go over here, there's nothing left. There's no upcoming events, which means cancellation is done properly. Let's log out, log back in as a organizer of that particular event. And then I go to my transactions. I should be able to see 2 records now. So one is paid, one is refund, right? Refund succeeded. Charge is also paid, but it's the same user. Oh, you know what? I need to display the user information as well, right? So I have $250 and I have $250 minus, and total amount is 0. So here I need to display the user information. So for that, I need to, let's see which column. Event, transaction type, status, payment. Maybe let's call it paid by, or yeah, let's call it paid by. Just before the amount, here we have TD, but inside the transaction, right? And we have RSVP, right? We do have a username here. And let's try to use the username here if we can get it. But then here, this has to be changed column span to number 5. And of course, we need to change this method to include the user. So we can say dot then include, and here we can specify the user. So when we say then include, it's referring to event. So this user object doesn't exist anymore. So we will have to re-include RSVP, and then we're going to say then include user. Right? So this is much better. So let's try to run this again and see whether we can get everything correct. All right, let's filter. And now I do have my name included, and the total amount is correct because 250 plus minus 250 is 0. So I didn't make any money because the user has refunded and the refund succeeded. All right, that's everything I want to show you in today's video. I will see you in the next one. In this video, we're going to work on organizer reviews. This is one of the last functionalities we need to implement, because once the organizer hosts events, people would want to review the organizer, not reviewing the events, because the events will go in the past tense and will be passed, and nobody wants to see a review for something that happened in the past. So a review towards the organizer makes more sense. Now, you guys, throughout this process of building this project, you have seen me sometimes creating user interface before we do anything else. That's really because I don't necessarily have a requirement document for me. I don't have a design. I'm just creating this on the fly. When I do have a design, when I do have a functional design, use cases laid out for me, I tend to create the use cases, the services first, before we focus on the. But right now, we're just looking at the screen. We don't know where that review happens. So therefore, let's go ahead and try to create something so that we can use that as at least as a mock-up to see where the functionality is going to happen. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And what we want to do is to create a slice. And this slice, I'm going to call it View Organizer Reviews. Okay, so creating a new folder. And I'm going to say View Organizer Reviews. Okay. And in this slice, we're going to have a component. And this component is going to be placed on the View Event component. Right. So this one. Somewhere here on the top where we show, right now, we show the event title. We also need to show, I think above this HR element here, we want to show the name of the organizer and then the reviews from all of the other past users, past attendees. So we are going to then create reusable components that are page component for this slice. So let's go ahead and create a component, which is a reader component, and I'm going to call it average reviews component. So what do we call this? We call it View Organizer Reviews. View Organizer Reviews. Yeah, for this particular component, I'm not going to call it View Organizer Reviews because I'm thinking that View Organizer Reviews component is going to actually be a page component where you're going to target one single organizer and then you're going to see all of the reviews for that single organizer. But this reader component is going to be the one that is placed on the view event page where you see just the average reviews for that single organizer. Okay, let's go ahead and try to implement this thing. Because this is a reusable component, so we don't need to have a title or a page directive. So let's just go ahead and try to create whatever the visual is. I'm going to use Flexbox, right? Dflex. I'm going to say Dflex. And because I'm trying to align things properly, easily, I'm going to use, maybe this is not the correct class name. It should be align items, and I want it to be aligned at the center. And I also want to have a margin at the bottom. I'm going to use 2 and see how it looks like. Okay. And now I want to display the organizer name. So I can have a span to display it. And the font weight is going to be bold. And I'm going to create a margin at the end to the right hand side, because after that margin, right, because we have a name here and then we have a margin, after the margin is going to be the reviews, the average reviews. Okay, so that's why we have this. And now here we want to display the organizer's name. So what are we going to be passed into this? We're going to have a parameter, and as you can see, it always happens like this. Let me close the solution and reopen so that I can get, you can see the color coding back. Everything else that comes with it. So I'm going to have a organizer ID to be passed into this particular component here, and I don't need this initialization here. Now, once it is passed in, I'm going to override the on parameter set async. Right here, I'm going to use the organizer ID to grab the organizer. I'm going to do that. But of course, I'm going to have organizer declared here, and then this is going to be control dot to import the names. Here we're going to do the organizer, and this thing says that maybe let's comment this out. Let's finish our markup first. I have an organizer already, so here I can just say that organizer and then with question mark. If it's not there, the name is not going to be displayed. And after that, we're going to have another div. So inside this class, let's actually close the div first, right? And then we have a class, and again this is going to be a flex box, and we're going to again align to the center. So align items center, right? And within it, we want to show an average rating. So you see that it's already trying to do this for me. So let's accept it and then try to see whether this is acceptable or not. I don't think I'm going to have the title like this. I can just display the stars, 5-star, 4-star, whatever stars. I really don't need to have the title average rating there. Now I'm going to have a div instead of a span, and the class, I'm going to create my own CSS class, and I'm going to just call it stars. And within this, let's clear this up. I'm going to have to use for loop, and it's already trying to do this for me. So let's delete this and close it properly. Now it gives me a error. Okay, nothing, no error now. Okay, so it's going to loop from, not from 0, it's going to loop from 1 all the way to 5, okay, inclusive. And each time it loops through, it's going to create a star for me. This time it's a span, and let's close the span right here. Okay, let me minimize this Solution Explorer. We have another star class. Right? In addition to the stars class on the div, we have a star class. And then we're going to check whether the I is smaller or equal to the average rating. So therefore, we're going to have a average rating, and then this is going to be cleared. So if I is less or equal to the average rating, then this is going to be filled or selected. I'm going to call it selected. Okay. So this is another class. Basically, this is a class name. And this means that the star needs to be highlighted to become golden. Right? And otherwise, if it's greater, then there's no class. And in order to show the star, I'm going to just use a code here. So it's 9733. So this is going to be displayed as a star if I finish it with a semicolon here. Okay. All right. So this is good. We have a div here, and here we're going to have a link here. Okay. So this link, when user clicks on, is going to take the user to the actual page where it sees all of the reviews for this particular organizer. Okay, and again, I'm gonna have some class here. So margin at the beginning, and then we're gonna text mute. So this is gonna be read out text, and it goes to, I'm gonna give it a pass before we actually create it. So here we're gonna have the organizer ID here, right? And then the reviews. So this basically takes us to something about the organizer, right? And what is that about the organizer? It is reviews about the organizer. And then here we want to show the review count, like how many reviews do we have, right? So this is going to be similar to, you see, this is similar to Amazon, where you have the stars first, and then you have the number of reviews. Because if I say this is 5-star, but then there's only 1 review, right? It tells the fact, not the story. So that's why we not only want to display the stars, the average rating, but also want to show the users about how many reviews the organizer get. So I'm going to show not only the average rating, but also we're going to create another one, and we're going to say this is the total reviews. Okay, and we'll come over here and we say total reviews, and then we say reviews. Okay, now before we do anything about trying to load the information about the organizer, right, we need to place this on the view event component here, so which is this one, and then so that we can see how it looks like. So I'm going to say organizer average review component, and let's take away the namespace here, and then here let's import the namespace first, and then here we're going to pass in the organizer ID, which we do have inside actually we can just write this without the @ sign. The organizer ID is right here in the event, and then we just close it. Okay, so at this moment, we can try to run it and see how this thing looks like, because right now we don't have any reviews, and therefore it's going to be showing 0 count and then stars without anything. Okay, let's take a look. So this is incorrect. This is oh, that's why. That's the reason why this is showing like this, is because we didn't actually create a class for this yet. When I say class, I refer to the CSS styles, right? So let's actually go inside the www root and go inside apps CSS. The reason why I choose to create it here is because we are going to have multiple places where we want to have the stars going to be displayed, and therefore this is going to be shared. So I don't want to use CSS isolation where I have to duplicate the CSS styles here. So I'm going to say this is custom CSS for organizer ratings. Okay, and we want to have stars class. So this is applied at the outside, and the font size, we can say, let's say 18 pixels, and turn display as flex, and align items, right, to the center. And then for the single star, this is where we want to control the look and feel of a single star. I'm going to say color. So what you saw just now is black. You want to be light gray to highlight the fact that there's no reviews whatsoever. And then when the star is highlighted, it's already trying to generate this to me. Remember, I call it selected. I didn't call it filled. And then the color would be gold. Let's try to use gold. I don't know whether the color that it generated is better than mine, but I think this, right? This is just gold. Let's use gold. So now let's do a reload and see whether it picks up the style. Looks like it doesn't. So let's run it again. Hopefully it can now pick up the styles. See, it picks up the style now. The stars are grayed out and it shows 0 reviews, and I can click on this. Of course, it's gonna go to HTTP 404 because the page doesn't exist yet, but I like the look and feel. We can keep it right here. At this moment, what we need to do is actually we need to create the entities for storing the reviews, and so that here inside this component we just created, we can actually load the average rating and total reviews, right? So we're going to go ahead and do the actual work here. Let's go to data, go to entities, and we are going to create our organizer review component, not component, class here. And this is going to correspond to our database table. So let's call it organizer review. Okay, and here first of all it's going to have an ID, and it's trying to generate this to me. I'm going to accept it, and then we're going to customize it. So this is organizer review ID. I don't want to just call it ID. I just want to have this naming, but you can actually choose to just use ID, right? It doesn't really matter. Then review doesn't need to have name and descriptions. I'm going to delete all of that. And for the rating, I want to add a annotation here. I'm going to say range, and I'm going to do a control dot to import the data annotations namespace. And now I'm going to say minimum 1, the highest is 5. And of course, we can have a error message, and we can say that something like rating must between 1 and 5 stars, right? And do we want to have a date? Yes, we can have a date. I'm not going to deal with updating reviews. If you want, you can deal with that, but I'm not going to deal with that in this project. And the date, because I'm not dealing with update, so I'm just gonna say review date. Okay, so it's clear. And I'm not gonna use UTC. I'm gonna use just regular in the same time zone. I'm not gonna deal with, I explained this before. Okay, now what I also need, of course, other than the rating, I want to have not a description, but I'm gonna call it review text. So let's use prop and then string question mark, and I'm going to say review text. It's optional because the user can just provide the rating without the description, without the text, right? Next one is I'm going to connect this to a organizer. Actually, let's create it below here, and I'm going to say prop Oh, the organizer ID is right here. Okay, it's good. Organizer ID is here. So this is connecting to a organizer. And then we want to have, this is going to be, I'm going to use JSON ignore. So this is a navigation property and the type is actually user, right? And we don't have to do this. Now, we also need to connect this to the reviewer's user ID. Right, so let's have a reviewer user ID. Oh, we remove that semicolon there. And now we want to have another navigation property. And this is the reviewer, right? Reviewer user. That's good. And finally, we have the review date, but it's already here. So we have this organizer review entity created. Now this needs to be also linked to the user. Okay, so let's go over here to create the navigation properties here and let's minimize this. It's trying to generate something for me. Let's accept it. So organizer reviews, that's good. And this links to organizer review, right? So this links to the organizer. Now we're going to have another one which is similar. Let's copy and paste it. So instead of this is also organizer review, but I'm not going to call it organizer reviews. I'm going to call it reviews left by user. Right? This is reviews left by user because from a user, if the user is organizer, then it's going to go to this navigation property to find all of the reviews that belong to the organizer and that is reviewed to the organizer. Now, this navigation property is targeting a reviewer. So what are all of the reviews that are written by or provided by this particular user, this particular reviewer? And that's why I call it reviews left by this user. Or maybe let's call it reviews written. This is probably better. Okay, so we have all of this, and then we need to go ahead and try to work on this application DB context here, because here we're going to set up the relationship. Oh, before we set up relationship, of course, we got to add a DB set, which stands for a database table here, and it is about the organizer review, and we're going to call it organizer reviews. Now I'm going to go from middle because this is a many-to-many relationship. We're going to go from middle, right? And I'm going to say it has one. I'm going to say R goes to, so a review has one organizer. It has many organizer reviews from the user table. This is from the user side. That's why it says user organizer of the reviews. It has many organizer reviews. And then we set up the foreign key. The foreign key is the organizer ID. Now, we're going to do it again, but this time we pick up the reviewer side. And it says one review has one reviewer user. Yeah, that's what we called it. And one reviewer user has many reviews read and has a foreign key. And this foreign key is the reviewer user ID. So now we set up the many-to-many relationship here. Okay, that's good. Now let's go back to our slice where we didn't finish yet. So it's this one, right? Here, we will need to actually load the organizers, to load the organizer and the reviews. So because of that, let's go ahead and try to create a service that corresponds to the slice. And let's create a class. And this class follows the pattern of the name of the folder, which is the name of the slice, right? So call it view organizer reviews service. And of course, we want to dependency inject in the context factory. It is for application DB context, and this is going to be called context factory. Again, let's minimize this thing and do control dot to import namespace to initialize the field, and then go down over here. We need to first of all do a simple thing. We need to grab the user. So I'm going to say async task, and I'm going to return user and control dot to import the namespace here. And I'm going to say get user async. I actually get user by ID async, and that's pretty good. It's generating everything for me. And do I need to include all of this? No. This purpose of doing this is just to get the username. That's the only purpose there. Okay, so this is good. And this, you have seen this duplicated in different slices, and I have gone over this. I think it's fine to duplicate this because look at the code. We're basically just using Entity Framework Core. It's not that this method does anything and we can duplicate it. All of the functionality is already encapsulated inside the Entity Framework Core APIs, so we can just use it, right? We're not actually duplicating it because the functionality is not in the code that we are writing. Okay, so next function is we need to get the organizer's reviews. So public and, oh, it's already listening to me. Okay, so I get organizer reviews async and we pass in the organizer ID. And then it's trying to do this for me. This is correct. We're including the reviewer and we're loading the organizer based on ID. So why do we need to include the reviewer? So this is going to be actually a method that's going to be used in the future, right? We haven't actually created this yet because we're trying to load all of the reviews for this particular organizer, right? And we need to know which user actually wrote the review. We need to display the name of that user. That's why we're including the reviewer user, right? And then the next method is going to be more related to us, and this is trying to generate something. Let's see whether it works or not. So get reviews written by user async. This is not the one. I want to get organizer average ratings. So get organizer average ratings by organizer ID. And it's already started writing this for me. And get organizer average ratings, passing the ID, creating the context, that's good. And then it's trying to get, I can have a better way to do this, I believe so, right? So I want to first of all load the review count. Now I don't know what it is going to do something for me or not. If not, I'm going to start writing it. So I'm going to say review count equals to, let's accept this and see. So I'm going to say, I'm just going to use count async and then organizer equals organizer ID. So this is good enough. Okay. And next we're going to load the average rating, So rating equals to, let's check this, organizer ID equals to organizer ID, average async. I think this would work. Okay. So we have this average rating here and I want to actually round the average rating. Okay. Because in our system, I don't have a split of the star. I don't want to show a half star. I just want to show a full star, just to simplify a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna just round the average rating to the nearest integer. Okay, so if it's 2.5 or higher, then round up. Right? Otherwise, round down. And it doesn't generate this for me. That's fine. I'm gonna write it myself. Average review equals. I'm gonna use mass.round, and I'm gonna round the average rating, and we use midpoint rounding dot away from 0. So this is good. This is the review I want to, this is the rounding I want, but assigned to the wrong variable. Okay. Now I want to return both the rating as well as the review count. So therefore the return type has to be changed to a tuple. I'm going to say integer, and the first one is review count. The second one is average rating. So average rating. And finish with a bracket. Now, finally, we're going to return the tuple. The first one is review count. Just make sure it corresponds correctly. And then we have average rating as an integer. All right, that's good enough. Let's go back to our original component over here. And let's start implementing this onParameterSet method here. So first of all, we want to get the organizer, right? And of course here, we're gonna add async keyword, and here we're gonna say, not view event service. Let's remove this. We have that service and we gotta inject the service into it. It's the view organizer reviews service. Let's copy that over here, and we're gonna get user ID by ID async. So that's the organizer. And then we're gonna call this view organizer review service, and we're gonna say get organizer average rating. This is what we want, and we provide the organizer ID. Okay. Now we have, let's get a result from it with a await keyword here. And this is the continuation of the asynchronous method here. Okay. So in the result, we have two elements. The first one is count, the second one is average review. So therefore, we're going to say total reviews is result review count. And then average rating is result average rating. Okay, so we fulfilled all of these variables with data. It's going to be able to display the proper information here. The only thing is that we don't have anything to display. But if we try to add a migration, we're going to create a database table. Okay, and say add organizer reviews. All right, I'm going to say update database. And now I'm going to open up SQL Server Management Studio. I want to check this warning here. Could not create constraint or index. See previous error. Introducing foreign key constraint. Organizer user review ID on table organizer reviews may cause a cycles or multiple cascade paths specify on delete on path or modify other foreign key constraint. So is this throwing an error for me? Failed to do this. Okay, so it wasn't successful. So by looking at this error, it looks pretty obvious what is happening. We are referencing the same table, basically the same entity, which is the user entity, with two different foreign keys, right? We have in the organizer review, we have the reviewer user ID, and we have the organizer ID. So the server might be getting confused when user is being deleted and then tries to cascade that delete. And therefore, it provided here in the error message here, it provided that specify on delete no action or on update no action. This would help to solve that problem. So let's go to application DB context over here. So we added these two to set up the relationship, the many-to-many relationship, right? And here we can specify the behavior. So when we delete an organizer, what do we want to delete? Do we want to delete all of the reviews? When we delete the organizer, of course, we want to delete all of the reviews. But when we delete a reviewer user, we don't actually want to delete the reviews. We want to keep the reviews. So we can set no action, right? So I think this is what the error message meant. So with this change, let's try to see whether we can make it succeed. Let's do a update database again. Okay, so it again says there's error messages. So the same error messages. So what we do is I'm going to actually manually delete the last added migration, and then we're going to recreate the migration. Okay, I'm going to call it with the same name and enter. Okay, the new migration is created. We can actually take a look at the migration, right? So there's something, the migration actually ran before, it looks like. So this record is already here. For some reason, it might be because Visual Studio didn't report to us, or maybe this is my testing record because a few days ago, I actually tested this whole process before I demonstrate this to you. So I'm going to delete the last record, and the migration ID is going to be equal to this. I'm going to copy this thing over and paste it over here. And also, I want to make sure that we don't actually have the table yet. So let's refresh. And do you actually see the reviews table? We don't. It was probably really just because I forgot to delete the migration history. Okay, so let's try to now add the migration again. Did I delete the migration? I'm gonna undo check out this one as well. Do changes, and let's see what's gonna happen if we add the migration again. All right, so now we have a new migration, and this time it looks correct. We're adding a new table, right? And we're specifying the foreign key, and we have a cascading delete for the organizers. And now we have another foreign key, but for this one, there's no delete action specified. So this should be okay. Let's run the database update to see what happens this time. Okay, everything is done properly. Let's take a look. First of all, the migration is added right now, and then we should have a new table created over here, and that's organizer reviews, and it's an empty table now. So in order to actually add a review, I'm gonna just manually add let's say this one is 4, and the reviewer text is good. And what is this one? This is review date, which is today's date. I'm gonna say 2025/05/28. And the organizer ID, I'm going to say 1. And what is the review? This is the review user ID. Organizer ID is 1. And then the reviewer ID, I'm going to say number 2. Okay, they're different users. All right, now let's try to run our application and see whether we can get some reviews. Okay, let's look at, okay, we got an error here. Let's go to console. It says cannot provide a value for property. Oh, because we didn't inject the service. Yes. Let's go over here, copy the class name, and let's inject that into the program.ts file. And we add transient and import namespace with control dot. And now let's run again. And it says there is an error. It has this familiar error. We got to do a .NET build. I don't know why this is happening. It says that there's some duplicate resources, but I cannot find it anywhere in my project. Okay, let's run it again. Okay, so as you can see, we have a 1 review and 4 stars. That looks pretty good. Everything here looks pretty good, right? We got to delete this, close that. Okay, so we have 1 review, and it's better if we have more reviews, but unfortunately we don't have more than 1 user. So let's actually register another user. I'm gonna log in with a different account. So I'm gonna choose the 3rd user here. All right, now we should have another user, and this user's user ID is 4. So let's say that this user gives a 2-star rating, not well executed. And let's say this one was given this year, but in February, maybe on February 29th. Is there a 29? Let's make it safer, 27th. And then this is the same event, organizer number 1, the same organizer, and the user is number 3. Okay, and now if we look at this, we have 2 reviews. One is, oh, this is not implemented. One is 2-star, the other one is 4-star, right? So 2 plus 4 divided by 2 is 3. So we're showing 3 stars. That's correct calculation, and totally we have 2 reviews. So this looks pretty good, right? And we go to this event. We have the same organizer created this event. So therefore it's also showing this. So far, everything looks perfect. So next one, we're going to create this page where we can actually see the review and we can leave a review, right? So let's go ahead and create that. Okay, so now let's work on the actual view organizer reviews component, because in our view organizer reviews, we created a reusable component. This component is used in the view event component right here to show the stars. Now let's go ahead and create a list of reviews to show a list of reviews against a particular organizer. So let's go ahead and create a razor component, and this time, following the convention, we're going to call it view organizer reviews component. Okay, this is the same name as the folder name, which is the slice name. And here, what do you want to call it? Maybe we're not even going to display this title here. Let's go ahead and say that we're gonna have 3, yes, but I want to say this is reviews for a particular organizer, right? So we are going to have a private field, and we're going to have a user. This is the organizer, and control dot to import in space. And we're going to show the name of the organizer here. Here's a green squiggly line. We can actually get rid of that by using the question mark here. And after we show that, we can have a div, right? And again, it's going to be a flex box. And we are going to also align that to the center. So justify content center, and we have a margin on the bottom. We have 3. Okay, so within this, we're going to show a link. We're going to say A, and we're going to have class. This is going to be a button, okay? And it's going to be a button for the users to actually leave a review here. And it's going to point to the same URL, so org. And then we have organizer, right? And organizer, not this one. See here, we need a parameter, and this parameter is going to give us the organizer ID. So we don't need to get the organizer ID from the organizer object, right? And here, I'm going to have the same thing. This is going to actually, not the same URL. This is the leave review URL, where it's going to go to just one page, and then you can fill up the form. Right? It's going to be an added form there where we allow the user to actually write a review and provide a rating. Okay. Now here, we're going to check whether we have any reviews. We don't have the reviews variable now, but we can write it without defining it first. Let's actually define it. Okay. So here we're going to have the list of reviews, just like this. And we're going to do a control dot, import control dot, organizer review. Why it doesn't help me to, that's weird. So it's already pointing to this. I'm going to use this.
unless I call it wrong. Oh, this is because this is bad. I had a wrong name here. Anyways, I don't want to rerun the migration, so we're going to just call it, I'm going to use the typo one, the one with typo. Okay, so we have this, and then we're going to override the parameter async set here, and then within it, we will get the organizer, right? This is the same thing we used before, and the other component, we can dependency inject it in, and then once we got the organizer, this is async, right? So let's go to the top, and we're gonna have async, and then here we have await. And what is it complaining about? Because I added results, this is not necessary. And secondly, we want to get the reviews, and we did implement this, right? We're getting all of the reviews, including the review user. I explained this because we wanted to show who actually reviewed, who actually wrote the review, and that's why we included. So we have the review, and then we're going to show the review here. So if the review is now, for the time being, we are going to display this loading reviews, right? We're going to inform the user that the system is trying to load the reviews because we're using async method here. So this is possible. Now, otherwise, we have the review. Now let's create a container first, right? So container, and then we're going to create a row inside it. So dev class. But whenever you have a row, you might want to create a container to contain the row. So I'm going to have a for each, and then for each review inside the review, let's delete all of that and just close this bracket. Now it looks clear now. Now we want to create a card. I want to create a card to wrap around the review so that it looks clear. Each review is clearly separated. So we have class, and then we say card, and then we have a bottom margin, and within that we have the card body. I'm going to change this to H6, and card, I'm going to say subtitle. We don't need a big title like that. And then the text is going to be muted for this one, and we're going to say review. So this review is by reviewer user dot name, right? Now let's continue with this. So we have a card body here, and let's close the div. And inside this div, did I delete something that I shouldn't delete? Delete reviewer's name. Yeah, I shouldn't delete this. Let's close the div. And then within this, we should have another div. So this one also has the stars class here, and we're gonna have the same kind of thing as the other one. So let's copy and paste it. So I would say this is pretty simple. We can definitely repeat it. Okay, we're just looping through and create a span. And in here, we don't have an average rating. We're not looking for an average rating. We are looking at the review object, which is right here. Looking at that review object, and we're looking at the rating. And if it's smaller or equal to that, it will be selected. Otherwise, there's no class here. And for this one, we can use review dot with a question mark to remove the green screen line. Okay, so we have this, and outside of the stars, which is the place where we can show the actual review text, and we can say this is card text, right? And with a margin top. And again, we're going to use the review object here, and I'm going to show the review text if there is anything here. Okay, so this would be, I think it would be enough in order to show. So let's actually review this. Yeah, I think this is enough. And this is going to be a page directive. So I'm going to say page, and I'm going to use the URL that we specified here. And this is the organizer here, and it's integer / reviews. Okay, now we have this page. We have already 2 reviews. Let's see whether we can have this thing displayed. Okay, let's check this one. Doesn't matter which one we check, we're just checking the reviews for the organizer, right? And we have this leave a review button, which takes us to another page, which we haven't created yet. And see, we have some reviews here, and we have 2 reviews, and each one of them has a actual review text. And this page is publicly available, so everybody can see it. And we don't need to use the authorized attribute to protect it. Now let's continue with the page where we can actually leave a review, which is this one, /org/ the organizer ID /leave a review. So this page needs to be protected.
So this is another different functionality here, right? So this is the view organizer's review. This is a viewing functionality, whereas leaving reviews creating functionality, right? It's creating functionality. So let's go ahead and create another slice. And I want to call it leave review. Let's call it leave review. So let's go ahead and create a component here. And we're going to call it leave review component here and click on add button. So here I'm going to say leave review. And then I'm going to say for. This is the place where we can also get the organizer information. So let's go ahead and try to do that. We have a parameter, and this is going to be a integer, so organizer ID, and of course this is a page directive. It means a page component, so we can use a page directive. So /org/organizer ID, and it will be integer, and we say leave review. Okay, and then on parameter set, we can try to populate this private field here. And let's have a private field, and this is user, and same thing, import namespace. So it is a organizer, right? And we can say the organizer is equal to, we need to create another service here. So this is leave review service.cs, and again dependency injection IDB context factory. The more you write it, the more you remember it. So let's don't get lazy, just write it ourselves instead of copying from other places. So context factory here, I don't want to write the plumbing code. That's pretty tedious. So I'm just using control dot, right, Visual Studio functionality to just populate it. Now we're getting the user. So get the organizer from the users table by ID. So let's try to get the user. So it should be async method, right? So async task, and then we wrap a user and import namespace. In here we say get user async by ID and integer organizer ID. It get lazy, or I get lazy. It doesn't really matter. Someone is getting lazy because someone is getting lazy. So someone has to do the lazy thing. Where is my lazy stuff? I can't even find it. So we create a new folder there, which is view organizer review, and then we go inside here. This is the same thing. Why don't we just copy this whole thing over? We mentioned that it's okay to have this duplication here. We're using Entity from core. We're not creating everything ourselves anyways. That's my rationale. That could be a rationale behind a wrong behavior. The criminal usually have a reason to commit something bad. I have a reason too, but I think it's a sound reason, and plus it's not that bad, right? We're only duplicating these two lines, right? In a perfect world, these two lines can be saved, doesn't have to duplicate it, but we want to have vertical slice architecture. There has to be a balance between the separation and centralization. I'm still trying to find that balance, and for now I'm settled on this idea that if we only relying on something else, in this case entity from core, to get something very simple, right? The main functionality is within entity from core, then I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this duplication. Okay, now I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go to leave review component, and I'm gonna inject that inside over here into this component, right? So view organizer, it's not view organizer anymore, it's leave. I don't know why it doesn't give me leave review service. So we're gonna have this leave review service over here, and we're getting that generated for me. Okay, now the result, we want to use async. So here we use await. I do have a multithreading and asynchronous programming in C. It's ranked pretty well on the C category. The C category is pretty big, so it's ranked on the first page. So look for it. It's going to give you tremendous help if you're willing to invest your energy into the multithreading and asynchronous programming world. So we got the organizer now, right? And I want to display that organizer name here. So I'm going to say organizer.name, and it's a question mark one. So nullable, and I use question mark to remove that green squiggly line there. Now I can continue writing the rest of the code. Okay. Now I want to have a separation here, and save. I'm going to create a margin at the bottom, leave some space there. Now I want to have an added form here, right? I want to have an added form here. So I'm going to say added form, and the model is going to be on review. Therefore, I'm going to go down actually, and I'm going to create this private field. So this is going to be a organizer review thing with a typo there. And should I call it new review or should I just call it review? Let's just call it review. Okay, of course it's a new review. And then this added form is going to be bound to that. So I'm going to say model equals review. And then over here, I'm going to say valid submit. So when I submit it, I'm going to say handle review submission. We don't have a invalid submit, so we don't need to worry about the other one. So here, let's complete this one. I don't know whether I'm going to use void or not. I'm going to just write this over here and just clear this, leave this as an empty method, and then continue with the form here. Okay, and we do want to have data annotations, okay? And we do want to have valid summary here, and we can use alert and no text center, but maybe alert dash. And now inside here, we want to collect a rating, and we want to collect the review text. Collecting the rating is tricky because we want to use stars, but collecting the text is easy. So let's do the easy thing. So here it gives me this. I don't need it. Let me write something. Right. So collect the review text, and then I'm gonna do a Control C and hopefully generate that for me. So review text. Right. That's good. Form label. Good. And I'm gonna say your review. And I'm going to say optional. Input text area, we do need to have that, and it's going to be using form control. That's good. It's going to be bound to review, and our review is nullable again. So I don't know why it's doing this. I guess it doesn't like the question mark. So here, there's too many properties here. I'm going to separate it into different lines here. And then this bind thing, after that, we're going to have rows. Let's set to by default 5 rows. And then we have a placeholder. And let's say share your thoughts about the organizer. And we finish this input text area. We have this validation message here. That's pretty good. And then perhaps there is a problem here because it didn't actually close it. Now we want to actually collect the rating. It's going to be harder, but first of all, let's close it. That's okay with a margin at the bottom with a 3. And this is for rating. We have a rating property here. So for rating, ID is rating, that's okay. And form label, that's okay. And let's use a block here. And I'm going to say set rating between 1 to 5, and perhaps I don't need to have this 1 to 5 because it's going to be, we're going to show 5 different stars here. So instead of using this input thing and validation message, let's keep the validation message there and use different things here for collecting the rating. So we will have a div, and this div ID is going to be reading. Let's close that div first. In class, I'm going to have a flex box, and again, everything aligned properly. And now this is the place where, let's do it properly. Okay, this is the place where we also do that 5-star thing, and it's trying to generate that for me. Let's go outside of this so we can see clearly. So from 1 to 5, right, we're doing this. And then I'm going to have a star index, right, equal to I. We need this to capture the current value. Okay, and then we're going to write the spend thing. So we have a class in star, and the thing is similar, right? If the review rating is bigger than I, then it's selected. Otherwise, it's empty. But we need to have another expression here. This is for hovering effect. So if I is less than hover rating. So we will need to create a hover rating soon, but let's finish this. Then we're going to have a hovered star. See, hover star is different than the regular gold star. So let's finish this and then click. So see, this whole thing is for class. Right now we're dealing with onClick. OnClick, we're going to set, let's have a method here. We're going to set the star index, and we're going to implement this set rating method later. Okay, now and handle another action which is almost over and with SI. So this is C#. And now we are going to call this star hover. Again, we're going to pass in the star index. And finally, we have mouse. We're going to handle on mouse out. And here, I'm going to say star mouse out. And we're going to show the star just like this, the same type of star. And after this span, so after this, we are going to have a validation message right inside here. And this is going to, we're going to have a class for the validation message. So text danger. And we're going to copy this and paste it here as well. We're going to keep them consistent. Okay, let's try to implement some of these. I don't want to see the red squiggly lines because Blazor syntax doesn't handle these red squiggly lines well enough. Okay, let's try to implement, at least give them some empty method here. So I'm going to say private void set rating. We'll pass in the rating. And then we have review.rating equals rating. That's pretty straightforward. And we also have hover rating equals to rating as well. And we want to keep the state. But of course, we didn't declare it yet. So when I say hover rating equals, we don't have to set it to 0. The default is 0. And then let's try to work with that. So we have set rating. We're setting the rating and the hover rating. Okay. And also we have on star over, on star, and we have rating. So here we're only setting the hover rating. And then we have the on star mouse out. And that's when we want to recover or revert to the selected rating if there is any. So I'm going to say review.rating because here this review, when it's created by default, is 0. Right? So if nothing is selected yet, then this review rating is going to be 0. Okay, now you don't see the red squiggly line, so we can work on this again. Now let's clear these lines and scroll down here. So we are collecting the review text here, and we are collecting the stars there. Now finally, we want to have a submit button. So let's have a button here, and the type is going to be a submit, and class is going to be btn. Let's use primary button, and it's going to be a large button. So disabled, we don't want to submit this multiple times, so we may want to handle the possibility of something is being submitted, but let's see whether we need to do that or not. Okay, so inside here we're going to say submit review. So when this button is being clicked on, the form is going to be submitted, and when that happens, this is going to be called, right? So let's work on this handle review submission. So when that happens, we're going to say this.review. We need to provide a date. So we're going to say date time now, and then we want to call the service review method, which we didn't create yet. So let's go in here and try to create that. So public async task, let's get to return something, whether it's successful or not. So we can call it review organizer async, and then we are going to provide that organizer review object inside here. And we're going to check if the review is null, or if it's less than, this is okay. And the reviewer ID, of course, we don't want them to be smaller or equal to 0, but at the same time, we also want to check, well, there's so many different things we want to check here. So let me break this down into different lines. And then over here, I'm going to say if review, why this is spelled differently? Is it because I had a typo, so it started to follow my step? Okay, so review. So here we want to check whether the review rating is smaller than 1, or the review rating is greater than 5. Right? Or there's a possibility that the reviewer user ID is the same as review.organizer ID. So we don't want this to happen. We don't want the organizer to review himself or herself. Right? And when this passes the validation here, we're going to create the context. We're going to create a context. And then here, want to check, let's say whether this is good. Check if the reviewer has already reviewed the organizer. Yeah, this is a good check. Let's see whether it generated anything properly. I don't think I need to actually get it. So I'm going to use any async if the organizer's ID equals to the reviewer organizer ID and reviewer organizer ID equals to the reviewer organizer ID. then it's going to return true. So if this one gives me true, I'm going to return false. So this is bad. We don't want that to happen. So before that, we want to check if the reviewer has attended any events organized by this organizer, because you don't have the qualification to actually review any organizer. You have to review the ones that you actually attended. So let's see what it generates. It has attended events, and now it's smart enough to use any, because I don't care about the actual events. But the condition here is basically checking, are there any RSVPs whose user ID is reviewer ID and the organizer ID is organizer ID? I don't think this is enough. I don't think that's enough. Again, let's break into different lines. I also need to make sure that the event date is in the past. So that's why we want to include the event. And I'm going to say our event. But this is weird. Yeah, it needs to include the event anyways, because it's trying to reference the organizer of the event, the organizer ID of the event already, right? So here we need to get the date of the event. So I'm going to say end date. So we're worrying about the end date, and I'm going to use date only dot from datetime, and I'm going to say datetime dot now, right? We're checking the end date to see whether it's in the past. And then we also want to check, maybe we don't need to check it from here, but here, when we are checking the RSVP, we want to check that the status of the RSVP is actually going, because we don't have a attended status. Right, so shared helper, we have a going status, we don't have a attended. We didn't implement the attendance tracking yet, and I don't think I'm going to implement that. But at least we can use the going status, and also we double check that the event has already happened for someone who has already RSVP'd. So we're assuming that a person has attended the event, right? It's probably not too fair for the organizer, and if we want it to be truer, then we need to implement attendance tracking. Okay. And if we have a attendance tracking mechanism, then we can use the status, and the status of that RSVP will become attended. Then it's better. So let's try to review. Okay, so we have RSVP, and we want to make sure that the user ID of that RSVP is the reviewer's user ID. That's okay. And we also need to make sure that RSVP status is going status. And at the same time, that RSVP event organizer needs to be the organizer that we are reviewing. And at the same time, that event has to be in the past. I think we are good. And I don't need to have this variable here. I can just use if, right? And if this happens, we're going to return false, right? So it's good. It's critical to do this type of validation. Otherwise, you would collect a lot of invalid reviews, and that's pretty bad for your system. Okay, now we have a proper review. We're going to add that to the review collection. And finally, we're going to save that review and return true. Okay, now let's copy this method. Let's come back and inject. We already injected. Okay, so here, why this doesn't like it? Oh no, this is supposed to be review date. We have a review date, remember? Oh, we have a wrong spelling. Okay, anyways. And here, we can use a try catch. Right? We're trying to review, and this is actually pretty critical functionality. We don't want to have problems with reviewing, right? Otherwise, we're going to have problems with the organizer, and the problem probably with the end user as well. Right? Eventually, it's going to affect our system, the one is going to use it. So we want to be very careful with this. So what I want is to, first of all, is to check this. So review, and this is the review, leave a review, right? So leave review, service, review, organizer async. And we provide this dot review to it. See, I need to think about, first of all, this is async. I need to think about what happens after this. So after a review, where do I take the user to? I'm thinking about keeping the user on the same page or just display a message. Right? Display a message to let the user know that your review has been submitted successfully. Right? So therefore, I'm going to come to the top and I'm going to say boolean and show success message. Yeah, false. And then I'm going to say show error message, false. And then over here, after reviewing, I'm going to say show success message is true, and then show error message is false, right? And otherwise, what happens otherwise? We're going to reverse this. I'm going to show error message. So this is false and the error message one is true. Now here we want to clear the, basically just reset the form after submission, right? So generate this whole thing for me. And now when it's generating this, it reminds me about the realization of this. And first of all, why this is on after render? I probably got it wrong. I didn't pay attention. It's supposed to be on parameter set async, and we're getting this organizer over here, and it's supposed to be async. And also we want to initialize this. That's why I thought about it. I don't know whether, no, I don't want this reviewer ID to be the same as the organizer ID. And everything else I would want to, yeah, everything else I can leave it as by default, except actually there's another one. The reviewer, yes, the reviewer user ID. So this one comes from, but basically this is the logon user and we can use the base user ID, which we don't have it yet, but let's inherit. Okay, let's inherit from here. So inherit base component, and now okay, but we want to do a parse. And now when we reset it, and this one can be set to organizer ID, and this one we can set it to the same thing. And of course the hover rating reset to 0. Now when we have exception, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to show the error, something is wrong. And finally here, we probably don't need to do finally. Okay, so now let's try to inject this in the program CS file and let's see how it looks like. And of course we have errors here. Okay, so remove this, run it again. It looks like it is running. Okay, we're seeing this. And actually let's delete the reviews. I want to say delete from reviews, organizer reviews. It's probably not connected. Okay, now it asks me to connect. Organizer reviews. I don't know where I spell it wrong. Oh, it's about this one. The typo. Still not right. Oh, removing this I. Still not right. That's pretty bad. Let's copy this. Invalid object. How? Oh, I selected the wrong database. Okay, now it's good. And let's go over here. Already giving me problems. It says sequence contains no elements. What are we trying to do here? Get organizer average rating. View organizer review service. Okay, it's the one that we created before. And this is in the organizer average rating. So get organizer average rating here. And it's line 40, right? View organizer review service, line 40. It is this one. It's because there's no rating and we're trying to do the average. Let's do this. Let's declare a review count and declare an average count. And then we can do this and do that. But then what is happening here? I don't know why this wasn't retained there. Okay, now we're going to test whether we have review count. So only when we have a review count do we actually do the average operation here. And then, oh, we gotta have a double here. That's it. Let's see whether this one works or not. We need to do our thing. .NET build. Now let's run it. Okay, so now it doesn't give me any error when I look at this 0 reviews thing, right? I can go here and then I can click on leave a review. And when I do that, it doesn't do anything because I'm missing some CSS styles, right? We're missing some CSS styles there. So let's go to our leave a review thing here and let's check. We have this hover star, right? We got to implement this. And to do this, we can use CSS isolation because this doesn't happen everywhere. It's just only in this component. So we're going to create a new item and I'm going to call this CSS. Click on that. You see it becomes part of this page, this reader component. Now I'm going to say start hover star and we want the color to be orange and a different color from the gold, right? And then the cursor would be pointer. Let's see how this goes. Did it go wrong again? And the same issue. So let's do .NET build. All right, let's run it. Now, if I hover, you can see we have different actions going on here, right? That's pretty good. Let's leave a number 4 and you can see the star stays and I can change it to 3. I can change it to 2. We got to test all of these functionalities, right? So let's say I'm going to leave a good star, so 5 star, and say this is a good organizer, right? And then if I just leave a comment right now, click on this, I don't know what happened. Oh, because I didn't implement. God, I forgot the whole thing. So first of all, let's see whether we have anything. We do have the reviews, but we want to delete it. So delete from this table, and then let's come back to here. So we had that show messages and all those stuff. We didn't use it. So I want to show if show success message. We can say something like, we have if, and then we can say thank you for your, right? And then we can have a button to say, you can go back. The type is a regular button. This is not a hover like a dialog, right? So we're not gonna actually close it. So maybe not a button. Maybe just take the user back. Go to home page. Okay, still a button. Let's use button close. And I say back to events, something like that. And maybe here we can say alert, and we can have alert dash success. Now here, otherwise, if show error message is here, then we have alert danger, an error occurred. I don't know why I generated these things, but at the end, if otherwise, I'm gonna put this thing inside the else. Did I have added? Oh, left this inside, outside. Thing, do a control F. So this goes here. Okay, maybe outside of this, let's use something. Let's say this is a card. Let's create a border, right? And let's add some shadow. And I'm gonna take this div all the way to the bottom. Yeah, let's finish that. So this should be okay now. Okay, now you can see we have this better looking leave review for someone. We can change the style a little bit. Leave review, where is it? Leave review for me. Let's see whether it does anything better. Okay, highlight it. And then I can leave a review. Let's say Frank is great. And then let's see when I submit. Back to events is displayed right here. That's because I used the wrong class. Just say alert success. I gotta use primary, otherwise it's showing the wrong button there. I should have I left a review, so I gotta delete it and try again, and then I can click on back to events. Right, so there's already one review, and this is from a different user. Now if I delete it and refresh, now it becomes 0. I come here and I can leave again. So this time if I don't provide any star here and I just click on submit, so it did give me this error message, which is pretty good, right? So if I say 3 and say not impressed, go back to events, and we can see this 3-star, and we can see the review here. Okay, one thing that I can remember this leave review link here, right? And then if I log out, I paste this URL here, I can review any organizer. Why? Information, the input stream was not in the correct format. 86. Leave review component line 86. Let's check what's happening here. Oh, this, because I didn't log in, so it doesn't have a number. That's why. Okay, so you can use this to prevent the user. Maybe you can do a try parse, right? Another thing is better is probably we just use attributes and we can say authorize. I don't know why it's so painful to write this. It doesn't just give me correct intelligence here. And let's see whether this is painful to actually implement this authorization. Okay, so it kicks me to Google because our challenge scheme is Google. Right? And if I click on this, now it has an overflow. Value was either too large or too small. So that's pretty weird. And I guess it's the same thing. It's happening over here. Is it over here? I believe line 89. Yeah, it's over here. It's trying to get this. Let's run debug. I logged in, so let's log out again, and I'm gonna paste this URL again, and it's gonna kick me out. So I select a user. Now I'm here, and let's step through this. So we have a user ID, but this number, look at this number. This is a huge number. So why is this happening like this? Let's check base. Quick watch. I'm gonna say base is authenticated, and it says base authenticated is true. So why the heck the user ID is wrong? Ah, okay. I think I know the reason why it's wrong. That when we implement the authentication here, right? We have this endpoints, authentication endpoint, and we have this handle sign in, callback, and only inside this method here do we actually assign a user ID. So in this case, this handle sign in callback is not being triggered. For some reason, it's not being triggered because the redirect URL, see the redirect URL for organizer authentication here is this, and the redirect URL for a regular user is this. So in both places, this method is being triggered. So you see here and here, right? But in this case, because we trigger the authorization process with the authentication middleware, we triggered the challenge process with the authentication middleware. So in that case, we don't have this URL specified. The redirect back URL, that redirect URL is the page itself. In that case, it's the /org/organizer ID /leave-review, right? So therefore, this method is not being triggered. And that's a problem. And I think that we're going to solve that problem in the next video because we're already recording for, I don't know, maybe 2 hours already. So I'm going to shut it down and edit the video and then publish on YouTube. And then in the next video, we're going to solve the problem of the authentication process. But for the time being, let's actually remove the authorize attribute over here and let's call it done. Okay, I'll see you in the next video. So in the previous video, we encountered a problem which is related to authentication, right? Which is when the leave review component try to be loaded, the user ID claim has a very large number there. And we analyzed the reason, right? We're seeing that because we're not going through this line of code. So therefore, the number there is just a random huge number. I don't know where they get that number from, but certainly this line didn't run. So what is this line? Let's quickly go through the reasoning before we do anything, right? We have this handle sign in callback, and this handle sign in callback is this method that contains this line of code that adds the user ID to the claim. But we need this. We actually need this. So therefore, this method absolutely needs to be called, but this method is only called in 2 different places, which is 2 different minimal API endpoints. And these 2 different minimal API endpoints are being triggered when it is specified in this minimal endpoint, right? So the first minimal endpoint is for attendee authentication. The second one is for organizer authentication. But when we use the authorize attribute to protect the leave review page, it doesn't go through any of these 2 endpoints. Therefore, the redirect URL is set to use the leave review page, right? It's automatically come back to that page. So therefore, this handle sign in callback method here, this is not being triggered, and that creates the issue. So in order to fix that, we have to somehow trigger this handle sign in callback, and that's what we're going to do in this video. I know that we manually specify the sign in callback, right? That we manually specify the redirect URL because we were able to do that manually from the external login buttons component. From that component, we trigger either this URL or this URL. So if we go to our external login component, and I believe it's a shared component, so external login buttons component over here, we have 2 different possibilities. If it's organizer, then we go over here, otherwise we go over here. So because we have this control, therefore we can manually control, we can manually add the redirect URL. Whereas we are not able to do this for any other places. This is only possible when we use the external login button. But that's why I call it a bug, because we came up with a solution. It seems to be working, but it didn't cover the entire cases. Right? In order to actually fix the bug, we need to be able to call this handle sign in callback in all kinds of situations, not just limited to the situations that we have control over. Right? We have to call this for the situations that we don't even have control. So how do we do that? We can do that in the program.c file. Remember here, when we configure Google Authentication here, we already have this on tickets received, and we're signing in with the context principle, right? I don't want to go through this over again to explain why this principle needs to be used to actually create a cookie with this sign in async method, right? You can go through this entire series to see why we did that. But when we are facing this particular issue, I'm thinking that this line needs to be removed. This is not enough. What needs to be happening here is that we need to call the handle sign in callback method right over here. See, we're recreating the cookie anyways. So therefore, this line, when it's removed, it's okay because we create a ticket anyway. We create the cookie anyway. But if we can call this method The benefits is that not only we are creating the cookie, but also we're including all of the claims in that cookie. Right? Let's try to do that. And how do we do that? I can just simply turn this into a public method, right? And this is a static method. And the class is a static class. So very easily, I can just say authentication endpoints, and then I can say handle signing callback, and I just provide whatever I need to provide over here, and it's already generated the code for me. Let's break it down into different lines here so that looks pretty good. So we are getting the IDB context factory. This is the only thing that is slightly complicated, but we're lucky that we have AI to generate the code for us, so we don't have to worry about how we can do this. The get result, get awaiter thing needs to be removed because we're gonna just use over here. Okay, so here after getting the context, we need to determine whether this is for organizer or regular user. And so what we can do is we can use context.return URL. Remember, if we remove, see here, I'm going to actually remove this, right? And I'm also going to remove this. So it's because it's not necessary anymore, right? This callback is already handled. The only reason why we do the callback is to call this method. Now we're calling it there. I know I haven't finished the code in the program.cs, but I need to comment out this so that I can explain you what is happening here. So I comment this out, and we're not calling this, and we don't need to call this either. So therefore, in nowhere in our system that we are specifying the return URL, which means the return URL is going to be the page that it hits. Now, we also comment out this line. This line is important because in the cases that we use external login buttons, we don't know what the return is. So we want to actually just add this line at the end of this handle sign callback here so that it always return back to the home page. Now, if we come over here, right? So we are going to check whether the return URL contains organizer or not. And I'm going to do a string comparison ordinal ignore case here. So see, this return URL is a nullable string. So if it's null here, there, this means it's false. And then finally here, we need to pass this principal into this method in order to use it to create the claims. So we are going to create another optional parameter and just call it principal, right? And we are going to feed this principal over. So here it's generating this error for me. Operator cannot be, okay, because this return URL is a string, so I want to add a question mark over here. I don't know why it didn't get green line. It should the green line. Now I have the principal parameter over there. I'm going to add it over here at the end as well. Let's actually break this down into different lines so that we can see it clearly as well. And here it's going to be claims principal, and it's nullable, and default value is null, so that we can call it. Let's add a comma over here. We can call it over here. And I think probably I spelled it wrong in some places. Principal, oh, okay, this is okay. Okay, so now we are always calling this handle sign in when we receive the ticket. And when we receive the ticket, this principal usually has a value. And when it has a value, we're using this principal to call this method. And when we call this method, we can make some changes over here because we are not going to have anything in the context, right? This context, we didn't create the user yet. And so this user is the claims principal. And if we are not using the signing async over here, this context, it will not contain that user, or it will contain the user, but it's unauthenticated. It's not authenticated. So we're not going to check this, but the data comes from principal. Right? So here, we're not going to use context.user. What we are going to do is we're going to use the principal to replace the context.user. And only when the principal is null. Okay, so I'm going to say principal. If it's null, then we're going to use the context.user. And then we just need to make sure that this one redirect back to the root. And this should fix our problems. Here we comment out this one because we no longer need to use it. And the organizer one, we comment out these lines, and this one should also be comment out. But I remember this one is also used in some other places.
So let's do see this one, we're using this directly here. So we cannot, so this is for becoming a organizer, right? And this is the signing process. If the user is already logged in, then we manually redirect the user to the sign callback organizer, right? And that will basically call this. So I guess we can also remove this. This is not useful either, because we can go over here. We can basically, no, it would be very hard to call the method, right? It would be hard to call the method. It's not so easy to call the method because we don't have the HTTP context over here. So let's uncomment it. And this is the only reason. So we don't need this line because the handle signing callback actually redirect to the root anyways. We delete this. We don't need it, and we delete this. So we're simplifying the authentication process. And the only reason why we're able to do it is because in the program.cs over here, we are directly calling this callback here, and here we are using the context of principle. So this context is not the HTTP context. This is ticket received context, right? And when we receive the claims from Google, the claims is in the context of principle over here, and we're passing it into this particular method here, where we use it to create the claims, and we use it to create users if the user it doesn't exist yet. And we also construct different claims based on the database return values, for example, the user ID, right? So this is handled right here for any situation. It doesn't matter whether it is manually triggered by us in the external login buttons case, or it's automatically triggered by the authentication middleware in the case where we use the authorized attribute to protect a particular page. So we need to make sure this is handled 100%. And that's why we have it right here. And this one, we don't need it anymore, right? And here we suppress the default behavior right here. That's all we need. Okay, and this time I think it's good enough. Let's run this application again just to test everything and make sure it still works. Make sure it works. Okay, let's come to our page over here, and let's choose a event and try to leave a review for an organizer. And let's click on this, and now it's already giving an error. So let's check what the problem is. It says the input string was not in the correct format. And which line is that? Leave review comment 87. Let's go to leave review component 87, right? Leave review component 87. This is weird because we are using we're not using the authorized attribute. Yeah, we gotta use the authorized attribute. But there's a possibility that the authorized attribute doesn't kick in on that on the parameter set. We'll see what happens. But I'm pretty sure this is related to that. Authorize. Now let's try again. Also, it kicks me over. I want to retry it. I don't want to assume that it fixed the problem. So let's click on this leave a review button. And now I still have this problem. See, I'm still having this problem. It's at line 89, and I'm pretty sure this is the same issue. I believe that this on-parameter set is triggered first before the authentication middleware is taking over, right? I think the way to fix it is I'm going to check whether base stuff is authenticated or not. Only when it's true do I actually want to continue the stuff. If it's not true, then it's going to go through that authentication middleware, which is going to take the user to Google account. Okay, let's run it again. And I'm going to go to the home page. I don't want to stay here because it's not accurate. You see, it just kicks me over. It's not the correct way to test it. I don't know why this authorized attribute is not working. Let's try again. I'll go over here. So obviously I don't have a cookie in my application yet. So let's check cookies. So I have only this anti-forgery cookie, right? So therefore I should be kicked over to Google, but I'm not. That's pretty weird if it's authenticated. You know what I will do is I'm going to add a else portion here. And what I would do is I'm going to use a navigation manager. Did I have a navigation manager over here? So let's inject the navigation manager over here. And then let's use the navigation manager to force a reload of the page. So I'm going to say refresh. And the refresh, I think the default one is a force reload.
Okay. Oh, it's actually generated this comment. That's actually pretty nice. Refresh to ensure user is authenticated. So we got to refresh that to trigger the authorized attribute. Why it's not triggering the authorized? It's probably because the page, see, we're navigating to this page based on not a partial, but within the channel. The navigation, so go over here, and then here, see, this is a anchor element, and it goes over there within the signal channel. The redirection is within the signal channel. Therefore, it probably doesn't kick in. The authorization doesn't kick in for some reason. We can fix it, what I did, or here, no, we can't. Here you can have a button, and then you can use Navigation Manager and say, I want to force a navigation instead of just use the signal channel. I think that's harder. So I think what I did is fine. Let's see whether it works or not. So let's click on this. See, it takes me over to here. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'm gonna choose a user. It redirects me back to the home page. Why it's doing that is because in the program.cs, not in the program.cs, in this handle signing async here. By the way, let's delete this. We don't need it anymore. In that, at the end, we added this line. So we don't know what the page is. Oh, by the way, we might be able to know. So this is the redirect URL, right? So I'm going to go over here. Let's try to make it even better. So I'm going to have a nullable string, and I'm going to say redirect URI by default. Let's go back over here. I'm going to add that. So redirect URI is context.redirect URI. Let's see what's going to happen this time. Okay, so let's run it again. We're having some issue, and this is the old issue that we always encounter. Let's do a .NET build. Okay, and let's run it again. Now we're here on the home page. Let's go to, actually log out first, and let's go over here, and let's click on this and leave a review. Now it kicks me over here. I select the first user, and oh, I didn't do anything, right? So I forgot to actually use this redirect here. This is my bad, sorry about that. So I'm gonna say this one has, if string that is null or empty white or white space, right? If this is true, then we use the root. Otherwise, we use the redirect URL. That will be, let's try. And probably we're encountering the same issue. Let's go over here and run the .NET build again. Okay, start debugging. Start without debugging. Now we're looking at this. Let's log out again and try to leave a review. And it should kick me over here. It takes some time to kick me over, right? That's not a pretty good behavior. We might need to think about why it's doing that and how to fix that. Let's select the first user, and then you see it takes me back right here. And if I try to leave a review and say not bad, right, 4-star review, and it does this, it's pretty good. So now that we changed the authentication process completely, now I'm going to go log out and try to test all of the places where we need login, right? So let's try to, first of all, let's go from simple to complicated. The most straightforward one is this one. Login with Google. Let's go through this, and I'm gonna log in with the first user anyways. And you see, this is keeping me in a loop. I'm always here. Why I'm always here? I have a feeling it could be because of this. So maybe we shouldn't worry about the return URL. So if we take the user always to the root, maybe we can just fix that problem. Okay, so let's go log in with Google and try again. Now I'm fine, right? It's only just because of this. But what is the redirect? I'm very curious about it. So let's run a debug. I'm going to log out and log back in, and I'm going to select the user. So I want to know about the redirect here. Oh, the redirect is authentication/Google, and that's why. You know what? Let's continue. What I will try is I'm going to go here. I'm going to sign out and then go over here and go to reviews and going to leave a review. Here is going to take me over, and then I'm going to sign in. This time I'm going to check the redirect URL, right? So this is my actual page. So this is automatic, right? That actual page URL is automatic. So because of that, I can do a logic here. So I can say if redirect URL is not null and redirect URL contain Google. I'm going to use again, ignore case. But what I mean is if it doesn't contain, right? If it's not null and it doesn't contain Google, then I know it's valid to use. then I'm going to redirect to the redirect URL. Otherwise, we're going to take the user to the root. This would be better. Okay, now let's run without debug. But first of all, we got to fix this issue that I built. Let's run it again. Okay, let's test all the scenarios starting from a straightforward login. Go over here. Now I'm fine. I'm going to the home page. That's good, right? And we should be able to do a lot of different things, but I certainly am not allowed to review anymore because I have reviewed it already, so it gives me an error. Okay, so that's good. Now I want to go through this organizer scenario. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to register as an organizer. Click on this and I'm fine, right? Although I don't have any transactions, I don't have any events, but I'm a organizer and the whole workflow works. Now let's try different scenarios. First of all, let's try this scenario where we're going to leave a review here and it should kicks me. And then let's choose this one and I can try to leave a review, but it doesn't work. Okay, so now I'm going to log out again and I'm going to try some of the other, let's say this org/transactions. I go over here, you see it kicks me out. If I use, let's say I use the second user, I should have some transactions over here. It works, it takes me over directly to this transactions page and I can see some transaction. That's pretty good, although I don't have any money. Okay, so that's good. And let's log out. Let's try some other page over here. So org/ I should have events, right? No, it's not called that. I forgot the pass. Let's take a look. So when we manage events, we have view created events. And what is this URL? Org events. Let's try org events. Now it takes me over and I'm going to select the second user because I do have some events and you can see that it takes me over to this event, which is pretty good. I think I test all the stereos and I'm happy with the fix of the authentication and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we have one of the last features to implement, which is to implement the load more functionality. So the load more functionality is primarily used on the discover events page here, because here you may have many events, whereas in other places, for example, the view created events, it's unlikely that a organizer will create so many events that cannot be listed all at once on the same page. So therefore, we're not planning to implement this feature in the other places. We're going to focus on the discover events component here. So in order to actually implement the paging functionality, well, load more is like a paging functionality, except that you are loading them not page by page and you wouldn't see the previous page. You will just see everything, right? First page, and then when you load the second page, you will see the first page and the second page and so on and so forth. But it is still a paging functionality. And what we did was the service here, Discovery Event service here, we are using Entity Framework Core. So therefore, it's actually pretty easy. Because we're using Entity Framework Core, we can use Entity Framework Core to do that. So in order to do that, we shouldn't actually, let's actually comment this out. I actually copy that in my clipboard and then I comment it out, okay? And you see here, the method to list async, this is the method that triggers the sending of the framework core methods, like the connection to the database and the execution of the actual SQL query. So we shouldn't actually call this until we provide the correct filters. So in order to do that, here, I'm not going to call the await method. I'm not going to use the await keyword, and I'm not going to use the toList method here. What I would do here, make sure, first of all, I delete everything properly, and we don't need the brackets at the beginning, but we want to write a query like this. So we're basically trying to construct this query, and we have this query, and once we have it, we can check first of all that it is now. We have a valid query like that. And here we want to implement the paging functionality. The paging functionality is very much dependent on ordering. And we already provided ordering. We're ordering by date and time. Right? We already did that. The reason why ordering is so important in paging is that it makes the data consistent. Right? So the previous page and the previous page will more or less be the same when you navigate between the different pages. Right? So therefore, we need to look for and make sure that we have the paging functionality, and we actually already have it. So because of that, we can continue. So how do we continue here? We need to say query, right? And first of all, we have this skip method here. The skip method tells us how many items to skip. So for example, if we want to load page 1, you want to skip by 0, right? You want to skip by nothing. And if you want to load page 2, you want to skip by the number of items per page. And if you want to load page 3, you want to skip 2 times the number of items per page, right? So because of that, we need to change this method to actually pass in the page size and the page number. The first parameter here we're going to add is page number, and then we're going to add the page size. And the calculation of the skip is basically just page number minus 1 and then times the page size. So we're loading the first page, then this result is actually 0. And if this is the second page, we are skipping the page size, right? If this is the third page, we're skipping 2 times the page size. So that's how we are doing it, right? And then we have this take page size. We're taking the page size. So let's say we have 10 items and it is the third page we're trying to load. And now it's skipping 20 items by this calculation, and it's taking 10 items, right? So that's paging. We're only taking the items that belong to that particular page. And then we're going to call this toList functionality, but here we're going to call toList async here in order to actually send the query to the database to actually bring the data back. So because of that, we're going to return this. We're going to do this. And if we don't have a query, then at the end, we just return empty list. All right, we can do this. And yeah, so this one, we don't actually have to keep it because we have it in my resource control anyways. So this is provided here. Now we have this get event and it has a filter as well. I don't remember where this thing is being used and why we need this. Okay, so what we changed is a private method. And what we need to actually change is to also change this one to provide those 2 parameters. And then we're going to pass that to those 2 parameters inside here to trigger the private method here. So this one as well. Okay, so now we change this. We can come back to the RSVP events async over here. And then is this the, no, it's not. We're looking at the wrong place. I'm sorry about that. It is this component over here. Okay, now it's looking for the page number and the page size. It's better to have the page size and page number specified in app settings, but in this demonstration video, I'm going to actually hard code it inside this component. So we're going to declare a private field here, and I'm going to call it page size. And in order to have an easy time for myself to create events, I'm going to create some events, right, in order to actually see the effects. So I'm going to set the page size to 5 so I don't have to create too many events in order to actually see the results. So I'm going to set it to 5. And of course, the page number, the initial page number, I can set it to 1, right? And also, we want to know whether we have more events or not in order to make a decision to display the load more button, right? So therefore, I have and since it's generating according to this pattern, we use underscores anyways. To me, it doesn't really matter. I don't mind to use it or without underscore. If it's generating anything for me, I'm using it. If not, I usually don't use underscore. And the next one is I want to have another parameter, another variable here. So this is going to be also, and it is going to indicate whether we are loading more events or not, because once we click on the button, we might want to show a loading message. Is it necessary? Let's try to do this. Let's try to show a loading message when we click on the load more events button, right? Let's do that. Now see here in this parameter set here, this is actually the initial load, right? Because we just received the parameter, and this parameter actually, where does it come from? This is a page component. Therefore, the onParameter set is going to be actually triggered only once, which is the initial load. Because of the initial load, what I would do is I'm going to set the page number to 1 to make sure we're loading the first one. And we're assuming we have more events. Now we want to load the event, but I don't want to do it like this. I want to create a helper method here to help me to actually load events. So I'm going to say load events. See, because I'm using helper method, I need to determine whether this is the initial load or not, right? So I'm going to say if page number is not 1, it means that is loading more events equals to 2. Otherwise, it will be false. So I'm going to actually change it to like this. I like to have a positive condition first. So here is loading more events is false, but otherwise, if we're on second page, then is loading more events is true, right? We're loading more events. So this load events method is being called for different purposes. When page number is 1, we're loading, this is set to false. We're loading the first one. And otherwise, we're loading for subsequent events. So therefore, this is set to true. Now, after that, I'm going to, instead of directly load the events into the underscore event variable here, what I would do is I will have a new variable here, right? And then I'll let you know why I do this. So we're calling this get events async method, and we're providing the search term over here, just like what we did here originally. And then we're providing the page number and the page size and page number. So now we have a new event over here. But I want to use this new event to determine whether we have more events or not. And that's why I have this variable, right? So if it's not now, and at the same time, new event dot if we have anything, any events, then we can do some important work. Otherwise, we're going to set has more events to false. So we don't have any more events, right? So here, this is the place where we're going to add the new events to this events variable here. So I use the word add because we have the load event button, right? So each time we load more events, we're going to add to it. Therefore, we cannot do the same thing as what we did before. I'm going to have to initialize this into a actual list of event view model. Then here, what I can say is, and only when there's more events, then we're going to add the events into the event list, right? And we're going to determine whether we have more events or not. So has more events equals new events count and page size. So only when they are equal, we're going to say that we have more events. And because we have more events, we're going to display the load more button. Otherwise, the load more button is going to be set to false. Then we can use the load events here. So I'm just say await load events, and we don't need the original code anymore. And once we finish calling this method, we know that we have already loaded. Therefore, I'm going to say is loading events equals to false. Now let's scroll up and let's modify the markup. We can improve this a little bit by saying if we don't have any events, here we don't have any events, then we're going to display some messages and showing like, there's no events found, right? We can provide some classes, bootstrap classes, and then here we're going to say no events found, something like that. You can change to different messages. Now here at the bottom, we're going to display our load more events button here, but we are only going to display it. I like actually the code that it's just suggesting, right? If is loading more events is true, then we're only showing with a message loading more events. Otherwise, if we're not actually loading more events, and if it has more events, then we're going to display the load events button, and we're going to say load more events. You can call them more events or just load more. Usually we just see load more. We don't care whether it's events or something else. Now this button is going to trigger our load events, right? It's going to be right here. And then it's going to just load the events. You can see that we are actually increasing the page number each time we load more events. Until we don't have any events, then we're not actually going to increase. We're not actually adding anything to the list. And we're going to just set has more events to false, which means we are not showing anything here, right? So without adding anything into the database, right now we only have 2 events and our page size is 5, which means that we should be seeing this load more button. So let's verify that. Let's run the application and verify that. Hopefully it's our common problem, but it does have other things going on here. So why is this happening? Describe the code palette. Let's take a look at the error list here. What does it say? Optional parameters must appear after all required parameters. Okay, so it's complaining about this. So maybe we can add it at the beginning instead of at the end. Okay, and this is integer, so that fixed the problem, and everything else is fine. Now let's save it and go back to our slice, which is the component. Go into the component over here, and then we gotta fix this, and let's run it again. Okay, our application is running. For some reason it says no events found, and there should be 2 events, so it's time for us to debug. Let's take a look. Set a breakpoint there and run the application. Actually, let me delete all of the breakpoints just to make sure it doesn't trigger anywhere else. And then we're going to set this breakpoint over here, and we're going to come over here, and it's already, do we have the trigger? No, it's not being triggered. That's pretty weird. Let's run it again. Why it's not being triggered? Okay, so breakpoint is being triggered now, and we're setting it to page number 1. We have more events, and we are trying to load. So go inside here. If it's page number 1, we're setting is loading more events to false. That's okay. And then we're going inside here. So we're taking page size 5, page number 1, and we didn't actually provide any filters here. So let's also go inside of this. First of all, it's trying to get the query string here, and then it gives me a query. No, now we're trying to check whether the query is null or not. And then because this is page number 5, is it because we're sending in page number 5? Page size. We probably sent the wrong number into it. That's probably the reason why we didn't load any events. So the first one is page number, and the second one is page size. And we are right that we got the 2 parameter reversed. Okay, so this is going to be correct, I believe. And let's run it again. Hopefully we see the 2 events this time, and we do see the 2 events. So let's try to fix some data in our database. And let's look at this database table, which is our events table. Let's select the top 1000. We have 2 records here, and we want to fix some data. So I'm not too sure whether SQL Server Management Studio has the same type of AI functionality. Let's start writing some code, some comments here. So I'm going to say insert some sample data into events table, and the organizer ID should be always 0. And it looks like it doesn't actually do anything. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to copy this whole thing. Okay. And I'm going to bring up Copilot. For generating code, I like to use Copilot. For other purposes, I like to use Google Gemini. So here is my table structure, and then I paste this one here, and I ask it to help me insert some sample data into the events table, and organizer ID should always be 0. Is there any other limitations over here? Let's take a look. Refundable, let's say everything after image URL, everything after organizer ID should be empty. So all columns after organizer ID should be null. I believe there are nullable. Let's take a look at the definition here. So this is image URL null. This is not null. Okay, image URL should be empty. Refundable should be, and ticket price should be null. So I'm gonna delete this instruction. It does actually fake up some meetup links for me. And the category is wrong. The category is wrong. So it always have meetup links. Let's add more data, and then we're gonna update it. I'm gonna fix the data a little bit. Okay. So please give me another 5 rows at least. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this. It's generating 5 rows. I'm gonna copy this, and again I'm gonna run it over here. Just run this part. Click on execute. So we have another 5. Now let's examine the data again. The categories I'm gonna set to in-person, because location is populated, right? So we can set it to in-person, and then the meetup, we can clear up the meetup link. So I'm gonna say update events, and we're gonna set meetup link to empty and category. Okay, so there's a typo here. I'm gonna fix that. Category equals to in-person. Capacity, we don't need to. Organizer, it should be 0. It should be 1. And image URL, we don't need to worry about it. and refundable is false. Ticket price is null, so that's okay. So we're gonna just fix data like this. Well, there is a problem here. There's another thing that we didn't pay attention, which is the date. And it looks like the date is actually almost all of them actually in the future. So that's pretty good. So I'm gonna highlight this and click on the execute, and we are good now. So we should have more events, and let's click on this and see what is happening now. Do anything. Okay, so I did. Now we have a load more button over here. This doesn't look pretty good. Why it's displayed right here? Because we have this row and this is inside the row. So let's move it outside. Okay, so this is the row and I'm gonna put it just below the row, and that should be okay. All right, so we have a load more button over here. So we only load 5 items, and that seems to be weird because we have by default 4 in a row, at least for this maximize the size of the browser, right? So still, let's change this to 4 so that we are loading 1 row at a time, which is not a bad decision. Okay, let's rejoin the server. Now we're seeing this. The problem with it is that we need some margin top. So let's say margin top, maybe 3, run it again. And actually this one as well, I'm going to modify this to margin top number 3 and rerun it. Okay, so this looks much better. And we're going to click a load more. Okay, clicking a load more. Now we've seen the second line, but now we're showing this loading more events. So once the events finish loading, we have to reset this is loading more events to false, which it already did. But I guess once we do that, we need to do a status changed. So let's try this again. Okay, rerunning this, and we first load the first 4, and then we click on this. It still shows loading more events. Oh, it's not. Yeah, we gotta do. So this one we are fine because on parameters, after on parameters is triggered, there's always a refresh. There's always a state update. But this is called in multiple different places, right? One is called right here in the on-parameter set, but the other one is called here. But this one should be okay too, all because we didn't update this. Okay, so maybe what we will do is we're gonna put this inside here, and that should be fine. Let's run it again. Okay, a little more. Now we have more, right? So this bug is fixed, at least for the first time. Let's load more, and then we do have more. Now we don't have. So how many do we have? I have 4. I have 12, right? We have 12. So actually, I want to see more. I want to test more. So let's go over here and and I say, give me more. I want to have another 5. Oh no, give me another 5, please. Okay, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to go over here and paste it right here. And I'm going to only highlight this and insert this data over here. And I need to re-execute this to clean up the data. Now I have 17 items, right? And we're going to rerun this. Go to Meetup, go over here and refresh it. Okay, so we have 4 and another 4. Now we have a little more button and then click on this. So you can see the scroll bar and we can go down. Now we have, so this is 4 times 4. We have 20. So how many do we actually have? Only 17. Oh, we have, originally there were 2, right? Now 4 times 4 is now 24. 4 times 2 is 16. So we have another event, right? Click on load more. We have this event. That's good, right? And then we go inside here. We have some interesting stuff here and go back and we can load more and load more. So loading more button is working properly for us. All right, another functionality that I want to add is the printout functionality on the view transactions page. So this view transactions page is something that you can print out and then you keep the records. You keep all of the transactions. You see how much money you earn, or just simply show a list of transactions as a log, as a record. So in order to do that, we need to have a div around the area that we want to print, right? So you can have a div around this entire area or just including the rows. So maybe this time we want to do it around this entire area. And then I'm going to give it an ID, right? And then later we're going to refer to the ID in order to identify which area we can print. So let's call it printable transactions. We can do it this way. And then we're going to move this div down to the bottom, at the very bottom here. Now we can select the whole thing and do a Ctrl+KF in order to fix this indentation. Now we have this and we're going to create a CSS file in order to limit the area of printing for printing only, right? Because we don't want to print the top bar, we don't want to print everything in the bottom, we don't want to print if we have any sidebar or anything, we don't want to print them. We only want to print the area that we specify, which is within this div. Okay, so in order to do that, let's go ahead and we can add a CSS isolation file, right? Because it's not going to be used in anywhere else. But if you do have the requirement to use it anywhere else, you can pull this CSS into the www root folder. Okay, so let's add a component, actually not reserved component. We need to add a CSS. So new item, and then let's just call it with the same name with the dot extension and dot CSS. And this is going to be add as a selection file under the view transactions component. And then over here, we can see that this is for print only. So we use the add media directive here. And then within this, we're going to say normally for other places, the visibility is going to be hidden. Okay? This is what we do. And then we're going to specify the printable area. So printable transactions, everything else under it is going to be visible. And then we specify what it looks like. So for printable transactions, the position is going to be going to be absolute. Top is 0, left is 0, left is 0, top is 0, and width we can use 100%, which is trying to generate for me. And the background is going to be white, right? And we can add some padding at the edges so that it will look correct. Otherwise, it's going to be no padding. It will be too close to the edge. That's not too good. So let's use that. And then we can create a script file in www root. I'm going to create another folder. I'm going to call it JS. So if we have any other JavaScript file, we can place it here. So here I'm going to say new, and then I'm going to call it site.js. You can call it print.js if you want, but I'm going to say that we have site.js and we're going to put all of the JavaScript functions in here, right? The function that we want to call. So I'm going to say function, and then I'm going to say print transactions. And then within it, I can just simply use window.print. And then the window print will work with the CSS and only print the area that we want to print, right? So that's it in the JavaScript. Now let's go back to the view transactions component over here, and on the very top over here, maybe we can add a print button over here. Perhaps we're going to do it right here, button, and then class is going to be a button. It's going to be, let's say this is a secondary, okay? And then on click, we are going to call the print transactions method, and this is just print, let's say print report. Okay, and then I'm going to copy this and I'm going to implement this method. So this is private method void print transactions, and we can simply just use JavaScript interop. So to do that, we're going to inject. So it should be called IJS runtime, and then JS runtime, and then we go down over here and we can say JS runtime dot invoke void async. We're not returning anything. And then here, this is the place we specify the method. So this is print transactions, right? This is the method in the JavaScript file, which is right here, print transactions. I'm going to just copy this in case I make any mistake. So I'm going to paste it over here. So this is a method. So in theory, we should do it this way, async task, and then we can use, so this, I think this is it. And let's give it a try and see whether it works for us or not. Okay, so we have the application running. I logged in as the only organizer that has events, and I'm going to go to my transactions and I'm going to filter it. So we only have 2 transactions, but I think it's enough. But this print button is getting too close to it. So here, I'm going to go over to the button, to this button over here, and I'm going to add some margin at the beginning. And let's add maybe 2. And let's run it again. Okay, so now we have a pretty good gap over here, and we can click on the print report button. And it's give me an error. Let's take a look at the console. JavaScript runtime could not find print transactions. That's right, it cannot find it because we forgot to add the site.js into the root component here, the app.razor. So let's add it over here, script, src and site.js. Now let's run it again to see whether we have anything. Okay, I'm gonna close this and click on the run the functionality first, right? To get all of the data, and then we can print the report. Again, it shows me this error. And what is it? Cannot find print transactions. Still cannot find it. That's pretty weird. Let's run it. I just want to see whether it's there or not. So we have this body tag, and then this is the only script. So for some reason, this is not being generated correctly in there. Oh, I should have probably a JS slash. So it only recognizes images. Did I do it correctly? JS slash site.js. It should be okay. I don't know why it cannot recognize it, but let's try again. So let's check the body, and we have this. Let's actually go inside it. I'm going to copy this and just paste it over here. And we do see this, right? So it should, in theory, going to be working. So I'm going to transactions. I'm going to run the report and then click on this. Now it's fine. And it's showing this. So it's better to print in landscape, right? And in landscape, everything looks correct. And then when we print, right, you choose to save as PDF. And when you do that, it's going to just generate this inside the downloads folder. And we can open it up and we can see the beautiful PDF right here inside your browser. It's a PDF file inside the downloads folder. It displays right here. You can see this is a PDF file. Okay, so that's everything I wanted for this project. So at the last of this project, I want to talk about my feeling, the vertical slice architecture. In general, it's a mixed feeling, actually, to be honest, but probably more on the positive side, especially for a smaller project like this. Let's actually close up everything and then let's open. If you look at this, there's only one project here. For a lot of developers, many projects in the solution looks it's a little bit noisy for some developers. For myself, I'm used to it, to be honest. But to have only one project, it has its pros and cons. The pros is very clear. There's only one project to deal with, so it's easier to find things. And then the most important positive point for the vertical slice architecture is actually when you open up the features. So each slice is one folder under the features folder. Of course, you can also group them if you have, let's say, 100 different features in here, right? Because each feature actually represents a use case. And then you can group the use cases by different categories. Here, we just have everything laid out here, and it's very easy to find them because we only have just a few of them. Actually, not too little. We actually have quite a few. And each one of them, if you open them up, you will find that most of them have two files. One is a component, the other one is the service. So it's very clear where to find things. The is here in the component, and the functionality is here in the service. And the logic is right here in the component as well. And if you open up the other folders, you will find the pattern that we have usually just two files, right? In some cases, we have three. See, in this case, we have three. That's because we have another component that could be shared within here, maybe a reusable component we isolated for organization reason, or we create another component because we want to put it onto another slice. But the functionality is organized inside this slice because this is make payment, right? But most of them, it's very clear. We have one component and one service. So I think this is the main benefits of using vertical slice architecture. And even sometimes when you have layered architecture, it's very hard to find the files. Usually when I have a big project using layered architecture, I use the control comma to actually locate the files. But here I don't have to. I can just use Visual Studio and then I just go to the folder. I usually just looking at this one folder and two files. So it's very easy to locate things, very easy to code. That's the main positive point. And then you do sometimes have some shared functionality, some shared components, for example, some shared endpoints, layout files, some shared services right here. We have view models as well, and then some system stuff here that supports. It depends on technology you're using, right? Here, this time we're using Blazor. Therefore, you see this app, which is a root component for Blazor. Right? By the way, I have two Blazor courses, and you can find in the description area to purchase them. And they are pretty well on Udemy. So you can choose to buy them on Udemy, or you can go to my own website to go to the subscription model. Okay, I do see the main benefits of using this. Even for example, if you're creating task cases, you can put them under each folder. And that creates a slightly inconvenience here because you usually have your Q team that handles the test cases. But when we have unit testing, the QA team member is actually working closely with the developer. So it's not a bad thing to have both of them, right? Both teams working on the same folder within the same folder. And of course, you always have your test project created as another project. So in that case, you have not just one project, at least you have two projects. But the test project will have to reference this main project in order to connect to the test cases in each one of those folders. So that's good. The main struggle that I have experienced, that actually this is this first time I use vertical slice architecture, I have experienced some problems with it because you always struggle between whether you want to isolate by slice or you want to create some shared components. Sometimes when developers encounter this kind of struggle, they automatically take the easy way, which is to just share, right? And sometimes sharing is actually a very good choice, but sometimes it's not. If we use a lot of sharings, then we're basically just creating different layers, or we're not following vertical slice architecture. So we have to constantly have a talk in our mind to determine whether this is some functionality we want to share or some functionality we just keep inside the folders. And if you go through this series of videos, you will find that in a lot of places, I actually struggle with this. And especially the one that I eventually wanted to share, which is this RSVP event service. This is actually one of the core functionalities for the events management system. Because of that, I have struggled with different ways to avoid sharing this event service. But in the end, it turns out that sharing the RSVP event service under the services folder inside the shared location here is actually the one that makes the most sense, because this core functionality is used across different slices. And if you force yourself to actually avoid sharing, it creates a lot of pain. So in that case, that actually is not practical. So I would say in this similar cases, you want to create a shared service instead of just using the isolated idea. Okay. So in the future, I might recreate the same project, but using layered architecture, especially the one that I have been focusing on is clean architecture. The clean architecture. That one, I have a video specific for that, structuring your project with clean architecture video. We have that inside my channel, so check that out. But I'm probably going to recreate this project with the clean architecture, which I call it use case driven and plugin based clean architecture. When I use that, I want to compare with what I did here. I want to see my feelings, and then I can probably compare them and then have a better report for you to do a comparison between vertical slice architecture and clean. Okay, I think that's everything I want to do for this project. And I hope you have learned a lot as I have been learning, right? Especially for me, I'm learning vertical slice architecture. And I hope it's beneficial for you. Leave some comments under the videos and let me know what you think. And I will see you in my next series.